Chapter 1. The Quest for Survival. Oh no, my husband is back. Upon hearing the panicked words of the naked young woman before him, Chu Fan leapt from the bed in alarm. Wait, didn't you say you were single? What good does that do now? Hurry, hide on the balcony. Are you joking? We're on the 38th floor. What can we do? If my husband finds us, he'll kill us. I forgot to mention, he's involved with the underworld. At this revelation, a torrent of thoughts surged through Chu Fan's mind. He was merely a clerk at a blind box store, earning a meager salary of $3,000 a month. Earlier that day, a stunning wealthy woman had entered the shop. She appeared to be in her 30s, impeccably maintained, with a voluptuous figure and fair skin that captivated Chu Fan at first glance. He swore to Kuan that he was not enamored by the luxurious car keys she held. In contrast, Chu Fan was just in his early 20s, handsome and witty, quickly winning the wealthy woman's heart. Hey, handsome, would you like to come over and play some landlord? I can show you my joyful beans. Taken aback initially, Chu Fan soon felt elated fortune was finally smiling upon him. If he could charm this affluent woman, he might bypass 30 years of hard work. Thus, he successfully found himself in her luxurious car, heading to her residence. However, to his astonishment, he inadvertently became the third party in an unexpected rendezvous. As the knocking on the door grew increasingly urgent, he could no longer afford to ponder the situation. Cursing his misfortune, he hastily climbed onto the balcony, even neglecting to put on his clothes, and perched himself atop the air conditioning unit. The wind on the 38th floor was brisk, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Mommy, there's a man standing outside. Children shouldn't stare, they might get eye infections. A woman from the 37th floor shielded her child's eyes, glaring at Chu Fan with disdain. But Chu Fan had no time to worry about that. He could hear the wealthy woman's voice from inside. Honey, why are you home so early today? A gruff voice responded. Damn it, why are you taking so long? Why are you naked in the middle of the day? Oh, I just got out of the shower and haven't had time to dress. Pa, there's a strange smell in this room. Do you think I'm a fool? Where are you hiding someone? Is he on the balcony? The woman, now flustered, quickly replied, There's nothing going on. Darling, don't overthink it. Just then, the curtains were flung open, revealing an angry man with a dark complexion and prominent tattoos on his arms. Chu Fan awkwardly waved and said, Hi there, I'm just delivering blind boxes. Do you believe me? Believe you? Not a chance. He'll make sure you regret being a pretty boy. With that, the man lunged towards Chu Fan. In a panic, Chu Fan instinctively dodged. Creak! A disconcerting sound echoed. A screw on the air conditioning unit had suddenly come loose. The entire unit tilted precariously to one side. An exuberant horse. Who is responsible for this shoddy construction? I must file a complaint. With a stumble, Chu Fan lost his grip and plummeted from the air conditioning unit. Under the horrified gaze of the dark-faced man and the beautiful woman, Chu Fan commenced his free fall from the 38th floor. Welcome to the realm of survival. Current number of players, 6.587 billion. Please note that upon arriving here, your original bodies have perished. Thus, dying in the game means you will truly vanish from this world. The game rules are as follows. 1. This is a planet several times larger than Blue Star, with 90 of its surface covered by oceans. 2. Once the game officially begins, teams will be formed randomly, with an initial composition of 2 players. 3. Various resources, food, and fresh water can be gathered from the sea, but risks abound. 4. Strive to upgrade your vessels, for they shall be your lifeline. 5. Specific characters or events may randomly appear at sea, both beneficial and detrimental. Exercise caution. 6. To enhance your gaming experience, the first 3 days will serve as a novice protection period. After that, you will face true peril. As the voice faded, a dazed Chu Fan regained his senses, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The joy of surviving the fall from the 38th floor contrasted sharply with the despair of having traversed into such a bizarre game. An exuberant horse, there's no turning back. Chu Fan rose to find himself atop a wooden raft constructed from logs. The raft measured approximately 4 meters in length and less than 2 meters in width, with a white stone tablet standing at its center. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of ocean. Fortunately, the waters appeared remarkably calm, with only a gentle breeze to disturb the surface. Aside from that, there lay a mundane wooden paddle upon the raft. Chu Fan's attention was drawn to the stone tablet. Upon it was a vivid blue panel adorned with several buttons. World Channel, Regional Channel, Trading Hall, Synthesis Station, Warehouse, Vessel Information, Personal Panel, Mailbox, and Team Information. Upon opening the chat room, it erupted with activity. What the hell? I'm going to be late. Damn it, I just called number 88, and now this happens. Damn it, I was just capturing a pretty boy, and now this. Luckily, that pretty boy fell from the building. Are there any beauties nearby? Let's team up. I want a handsome guy. The upper floor is truly love-struck. Who cares about handsome guys at a time like this? Not me. I want one who stands 185 centimeters tall with an 8-pack. After observing for a while, Chu Fan confirmed that everyone was equally bewildered by their current predicament, resorting to light-hearted banter in the chat channel for solace. With a resigned shake of his head, he exhaled deeply. An exuberant horse, indeed. Following a rich woman can save decades of struggle. I've hit the jackpot. Life is truly akin to a grand blind box. One never knows what will emerge. Ding, detection of keyword activation, comprehension of life's profound truths, system, binding conditions met. Congratulations, you have acquired the Multiverse Blind Box System. Current world information detected, system adaptation in progress. Adaptation successful for each day you survive in this realm. You shall receive a blind box from the myriad worlds. For each female teammate you conquer, the number of blind boxes you receive daily increases by 1. Upon opening the blind box, you may obtain food, resources, items, skills, and more. Congratulations, player. You have received an infinite personal space. Ding! Host has successfully bound to this system, granting 3 blind boxes. Please retrieve them promptly. Dear host, strive diligently to survive in this world. The sudden electronic synthesized voice left Chu Fan momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he succumbed to sheer ecstasy. A system, indeed a system. What the tomato had said was true. This phenomenon truly exists. Dear readers, do not take this too seriously. Moreover, it is the blind box opening he is most familiar with. However, what does conquering female teammates mean? Is it encouraging me to become a sea king? Yet in the context of survival at sea, being a sea king seems rather fitting. Regardless, this is undeniably a secure opportunity. Just as he prepared to extract the 3 blind boxes, the voice in the void echoed once more. Now, the game officially begins. Team matching is underway. Formation complete. Commence your voyage. As the voice faded, a sphere of white light appeared before Chu Fan. When the light dissipated, a figure emerged before him. Chapter 2. The Superb Amazon. It was somewhat lacking in essence, but he decided to endure it. As the white light faded, Chu Fan finally discerned the appearance of the individual. He was momentarily entranced. An Amazon? He never anticipated that his match would be a striking blonde with azure eyes. Furthermore, she was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure, clad in a black leather outfit. Her complexion was flushed, seemingly on the verge of fainting. Perhaps due to the heat, the zipper of her top was unfastened about 1/3 of the way, revealing a deep and enticing cleavage. Refer to the comments for images. Her proud assets elevated the leather jacket, while her shapely derriere was enveloped in snug leather pants, accentuating her captivating curves. Gazing at this Amazon with her exquisitely sculpted features and fair skin, Chu Fan instinctively swallowed hard. Goodness, no wonder she's called an Amazon. She's truly impressive, perhaps even in a cup. Suddenly recalling the system's requirements, it dawned on him that she was undoubtedly a prime female teammate. At that moment, Chu Fan felt something new on his wrist. Looking down, he noticed a bracelet-like object materializing. Team formation complete. All members shall receive an instant wristband, through which you can view all that is visible on the stone tablet. As the voice concluded, the stone tablet in the center of the raft gradually vanished. Chu Fan realized that this wristband was intended to replace the stone tablet. This arrangement was indeed advantageous. Not only would it facilitate easier access to information, but having a stone pillar standing prominently in the middle of the boat was somewhat inconvenient. Gazing once more at the woman who had fainted beside him, he noticed a similar bracelet adorning her right wrist. At that moment, the area channel button on the bracelet illuminated. It appeared that upon forming a team, the area channel had officially been activated. Chu Fan accessed the area channel with a displayed count read 100,001,0000. The channel was already in an uproar. Ha! I can't believe I've teamed up with a Japanese female teacher. Brothers, The brave shall first relish the world. I have matters to attend to. What the heck? Why did I get matched with a chubby guy with a square face and a bushy beard? Help! A third brother has appeared on my ship. Hey, the one above. I'm precisely the third brother you're referring to. Is that pretty boy around? Don't let me cross paths with you. Chu Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that the one targeting pretty boys was coming for him. Fortunately, his luck held, as he hadn't encountered that individual and instead had matched with an exquisite beauty. Noticing that the beauty was still dazed, he abandoned any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation and instead retrieved the 3 blind boxes he had just acquired. These boxes were composed of an unknown material, square in shape, and at first glance appeared rather unremarkable. Without hesitation, Chu Fan opened one of them. Ding! Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 999 boxes of baby haha mineral water. To his astonishment, it was mineral water, and he had received such an abundant supply. Chu Fan's joy knew no bounds. Regardless of the circumstances, fresh water has always been of utmost importance. It is said that one can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. Now, he need not worry about hydration. At that moment, the blind box transformed into a stream of light and vanished into thin air. Regaining his composure, Chu Fan opened another blind box. Ding! Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a trident resembling that of Aquaman. As the announcement faded, a golden trident appeared before him. The design of the trident was exquisite, sturdy in appearance, with 3 prongs, resembling that wielded by Aquaman in the films. Yet, Chu Fan instinctively thought of Yuanhua. This trident had arrived at an opportune moment, serving not only as a means to catch fish, but also as a weapon for self-defense. Gripping the trident in his hand filled him with a profound sense of security. After setting it aside, he opened the final blind box. Ding! Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of Durex. Upon hearing this announcement, Chu Fan was rendered speechless. How could he have drawn such an item, and an entire box at that? He opened it to find a box containing 35 packets, with each packet containing 20 pieces. In other words, he had acquired a staggering 700 little umbrellas. Chu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. He pulled out a packet, which bore the inscription "Made in China." Goodness, this could be considered a local specialty. Just then, the beauty, who had been with her eyes closed, finally regained consciousness. Shaking her head, she propped herself up on the wooden raft and beheld an extraordinary sight. Before him stood an Eastern man, entirely unclad, holding a small box of umbrellas, his gaze fixed intently upon himself. Oh my, do you wish to engage in some mischief? Perhaps influenced by the game's rules, their communication flowed effortlessly, akin to simultaneous interpretation. Chu Fan noticed that the woman had awakened and, in a moment of spontaneity, replied, "Absolutely." However, the foreign lady appeared bewildered by his jest, her striking eyes wide with curiosity as they fixated on the handsome man before her. "Are you my teammate? I didn't expect you to be so attractive, but why are you bare?" Chu Fan was taken aback and instinctively glanced down, only to realize that he too was in a state of undress. Goodness, I forgot that I arrived here in such a state, he thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Hastily, he cast aside the small umbrella and explained, "Please don't misunderstand, I was bathing when I crossed over, so." The woman nodded, a spark of intrigue lighting her expression. "Isn't it said that Eastern men are quite diminutive? How is it that you are not?" Her comment ignited a sense of indignation within Chu Fan, prompting him to clarify, "You must be referring to the men from the cherry blossom and bamboo nations. The men of our dragon country stand tall and proud." The woman nodded in acknowledgement, introducing herself. "We are now allies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Barbara, a physician." Upon hearing that she was a doctor, Chu Fan's eyes brightened. In such a setting, the profession of a doctor was indeed invaluable. "Greetings, I am Chu Fan, a pond owner." At that moment, he noticed a wooden crate drifting in the distance, evidently the resource box mentioned in the game rules. Chu Fan contemplated rising to his feet, but hesitated, feeling that his current appearance was rather undignified. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Barbara seemed to sense his discomfort. "Listen, Chu Fan, we are teammates, sharing the same boat in the struggle for survival thus. Our existence is paramount, and all else is trivial. After a brief pause, she continued, "If you find this unfair, I could also disrobe." With that, she unzipped her jacket. Whoa! Chu Fan was left utterly flabbergasted. "Barbara, are you trying to make me skip a class?" Chapter 3. The supply box gazing at the enchanting figure before him, clad only in a bra. Chu Fan hurriedly remarked, "There is truly no need for that. You see, I..." Sighing, he couldn't help but admire the woman's stunning physique. If she continued to flaunt herself in front of him, it would indeed be a trial for his younger brother. Barbara, perceptive to Chu Fan's reaction, let out a playful laugh. "Chu Fan, the reason I'm dressed this way is simply because it's scorching hot. Have you not noticed how the sun has become increasingly fierce?" Upon hearing Barbara's words, Chu Fan realized that the sun was indeed much harsher than before. If Barbara continued to wear her leather attire, she would likely succumb to heatstroke soon. Nevertheless, Chu Fan was taken aback by her audacity. Barbara continued, "Besides, isn't it all about gender equality nowadays? If you can be bare-chested, why can't I? And I still have my undergarments on, so it's not as if I'm completely undressed." Chu Fan couldn't help but think that, true to her bold nature, she made a valid point, unlike some of the ladies back home who only spoke of equality when it suited their interests. As for the bra, it was a mere scrap of fabric, hardly sufficient to cover much. In the midst of their conversation, the supply box floated to the raft side. Chu Fan, no longer hesitating, stood up and used the harpoon to draw the wooden crate closer, promptly embracing it. Barbara approached curiously. This was their first encounter with a supply box, and both were eager to discover its contents. As they stood closely together, Chu Fan caught a whiff of Barbara's fragrance, momentarily losing his focus. "Quickly, let us see what's inside," Barbara urged from the side. Regaining his composure, Chu Fan hastily opened the wooden box. Supply box successfully opened. Acquired: fishing net X1, wood X5, rye bread X2, drinking water 500 milliliters X2. At that moment, a notification chimed from his wristband. "Ship information has been updated. Please check." Upon hearing this prompt, Chu Fan swiftly accessed the ship information on the panel. Ship: ordinary wooden raft dimensions. For MX2M upgrade options. 1. Increase area, requiring wood X10, iron X10 per square meter. 2. Add a rain canopy, requiring wood X10, leather X10. 3. Upgrade to a standard small wooden boat, requiring wood X200. As he opened the inventory, he found all the items they had just acquired neatly stored within. As for the items Chu Fan had personally gathered, aside from a small umbrella resting on the raft, everything else remained in the system's storage. After all, this was his ace in the hole. It would be wise not to reveal too much before he and Barbara became thoroughly acquainted. At that moment, Chu Fan recalled that there seemed to be a crafting station on the panel. Accessing the crafting station on his wristband, he discovered that it primarily offered two functions. The first was synthesis. Provided one had the requisite materials, they could craft specified items. However, this was contingent upon possessing the appropriate blueprints. Alas, it appeared to be yet another feature that would not be of immediate use. The second function is disassembly, which allows one to break down unwanted items into materials. This is quite useful. Chu Fan glanced at the wooden crate that remained after opening the supplies and chose to disassemble it. Detected wooden crate 1. Disassembly will yield wood 1. Do you wish to proceed? Chu Fan's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly selected yes. A flash of white light enveloped the crate, causing it to vanish, while the quantity of wood in the warehouse increased from 5 to 6. Barbara, the size of the raft is now sufficient. Let us see if we can procure some leather to fashion a canopy, for this sun is truly unbearable. Barbara promptly nodded in agreement. Thus, Chu Fan grasped the paddle and began to row. Waiting idly for resource crates to drift by was not a prudent strategy. This tactic proved effective. After 10 minutes, the two managed to salvage a second supply crate. Supply crate unlocked successfully. Obtained wood 5, iron 1, hemp rope 5. Wooden crate disassembled successfully. Obtained wood 1. However, as time passed, the heat intensified. Just as Chu Fan felt compelled to leap into the water to cool down, he suddenly sensed a refreshing chill. Upon looking up, he discovered Barbara had propped her leather jacket and pants open with a wooden stick, creating a makeshift umbrella. At that moment, Barbara held his handcrafted leather umbrella over their heads, allowing Chu Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on the raft, Barbara watched as Chu Fan worked up a sweat, his muscular arms and broad shoulders captivating her attention. This man truly possessed an undeniable charm. To be frank, Chu Fan was exceedingly handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted the attention of wealthy women. Chu Fan, allow me to take over. Chu Fan, not pausing in his efforts, inquired. Oh, can you manage? Do not underestimate me. I have been working out for years. Just as Chu Fan felt a bit fatigued, he nodded and said, all right, then you take over, and call me if you tire. The two switched positions, with Chu Fan sitting behind Barbara to shield her from the sun. To his surprise, the view from behind was equally stunning. Her shapely figure was a sight to behold, her curves enchanting. Just as Chu Fan was lost in thought, Barbara reminded him, Chu Fan, there's a wooden crate ahead, but it appears to be on an island. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood up to peer ahead. Indeed, about 50 meters away, an uninhabited island emerged from the water surface. This deserted isle was not large, merely 30 to 40 square meters, and it presented a grayish hue. At its center lay a wooden crate. Excellent. Let us investigate. Barbara steered the raft toward the island, while Chu Fan took the spear and leaped ashore. To prevent the raft from drifting away, Barbara remained behind. The sensation of stepping on a solid ground once more was truly remarkable as Chu Fan approached the crate. Although the crate rested on land, buoyed by a 3-day protection period, he hesitated not and promptly opened it. Oh, it is empty. This time, the bracelet offered no hints, for it turned out that the box contained no resources. This realization left Chu Fan feeling somewhat disheartened, but suddenly his eyes brightened. No, there's something inside. Within the box lay a translucent orb. Chu Fan extracted the orb and examined it closely, yet he could not discern its nature. The bracelet remained silent, indicating that it could not be disassembled. After reclaiming the wooden box as a piece of timber, Chu Fan prepared to depart from the deserted island. However, in the next moment, he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. The island itself began to move. Barbara gasped in astonishment, having witnessed the entire island tremble as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Subsequently, the island abruptly sank, and Chu Fan found himself submerged in water. When he resurfaced, he felt a small hand grasping him tightly. Hurry up! It was Barbara's voice. Without hesitation, Chu Fan leveraged the grip to climb onto the wooden raft. Before he could utter a word, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming overhead. Oh my gosh! Barbara exclaimed, her gaze fixated behind Chu Fan. Instantly, he felt a wave of tension envelop him, and upon turning to look, he was left utterly stunned. Chapter 4. You smell wonderful. Upon turning around, Chu Fan finally discerned the true nature of the deserted island. It was, in fact, a colossal whale, and the land he perceived was merely a part of its vast body. To Chu Fan and Barbara, the immense creature appeared akin to a small mountain. The whale seemed quite displeased at the interruption, leaping high into the air before crashing down, creating a tremendous wave. Quick-witted, Chu Fan hastily gathered all their belongings on the raft into the storage compartment. He then leapt forward, landing directly on Barbara, gripping the seams of the raft with all his strength. With immense effort, they managed to avoid being thrown overboard. Fortunately, the whale appeared to harbor no significant hostility, perhaps constrained by a 3-day protection period. After swimming in circles for a while, it vanished into the vast ocean. The two of them finally exhaled in relief, but soon sensed a peculiar tension in the air. Chu Fan remained completely bare, while Barbara, aside from her bra and panties, was devoid of any other fabric. Their current appearance could easily lead one to believe they were engaged in a game of poker. As Chu Fan felt the warmth radiating from Barbara's body, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. Barbara immediately sensed his reaction and teased. Hey, Chu Fan, you're not being very discreet, are you? Chu Fan, not one to hide his feelings, softly replied, You smell wonderful. Are you planning to stay on top of me indefinitely? With a playful grin, he exaggeratedly sniffed the air before reluctantly climbing off Barbara. As she sat up, Barbara glanced at Chu Fan's muscular physique, unconsciously swallowing hard. Did you just stick out your tongue? She inquired. Not at all. Look at this. Chu Fan exclaimed, producing a bead he had retrieved from the chest. Women are often captivated by such treasures, and Barbara was immediately drawn to the new topic. She held the bead up to the sunlight, marveling at the kaleidoscopic reflections it cast. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Do you like it? Then it's yours," Chu Fan offered. "Really? You're so kind," she replied, her delight evident. "It's nothing, but if you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could let me touch your assets?" Barbara boldly leaned forward. "Go ahead, feel free." This left Chu Fan momentarily speechless. He had merely jested, never anticipating that she would take it seriously. Barbara laughed heartily, continuing, "You really scared me earlier, but thank goodness you reacted quickly." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems we must prioritize finding supplies. This little raft is far too fragile." Barbara concurred, but soon added, "Chu Fan, I'm both hungry and thirsty. Unfortunately, we only have 2 bottles of water. We must ration them." At that moment, Chu Fan also felt hunger pangs, so he retrieved the 2 small loaves of bread and the bottles of water from the storage. "For now, let us eat. We can deal with other matters later." After rowing for quite some time, Chu Fan was indeed quite hungry and quickly finished off the bread. The bread lacked flavor and was exceedingly dry, prompting him to tilt his head back and gulp down an entire bottle of water with a satisfying sound. Releasing a long sigh of relief, Barbara had just taken a couple of bites of her bread when she noticed that Chu Fan had already finished his. After a brief moment of hesitation, she tore off half of her bread and offered it to him. "I can't finish this. Here, take half." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but warmth spread through his heart. His teammate was truly commendable. However, he shook his head with a smile and replied, "No need. I'm full. I'll save some for next time." Barbara paused, then laughed. "Chu Fan, do you really like me? You aren't just after my body, are you?" With a chuckle, Chu Fan responded, "What's the difference? Wanting your body is simply a form of liking you." Barbara found herself momentarily speechless. His reasoning seemed quite valid. Leaving her without a retort, she smiled and remarked, "You are very straightforward, and I appreciate your candor." Chu Fan silently mused. Straightforwardness is certain, but whether it is candid is another matter. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, he retrieved the wood pulp from the storage and resumed rowing. Noticing that Barbara had only consumed a quarter of her water, he carefully stowed it away. "Is that all the water you're going to drink? Isn't it insufficient?" he asked. Barbara replied earnestly, "We only have this much water left. We need to conserve it." Chu Fan chuckled, "Don't worry about the water. I will handle that." Yet, Barbara placed the water back into storage and pointed towards the sea ahead, exclaiming, "There's a box." Following her, Chu Fan indeed spotted a box floating about 30 meters away. After rowing over to it, he successfully retrieved the box. Resource box successfully opened. Wood 10, leather 2. The afternoon swiftly passed, and by evening, the duo had salvaged 4 more boxes. Upon opening the storage to assess their supplies, they found that after a day of diligent effort, they had collected wood 30, bread 2, ropes 5, fishing net 1, leather 2, and half a bottle of mineral water, the latter being what Barbara had left over from lunch. They hadn't encountered any more water that entire afternoon. Chu Fan felt a twinge of concern. This was still within the novice protection period, and once it elapsed, acquiring resources would likely become even more challenging. It was evident that they needed to develop quickly. Moreover, while the weather had been favorable today, encountering scorching sun or torrential rain in the future would be problematic without any shelter. He contemplated adding a canopy to the raft. They had enough wood, but they were still short on leather. After tidying up their belongings, the two synchronously activated their wristbands. In the regional channel, everyone appeared to share similar circumstances. Resources had been found in varying amounts, yet one issue remained constant: the scarcity of water. "Is there any kind-hearted gentleman willing to share some water with us? We can repay you upon meeting. I'm Trump. Whoever shares water with me will be appointed my vice president." One user, identified as Longo, commented, "Give me a bottle of water, and I shall recount my blood-soaked saga of capturing the pretty boy." Barbara also noted these messages, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. They now possessed but half a bottle of water. What if Chu Fan were to ask for it? Should she yield or not? Unbeknownst to her, Chu Fan was oblivious to her thoughts. He opened the trading platform, hoping to procure some leather. The atmosphere was serene, suggesting that on this first day, others had no surplus supplies for trade. Nevertheless, he proceeded to post his trading information, seeking leather in exchange for fresh water, inviting interested parties to contact him privately. Having completed this task, he retrieved the last 2 small breads. It was time to eat something. Barbara quietly settled down and murmured, "Chu Fan, we are running low on food, especially water. We only have this much left." Yet, in the next moment, her mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. Gang Difa. Chapter 5. Strategizing with Barbara gasped, staring at Chu Fan. With a grand gesture, Chu Fan summoned an array of bottled water, meticulously arranged upon the wooden raft. Before she could react, he waved his hand again, and the water vanished into thin air. Barbara questioned her own perception, but when she witnessed Chu Fan conjuring another bottle and drinking from it, she realized her eyes had not deceived her. "Wang Defa, Chu Fan, how do you possess so much water?" she inquired, astonished. With a smile, Chu Fan replied, "That is of no concern to you. Suffice it to say, I have an abundance of water." Barbara's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Ah, I see. Chinese Kung Fu. I have heard tales of the mysterious abilities possessed by those from your dragon nation." Chu Fan chuckled heartily, content with her interpretation. Barbara took a deep breath, unscrewed her own bottle, and drank it down in one go. Afterward, she patted her fair chest, exclaiming, "I was parched. You should have mentioned your surplus of water earlier." Chu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. "Surplus of water? That sounds rather awkward." "Wait, let's clarify. I do possess a considerable amount of water, but it does not pertain to you." He maintained a serious demeanor. Barbara paused, puzzled. "What do you mean? Aren't we teammates?" "Indeed, we are teammates," Chu Fan replied matter-of-factly. "Thus, any salvaged items are to be shared equally. However, this water is not salvaged. I am not obliged to share it with you, am I?" Though reluctant to concede, Barbara recognized the truth in Chu Fan's assertion. Regret washed over her as she realized she had consumed all the water. That insufferable fellow. He was so amiable just moments ago. Why the sudden stinginess? Chu Fan's apparent reluctance stemmed from his own motivations. The system required him to win over female companions to earn greater rewards, and Barbara was an excellent candidate. Furthermore, they were no longer on Earth. Survival dictated a departure from previous norms of decorum. After a moment of contemplation, Barbara remarked, "You are correct, Chu Fan. You have no obligation to share your belongings. But perhaps we can negotiate terms." With a sly grin, Chu Fan responded, "There is indeed a way. Should you choose to be my woman, then sharing everything becomes a possibility." Barbara was momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious?" she stammered. Deep down, she harbored no aversion towards Chu Fan. In fact, she found herself rather fond of him. She understood that from the moment they boarded this vessel, they would be inseparable, perhaps even unto death. Thus, some matters were unavoidable. However, the proposal was rather sudden, prompting her to say, "I need time to consider." Chu Fan shrugged, placing a bottle of water before her. "Very well, take your time. When you've made your decision, let me know. If you agree, this bottle will belong to you." With that, he reclined, preparing to rest for a while. Chu Fan rested his hands beneath his head, gazing at the starry sky, lost in contemplation. He wondered if anyone from his previous world would care about his disappearance. As the gentle sound of the waves enveloped him, Chu Fan's thoughts wandered, and before long, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Meanwhile, after Barbara finally managed to consume a dry piece of bread, an insatiable thirst overcame her. Glancing at the sleeping Chu Fan, she fell into deep reflection. Although she hailed from the beautiful country, she was not the frivolous type. At 19, she remained single, an almost impossible feat in her homeland. A mishap on her motorcycle had led her to this unfamiliar place, and now she realized that returning home was not an option for the time being. Thus, her primary concern was survival, and it seemed that her only ally was Chu Fan. Resolute in her decision, she reached for the water bottle on the raft. Time passed, and suddenly Chu Fan awoke, his eyes widening at a breathtaking sight. In the moonlit night, Barbara's remaining garments had vanished, leaving them in an unguarded confrontation. Her fair skin glistened under the moonlight, resembling a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, beautiful and full-figured. Chu Fan felt his throat grow dry, struggling to utter, "Barbara." Barbara shot him a sidelong glance and softly asked, "Am I beautiful?" Chu Fan managed a nod, swallowing hard as he replied, "You're stunning, truly stunning." Without hesitation, he pulled Barbara into his embrace. An hour later, Chu Fan held Barbara contentedly in his arms. "My dear, you are simply amazing. Of course, rest assured. You won't suffer while with me," Barbara replied. At that moment, Chu Fan couldn't help but admire the system's foresight in providing a small umbrella. Causing a commotion in such circumstances would indeed be ill-advised. "My dear, I worked up a sweat earlier. I'd like to wash up. Would you care to join me?" Barbara looked at Chu Fan with a playful glint in her eyes. "Sure, I can help you scrub your back." Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Scrub your back? What does that entail?" Chu Fan suddenly recalled that perhaps this concept of back scrubbing was not familiar to foreigners. Just as he was about to explain, the system chimed in with a notification. "Ding! Host has successfully survived for 1 day and has successfully charmed a female teammate. Blind box quantity 1. Congratulations. You have received 2 blind boxes, now stored in the system space." Overjoyed, Chu Fan realized that these blind boxes were crucial for his survival. He promptly opened one in his mind. "Ding! Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10 sets of custom waterproof attire akin to that of a Sea King from Hextech." Upon hearing the lengthy name of the outfit, which sounded quite impressive, Chu Fan paused, eager to explore its details in his consciousness. This garment is crafted from cutting-edge hex technology, perfectly adapting to the wearer's physique. It boasts waterproof breathability and possesses remarkable thermal insulation properties. Notably, donning this attire will significantly diminish the likelihood of aquatic creatures attacking while submerged, while also enhancing mobility in the water. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This outfit arrived just in time. He promptly retrieved one from his spatial storage and, amidst Barbara's incredulous gaze, donned it. In the next moment, the garment automatically conformed to his form, fitting flawlessly against his body. It even accentuated the contours of his pectorals and abs, rendering him an imposing figure. Indeed, it was custom-tailored for allure. One could only wonder how Barbara would appear in it. Barbara's mouth agape. She momentarily halted her bathing. "Darling, where did you acquire this outfit? Are you a magician? Or have you secretly possessed such attire all along, choosing not to wear it?" Chapter 6. The fully automatic resource collector. With a mischievous grin, Chu Fan produced another item and handed it to Barbara. "Isn't that leather jacket too warm? Try this on instead." Moments later, Barbara donned the new attire, causing Chu Fan's eyes to brighten. This surpasses even the mermaids of the silver screen. As soon as Barbara slipped into the garment, it began to mold to her form, as though tailored specifically for her. The aquamarine outerwear shimmered under the moonlight, resembling a cascade of scales. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary scales of the Azure Dragon. Her long, slender legs exuded an irresistible allure, while most thrilling aspect for Chu Fan was her peach-like, rounded dairy re. The curves of her body seemed to whisper a singular word: perfection. Her golden, cascading curls, juxtaposed against her fair complexion and the moon's glow, appeared almost luminous. "This outfit is splendid. It's not stifling at all." Barbara beamed as she admired herself. "Oh, what's this zipper doing here?" Chu Fan chuckled, amused by her curiosity. "This outfit is quite playful. Could it possibly be crafted by the renowned city of pleasures, Yunga?" After both had worn their new garments for a while, they discovered that the clothing was neither cold nor warm, but remarkably comfortable. Chu Fan smiled and remarked, "Barbara, I'm delighted you made the right choice. As a reward, I permit you to open a blind box." With a flourish of his hand, another blind box materialized before them. "What'll be inside?" Barbara queried, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the box. "I'm uncertain about its contents, but I'm confident it will be useful, so I present this surprise to you. Go ahead and open it." This was also a venture for Chu Fan. He wished to see if the blind box could indeed be opened by another. Moreover, those who indulge in blind boxes are often met with sheer luck. Although Barbara was not of European descent, she was still Caucasian. Perhaps luck would favor her as well. Indeed, women universally delight in unwrapping parcels, regardless of their origin. With enthusiasm, Barbara brought the blind box closer and, encouraged by Chu Fan's gaze, opened it. Beep! Blind box successfully used. Congratulations, you have acquired the fully automatic resource collector. As the announcement echoed, both paused in astonishment. What is this? Chu Fan quickly accessed the system to review the details of the newly acquired fully automatic resource collector. Fully automatic resource collector automatically detects and locks onto resources within a 100-meter radius and issues notifications. When within 10 meters of the target, it can automatically retrieve the resource. Place this collector at the bow of the ship for automatic installation. Note: if the vessel possesses autonomous navigation capabilities, the collector can generate navigation routes, allowing the host to choose to advance toward the target automatically. Upon upgrading the ship, the collector will also adjust its position automatically. Wow, this is extraordinary. Truly, a stroke of luck. Chu Fan never anticipated that Barbara would unbox such a remarkable item on her very first attempt. My dear, I never imagined your luck would be so extraordinary, resulting in such a splendid find. Upon hearing Chu Fan's praise, Barbara's face radiated with joy. Subsequently, Chu Fan extracted the collector and proceeded to one end of the raft to install it. Moments later, a collector resembling a workbench materialized at the bow of the vessel, emanating a distinctive metallic sheen. The collector stood approximately 1.2 meters tall and slightly over a meter wide, occupying half the width of the ship's front. The two approached and touched its surface, confirming it was indeed crafted from metal. Atop the collector was a broad LCD screen displaying the conditions of the sea within a 100-meter radius. System: does this device operate without electricity? Beep. The collector harnesses solar energy, with one charge lasting for 10 days, provided it basks in sunlight for at least 4 hours daily. You may use it with confidence. Understanding this, Chu Fan felt reassured. Just then, the collector emitted a notification. A supply box has been detected 50 meters to the left front, and a route has been generated. Upon hearing this announcement, both individuals glanced at the screen and indeed observed a light gradually moving across the display. Elated, Chu Fan seized a paddle and steered towards the glowing point. Upon approaching within 10 meters, the collector shot forth a grappling line, effortlessly snatching the supply box and hauling it aboard. Impressive, they exclaimed in unison, marveling at the device's efficiency. The process of locating supply boxes had drastically improved, multiplying their effectiveness manifold. Most importantly, this tool would greatly enhance their ability to find supplies from the vastness of the ocean. Relying solely on a naked, I made it all too easy to overlook items. Beep. Supply box successfully retrieved, yielding 2 leather pieces and a special item: seawater separator blueprint. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised to uncover a blueprint. He and Barbara examined the so-called blueprint together. Seawater separator, level 1, capable of separating 1 liter of seawater at a time, yielding 30 grams of salt and 500 milliliters of fresh water. With the appearance of the blueprint, the synthesis platform on their wrist also illuminated. Among the items available for synthesis, the level 1 seawater separator was now listed. Level 1 seawater separator required materials: iron X10, copper X5, charcoal X10, plastic X10. My goodness, the material requirements are quite substantial. Currently, they possessed only 5 units of iron, with none of the other materials in sight. Charcoal could potentially be obtained by burning wood, yet they lacked any means to start fire. The rest of the supplies were completely absent. This posed a significant challenge. It seemed that this device would not be of immediate use. They had already gathered 4 units of leather, needing 6 more, and hoped for a fruitful day ahead. After such an exhausting endeavor, both felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Barbara, let us rest for now. We must continue our search for supplies tomorrow. Very well, my dear. I shall heed your advice. Having spoken, the two embraced and fell into slumber. 5 minutes later, Barbara, her cheeks flushed, remarked, "Darling, did you not say we were going to sleep?" He chuckled. "I am merely examining your zipper. Do be careful not to pinch my thread." Chu Fan mused, "The joy of a dragon rider is beyond your imagination." Chapter 7, Barbara, Charge. As the sun rose once more, Chu Fan gently roused Barbara from slumber. The resilience of this woman was truly remarkable. Despite the considerable exertion of the previous day, she appeared entirely unfazed. Darling, did you know that in our dragon country, there exists a game featuring a hero who shares your name? Oh, really? Is it enjoyable? Indeed, it is the most entertaining game in the world. By the way, let me teach you one of her iconic lines. Barbara, charge. Barbara repeated it twice, managing to capture the essence quite well. Chu Fan chuckled and whispered a few secrets into Barbara's ear. She playfully tapped his shoulder and shot him a teasing glare, saying, "You rascal." After a brief bout of playful banter, they rinsed their mouths with water and prepared for breakfast. In the early hours of the previous night, the automatic resource collector had salvaged 2 supply crates, yielding 10 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, and 1 unit of copper. Chu Fan opened the warehouse to recount the supplies. 42 units of wood, 5 ropes, 1 fishing net, 6 leather pieces, 5 iron, and 1 copper. Upon accessing his wristband, Chu Fan was taken aback by the flood of private messages. "Boss, how much water do you have? Could you spare some?" "Brother, I lack leather, but possess black silk. Can I trade it for some water? I am the mayor of Dongjiang City, young comrade. Any surplus water should be handed over to the organization for centralized distribution. You must adhere to the greater good. So, quickly give me your excess water." "Dragon brother, kid, are you Chu Fan? Why does your name match the one on the documents I found at home? Speak up. Are you the pretty boy my wife is looking for?" With a furrowed brow, Chu Fan sifted through the messages in search of the trading information he desired. Meanwhile, Barbara chimed in, "Chu Fan, look at the World Channel. We've become quite famous." Intrigued by her words, Chu Fan opened the World Channel and indeed found that everyone was discussing something. "Sea King? Is that the name you chose?" He noticed his name associated with the label of the Sea King. In the team information, the squad had been named, yet Chu Fan had not decided on a title, thus leaving it unchanged. Given the current context, it was likely that Barbara had named it. Indeed, just look at our attire and your harpoon. It perfectly embodies the Sea King. In your dragon country's terms, it signifies majesty and power. A wave of amusement washed over Chu Fan, as this girl surely did not realize that Sea King held a different connotation in dragon country. Nevertheless, the name was quite fitting, as his aspiration was indeed to become a Sea King. Currently, the World Channel was abuzz with fervent discussions regarding the Sea King. "Wait, my friends. Whose ship is the Sea King? How is it that you can trade for water so swiftly? Is this some sort of cheat? I spent the entire day yesterday without finding a single drop of fresh water. There is a strong recommendation for the captain of the Sea King to come forth and share their experiences." At this juncture, Chu Fan discerned a pattern. The World Channel displayed only the names of the teams, concealing the identities of the members. In the regional channel, one could not only see the names of the teams, but also the names of each member. At that moment, Chu Fan noticed his inbox lighting up again. Upon opening it, he discovered a friend request from Longue. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the request. Soon, Longue sent a message. "My friend, be honest with me. Are you the pretty boy who fell from the 38th floor?" Chu Fan contemplated for a moment, about to deny it when Longue sent another message. "I have a strong feeling it must be you, as I have encountered many acquaintances in this regional channel. I'm not trying to cause you trouble. I just wanted to let you know that I never intended for you to die. To be frank, that woman has deceived me before, and I had long wished to part ways with her. I brought you in that day with the intention of pulling you back." Seeing that Longue had laid everything bare, Chu Fan felt it was inappropriate to continue hiding. "Longue, I apologize. That day she deceived me into believing she was single. I truly had no idea you two were still married." Longue replied, "So it is you, my brother. Huh, you need not explain. I know what kind of person she is. Rest assured, it's all in the past now. That woman probably doesn't even know where she has ended up. That wretch cannot stand being lonely." Chu Fan pondered for a moment, selected 5 bottles of water, and clicked send. "Longue, you are a straightforward person, so I will not beat around the bush. This water is a small token of my appreciation." "Wow, brother, impressive. So much water. Truly worthy of being my comrade." Chu Fan felt a bit perplexed. "What do you mean by comrade?" Longue continued, "Brother, since you're also straightforward, I want tea hold back. I happen to be out of water. However, I want tea take your water for free. I have a few pieces of leather that I currently do not need, and I'll give them to you. At that moment, a confirmation box popped up on the screen. User to Jihao Longu is trading you leather 5. Trade content. None. Chu Fan hurriedly replied, Longu, how do you have so much leather? You're giving it all to me. One tea you run short? I Longu am fortunate. A match with a fisherman who caught quite a few fish. Killing the fish yields leather, so I am not lacking. Hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated such a strategy. The 5 bottles of water were indeed worth it. All right, thank you, Longu. After which, he clicked the confirmation on the screen, and the 5 units of leather were now in his possession. Finally, he had gathered enough materials to upgrade the raft, and he exchanged an excited glance with Barbara. The sun was gradually rising, and if they remained exposed for too long, they would surely suffer from sunburn. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan accessed the ship information on his wristband, located the upgrade button, and selected the third option. Do you wish to spend wood 10, leather 10? The upgrade effect for the ship will be increase awning, upgrade. In the next moment, the quantity of wood in the warehouse decreased by 10, and the leather went from 11 units to 1. A flash of white light swept across the small raft, appearing for less than a second before vanishing. At this moment, a rain canopy constructed of wood and leather unexpectedly appeared at the other end of the raft. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed, and Barbara joyfully settled beneath the shelter. Chu Fan let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to sit down, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Before him, a raft emerged, gliding towards them. Someone is coming, Chu Fan murmured. Barbara also noticed the raft approaching from the distance, standing up nervously to take a closer look. They both understood that encountering others in such circumstances could be perilous, for at times, humanity itself poses the greatest threat. After a few minutes, they finally discerned the situation aboard the approaching raft. 2 men were visible. One was short with bow legs, while the other was slightly taller, with small eyes and a middle-parted fringe. Both men spotted Barbara behind Chu Fan, and their eyes lit up instantly. The bow-legged man displayed a lewd grin and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, well, a flower girl. The middle-parted man wore a sly expression, rubbing his hands together like a fly, and said, Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Chu Fan's heart sank. He had not anticipated that they would encounter Koreans and Japanese, and a surge of animosity welled up within him. Chapter 8. Meichuan Kuko and Park Guchong Barbara felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she caught sight of the lewd and unabashed gazes from the 2 men. Chu Fan, their stares are making me uncomfortable. Chu Fan pulled Barbara behind him, his voice low and firm. Do you have something to say? At that moment, the man from Sakura Country nodded slightly, a smile on his lips. Esteemed lady, I am Meichuan Kuko, and it is a great honor to make your acquaintance. As he spoke, his gaze relentlessly roamed over Barbara, revealing an unmistakable greed. Meanwhile, the other man, flicking his hair, introduced himself in a tone he deemed charming. I am Park Guchong from Pickle Country. His eyes displayed a similar audacity, completely disregarding Chu Fan's presence. Chu Fan offered a faint smile and turned to Barbara. My dear, these 2 hail from nations that are mere lapdogs to your beautiful country. They have come to pay their respects to their master. Understanding Chu Fan's implication, Barbara let out a laugh, her lively demeanor captivating the attention of both men. Yet, she found them utterly repulsive. With a look of disdain, she regarded the 2 peculiar figures before her, feigning innocence as she blinked and spoke with evident contempt, as if they were nothing more than 2 nauseating flies. The 2 men were undeterred. Meichuan Kuko even displayed a sycophantic grin. Beautiful lady, so you are from the beautiful country. Essentially, we are allies, while this dragon country man is our adversary. Barbara scoffed, what adversary? What does that have to do with me? With that, she deliberately wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck, standing on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, casting a defiant glance at the 2 men. Meichuan Kuko and Park Guchong's eyes widened in disbelief. Their fists clenched tightly. Meichuan Kuko pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Fan, warning, Kid, I advise you to recognize your situation and keep your distance from this beautiful lady. Meanwhile, Park Guchong retracted his hand, speaking in a low tone. We've identified them as the Sea King. This lady is named Barbara, and the Dragon Country man is Chu Fan. Chu Fan, too, gleaned information from his device, noting that their ship was named Yamato. Observing the makeshift shelter already erected on the Sea King, Meichuan Kuko's eyes gleamed with desire. It was only the second day, and he had not anticipated that the Sea King would already be so advanced. If he could seize the ship and claim Barbara for himself, the more he pondered, the more fervent his thoughts became. His gaze towards Barbara intensifying with a fervor that seemed to strip her of her garments with his eyes alone. However, during the initial protection period, they were unable to launch an attack. Park Wuchang raised his fist, declaring, "Chu Fan, you cannot defeat us alone. It would be wise for you to cooperate and surrender Barbara to us. Perhaps we might show mercy and allow you to serve as our shipwright." Meichuan Kuko displayed a cruel smile, adding, "Otherwise, I shall simply sink you into these depths." The fervor in their eyes suggested they could already envision themselves aboard the Sea King, embracing Barbara in triumph. Chu Fan cast a cold gaze upon them, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently patted Barbara's hand, signaling her not to worry, then stepped forward slowly, his eyes sharp as blades. "You lot, do you truly believe you are worthy?" The atmosphere instantly tensed, akin to a taut bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. Barbara stood behind Chu Fan, feeling the formidable aura emanating from him, her heart a mix of anxiety and reassurance. At that moment, she realized this was the man she admired. Perhaps this game was not so bad after all, having bestowed upon her such a remarkable partner. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Wuchang were taken aback by Chu Fan's audacity to confront them directly. Meichuan Kuzi's eyes turned icy, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Very well, Chu Fan. In 2 days, you shall regret your words." Park Wuchang raised his fist again, his face a mask of provocation. Unfazed, Chu Fan led Barbara back into the cabin. Fortunately, they were under a shelter. Otherwise, any actions they took would be exposed to those two loathsome flies. However, Chu Fan had underestimated the depths of their repulsiveness. For the next half-day, no matter where Chu Fan and Barbara went, those two lingered behind them like shadows. Let them be. We must focus on gathering supplies, Chu Fan thought, aware that the true test would come after the protection period ended. The relationship between the Sakura Nation and the Dragon Nation had long been adversarial, igniting within both Meichuan Kuzi and Chu Fan a desire to eliminate one another. While the Kimchi Nation bore no deep-seated animosity towards the Dragon Nation, its citizens, perhaps due to an overindulgence in kimchi, were prone to engage in actions that offended the Dragon Nation. Theft of traditional culture, claiming heritage rights, and even depicting the illustrious Emperor Li Shimin as blind in one eye in films from their land. These absurdities had often left Chu Fan exasperated with laughter. Now, these fools sought to unite with the invaders to seize his ship and his woman, even plotting his demise. It seemed old grievances and new enmities would converge. Yet, Chu Fan was acutely aware that, given his current strength, defeating these two would not be an easy feat. Barbara voiced her concerns. "Darling, what should we do? Those two keep following us. Perhaps we should offer them some water to make them leave?" Chu Fan shook his head. "Barbara, you do not understand how shameless the people of Sakura and Kimchi are. If we give them water, they will only think we are afraid." "What then, dear? I do not wish for you to be in danger." Touched by her words, Chu Fan embraced Barbara, whispering softly, "Do not fear. I am not one to be trifled with. If it comes to it, I will fight them." Barbara, hearing the gravity in his tone, felt her worry deepen. After all, Chu Fan was her first man, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he would be her only. She could not bear the thought of him coming to harm. Moreover, the prospect of submitting to those two repugnant individuals was far worse than death. Resolving herself, she silently vowed, "Chu Fan, if anything happens to you, I shall not survive either." Chu Fan's heart was once again stirred by a wave of tenderness as he smiled and gently caressed her pristine face. What is there to fear? There's still a day left. The outcome remains uncertain. At that moment, the resource collector at the bow of the boat emitted a notification. Ding! Resource box detected. Location: 12 meters underwater. This revelation astonished Chu Fan, as he had not anticipated the presence of a resource box beneath the waves. Moreover, being situated just beyond the 10-meter mark rendered the collector incapable of retrieving it automatically. It seemed he would have to dive down himself to acquire it. Had this been yesterday, Chu Fan might have hesitated at the thought of submerging himself to such depths. For 12 meters underwater is not a depth easily traversed by the average person. However, ever since the appearance of those loathsome flies, he had reminded himself that this world is fraught with peril, and one must employ every means to enhance their capabilities. Furthermore, the mere fact that this box was located underwater suggested it might contain something extraordinary. As the old adage goes, the timid starve, while the bold may overindulge. Besides, considering it was still within the novice protection period, he could not afford to be timid. Thus, he resolved to claim that box for himself. Chapter 9. The Underwater Treasure Chest. No, Chu Fan, it's too dangerous in the water. You cannot go down. Upon hearing that Chu Fan intended to dive, Barbara's immediate reaction was one of disapproval. Chu Fan, with a warm smile, placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and reassured her, "Barbara, do not worry. I am well aware of my limits. It is still the novice protection period, so there is no imminent danger." But what if? Barbara's concern lingered. Unfazed, Chu Fan waved the 2 hemp ropes in his hand, items he had obtained from the supply crate the previous day. By tying these 2 ropes together and securing them around my waist, if any danger arises, I shall tug on the rope, and you can pull me back up. After a little more reassurance, Barbara, seeing Chu Fan's determination, ceased her protests. With her own hands, she secured the hemp rope around his waist and bestowed upon him a fervent kiss on the cheek. "Be careful, my dragon knight." With a playful grin, Chu Fan then leaped into the sea from one end of the raft, clearly spotting the location of the treasure chest, while Barbara anxiously gazed at the water surface. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang, who had been accompanying them, immediately noticed the commotion. Park Guochang watched as Chu Fan vanished beneath the waves, while the alluring Barbara leaned over the ship's edge, unable to conceal her fervor. "Mr. Meichuan, what do you think Chu Fan is up to?" Meichuan Kuzi, equally puzzled, shook his head and replied, "I can't say for sure. Let us observe the situation." After a moment's contemplation, Park Guochang whispered, "Do you think Chu Fan is trying to sneak away?" Meichuan Kuzi smirked inwardly, finding Park Guochang rather foolish. "Rest assured, my dear brother Park, this vast ocean means that if Chu Fan were to abandon this ship, survival would be impossible. Moreover," pausing for effect, Meichuan Kuzi added with a grin, "if he truly did run away, how delightful it would be. The day after tomorrow, we shall simply seize his Sea King vessel along with this exquisite creature." Upon hearing this, Park Guochang nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Mr. Meichuan speaks wisely. This woman is truly beautiful. I would even drink her bathwater." With a frown, Meichuan Kuzi retorted, "Baka, you are mistaken. Barbara is mine." Park Guochang, with a pained expression, inquired, "Then what am I to do, Mr. Meichuan?" Producing an object from his pocket, Meichuan Kuzi waved it before Park Guochang's eyes, proclaiming, "Tomorrow, I shall gift you this. It is a lifelike one replica of our most popular actress from Sakura country. Surely, you will be satisfied." Upon seeing the artifact, Park Guochang's face lit up with joy, completely unfazed by the peculiar substance adhering to it. "Marvelous. I adore her, yes." Meanwhile, underwater, as soon as Chu Fan plunged into the depths, he sensed something extraordinary. Though he had dived before, he had never been able to descend so effortlessly to a depth of 3 to 4 meters as he did today. It must be the effect of this outfit. He recalled that when he first acquired the Sea King attire, the system had mentioned that wearing it would enhance his speed in water and reduce the likelihood of being attacked by aquatic creatures. Feeling the coarse rope around his waist, Chu Fan continued his descent into the depths. The visibility underwater was far better than he had anticipated. Theoretically, at such a depth, sunlight should be absent. However, the aquatic life here was teeming with a myriad of fish, some radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the surroundings considerably. Chu Fan held his breath and propelled himself downward, feeling the increasing pressure as he descended, while the creatures around him grew increasingly colossal. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment. Below him lay a massive shadow, motionless in the water. The enormity of the shadow rendered him incapable of discerning its full shape. Its silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a dinosaur from ancient times. A primal fear surged through his veins. He had no doubt that this creature could end his life with the slightest exhalation. What manner of being was this? Chu Fan wished to avoid awakening the beast and sought to slip away quietly, but in the next moment, he was captivated. There, beside the claws of the colossal dragon, glinted a treasure chest with a metallic sheen. One extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, the supply boxes he had discovered yesterday were predominantly wooden, and this one was undeniably metallic. Chu Fan was almost certain that the contents of this chest were of exceptional significance. Regardless, he was still within the grace period. Besides, having come this far, how could he possibly abandon his endeavor? At that moment, his breath was nearly spent, leaving no room for hesitation. Summoning his courage, he swam directly towards the location of the chest. Just as his hands grasped the treasure, he felt as though death itself had fixated upon him. Slowly turning his head, he discovered that the slumbering dragon had suddenly opened its eyes. The dragon regarded the inconsequential human intruder with an unwavering gaze. A mere look sending chills down Chu Fan's spine. At that moment, he could only silently plead, "O mighty dragon, you have no need of this. I shall take it." He then embraced the chest, tugged at the rope around his waist, and began to swim upward with all his might. Enraged, the dragon opened its massive jaws, drawing Chu Fan and the surrounding water towards it. Chu Fan instantly felt an overwhelming force preventing him from ascending even a fraction. In fact, he was being pulled closer to the dragon. While the grace period might protect him from death, being swallowed whole would render escape nearly impossible. Chu Fan cursed under his breath, "O great dragon, this chest would serve you no purpose. Why must you press me so?" Yet the dragon seemed determined to not let him go, maintaining its terrifying suction, dragging Chu Fan and the treasure chest downward. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained unable to escape the relentless pull. As he neared the dragon's maw, he could already see its razor-sharp teeth gleaming like blades. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a tightening around his waist, followed by a force that tugged him upwards, causing him to momentarily pause in proximity to the colossal dragon. In that precious second, it seemed that the dragon's breath had reached its limit, and Chu Fan silently mused, "Barbara, you truly are my goddess." Seizing the opportunity while the dragon paused to inhale, Chu Fan harnessed the strength imparted by Barbara's pull and exerted himself to swim upwards with all his might. Meanwhile, the dragon appeared unwilling to concede defeat. It flipped over and pursued Chu Fan relentlessly from behind. Chapter 10. The premature end of the protection period. Barbara's strength was still limited. She simply could not pull Chu Fan up. The colossal dragon rolled over, once again opening its gaping maw, and the seawater around Chu Fan instantly transformed into a cage, dragging him deeper into the abyss. Chu Fan felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. He had been submerged for far too long, and although the Sea King's suit granted him some protection, it was evident that he had exceeded his limits. Was this truly the end? Barbara would surely be heartbroken. To be loved by someone, this was what it felt like. As an orphan, he had always been unencumbered. Yet at this moment, he finally grasped the most precious thing in the human experience. How could he accept such a fate? Just at this critical juncture, a rope materialized from thin air, wrapping around the treasure chest in Chu Fan's embrace. Stunned, he barely had time to comprehend the situation before he was yanked upward with tremendous force. The automatic resource collector. It turned out that when Barbara had exerted herself to pull him, he had ascended over 2 meters, just within the range of the resource collection box. A product of the system is undoubtedly of superior quality. This automatic resource collector seemed to defy the immense suction exerted by the dragon, and even the small raft remained unaffected by the powerful currents below. Soon, Chu Fan felt a lightness envelop him, finally escaping the watery prison that threatened to restrain him. With a splash, he regained his senses and realized he had been dragged above the surface, fresh air rushing to meet him. He opened his mouth wide, kneeling on the raft as he gulped in the oxygen. The golden treasure chest fell from his grasp, landing securely in the center of the raft. However, Barbara completely ignored the chest and rushed to embrace Chu Fan. "Darling, are you all right?" You scare me to death. It turned out that Barbara had sensed the signal from Chu Fan pulling on the rope and had quickly attempted to haul him upward. But after only a couple of tugs, she noticed something was amiss beneath the surface. Before she could react, she was horrified to discover that the rope had snapped. This left her in a state of sheer panic. But fortunately, at that critical moment, the automatic resource collector came to the rescue. Chu Fan finally regained his composure, yet he did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he fixated on the surface of the water. The dragon would undoubtedly not relent and would pursue them. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang had been closely monitoring the situation aboard the Sea King. Upon seeing Chu Fan emerge from the water, clutching the golden treasure chest, their eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed a golden chest. It must contain extraordinary treasures. Exchanging glances, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang swiftly maneuvered their boat closer to the Sea King, shouting as they paddled. "Hey, Dragon Kingdom kid, what's in that chest? Hand it over, and I can guarantee your safety." To their surprise, Chu Fan completely ignored them, swiftly retrieving the broken rope to securely tie himself and Barbara together on the raft. Barbara, perplexed, inquired, "Darling, what are you doing?" Mai Huan Kushi, noticing Chu Fan's silence, felt a surge of irritation. "Hey, you there. I'm talking to you. You insolent brat. How dare you disregard us?" At this moment, Chu Fan witnessed the dark shadow about to breach the surface of the water and exclaimed, "Idiot!" Meichuan Kuzi yelled out angrily, just as a tremendous force surged from below his feet. Boom! The Yamato was entirely lifted into the air. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang, caught completely off guard, were hurled from the raft. However, Chu Fan and Barbara, having anticipated this, merely got drenched and were not thrown overboard. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of seawater, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang hurriedly swam back to the raft. Just as they were about to unleash a torrent of curses, they beheld a breathtaking sight. A colossal black dragon emerged between the two rafts, half of its body rising from the water like a small mountain. Its two yellow eyes glowed like enormous lanterns, fixated on the Sea King and the treasure chest aboard it. S. Dragon. It's a dragon. Meichuan Kuzi could not help but exclaim. Chu Fan furrowed his brow in surprise, not expecting the dragon to be so formidable. Just then, the dragon opened its massive mouth and lunged towards Chu Fan on the Sea King. Barbara let out a terrified scream, gripping Chu Fan's arm tightly. After a brief moment of panic, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang's faces lit up with wild joy. Hopefully, this dragon would devour that man from Dragon Country, allowing them to seize control of the Sea King and Barbara. Yet, Chu Fan fixed his gaze intently on the dragon. He was wagering. Indeed, just when everyone thought Chu Fan would be devoured by the dragon, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! The beam struck the dragon fiercely, causing it to roar and crash back into the sea, creating a massive wave. The dragon seemed unwilling to concede, letting out a roar towards the sky. Casting one last glance at Chu Fan and the treasure chest in his arms, before begrudgingly sinking into the depths. At this moment, Chu Fan finally regained his composure, feeling his legs weaken, but fortunately, Barbara supported him. He had won his bet. The 3-day protection period was an immutable rule of this world, one the dragon could not defy. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang's expressions darkened, not expecting Chu Fan to survive such an ordeal. However, it confirmed their suspicions that the treasure chest contained a significant secret, or else the dragon would not have pursued them. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky once more. Detection indicates a player has triggered a rule beyond the established limits. The 3-day protection period will conclude early. Notification. Time remaining until the end of the protection period. 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 29 seconds. This sudden announcement left all 4 individuals stunned. After a moment, Chu Fan was the first to regain his senses. Wow, I didn't know such a thing was possible. Although Barbara was shocked, she not only did not blame Chu Fan, but felt a surge of excitement. Truly, he was my man, capable of shaking the very foundations of the rules. Clearly, he was the chosen one. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted in furious shouts. Chu Fan, behold the consequences of your actions. You must take responsibility for your deeds. Indeed, you are the scourge of the people and should atone through self-disembowelment. Chu Fan scoffed, stating, self-disembowelment? That is a tradition of your cherry blossom nation. We of the Dragon Nation do not adhere to such customs. After a brief pause, he continued, as for your claim that I have wronged everyone, I must apologize. This is a world of survival, and I'm only accountable to myself and my woman. The affairs of others are of no concern to me. Chapter 11. If you dare come and bite me, I am only responsible for myself and my woman. Others are none of my concern. Upon uttering these words, Chu Fan rendered Barbara utterly entranced, her gaze upon him almost lustrous with admiration. Such charisma, such might. This was the man deserving of my affection. My dear you, after a brief moment of shock, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Gochang seethed with indignation. I shall broadcast your transgressions across the regional channel, so that all may condemn you. With that, they activated their wrist devices and began typing furiously. Minasan, this is Mei Chuan of the Yamato. I know the culprit behind the premature termination of the protection period. It is none other than Chu Fan of the Neptune. Indeed, this is Park Gochang of the Yamato. And I can attest that Mr. Mei Chuan speaks the truth. Following a fleeting silence within the regional channel, a torrent of messages inundated the space. What on earth is Chu Fan doing? He is making everyone pay for his mistakes, right? I was considering aligning with him, yet I never expected him to be this kind of person. Damn it, where is Chu Fan? He must come forth and apologize. However, a minority of voices refrained from cursing Chu Fan, offering a different perspective. Dragon brother, everyone, do not be deceived. One of these speakers is a little devil, and the other is a little stick. Winter Snow, do not blame Chu Fan. The fault lies with this cursed game, not with him. Fuel Nina, compared to those who inadvertently trigger the rules. These two who intentionally incite hatred are far more despicable. Minotaur, what is there to criticize? My wife is on that ship ahead. May this wretched protection period end swiftly. I wish to obliterate the black devils aboard that vessel. Yet, these voices were swiftly drowned out by a tidal wave of messages. Barbara, having caught sight of these exchanges, gently grasped Chu Fan's hand, conveying a simple message. Regardless of what others say, I stand by you. Chu Fan smiled, patting Barbara's delicate hand reassuringly. Do not fear. He had no time to concern himself with the chatter in the regional channel. If they dared, they could come and bite him. His primary interest lay in the golden treasure chest retrieved from the depths. He was eager to discover its contents. Chu Fan carried the chest into the cabin, and Barbara followed suit. This left Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Gochang in a frenzy of curiosity. They too wished to unveil the treasures within. Chu Fan, you cannot be so selfish. We were caught in your predicament and just faced an assault from the great dragon. We deserve half of whatever lies within that chest. Chu Fan disregarded their pleas, focusing his mind as he opened the chest. In an instant, a beam of golden light erupted from the chest, illuminating the entire sky. Mei Chuan Kuzi's expression shifted dramatically. What? It's a golden legend. Park Gochang was equally astounded. Damn it, Chu Fan, you are deliberately withholding our view. Inside the cabin, both Chu Fan and Barbara were equally astonished, taken aback by the magnitude of the commotion. As the golden light dissipated, they finally discerned the contents of the chest. Within lay a map, 3 gold coins, and a sword. Nothing more. What is this? To his dismay, Chu Fan found that after all his efforts, he had only retrieved a few items. He first picked up 3 coins, which were ordinary, embossed with the image of a dragon. Were these coins to exist on Earth, they would likely hold significant value. However, at this moment, Chu Fan was uncertain of their worth in this realm. He tossed the 3 coins into the warehouse and examined the sword he had acquired. It appeared remarkably sharp, emanating an aura of formidable intimidation, yet its precise utility eluded him. The only item that remained was a map. He handed the short sword to Barbara, who was in need of a weapon, as its weight was perfectly suited for her. Meanwhile, he unfurled the map before him. It depicted a route leading directly to a small island, marked in crimson ink with a large cross at its center, reminiscent of a medieval treasure map. Could this be a treasure map? Unfortunately, in this world devoid of the Big Dipper or GPS, he had no idea of his current location. Aside from a sword, it seemed there was nothing available for immediate use. Chu Fan felt a pang of frustration. After taking such risks, this was all he had to show for it. It felt like a significant loss. Thus, he resolved to continue gathering supplies, for the adversaries outside were still lurking with intent. As the ship, the Sea King, began to move, Meichuan Kuzi and his companion instantly followed suit, akin to a bothersome fly, refusing to relent. Quickly, there's a supply crate ahead. Let us seize it before they do. Meichuan Kuzi commanded, pointing to a wooden box floating approximately 30 meters away in the ocean, directing Park Guochang. This crate was evidently closer to their ship, the Yamato, and although Chu Fan was also rowing in that direction, the Yamato would undoubtedly reach it first. Finally, through Park Guochang's vigorous rowing, the Yamato successfully approached the supply crate, now less than 2 meters away. Meanwhile, the Sea King lagged a full 10 meters from the wooden box. The exhilaration of intercepting, it was exhilarating. Huh, Chu Fan, you think you can compete with me? Let me show you. Meichuan Kuzi cackled, but his laughter was abruptly stifled, akin to a duck whose neck had been grasped, producing a garbled sound. Suddenly, from the Sea King, a rope shot forth, agile as a hand, swiftly grasping the crate that was within reach. No! Meichuan Kuzi exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the crate was pulled back to the Sea King. Meanwhile, an exhausted Park Guochang nearly erupted in frustration. Chu Fan, you must be cheating. Chu Fan retorted, come at me if you dare. Success. Supply crate acquired. Wood X10, iron X2. Supply crate retrieval successful. Wood X1. Thus, Chu Fan and Barbara continued to gather supply crates upon the sea, while the Yamato, trailing behind them, had yet to seize a single crate. Chu Fan, just you wait. In 2 hours, I shall ensure your demise. Meichuan Kuzi seethed, her teeth gnashing in frustration, particularly as she witnessed Chu Fan stealing a moment to engage in a passionate French kiss with Barbara, which only fueled her ire. Glancing back, she spotted Park Guochang, whose expression resembled that of someone in distress, which further exacerbated her anger. Damn it, how can this guy be so fortunate, pairing up with such a beauty right from the start? Meanwhile, I, an elite of the Sakura Empire, am stuck with a blockhead from Kimchi Nation, unbeknownst to them. Less than 2 kilometers away, 2 wooden rafts were laboriously pursuing them. Chapter 12. The Liu siblings upon a wooden raft, 2 robust men, bare-chested, exerted themselves vigorously as they paddled, pursuing the vessels of Sea King and Yamato ahead. They were not far from the spot, and, having witnessed the beam of light that had recently pierced the sky, they surmised that something significant was transpiring. With the hope of seizing some advantage, they hastened towards the source. Both men bore fierce visages. One had a scar etched across the right side of his face, extending to the corner of his eye, which rendered him even more menacing. His muscular physique clearly indicated his prowess in combat and valor. Brother, we shall soon catch up to the ship ahead, one exclaimed. Do you think they truly possess valuable goods? The scar man licked his lips and replied with a cold smirk. Remember, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. There is no swifter way to gain treasure than to seize it from the sea, rather than fishing it out from the depths. The younger man nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, elder brother. The scarred man continued. Moreover, the light that appeared moments ago has likely concluded its protective phase. If you think these events are unrelated, I would not believe you even if you were to swear on it. If my intuition serves me right, the vessel ahead must be the Sea King. The younger man gave a thumbs up, declaring, Brother, you are indeed insightful. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he swallowed hard, gesturing with his mouth. Brother, that woman is exceptionally beautiful. At this, the scarred man turned his gaze and indeed saw a wooden raft less than 20 meters away, heading in the same direction as theirs. On this raft were a man and a woman, the man stout and dark-skinned, laboring to paddle, while the woman donned a figure-hugging, fiery red chi-pao that accentuated her exquisite figure to perfection. The chi-pao featured a side slit that extended from her black high heels up to her thigh, rendering her long, slender legs partially visible. Her delicate face boasted perfectly sculpted features, undoubtedly marking her as an exceptional beauty. Accustomed to the sights of the world, the scar man could not help but exclaim, Indeed, remarkable. Old Six, strive a little harder, and I shall arrange for her to become your sister-in-law. Meanwhile, on the other vessel, Lu Ruoyan spotted the men on the raft, but did not linger her gaze, remaining focused on the ships ahead. The man rowing spoke up, "Sister, those individuals do not appear to be of good character. Should we keep our distance?" This was Lu Ruoyan's younger brother, Lu Shangfei. By a twist of fate, they had been transported together and found themselves on the same boat. Lu Ruoyan replied coolly, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Continue pursuing the two ships ahead." Lu Shangfei muttered under his breath, "Easier said than done. If you're so capable, why not take the oars yourself?" Lu Ruoyan's gaze hardened as she retorted, "What are you murmuring about?" "Nothing, nothing." Lu Shangfei quickly replied, "I meant to say that I will paddle with all my might." He inwardly lamented, recognizing that his sister, possessing a beauty that could be likened to a national treasure, was the belle of her school, pursued by countless admirers. Yet, she remained an aloof, ice queen, indifferent to everyone and everything, which had left her perpetually unattached. Most importantly, she had acquired a remarkable set of skills, and when it came to disciplining her younger brother, she spared no effort. Thus, upon noticing a frown on his sister's brow, he immediately complied, behaving like a docile kitten. It was imperative that she find a suitable man to marry. Otherwise, he would have to endure her relentless reprimands indefinitely. At the same time, Lu Ruoyan was consumed with worry. She knew her brother all too well. His impulsive temperament and naive kindness rendered him a perpetual child. This was no harmonious society. It was a stark struggle for survival, and his disposition would make it exceedingly difficult for him to thrive. Ultimately, she was merely a woman, and in certain respects, she could not compete with men. Therefore, to ensure their survival in this world, it was essential to find a dependable partner. Moments earlier, the siblings had also witnessed a beam of light in the sky, igniting their curiosity about who had caused such a commotion. Lu Ruoyan noticed the scarred man's vessel and recognized the unabashed gazes of the two men directed at her. However, she remained largely unfazed, having encountered such leering eyes far too often to be startled by them. As the final rays of the setting sun vanished, Lu Ruoyan and the scarred man's two ships finally caught up with the Sea King and the Yamato. They witnessed the Sea King discharge a rope, deftly retrieving a supply crate from 10 meters away. Lu Ruoyan and her brother were momentarily taken aback, while the scarred man and the sixth man, after a brief period of astonishment, exhibited an unmistakable glimmer of greed in their eyes. Chu Fan also noticed the arrival of the two additional ships, aside from Lu Ruoyan, who compelled him to steal a few glances. He chose to disregard the others. Meichuan Kuzi watched in frustration as the supplies he had been coveting were taken away one by one. At that moment, he heard Park Guchang exclaim, "What a stunning woman!" Upon hearing this, Meichuan Kuzi turned to see Lu Ruoyan standing at the bow, as captivating as a statue, radiating an enchanting beauty that rivaled even Barbara. Instantly, his eyes sparkled. Indeed, this woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding a regal and chilling aura that compelled him to kneel. "Oh, another beauty has arrived, and she is all mine." However, he soon noticed the scarred man and the sixth man, recognizing their unfriendly demeanor. With a quick twist of thought, Meichuan Kuzi addressed the scarred man. "Brother, I am Meichuan Kuzi, captain of the Yamato." The scarred man slightly furrowed his brow and whispered, "Japanese?" Ignoring the remark, Meichuan Kuzi continued, "Brother, your timing is impeccable. This individual before us is Chu Fan, the one responsible for the premature end of the protection period. We should unite to eliminate such a selfish person. As for the goods on his ship, aside from this woman, feel free to select whatever you desire. What do you say?" With a smile plastered across his face, Meichuan Kuzi looked at the scarred man, all the while secretly plotting. Once he succeeded, he would eliminate the two men without hesitation. "These two women belong to me, and everything aboard the Aquaman is also mine." Scar glanced at Barbara on the Aquaman and was momentarily struck by her beauty. No wonder that young man was so keen on possessing this woman. However, he was not one to suffer losses easily, so he raised his voice and declared, "I wouldn't mind collaborating with you, but I must also savor this woman's allure. I've never ridden a foreign steed before." Meichuan Kuzi paused for a moment, then broke into an exceedingly lewd grin. "It seems this brother shares my interests. I agree. And perhaps we can invite the lady beside us to partake in a more communal endeavor. His words left everyone momentarily stunned, true to form. The young man's thoughts were perpetually perverse. Lu Ruyan, clearly grasping the insinuation, coldly retorted, "You seek death." At that moment, a voice finally resonated from the horizon. Ding! The protection period has ended. Please commence your journey officially. Chapter 13. Universal Rewards. As the voice in the sky faded, an uproar of curses erupted in the regional channel. This Chu Fan is truly a disgrace. If I ever encounter him, he shall pay dearly. Just then, the voice in the sky resounded once more. Congratulations to Region 10087 for being the first in the entire server to conclude the protection period. All vessels within the region shall be upgraded to Level 2. As the announcement concluded, countless rafts in Chu Fan's vicinity began to shimmer with light. His wristband also illuminated. Current vessels are eligible for a level upgrade. Please select your upgrade direction. 1. Increase the area, doubling the vessel's current size. 2. Change the vessel type, maintaining the same size. Transforming the raft into a small fishing boat. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Barbara's affirming gaze upon him, he declared his choice. 2. I choose option 2. Despite the raft's potential size, it remained merely a raft. With only the two of them aboard, space was ample. Altering the vessel type seemed far more pragmatic. No sooner had he spoken than a white light enveloped the vessel beneath their feet. When the light dissipated, they found themselves no longer standing on a raft, but rather upon a fishing boat crafted from wood. More importantly, due to a prior upgrade to the boat's canopy, this new vessel had transformed into a traditional black awning boat. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This was indeed a remarkable gain. Had he pursued the upgrade on his own, it would have required a considerable amount of leather and wood. The other 3 boats nearby also completed their upgrades, and, as expected, they opted for a change in vessel type. After all, rafts always conveyed a sense of insecurity, while small fishing boats were significantly more reassuring. Lu Ruyan gazed at the Sea King vessel, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, as if pondering something profound. Wow, Brother Fan is incredible. I was just fretting over finding materials to upgrade the boat. Indeed, who would have thought that being the first to end the protection period would allow for a free vessel upgrade? Longa remarked, "What did I say? Those who just criticized Chu Fan. Are you not feeling the sting of your own words now?" Dong Tian Shui added, "Exactly. If you lot were given an extra day of protection, you probably still wouldn't manage an upgrade. You've truly missed a great opportunity." Fu Lining Enya chimed in, "I had lost all hope, but thankfully there's Chu Fan. I'm in awe, truly." At that moment, within the waters of Region 10087, countless individuals felt a burning embarrassment wash over them. The slap of reality had come swiftly. Just moments ago, they had been cursing Chu Fan, and now, everyone reaped tangible benefits thanks to him. After a brief silence in the regional channel, someone finally spoke up. "Whoever insulted my brother Fan, I will not tolerate it. From now on, Chu Fan is my elder brother. Chu Fan is my godfather. Well done, father. Anyone who defies you will face my wrath." To which someone from above retorted, "Have you no shame? I am the good son of father." At that moment, a man identified as the harmonious little flyer chimed in. "What are you all saying? Chu Fan is my brother-in-law. I intend to marry my sister off to him. Above, your sister must surely resemble a dinosaur." Haha, indeed. Little Peter Pan felt a sense of urgency. "That's not true. My sister is truly beautiful." Ouch. "Sister, please let go." Lu Ruyan reluctantly released her grip on her younger brother's ear. Although she preferred not to engage in conversations in the regional channel, it did not imply that she was oblivious to the happenings. Lu Shangfei, what nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, her vessel was aptly named the Harmony. And this little Peter Pan was none other than her younger brother, Lu Shangfei. Lu Shangfei chuckled, ready to speak, when suddenly, a voice resonated from the sky once more. "Congratulations to the Poseidon for achieving first place in resource acquisition during the protection period. The Poseidon shall be upgraded by 1 level from its current status." No sooner had the announcement concluded than the wristbands of Chu Fan and Barbara chimed again. "Congratulations. You have received an opportunity to upgrade your vessel. Please choose your upgrade direction. 1. Upgrade the vessel size to a medium fishing boat, enhancing comfort and safety. 2. Upgrade the vessel's power system, adding sails. Chu Fan pondered for less than 3 seconds before making his choice. He opted for option 2, while option 1 sounded appealing. A larger boat would be impractical for manual rowing. Thus, prioritizing the upgrade of the power system was the wisest course of action. With Chu Fan's decision, a tall mast emerged from the center of the Poseidon. However, as there was no wind at the moment, sailing away would have to wait. All rewards have been distributed. From now on, the danger level of the resource boxes you encounter will significantly increase. Islands and ships may appear on the sea, presenting both opportunities and risks. Defeating the owners of other vessels will grant you their resources and a substantial amount of experience. Experience points can be directly used to upgrade your vessel. A chill ran through Chu Fan's heart. This was a clear encouragement for mutual attacks. This game was indeed not as benevolent as it seemed. At that moment, Barbara suddenly exclaimed, "Chu Fan, they're coming." Chu Fan turned to see the Day and Scar boats, which had been tailing them, now encircling them. "Chu Fan, thank you for your efforts. Now, your ship and your woman are both mine." Meichuan Kuzi licked his lips, eyeing the alluring Barbara beside Chu Fan with a look of excitement. Scar and his accomplice soon joined the fray. With no barriers left, the four quickly boarded the Poseidon, surrounding Chu Fan and Barbara. Scar glanced at the automatic resource collector at the bow and the towering mast, instantly filled with greedy desire. At that moment, Lu Shangfei shouted, "What are you doing? Chu Fan has helped everyone immensely. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" Meichuan Kuzi wore a cruel smile. "Chu Fan has robbed me of countless resources along the way, and isn't there an ancient saying in your culture? A man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Chu Fan is utterly unworthy of such a fine ship, let alone such a beautiful lady." Lu Shangfei was enraged. The Japanese had always been ruthless beasts, unworthy of being classified as human. He turned to Scar and exclaimed, "What about you? We are all from Huaxia. How can you ally with the little devils to oppress your own people?" Scar, grinning menacingly, brandished a sharp dagger and contemptuously replied, "Killing and arson are but a golden belt, my young brother. Do not rush. Your turn will come shortly." As he spoke, his blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan, who remained unfazed, her expression calm as she gazed in their direction. Chu Fan drew his Poseidon trident, while Barbara unsheathed her sword, standing resolutely against the four adversaries. Meichuan Kuzi chuckled, "It is futile. Any struggle on your part is in vain." Unbeknownst to everyone, Meichuan Kuzi was, in fact, a world champion in karate, which was the primary reason Park Guochang held him in such high regard. He believed that Chu Fan before him was no match for him. Had he not feared unnecessary complications, he would not have bothered partnering with Scar at all. This ship, all its supplies, and these two beautiful women were destined to belong solely to Meichuan Kuzi. Chapter 14. The equality of all beings. Meichuan Kuzi cast a disdainful glance at the weapon in Chu Fan's hand. "You are always boasting about the prowess of Dragon Country's martial arts. Yet to me, it is merely an empty reputation. The strongest martial arts in the world belong to our great Sakura Empire's karate." Scarface, growing impatient, urged, "Enough of this nonsense, swiftly deal with him." Chu Fan's gaze grew icy. Though he had never studied martial arts, he understood that he must not show weakness at this moment. Meanwhile, Park Guochang and Old Six stealthily advanced towards Barbara, their faces twisted in sinister grins. Despite wielding a sword, Barbara was no match for the two burly men. Within mere moments, her sword was knocked from her grasp and clattered onto the deck. Park Guochang and Old Six leered as they reached out to seize Barbara. Her face drained of color as she let out a terrified gasp. Chu Fan's heart raced, just as he was about to rush over. He found his path obstructed by Meichuan Kuzi. "Chu Fan, do not be hasty. Your opponent is me." Furious, Chu Fan spat, "Damn it. I will make you pay. You little devil." Just as Barbara was about to fall into the clutches of the two men, an arrow suddenly shot in from nowhere, piercing Old Six's eye socket. Old Six screamed in agony, his body tumbling backward, motionless thereafter. Park Guochang was taken aback by the sudden arrow, stumbling backward in shock. Scarface, witnessing the demise of his underling, was consumed by rage. Turning around, he laid eyes on the composed Lu Ruyan, bow in hand, still poised for another shot. Little vixen, it was you. The arrow had indeed been loosed by Lu Ruyan, an avid archer and former member of the Jiangsheng Archery Club. Fortuitously, when she had been transported, she had been tending to her bow, which had accompanied her in the transfer. The only drawback was that she possessed but a single arrow. Once used, her bow would be rendered temporarily useless. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. Even Chu Fan, engaged in combat with Meichuan Kuzi, was momentarily stunned. Not expecting the woman in the Chong Sam to assist him, Barbara, still shaken, patted her heaving chest and exclaimed, "Thank you." Lu Ruyan replied with calm composure, "Do not thank me. Aiding you is tantamount to aiding myself. We should first consider how to deal with these two." Chu Fan was taken aback. This woman maintained such calmness under duress, earning his respect. Yet Lu Ruyan was right. Now was not the time for contemplation. They needed a strategy to handle the two adversaries before them. At that moment, a sharp pain struck Chu Fan's abdomen, and he was sent flying backward. Boom! He crashed against the cabin wall and fell to the ground, prompting Barbara to rush to his side. "Chu Fan, are you all right?" Chu Fan shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Meichuan Kuzi retracted his kicked leg, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Well then, the game ends here. Scarface, his life is in your hands now. What say you?" At this moment, Scar, fueled by the death of his sixth brother, seethed with rage. Upon hearing those words, he immediately declared, "Very well. How dare you kill my people? I am incredibly furious right now." With that, he brandished his knife and lunged at Chu Fan. Lu Ruyan quickly restrained the eager Lu Shangfei, her heart heavy with foreboding. It seemed prudent to prepare for a hasty retreat. Barbara's face was etched with despair. Beep. Detecting that the host has successfully survived for one day, rewards are being distributed. Beep. Rewards have been successfully distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 mystery boxes. Chu Fan was overjoyed. He had been stalling for time, eagerly awaiting this moment. His fate hung in the balance, contingent upon what these boxes might contain. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted the 2 mystery boxes. The suddenly appeared boxes collided with Scar's short knife, producing a crisp sound. Scar was momentarily stunned by this unforeseen development. Or these objects. Meichuan Kuzi furrowed his brow at the sight, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him upon seeing the boxes. Chu Fan swiftly tossed one of the mystery boxes into Barbara's hands. "Open it quickly, Barbara." Barbara quickly grasped Chu Fan's intent. Without a moment's hesitation, both of them simultaneously opened their mystery boxes. Beep. Mystery box usage successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining mastery of martial arts 1. Beep. Mystery box usage successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the equal rights shotgun 1 with an additional 10,000 bullets. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the system. The rewards you seek may arrive late, but they will never be absent. Chu Fan knew the system would surprise him, yet he had not anticipated such grand surprises. Barbara's eyes sparkled with excitement upon unveiling the shotgun. She was well acquainted with this weapon. In free America, handling firearms was an essential skill. In the blink of an eye, she seized the shotgun and, before Scar could react, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted, and Scar began to dance like a disco star. Even Park Guochang, trailing behind, could not escape the onslaught. The equal rights artifact proved its worth. After a few shots, everyone fell silent. Scar, now riddled with holes and bleeding profusely, had no chance to utter a word before succumbing to his fate. Park Guochang fared even worse, his head shattered, leaving him with a gruesome sight of his own skull. Meichuan Kuzi reacted swiftly, taking cover behind Park Guochang, narrowly escaping Barbara's wrath. Regaining her composure, Barbara was immediately repulsed by the gruesome scene before her, nearly retching. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Meichuan Kuzi. Should he dare to show his face, he would meet his end at her hands. Not far away, the Lu sisters were equally stunned, while Lu Shangfei stood frozen in disbelief. Goodness, how brutal, how merciless. Even the usually composed Lu Ruyan exhibited a flicker of astonishment. This Chu Fan was truly formidable. Meichuan Kuko was nearly paralyzed with fear. How did a shotgun suddenly appear? This woman was truly ruthless, her fingers steadfastly on the trigger. Poor Park Gukchong, who would never again savor a meal of kimchi. At this thought, he exclaimed, "Baka, Chu Fan, you lack honor in combat. If you have the courage, let us face each other in a fair fight." Lu Shangfei interjected, "When you force around just two, where's your sense of honor?" However, Meichuan Kuko paid no heed to Lu Shangfei and instead took refuge behind Park Gukchong's lifeless body. There's an ancient saying in your dragon country. The one who possesses the West's essence is a true hero. Chu Fan, do you dare engage me in a fair duel? If I prevail, you shall let me go. Bang! Before he could finish, Barbara pulled the trigger of her gun without hesitation. Such incessant chatter was truly irksome. Chapter 15. This is of no use to you. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Barbara's decisiveness. However, he soon broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Well done, Barbara." He sincerely gave her a thumbs up. Barbara tossed her golden hair, her expression radiating pride. There is no need to waste words on such people. Meichuan Kuzi gazed down at his chest, now riddled with wounds, feeling his strength ebb away. You all." At long last, he opened his mouth, spewing forth a stream of blood before collapsing onto the deck, lifeless. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the Yamato, acquiring all resources from Yamato, and earning 100 points. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the Scarred One, acquiring all resources from the Scarred One, and earning 100 points. As Chu Fan cast 4 corpses into the sea, the area channel on his wrist device buzzed with notifications. Instantly, the channel erupted with activity. Wow, as expected of my bro Fan, so impressive. Little Peter, I was right there. Fan is indeed formidable, taking down both the little Japanese and that scrawny one. Bro Fan is magnificent. Do you need more little brothers? I excel at flattery. Hey, back off. If anyone's licking, it's me first. Chu Fan paid little heed to the flattery, as he keenly noticed the number of people in the area channel had surged to 9,878. This indicated that, in but a brief moment, over 100 lives had been lost in the vicinity. However, such calamities were unavoidable. With a sigh, he began to inspect the resources aboard the 2 ships. The Yamato yielded 2 bottles of water, 2 fish, and a dagger. What on earth is this? Chu Fan stared at the object in his hand, resembling something made of rubber, utterly perplexed. Barbara caught sight of the peculiar item and immediately blushed, urging, "How disgusting. Toss it away. It's of no use to you." This was the first time Chu Fan had encountered such an object, and confused, he inquired, "What is this?" "Ah, you have me. You one team need that." Chu Fan was even more bewildered until he flipped the item over and discerned the details on the other side. "Oh, so that is what it is. Truly, that little Japanese is quite a peculiar breed." Realizing what it was, he promptly discarded the item, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought that it might have been used by that lecherous individual. After washing his hands 3 times, he felt slightly better. Unbeknownst to him, this was a treasure coveted by Park Gukchong from the land of kimchi, a prize he could never possess even in death. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to Barbara with a mischievous grin. "My dear, what was it you just said? Honestly, how do you know about this? If you don't come clean, I'll spank you." Barbara puffed up her chest defiantly. "Who do you look down upon? I can recognize my own belongings. Are you regretting it? If so, go retrieve it yourself." Chu Fan laughed heartily, playfully pinching her nose. "You certainly know quite a lot." Just as the two were engaged in playful banter, a sudden feminine voice interrupted. "Excuse me, Chu Senior, do you have a moment to speak?" Chu Fan was taken aback. He looked up to behold a pair of astonishingly long legs before him. "Did you just call me what? Senior?" Chapter 16. Team formation. Chu Fan gazed in astonishment at Lu Ruyan before him and inquired. Barbara rose from her seat, earnestly expressing her gratitude to Lu Ruyan, saying, "Thank you for rescuing us earlier. You are truly stunning." Lu Ruyan responded with a faint smile, "There's no need for thanks. As I have mentioned before, aiding you is akin to aiding myself. Alone, I could not contend with those few individuals." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, I seek your assistance with a favor." With that, she turned her gaze towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan did not immediately respond, but chose to pursue his previous inquiry, asking, "Wait a moment, Miss Liu? You refer to me as senior. What is the meaning of this?" Unspoken was his thought that had he known such a beautiful junior, he would surely have some recollection of her. Liu Rian nodded and queried, "Are you a graduate of Jiangxing University?" Chu Fan affirmed, "Indeed, I graduated from Jiangxing University, majoring in computer science, class of 2016. Liu Rian smiled gently. "Then it is indeed accurate. I too graduated from Jiangxing University, from the law department, class of 2020. It dawned on Chu Fan that she was indeed his junior. However, she had only just entered the university when he graduated, which explained his lack of recognition. Yet, he pondered how she could possibly know him. Perhaps, sensing his confusion, Liu Rian explained, "I watched you deliver a speech during last year's anniversary celebration." Chu Fan recalled the event, realizing the truth of her words. It was quite a coincidence to encounter a junior in such a setting. Liu Rian subtly nodded, acknowledging the connection. At this moment, Chu Fan truly beheld her beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being, albeit with a touch of aloofness. Liu Rian did not hesitate to articulate her intentions. "Senior Chu Fan, I would like to request your assistance." Chu Fan held a favorable impression of this junior, particularly after her timely aid. "What do you need? If it's water, I can share some." As he spoke, he retrieved several bottles of water from the storage and handed them to her. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Fan's generosity in parting with such a precious resource. "Senior you?" Chu Fan smiled. "It's nothing. Take it. Just because others are in need does not mean I am as well. You can have this." Liu Ruyan, feeling no reluctance, accepted the water, as she and her brother had consumed only a single bottle over the past couple of days. This supply was indeed urgent for her. "Thank you very much, Senior, but my request extends beyond this." "What is it?" Liu Rian exhaled lightly and said softly, "I wish to form a team with you." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Such a favorable proposition was unexpected. Observing the silence from both Chu Fan and Barbara, Liu Rian quickly clarified, "My younger brother is still quite young, and managing him alone is quite challenging. Rest assured, I will not hinder your progress. I simply hope you will allow us to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Barbara's eyes sparkled with delight. "That's wonderful. The more, the merrier. This way, I will have company in the future. My dear, please agree." A peculiar sensation surged within Chu Fan as he thought to himself, "Barbara, I hope you do not regret these words in the future." How could he possibly refuse? He was elated, for he aspired to be a king of the sea. At this moment, the corners of his mouth could hardly contain his joy, and fortunately, night had fallen, rendering his expression less conspicuous. Thus, he feigned a reluctant demeanor, nodding in agreement. "All right, then you can follow behind us." Liu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief and responded, "Thank you, Brother Chu. I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow." With that, she leaped back on her own boat. Chu Fan found himself momentarily entranced by Liu Ruyan's departing figure, when suddenly he felt a tightening in his ears as Barbara's voice broke through. "What are you still looking at? They've already left." Chu Fan chuckled. "What are you talking about?" "I was contemplating how to arrange this pair of siblings." Barbara responded with a curious, "Oh, have you figured it out?" Chu Fan cleared his throat, saying, "Well, let us discuss that later. For now, let us not dwell on it. That stick in tea hurt you today, did it? Allow me to check for any injuries." "There's nothing wrong. Just take your hands away. I'm ticklish." Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan returned to her boat and handed a bottle of water to her brother. Chu Fan agreed to let us follow, so tie our boat to theirs. Upon seeing the water bottle, Lu Shangfei's face lit up with joy. "Wow, water. It must be from Brother Chu, right?" Liu Ruyan nodded, advising, "Drink sparingly. We can't keep troubling others." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Shangfei had already drained most of the bottle, wiping his mouth. "Sister, what were you saying earlier?" Liu Ruyan found herself at a loss for words and shook her head. "It's nothing. You should get some rest." "All right, sister." As he spoke, Lu Shangfei had already tied the Harmony and Sea King ships together. After completing this task, he called out, "Sister, I'm going to sleep now." With that, he dashed to the bow and promptly fell asleep, snoring within 5 minutes. Liu Ruyan looked at her carefree brother, shaking her head in exasperation. Thankfully, they were on the same boat, Otherwise, with his demeanor, he would be oblivious even if tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Lu Ruyin took a few sips of water and sat at the stern, lost in thought, when her face suddenly flushed. These two really. She cast a lingering glance at the Sea King, as Barbara's voice intermittently reached her ears. Though she had never been in love, she was not entirely ignorant of matters between men and women. Upon hearing those sounds, she could easily discern the nature of their playful exchanges. Was it truly so entertaining? Lu Ruyin felt an urge to cover her ears, but found herself irresistibly drawn to listen. How could Chu Fan still be going strong after all this time? Just how skilled was he? It was not until an hour later that the neighboring boat gradually fell silent. Lu Ruyin stuck out her tongue, feeling parched. And before she knew it, she had drained the entire bottle of water in her hand. Glancing at the now empty bottle, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Just earlier, she had admonished her younger brother, yet here she was, unable to adhere to her own advice. Suddenly, a wave of urgency washed over her. It dawned on her that she had refrained from relieving herself throughout the day due to the inconvenient circumstances. Now, having consumed a bottle of water, the urge was undeniable. She looked toward the bow of the boat, where Lu Shangfei was still snoring soundly. Turning her gaze to the Neptune, she noted the profound silence that enveloped it. Finally at ease, she made her way to the stern to attend to the natural call of nature. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, Chu Fan also felt a pressing need. Without much thought, he exited the cabin and stood at the bow, ready to relieve himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a shadow squatting on the opposite vessel. A flash of realization struck him, and he understood at once. Oh no, it seemed he had arrived in an opportune moment. Chapter 17. Into the water under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Chu Fan gazed upon the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. It seemed that even a goddess was not so different from anyone else. His exclamation, born of instinct, was uttered without a thought to lowering his voice. Just then, Lu Ruyin, who was in the midst of relieving herself, was startled by the sound and sharply called out, "Who-s there?" Realizing his lapse. Chu Fan belatedly thought he should feign ignorance. However, it was too late. Lu Ruyin had already discerned that the voice belonged to him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "What a coincidence. You're also—" "I'm busy." Lu Ruyin's face flushed crimson, and at that moment, midway through her business, she found it impossible to halt, prompting her to exclaim, "You're still looking. Turn around." Chu Fan, in response, exclaimed, "Oh," and covered his eyes with his hands, leaving a gap between his fingers. "Don't worry, I won peek." Lu Ruyin, exasperated, hastily finished her task and stood up to adjust her clothing. At that moment, a wave crashed against the boat, causing it to sway, and she lost her footing, letting out a startled cry as she fell into the sea with a splash. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Fan froze, peering through the gap at his fingers, only to realize that Lu Ruyin had vanished from sight. Where could she be? He scanned the surroundings but found no trace of her, and in a rush, he leapt forward, discovering only a puddle of water in her place. Goodness, has she fallen in? He thought. Just then, he noticed something that had fallen on the deck. He picked it up, and in the moonlight, he discerned it to be a pair of pink panties. To his astonishment, she had lost an item of clothing. The drop rate was surprisingly high. While Chu Fan mused internally, his feet did not falter. He lifted his gaze and soon spotted Lu Ruyin floundering in the water not far away. Suddenly, a wind swept across the sea, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous. Lu Ruyin attempted to swim towards him time and again, only to be pushed further away by the relentless surf. "This is bad." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan plunged into the water, swimming towards Lu Ruyin. At that moment, his aquatic attire finally showcased its advantages. Amidst the undulating waves, he was scarcely affected and quickly reached Lu Ruyin's side. By then, Lu Ruyin had exhausted her strength and was on the verge of sinking. Was she destined to perish here? What would happen to her little brother? In that instant, memories of Chu Fan surfaced in her mind. 2 years prior, she had first seen him from the audience, and his striking appearance had left a profound impression on her. He was not only handsome, recognized as the campus heartthrob at Jiangxing University, but his humorous and witty remarks had also captured her attention. If she were to die, would he mourn her loss? Would he, for her sake, take care of her little brother? Alas, such thoughts were beyond her control. Just as she contemplated surrendering to despair, she suddenly felt a pair of arms encircle her waist. Then, she heard that melodious voice beside her, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right? Can you still swim?" Lu Rian took a deep breath and, forcing herself to lift her head, said, "I'm fine." Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, a wave crashed over her, submerging her entirely. Fortunately, Chu Fan held her tightly, preventing her from being swept away. "Stop pretending to be strong. Hold on to me." Lu Rian understood that this was not the time to show off her resilience, so she nodded and allowed Chu Fan to embrace her. After swimming 3 or 4 meters, Chu Fan sensed something was amiss. "No, your clothes are completely soaked. They must come off." Lu Rian's face flushed with embarrassment. This was far too mortifying. However, being a composed woman, she recognized the truth in Chu Fan's words. Lacking strength, she whispered, "Please help me take it off." In the next moment, her qipao was torn apart, disintegrating into strips of fabric that vanished into the waves. "You!" Lu Rian was momentarily speechless, with her attire in tatters. What could she possibly wear now? Chu Fan swallowed hard and explained, "It's too inconvenient to remove it in the water. I had no other choice." Internally, he mused, "Goodness, this woman's figure is remarkable, only slightly less impressive than Barbara's." To be frank, her physique was already outstanding in Dragon Country, though she happened to be overshadowed by the exceptionally gifted Barbara. Lu Rian realized there was no other option and nodded, saying, "Thank you, I don't blame you." The waves began to swell ominously. Even with the Aquaman suit, Chu Fan struggled to bring Lu Rian to the boat, watching as it drifted further away. Just then, a wooden crate floated by, allowing them to grasp it and avoid sinking. "Oh no, this is bad. Without the boat, are we to perish at sea?" Lu Rian sighed deeply. "It's all my fault. I've dragged you into this." Chu Fan replied, "What foolishness to say at a time like this. Let go of me. You can reach the boat on your own." With the gravity of a momentous decision, Lu Rian calmly addressed Chu Fan. Chu Fan shook his head. "Setting aside whether I can catch up alone, I would feel uneasy leaving you here. Do not worry. Soon, Barbara and the others will surely come to our rescue." He reassured her. This was one of the advantages of the game. Teammates could locate each other with wristbands, eliminating concerns about being lost. The only question was whether they could endure until then. However, Lu Rian stubbornly believed she was the cause of Chu Fan's predicament, shaking her head. "You need not concern yourself." At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly noticed a small reef not far ahead, his heart leaping with joy. "There's hope." Without waiting for Lu Rian's response, he seized her and swam towards the reef. Though the reef was not far, the tumultuous waves made it arduous for Chu Fan to reach it with Lu Rian in tow. Reaching the surface, he gasped for air, resting against the stones. Suddenly, he froze in place. Lu Rian's garment had seemingly vanished, leaving him puzzled about what he was grasping. As this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly turned to discover that he was holding a strap, while Lu Rian's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Moments ago, Chu Fan had seized her bra strap with such force that she had no opportunity to resist and was unceremoniously dragged along to this location. Nevertheless, she understood that Chu Fan's intentions were to rescue her, and she bore no resentment. Could you possibly loosen your grip? I am finding it somewhat difficult to breathe," she managed to say. Awkwardly, Chu Fan released his hold, causing the strap to snap back with a sharp sound against Lu Rian's smooth back, amplifying the awkwardness of the moment. In an effort to alleviate the tension, Chu Fan hastily climbed onto the rocky outcrop. "Come up quickly," he urged. Lu Rian, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment, gently nodded and began to ascend through the crevices of the stones. As Chu Fan turned to extend his hand to assist her, he suddenly froze, a realization dawning upon him. He had indeed found a piece of equipment on the boat earlier. Chapter 18. The deserted island. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Rian naturally supported his outstretched hand, using her strength to climb up the rocky shore. After tidying her hair, she noticed Chu Fan gazing at her and instinctively lowered her head. The usually composed Lu Rian couldn't help but exclaim. The earlier situation had been so perilous that she had forgotten certain things. How infuriating Did this imply that she... Ah, you're still looking. Realizing this, Lu Ruyin hastily crouched down. Chu Fan wiped his mouth and quickly said, "What a poor memory I have." While Lu Ruyin looked on in astonishment, he retrieved something from his chest and handed it to her. "Here, I found this at the bow of the boat. It must belong to you." Lu Ruyin was taken aback, and upon receiving it, her face flushed once more. Was Chu Fan truly being intentional? Who would tuck a woman's undergarment into their clothing? However, there was no point in dwelling on that now. After a rustling sound, Lu Ruyin finally managed to rearrange her attire. It was then she realized that her clothes were completely dry. What kind of fabric is this? How is it so resistant to water? Oh, this is a Sea King suit. It's exceptionally waterproof. There was a moment of silence between them as Chu Fan deliberately turned his head away, forcing himself not to gaze at the enchanting figure beside him. Lu Ruyin had now regained her composure, once again embodying the persona of a lofty goddess. "Thank you." Chu Fan was taken aback and instinctively replied, "What for?" "Thank you for saving me." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. After all, we are schoolmates. And now we are teammates as well, aren't we?" Lu Ruyin smiled faintly. "That's true. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful. Without you, I would have perished. I'm unsure how to repay you." "Then you could offer yourself in gratitude," Chu Fan blurted out, unable to restrain himself from turning his head to look. The moment those words left his lips, Lu Ruyin was momentarily stunned, letting out a cold huff that did not seem to convey anger, but rather, perhaps a hint of reproach? How audacious! Chu Fan murmured under his breath. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows and inquired, "What did you say?" "Oh, I meant that this island is quite large." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin took note. Earlier, while at sea, she had only caught a distant glimpse of a corner of this small island, thinking it was merely a larger rock formation. However, as her eyes fully adjusted to the surrounding darkness, she realized it was indeed a small island. The lush greenery blended seamlessly with the night, making it difficult to discern. This was their first encounter with an island in this realm, igniting a sense of curiosity and tension. They pondered whether this world harbored indigenous inhabitants, what they might look like, and if they were cannibalistic. Just then, Lu Ruyin suddenly pointed toward the beach and exclaimed, "Chu Fan, look over there." Chu Fan promptly turned his head, and to his astonishment, he spotted a small boat anchored not far from shore. Observing the exterior, it is evident that this individual is likely a survivor, akin to those who were transported from Earth. Moreover, it is reasonable to conclude that they belong to the 10,087 sector. At this moment, the vessel stands desolate, devoid of any presence. As two individuals gradually approach the small boat, they discover an abundance of blood at the bow and countless footprints upon the ground. Given the circumstances, it appears that the survivors aboard this ship are in grave peril. At that moment, Chu Fan's ears perked up, and he swiftly turned to glance behind him. In the distance, within the thicket, it seemed as though something was moving. The quantity appeared to be considerable. Lu Ruyin also recognized the situation, a wave of anxiety washing over her. After a brief moment of panic, Chu Fan quickly regained his composure. He promptly retrieved a set of aquatic-themed attire from his spatial storage and handed it to the still unclothed Lu Ruyin. "Put this on," he urged. Lu Ruyin, momentarily taken aback, immediately accepted it upon realizing it was clothing. As soon as she grasped the garment, she noted its remarkably unique texture, distinctly different from her usual attire. It resembled the fabric worn by Chu Fan and Barbara. Lu Ruyin hastily donned the outfit, and in an instant, it began to mold itself to her form. The color transitioned from a muted yellow to a vibrant crimson. This transformation occurred with astonishing swiftness, and upon its completion, Chu Fan found himself entranced. Before him stood Lu Ruyin, adorned in a red halter gown that revealed a considerable expanse of her smooth, fair back. The hem of the dress bore resemblance to a qipao, reminiscent of her previous attire. Even more astonishingly, she sported black stockings, complemented by a pair of sleek black high heels. By heavens, she resembles Ada Wong, Chu Fan thought. Indeed, were it not for the absence of two firearms, Lu Ruyin would undoubtedly embody the very essence of Ada Wong. This look was perfectly aligned with her naturally aloof demeanor. Lu Ruyin, pleased with her appearance, glanced at Chu Fan and suddenly remarked, "So you had clothes all along. Why didn't you give them to me sooner?" Chu Fan chuckled. "I just remembered, that's all." Lu Ruyin shot him an exasperated glance, realizing his intention was clearly to admire her figure. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Be cautious. Something is emerging from the woods." Lu Ruyan's heart raced as she turned her gaze toward the forest. Through the darkness, countless shadowy figures surged forth from the thicket, advancing directly toward their location. Recognizing the overwhelming number of figures behind them, Chu Fan knew they could not afford to remain stationary. He grasped Lu Ruyan's hand and urged, "Run." Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan followed him, sprinting parallel to the tree line toward the island's edge. The shadows behind them emitted a cacophony of guttural sounds, relentlessly pursuing their escape route. The two dared not pause, propelling themselves forward with fervor. Yet, the relentless pursuit continued, and the sheer volume of the creatures behind them was unmistakable. As they ran, breathless and on the verge of exhaustion, Lu Ruyin suddenly pointed to the side. "Chu Fan, there is a tree hollow." As soon as Chu Fan heard this, he indeed spotted a vast tree towering ahead, beneath which lay a hollow spacious enough to accommodate a person. "Quick, let us take refuge inside." The two shared an unspoken understanding and dashed towards the tree hollow. Just as they squeezed inside, a series of low growls echoed from outside. They narrowly escaped detection. Fortunately, it seemed that the creatures lurking outside possessed a rather limited intellect, as they simply rushed past without noticing them. This allowed the two to breathe a sigh of relief, though they remained cautious. The tree hollow was quite confined, and they found themselves standing almost face to face. Chu Fan was at a loss as to where to place his hands. As he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Lu Ruyin, he felt momentarily dazed. Truly, being in the presence of the president of Jiangxing University was an exquisite experience. Lu Ruyin, sensing Chu Fan's unusual demeanor, shot him a glare and inquired, "Chu Fan, I have something I wish to ask you." "What is it?" He replied. "Is that thing really so intriguing?" Chapter 19. You must not offer yourself. Chu Fan was taken aback. He never anticipated such words would escape the lips of Lu Ruyin, who appeared to be an ethereal being untouched by worldly affairs. Listen to this audacious proclamation. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chu Fan suggested, "Perhaps we should refrain from discussing this matter any further." Why did it sound as if he were on the brink of death? Chu Fan felt utterly speechless. This young lady possessed a remarkable talent for description. Lu Ruyin continued, her words oscillating between "oh, no," and "oh, yes," leaving him utterly bewildered as to her true intentions. Chu Fan was rendered completely speechless. Who would have thought that this seemingly aloof goddess of the school could speak so brazenly? "No matter how much I articulate this to you, you won't grasp it until you experience it yourself," she remarked. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, startling the two into silence. Time passed as they leaned against one another in a dazed state, until Chu Fan suddenly jolted awake. It was then he realized that daylight had broken outside. Checking his wristband, he noticed that Barbara was not far from their location, likely already aware of their absence. They needed to ascertain the situation quickly and find a secure place to await Barbara's arrival, for her venturing onto the island could prove perilous. Noticing that the outside had fallen silent, Chu Fan gently nudged Lu Ruyin, who was resting in his embrace. "Ruyin, wake up, it's morning." Upon opening her eyes, Lu Ruyin confirmed that indeed daylight had arrived. To her astonishment, she found herself entirely nestled in Chu Fan's arms, with a mark of drool left on his chest. This revelation quickened her heartbeat. It was the first time in her life she had been so intimately close to a man for such an extended period. After Chu Fan expressed his concerns, Lu Ruyin immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. While she could not be sure about Barbara, she knew her impulsive and straightforward brother would undoubtedly charge onto the island without a second thought. If they were to encounter those creatures from the previous night, it would be perilous. With this in mind, the pair cautiously observed through a gap, confirming the absence of any disturbances outside before quietly emerging from their hiding place. Chu Fan retrieved 2 bottles of water from his spatial pocket. After they refreshed themselves, they began to survey their surroundings. They found themselves in a thicket of low trees. Not particularly dense, yet the trunks were remarkably thick, suggesting they had stood for quite some time. After examining the area, Lu Ruyan whispered, "These trees do not belong to Earth species. At least, I have never seen or heard of them before." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Lu Ruyan was absolutely correct. The island exuded an air of the bizarre, and he pondered the nature of the entities they had encountered the previous night. "Ruyan, this island is indeed vast, and we are still unaware of its specific conditions. Therefore, I believe we should seek a higher vantage point to better understand our surroundings." Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. What do you think of that mountain?" Following the direction of Lu Ruyan's finger, Chu Fan raised his gaze. Before them, on the right, stood a mountain peak, likely the highest point of the island. "Well then, we should not delay. Let us set forth." Half an hour later, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ruyan lifted her arm to wipe the perspiration from her forehead. The journey had been arduous, but fortunately, they encountered no perilous situations. After quenching their thirst and resting briefly at the base, they resumed their ascent. The mountain was not particularly high. Merely a couple of 100 meters, and a well-trodden path facilitated their climb. "Excellent. Chu Fan, we shall soon reach the summit." Chu Fan nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Throughout their journey, both had been tense, scarcely daring to pause. Thankfully, they had arrived here without incident, allowing them to finally relax. "Chu Fan, I am truly grateful to you for helping us escape this ordeal." Lu Ruyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Ha, mere words of thanks are insufficient. Let us discuss something tangible. What do you desire?" He teased. "Did I not suggest you offer yourself in devotion?" Lu Ruyan shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Aren't you involved with Barbara? Yet you still harbor thoughts of me? I never expected you to be such a cad." Unfazed, Chu Fan replied, "This is not Earth. We are at sea. How can I be called a cad? Please refer to me as the Sea King." Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words. Having never witnessed someone defend such behavior with such audacity. "Aren't you concerned about Barbara's feelings?" "Ha, that is of no concern to you. Just tell me if you are willing." Lu Ruyan halted, lifting her head. "Are you serious?" Chu Fan also paused, solemnly stating, "Of course. Among all the people I have encountered, you are the most exceptional." Just then, in a sudden motion, Chu Fan lunged forward, knocking Lu Ruyan to the ground. She was taken aback, caught beneath him. In a fluster, she exclaimed, "Chu Fan, there's no need to be so hasty. I would agree, but right now, be careful. Those things are coming." Chu Fan intozet ugenti. Lu Ruyan then noticed, with alarm, that a small arrow glowing blue was embedded where she had just stood. Had Chu Fan not tackled her, she might have been struck. Since mastering martial arts, Chu Fan's senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Thus, although the arrow had appeared suddenly, he had adeptly perceived it, prompting his swift action. After pulling Lu Ruyan to her feet, Chu Fan retrieved a trident from his spatial storage. "Ruyan, stand behind me." No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of peculiar little beings emerged from the thicket opposite them. These creatures were exceedingly diminutive, entirely green, with oversized ears atop their tiny heads. Their gaping mouths revealed serrated teeth. If one were to truly express it, Chu Fan found this creature remarkably reminiscent of the goblins from his previous life, games. This horde of goblins was numerous, numbering easily in the hundreds upon cursory inspection. They clamored loudly, brandishing various weapons, and charged forth with raucous cries. Goodness, so many! Lu Ruyan's beauty paled slightly, as she could hardly fathom that the beings who had pursued her relentlessly the night before would be such hideous creatures. Upon catching sight of Lu Ruyan's visage, the goblins became even more agitated, howling with excitement as they rushed towards her in a frenzied throng. Chu Fan inwardly cursed the situation, shouting urgently, "Run!" Chapter 20. The fierce battle at the summit. Upon uttering the words, "Run quickly," Chu Fan exhibited no hesitation, seizing Lu Ruyan's hand and sprinting up the mountain. "Chu Fan, what on earth are those horrid creatures?" Lu Ruyan gasped, her breath heavy as she ran. With a serious expression, Chu Fan replied, "Though I cannot be certain, judging by their appearance, they are most likely goblins." "Goblins?" At the mere mention of this name, Lu Ruyan's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. She was not entirely ignorant. She had indeed heard of these grotesque beings that existed solely in myths and games. They were rumored to be exceedingly ugly, greedy, lecherous, and cruel. Seeing them in person, she found the tales to hold true. It was said that should a woman fall into the clutches of such a monster, her fate would be worse than death. The thought spurred Lu Ruyin to quicken her pace. She certainly did not wish to be captured by such fiends. The two continued their ascent, pursued relentlessly by the horde of goblins behind them. With daylight illuminating their path, finding refuge like they had the previous night seemed nearly impossible. They had no choice but to press onward, step by arduous step, up the mountain. After more than 10 minutes of frantic running, they finally reached the summit. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Chu Fan fared relatively well, but Lu Ruyin, being a woman and having exerted herself to the fullest, was already struggling to stand upright. "How are you holding up?" Chu Fan in Guit. Lu Ruyin took a moment to catch her breath before responding. "I'm fine. I want to be a burden to you." Nodding, Chu Fan urged, "They're closing in on us. Let us move a bit further." As they advanced a few dozen meters, they were suddenly struck dumb. Lu Ruyin's complexion paled in horror. Before them lay a near-vertical cliff, plunging into the tumultuous sea below. The height was such that jumping down would likely ensure no chance of survival. Atop the precipice stood over a dozen wooden stakes, each bearing a desiccated corpse. Not all were withered. Two appeared chillingly fresh, presumably belonging to their kind. Likely the unfortunate souls from the ship they had seen the night before. Lu Ruyin cast a glance, her stomach churning as she suppressed the urge to vomit. In a trembling voice, she said, "Chu Fan, look at that." Chu Fan's expression hardened as he beheld one of the stakes, where a woman was bound. She was not yet entirely lifeless, but her breath was faint. Her clothes had long since vanished, leaving her body marred with wounds. The most horrifying sight was the gaping hole where her chest had been cruelly severed, two large scars oozing blood. Her lower body was similarly ravaged. While Chu Fan prided himself on having encountered countless gruesome images online, the blood-soaked scene before him was nonetheless shocking. The woman seemed to sense their presence and forced her eyes open. Upon recognizing that her fellow human stood before her, a flicker of light ignited in her gaze. "Kill me, please. I beg you." Even Lu Ruyin, usually as unyielding as an iceberg, was taken aback by the horrifying tableau. What torment must one endure to yearn for death so fervently? Chu Fan felt a heaviness in his heart. He understood that this woman could not be saved. Even if she were to be rescued, her remaining days would be shrouded in terror. The woman continued to speak in fragmented utterances. "The treasure chest on the cliff is a trap. Kill me." Hearing the goblin's voice drawing nearer from behind, Chu Fan had no time to decipher her words. Drawing the dagger he had acquired from Scar, he raised it with a whisper, "Rest in peace." Just as he was about to act, Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected, "Wait, Chu Fan." With reddened eyes, Chu Fan retorted, "I am doing this for her sake. Now is not the time for compassion." Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in anguish as she softly replied, "I mean, she is already dead." Chu Fan froze, quickly turning to discover that the woman's eyes were wide open, fixed upon another lifeless body nearby. The colors in her gaze gradually faded, transforming into a void. Closing his eyes, a surge of complex emotions welled up within him. Though he was a stranger to this woman, he felt a twinge of compassion, united by their humanity. At that moment, Lu Ruyin cautioned, "Chu Fan, they are closing in." With a swift turn, Chu Fan retrieved the Sea King trident from his spatial pouch. "Ruyin, step back. Today, I shall let these wretched creatures taste the wrath of humanity." Lu Ruyin nodded, taking a step back, her expression solemn as she urged, "Be careful." Chu Fan stepped forward with determination, a formidable aura rising around him. The leading goblin was momentarily shaken by his presence, instinctively halting its advance. With a fierce swing of the Sea King trident, Chu Fan bellowed, "Come at me." The goblin leader, seemingly provoked, let out a series of shrill cries, gesturing forward with its green claws. A throng of diminutive goblins surged forth, brandishing an array of weapons. Unfazed, Chu Fan's mastery of martial arts and familiarity with the ancient weaponry of the Dragon Kingdom endowed him with confidence. The Sea King trident, a polearm, posed no difficulty for him to wield. With a swift thrust, he pierced through the foremost goblin, rendering it lifeless. Then, with a powerful sweep of the trident, he hurled the goblin's body aside, as if it were a mere rag, sending it crashing into the throng behind. Before the other goblins could react, Chu Fan transitioned from thrusting to sweeping, sending 4 or 5 charging goblins flying through the air. Thus, wielding the Sea King trident like a deity of death, Chu Fan maneuvered through the goblin horde, striking fear into their hearts and forcing them to retreat. Just as he executed another thrust, a goblin leapt from the pile of corpses behind him, raising a large club to strike him on the back of the head. This was, astonishingly, a goblin feigning death. Chu Fan had just exhausted his strength, unable to change his stance in time, and was on the verge of bracing for the impact of the club. Though small in stature, the goblin possessed considerable strength. Enduring such a blow could result in severe injury, if not death. At that moment, an arrow suddenly soared through the air, piercing the leaping goblin and eliciting a shriek as it fell lifelessly. The arrow arrived with remarkable speed and precision, altering the goblin's trajectory mid-air, causing its club to veer a few centimeters and strike Chu Fan's shoulder. He felt a jolt of excruciating pain, nearly losing his balance. And upon glancing back, he beheld Lu Ruyen, who held a short bow in her hand. After having reclaimed her arrow from the previous encounter with Lao Lu, she unexpectedly saved Chu Fan's life at this critical juncture. Chu Fan nodded in gratitude, while a faint smile played at the corners of Lu Ruyen's lips. However, their moment of relief was short-lived, as they soon witnessed an endless swarm of goblins emerging from the forest below, encircling the hill they occupied. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. Even with his prowess, he could not possibly vanquish this multitude of goblins. Was it truly the end for them today? Lu Ruyen's expression turned grave, and it appeared that escape was no longer an option, as she regarded Chu Fan, who stood resolutely in front of her. The icy barrier around her heart began to thaw. He had willingly placed himself in peril to save her. In the face of such overwhelming foes, he had not abandoned her to flee. This must have been the essence of the ancient general's steadfastness. Chu Fan Sai, Zhu Zhang. It seems we are destined to perish here today. Alas, I shall not have the chance to let you experience that sensation. Lu Ruyen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This rascal, how could he make such remarks at a time like this? Yet, the next moment, Lu Ruyen's expression brightened, and she murmured no. Perhaps there is still a chance. Chapter 21. I do not desire a rebirth. Only this life following the direction of Lu Ruyen. Chu Fan cast his gaze outward. Before him, 2 ships approached, one trailing the other across the sea. Through his wristband, Chu Fan confirmed that these were indeed Barbara and Lu Shangfei, who had come in search of him. This indicated that their strategy was sound. Only from this vantage point could one observe the situation at sea in a timely manner. However, the next moment, a new dilemma arose. The cliff was at least 100 meters high above the surface of the sea, making it impossible for them to descend. Jumping down would be tantamount to seeking death. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Lu Ruyen quickly succumbed to despair once more. At that moment, both of their wristbands chimed simultaneously. It was a private message from Barbara. Chu Fan, is that you on the mountain? What are you doing here? You're making me anxious. A warmth spread through Chu Fan's heart as he promptly replied, It's me. I'll explain the details when I return. I'll come to the island to find you. Do not come up. It's extremely dangerous on this island. Instead, steer the boat to the sea below me. Oh no, you're not planning to jump down, are you? Rest assured, I'm not that foolish. I will find a way. All right, please don't jump. I have no desire to become a widow. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyen briefed Lu Shangfei, clearly instructing him not to ascend the mountain under any circumstances, and to prevent Barbara from coming ashore. After responding to the private message, Lu Ruyen tucked away her wristband and softly said, All right, I've made myself clear. Chu Fan, may I ask you a favor? What is it? When the time comes, please kill me first. I do not wish to fall into the hands of those fiends. Chu Fan was taken aback, a slight smile gracing his lips. Why the urgency to die? We haven't reached that point yet. Lu Ruyen shook her head. There is no need to comfort me. I fear not death. Given our current predicament, do you have any other plans? Unless you can conjure up 2 more boxes like yesterday. Chu Fan's mind stirred. While a blind box was out of the question, Lu Rian's words sparked a thought. Wait, do you remember what that woman said earlier about the boxes on the cliff being a trap? Lu Rian pondered for a moment. Indeed, she did say that, but what of it? As the goblin army drew nearer, Chu Fan quickly rose to his feet. Hurry, search for the boxes. Lu Rian, puzzled by his sudden urgency, refrained from questioning further and stood up to assist in the search. On the cliff. Not here. Neither here. After searching for a while, without success, just as Chu Fan was about to give up, Lu Rian suddenly pointed below. Look over there. Hearing her exclamation, Chu Fan swiftly turned to see, indeed, a small stone platform at the lower right, upon which rested a golden treasure chest. It seemed that the woman and her partner had come to this island upon spotting this chest, perceiving it as a trap that would lead them to their doom. Splendid. Quickly, let's leap forth. With that, the two of them, one after the other, sprang onto the stone platform below. The platform was not far from the cliff summit, allowing them to ascend with ease. At that precise moment, however, the goblin horde surged forward. Realizing that the two had vanished from the mountaintop, the goblins, filled with rage, began to topple the wooden structures atop the cliff. The woman's lifeless body plummeted swiftly beneath the gaze of Lu Rian and Chu Fan, plunging into the depths of the ocean below. Witnessing this scene, Lu Rian's expression darkened. Chu Fan, even if we find the chest, what of it? Are you willing to wager that it contains what we desire? The goblins, finally discerning the presence of Chu Fan and Lu Rian, pointed at the platform and began to shriek incoherently. The goblin leader cast a malevolent glance at the two before suddenly gesturing towards the rubble on the cliff, issuing a command. A tightening sensation gripped Chu Fan's heart. It appeared these creatures intended to hurl stones at them. Lu Rian also grasped the gravity of the situation, yet felt utterly powerless. Very well, if she were to perish alongside him, it would be without regret. At that moment, Barbara and Lu Shangfei's vessel finally arrived at the base of the cliff. Chu Fan suddenly smiled and inquired, Lu Rian, do you trust me? Lu Rian was taken aback. What do you mean? If you believe in me, then do whatever I ask of you shortly, and we shall have a chance to escape this place alive. Lu Rian stared at Chu Fan, instinctively thinking he was merely offering her comfort. Thus, she rarely allowed a smile to grace her lips. All right, I will follow your lead. Chu Fan produced the Sea King's trident and softly instructed, in a moment, grasp the trident tightly and do not let go, understand? Lu Rian's cheeks flushed. Okay, but I fear you may not hold on tightly enough. Instead, hold this treasure chest firmly and do not release it no matter what. Can you do that? Seeing the seriousness in Chu Fan's demeanor, Lu Rian steadied her resolve and nodded, Yes, I promise you. With that, she clutched the treasure chest tightly to her chest. At that moment, Chu Fan embraced her from behind, whispering in her ear, Next, I will take you to fly. The goblins above once again encircled them, this time armed with stones. Chu Fan recognized the opportune moment, embraced Lu Rian, and leaped powerfully, propelling them off the stone platform and plummeting toward the ocean below. In that instant, it felt as though Lu Rian's breath had ceased. She had not anticipated reaching this juncture. Very well, let her merge with the sea, for at least it would preserve her innocent form, sparing her from the torment of those goblins. Just then, Chu Fan whispered in her ear, I recall you promised to be my woman. Do you still stand by that? Lu Rian replied with a serene smile, Sure, since death is imminent. I agree. If there is a next life, I shall certainly be your woman. Chu Fan laughed heartily. No need to wait for the next life. In this one, you're already mine. Lu Rian's heart, tinged with bitterness, also bore a sweet note. Could this be considered a confession of love? So this is what it feels like to be in love. Alas, it is quite overwhelming. At that moment, Lu Shangfei also noticed the two individuals leaping off the cliff and couldn't he help but shout, Sister, just as he believed they were about to plummet into the ocean. Destined for a disastrous fate, a mechanical voice resonated, treasure chest detected, distance to target, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Suddenly, a rope shot forth from the Neptune, racing towards the surface of the sea. Chapter 22. The PUA Master in the final moment before Chu Fan and Lu Rian plunged into the ocean. The resource collector's rope successfully ensnared the treasure chest cradled in Lu Ruyan's arms. The principle of quality inherent in the system had once again proven itself, as the immense force of the pull effectively negated the impact of their fall from a height of over 100 meters, forcibly drawing them back onto the Neptune. Chu Fan had indeed placed the right bet. From the instant he laid eyes on the treasure chest, he had formulated a strategy, albeit with a considerable element of chance involved. Yet, once again, fortune favored him. System, you rank third among the dearest in my heart, he mused, regarding Barbara and Lu Ruyan as his foremost affections. One was his lucky goddess, bestowing life during desperate moments, while the other was a woman with whom he had shared life and death experiences, surely deserving of the second position. System, scoundrel, it is evident you hold greater affection for those two vixens. At that moment, the golden treasure chest slipped from the bewildered Lu Ruyan's grasp, landing on the deck. Barbara dashed forward, leaping into Chu Fan's embrace, her legs wrapping around his waist. Darling, you terrified me. Chu Fan gently patted her disheveled hair, reassuring her, fear not, for I am unscathed. Subsequently, he recounted the events of the previous day to Barbara and Lu Ruyan, omitting the detail of Lu Ruyan inadvertently plunging into the sea without her trousers. In the next instant, Chu Fan realized he was ill-equipped to navigate the dynamic between Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Though he often spoke boldly, facing the reality left him feeling overwhelmed. Lu Ruyan seemed to perceive his turmoil, casting him an exasperated glance before sighing. Xiao Fei, you should return to the ship, she suggested. Barbara, may I have a word with you? Barbara nodded in agreement, her fondness for Lu Ruyan evident, partly owing to the fact that Lu Ruyan had once saved her. Let us speak inside the cabin, Barbara indicated, leading the way. As she passed Chu Fan, she playfully tapped his shoulder. Chu Fan was left speechless. This enchanting woman was indeed a bewitching presence. Once Barbara entered the cabin, Chu Fan quietly inquired, what do you intend to discuss with Barbara? Lu Ruyan shot him a reproachful look. What I, Lu Ruyan, say holds weight. The matter I wish to discuss undoubtedly pertains to you. With that, she turned her back on him and bent to enter the cabin, leaving Chu Fan utterly bewildered. At that moment, Lu Ruyan poked her head out again. Go aboard the Harmony and do not eavesdrop on our secrets. Barbara echoed, yes, you must not listen on Our Lady's secrets. Chu Fan, feeling helpless, pondered the absurdity of the situation, unable to discern the hierarchy between them. Nevertheless, he conceded, understanding that the topic of their conversation would inevitably involve him. With resignation, he made his way back to the Neptune. As Lu Xiangfei caught sight of Chu Fan approaching, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother-in-law, Chu Fan, you are truly remarkable. Please, regale me with the tale of your recent battle against the goblins. At the mention of goblins, a flicker of intensity crossed Chu Fan's gaze. The previous day's abrupt arrival on the island had left him unprepared, but now, armed with the equality device, he pondered whether it was time to strike back. It was rumored that goblins, driven by their insatiable greed, hoarded treasures within their lairs. If he were to raid their stronghold, fortune could very well smile upon him. Yet, he felt it prudent to consult with his companions, as there were risks involved. At that moment, the discussions aboard the Sea King came to an abrupt halt. In the blink of an eye, a tearful Barbara burst forth, leaping onto the Harmony and embracing Chu Fan tightly. Oh, my dear, I had no idea you sacrificed so much for me. Chu Fan was taken aback, bewildered by what Lu Ruyan had conveyed to Barbara. Noticing his silence, Barbara continued, it seems that in your dragon nation, capable men are permitted multiple wives, while only those lacking ability have but one. And you, my dragon knight, fearing to hurt my feelings, would rather endure mockery than pursue other women. I am truly touched. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangfei could not suppress a snicker, covering her mouth in laughter. Yet Barbara pointed out, see, my dear, you truly have become the subject of ridicule. Lu Xiangfei was momentarily stunned, thinking, is this what she's laughing at? But suddenly, the weight of a piercing gaze fell upon her, and she quickly realized her mistake. Indeed, Chu Fan would be the laughingstock back home, she added, casting a hopeful glance at her elder sister. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan's approving expression, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even Chu Fan, though somewhat naive, grasped the situation. Barbara had indeed fallen prey to Lu Ruyan's subtle manipulation. How delightful that he didn't even have to exert himself in this matter. His woman had managed it for him. Moreover, it appeared that the resolution was quite commendable. As a successful suitor, he knew he must play along. "Oh, my beloved Barbara, I cannot believe you uncover my secret. Yet, my heart belongs solely to you." With that, Chu Fan tenderly took Barbara's right hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon it. Barbara's eyes shimmered with emotion. "No, my dear, while I am thrilled by your consideration, I cannot be selfish." Therefore, she then drew Lu Ruyan closer, placing her hand within Chu Fan's grasp. "I cherish Sister Ruyan dearly. Let her join me as your wife." Chu Fan was utterly impressed, realizing Lu Ruyan possessed such cunning prowess. He mentally applauded her ingenuity. Having her presence meant he need not worry about potential conflicts in his domestic affairs. Truly, it was brilliant. Subsequently, Chu Fan exhibited a variety of reluctance, which moved Barbara to lean against his shoulder, leaving small droplets on his right shoulder. Lu Ruyan observed the scene for a moment before softly remarking, "It appears that I have arrived at an opportune time." At that moment, Chu Fan had an epiphany. He chuckled heartily and extended his hand, saying, "No, your arrival is perfectly timed." In the next instant, Chu Fan pulled Lu Ruyan closer to him. Thus, Lu Ruyan rested upon his left shoulder while Barbara nestled against his right, each embraced in his arms. Lu Shangfei, witnessing this spectacle from aside, was left utterly astonished. "Goodness, I never knew such a thing was possible. Truly, I am witnessing something extraordinary," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for his own sister and brother-in-law, exclaiming in awe. Chapter 23. The Bow of the Moon God Chu Fan articulated his desire to launch a counter-offensive against Goblin Island. Barbara offered no objection, as she was always inclined to heed Chu Fan's words. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan recalled the woman bound to the wooden frame, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled within her. However, true to her famously composed nature, she promptly expressed her opinion. "Chu Fan, I understand your sentiments, but we must prepare ourselves. We cannot act recklessly." Chu Fan retrieved the artifact of equality and inquired, "What do you think of this?" Lu Ruyan shook her head, responding, "I believe this is insufficient." "Oh, please share your thoughts." Lu Ruyan elaborated, "First, our ammunition is limited, yet we are unaware of the number of goblins on this island." Chu Fan did not contest this. They had witnessed thousands of goblins earlier, yet the total number on the island remained a mystery. Lu Ruyan continued, "Moreover, aside from goblins, are there other races present on this island? We cannot ascertain that, can we?" Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging her analysis. "Indeed, my dear wife, you make a valid point." Lu Ruyan seemed unfazed by his term of endearment, leaving Lu Shangfei, who was anxiously observing, nearly speechless. Was this truly the same sister he once knew? She was able to tolerate Chu Fan addressing her in such a manner. Let it be, he thought. At least she is married off now. Surely, she won't be as controlling anymore. Lu Ruyan proceeded. "The third point, and the most crucial one, is that we have yet to grasp the rules of this game." Barbara interjected, "What do you mean, Ruyan?" "For instance, if this island appeared suddenly, could it vanish just as abruptly? If it were to disappear, will we be swept away with it?" This statement caused Chu Fan to break into a cold sweat. Lu Ruyan's analysis was astute. He had indeed been too impulsive. Fortunately, he had such a calm and rational partner by his side. Barbara quickly added, "Precisely, my dear. I concur with Ruyan. Moreover, our food supplies are dwindling." Chu Fan smiled slightly. "Both of you have successfully persuaded me. Let the goblins live for a few more days. We will mark this location and return when we are stronger and have deciphered the rules of this world to seek our revenge." Lu Ruyan sighed in relief, fearing that Chu Fan might recklessly ascend the island. If that were to happen, she would have no choice but to follow him. At that moment, Barbara suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, that treasure chest you brought back has yet to be opened. I wonder what it contains." With Barbara's reminder, they collectively recalled the unopened treasure chest. It was indeed a golden chest, though Chu Fan held little hope. After all, the woman had warned that it was a trap, suggesting that the treasure could very well be a deception. Nevertheless, since it was already on board, they might as well open it. Chu Fan first raised the sails, and with the aid of the sea breeze, the ship gradually departed from the island, beginning its voyage across the open ocean. The four individuals gathered around the deck, poised to unlock the golden treasure chest. Amidst their eager anticipation, Chu Fan lifted the lid. Inside, they beheld 3 gleaming gold coins, a parchment, and a finely crafted bow. As Chu Fan grasped the familiar coins, he discerned that their material mirrored that of the 3 he had previously retrieved from the ocean depths. The sole distinction lay in the imagery embossed upon them, which depicted goblins instead of dragons. The bow, exquisitely made, captivated Lu Ruyin, who, after examining it closely, found herself enamored. It appeared that the parchment held the most significant value, and they hoped it contained useful information. Upon unfurling the scroll, they were met with several lines of text. Bow of the Moon Goddess, legendary. It is said to be a divine bow forged from the power of the Moon Goddess. Should the wielder master the Moon Goddess's power, they can unleash formidable arrows without the need for arrows themselves. And then it ended there. Chu Fan and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment, wondering why they were shown such a meager revelation after their efforts. The bow seemed extraordinarily powerful, especially with the potential to fire arrows without needing them if one harnessed the Moon Goddess's power. Yet the crux of the matter lay in discovering the essential question: what is the Moon Goddess's power? How does one acquire it? Chu Fan scrutinized the parchment multiple times, but could unearth no further valuable information. Frustrated, he sighed, yet he found solace in Lu Ruyin's affection for the bow, feeling their journey had not been in vain. In a stroke of good fortune, Lu Xiangfei crafted 2 arrows from wood using a small knife, allowing the crafting table to produce arrows. Though their power was limited, this addition bolstered their arsenal aboard the Sea King. After tidying up, the group resumed their quest for resources. Lu Ruyin and her brother then grasped the secret behind Chu Fan's rapid progress. The resource collector was nothing short of extraordinary. By day's end, they had successfully salvaged 32 resource chests. Chu Fan took stock of their current supplies: wood, 300, iron, 100 copper, 10 leather, 30 plastic, 50 bread. 5 most thrilling for Chu Fan was the unexpected discovery of a valuable item. Ship function module, restroom. Would you like to spend 100 wood, 10 iron, and 10 plastic to expand the restroom module onto the Sea King? Note: expanding will increase the area of the Sea King. Yes, let us proceed with the expansion. With more people aboard, the issue of restroom availability had become increasingly pressing. While it was manageable for him as a man, he could not bear the thought of his 2 companions being exposed in broad daylight. Some things were better enjoyed discreetly. However, due to the absence of a freshwater conversion module, the restroom would only serve its primary purpose for now, and bathing would have to wait. Despite this limitation, both Barbara and Lu Ruyin were overjoyed, especially Lu Ruyin. Had it not been for the need to relieve herself, she would never have fallen into the sea. And to make matters worse, she was seen in such an embarrassing state by that scoundrel Chu Fan. In the evening, several of them gathered together to replenish their strength with some food. After Chu Fan stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, he lamented, "Eating this monotonous fare all the time is enough to make one feel as though their mouth has turned as bland as a bird's. When will I have a stove of my own? Then I could catch some fish from the sea." Currently, the Sea King was relatively safe, but the level of comfort still left much to be desired. One could only hope that the commander would show some awareness. After dinner, the group chatted for a while longer before preparing to retire for the night. Chu Fan swiftly seized Lu Ruyin, who was attempting to slip away, and with a mischievous grin, he said, "My dear second wife, where do you think you are going?" Chapter 24. The unlucky one is actually me, Lu Ruyin softly remarked. "Where can I go?" "Naturally, I shall return to sleep." However, Lu Xiangfei interjected, "Sister, don't come over here. You should sleep with my brother-in-law instead. Otherwise, you will incessantly complain about my snoring at night." Lu Ruyin raised her delicate brows and retorted, "Are you seeking a beating?" Lu Xiangfei shrank his neck and fled back to the harmony. Chu Fan chuckled, "I believe my brother-in-law speaks the truth. You are now mine. Where do you intend to go if you do not sleep beside me?" Lu Ruyin glanced around the cabin, noticing Barbara's amused gaze directed at her. which caused her cheeks to flush suddenly. Chu Fan, don't you already have Barbara? Let's discuss our matters at a later time, shall we? Chu Fan Godin, you said it yourself, so let's postpone it. With that, he directly pulled Lu Ruoyan into the cabin. No, that's not what I meant, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly explained. Despite her usual icy demeanor and aloofness, she found it difficult to let go in this moment. Nevertheless, she understood that having made this decision, some things were inescapable. Thus, she was reluctantly drawn into the cabin by Chu Fan. The cabin was modest in size, yet sufficient to accommodate 3 individuals. Chu Fan remarked with a smile. From now on, do not call me Chu Fan. Refer to me as husband. Husband? Yes, that's more like it. On the harmony, Lu Shangfei snored loudly, turning over in his sleep and mumbling in dreams. Chu Fan turned to Lu Ruoyan beside him and said, Ruoyan, welcome aboard. I prepared a gift for you. Curiosity piqued. Lu Ruoyan, disregarding her bodily aches, struggled to sit up. What gift? Chu Fan chuckled as the system's reward notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surviving a day. Reward. Blind box 1. Ding. Host has successfully charmed 2 teammates. Reward. Blind box 2. With 3 blind boxes now in hand, Chu Fan placed them in the center of the ship. Barbara, having opened one before, immediately recognized their significance and became intrigued. Chu Fan explained to Lu Ruoyan, these are blind boxes. We each get one and can open one daily. Barbara astutely noticed a change. Darling, yesterday there were 2, and today there are 3. Could it be that the addition of Sister Ruoyan as our teammate is the reason? Chu Fan Lauet Hotitili, playfully tapping Barbara's nose with his finger. Ah, you are quite the learner. Barbara shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The moment to open the blind boxes had arrived. Chu Fan took the lead and opened one of the boxes. Ding! Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring various seasonings, 1,000 tons. Goodness, 1,000 tons of seasonings? That is rather extravagant. Though this reward was not particularly grand, it was certainly not insignificant either. Seasonings would inevitably be of use, especially since it included salt, an essential for the human body. Next came Barbara, who also opened the mystery box before her. Ding! Mystery box usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a freshwater purification device, X1. Chu Fan was utterly astonished. Barbara truly seemed to be blessed by luck, having unearthed such an extraordinary item. This was a freshwater purification device. Chu Fan hastily examined the device's instructions. Freshwater purification device can be installed in any location with the ability to modify the number and position of outlets according to the host desires. Note 1. This device operates on solar energy. After basking in sunlight for a full 4 hours, it can function continuously for 10 days. Note 2. This device features a rainwater collection function, automatically gathering rainwater and converting it into potable freshwater. Note 3. This device possesses a seawater collection capability, automatically harvesting seawater and transforming it into freshwater. Note 4. This device includes a 5-ton capacity water reservoir, which will cease operation once filled. After reviewing the device's specifications, the trio could only think one thing. It was simply astonishing, truly remarkable. This contraption was incredibly powerful, and the most crucial aspect was that it could be directly integrated with the bathroom module acquired today. A 5-ton capacity was more than sufficient for their needs. Moreover, as long as there was electricity, the device would operate indefinitely. Thus, theoretically, the water would never run out. Chu Fan gave Barbara a thumbs up. It's infuriating how some people are so fortunate. This epitomized luck. Suddenly, Chu Fan recalled his previous experience with an 80 draw yielding a little zombie in Kamisato Ayaka, silently lamenting how unfair this world truly was. At this moment, a dashing individual who had drawn 2 golds in 10 consecutive pulls left a comment. Now, only Lu Ruoyan remained. At this point, Lu Ruoyan had become completely numb. She never anticipated that Chu Fan's true trump card would be this. Moreover, it was something they could utilize every day. Suddenly, she felt grateful for her choice. It seemed that the probability of her and her brother surviving in this world had increased exponentially. Noticing the looks from Chu Fan and Barbara directed at her, Lu nodded. Taking a deep breath, she opened the mystery box before her. Ding! Mystery box usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a custom water heater for the Aquaman X1. The Aquaman custom water heater operates on solar energy. After basking in sunlight for 4 hours daily, it can be used continuously for 10 days. Note, this water heater can be connected to the freshwater purification device. As the voice faded, Chu Fan was left in a state of utter disbelief. It turned out that it was not Barbara who was exceptionally lucky, but rather he himself was extraordinarily unfortunate. How could these two women have drawn such impressive items, while he had obtained something so mundane? Fortunately, both of these women now belonged to him, and upon reflection, he felt that he must be the most remarkable one after all. Chu Fan could only comfort himself with an AQ spirit. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the two women, Chu Fan assembled the two newly acquired modules onto the Aquaman. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the overall waterline of the Aquaman deepened slightly. Above the newly added bathroom, two conspicuous objects emerged. One was evidently a freshwater purification device, while the other was a hot water apparatus. Thus, on the evening of the 4th day of their survival, Chu Fan and his two wives luxuriated in a warm bath. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the sea beneath them began to roil as if it were being brought to a boil, gradually giving rise to towering waves. Chapter 25. A Rising Tempest. Earlier, I had indulged in some spirits while typing and drove recklessly, resulting in being confined in a small room for 2 full days. This reaffirms the adage, drink while driving, and you shall not drive while drinking. Barbara, the first mate of the Sea King in the 10087 Maritime Zone, warmly reminds, 1 cup of wine while coding, 2 lines of tears while assessing the situation. On board the Sea King, Lu Ruyan was the first to sense the disturbance. Why was the ship swaying so violently? At that moment, both Chu Fan and Barbara also felt the unusual turbulence. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically as they hastily exited the cabin, only to discover that what had once been a gentle breeze had escalated into a violent gale of force 8. Meanwhile, on another vessel, Lu Shangfei was also jolted awake. Brother-in-law, what is happening? Chu Fan's face tightened with anxiety. The ferocity of the wind and waves made him worry whether their 2 ships could withstand such conditions. Fortunately, they had lowered the sails just earlier. Otherwise, the vessel might have capsized. At that moment, the regional channel erupted in chaos, indicating that the tempest was affecting a vast area. What the hell is going on? Why has the wind suddenly intensified so much? Oh heavens, help! This turbulence is making me nauseous. What should I do? My ship is so small. Can it endure this storm? It's over, it's over. My fear of the deep sea is surfacing. I sense there are monsters lurking in these waves. Such words served as a stark reminder to Chu Fan and the others, revealing the myriad of unsolved mysteries in this realm. It was entirely plausible that, as this individual suggested, some unfathomable terror lay hidden within the swells. Chu Fan retrieved the Sea King trident and declared solemnly, Xiao Fei, come here. Everyone exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Barbara drew her sword, her expression tense as she fixated on the disturbances on the water surface. Enormous waves crashed one after another, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in their path. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, Chu Fan, quickly check the regional channel. At her urging, Chu Fan promptly activated the channel, where a person named Gao Shuiqi was addressing the group. Everyone, the storm is exceedingly fierce, and ordinary small boats will not survive. I propose that those nearby merge their vessels to swiftly augment their size and weight, thereby enhancing the likelihood of weathering this tempest. Gao Shuiqi's proposal fell like a stone cast into a deep well, and moments later, responses began to resonate throughout the channel. What you say is true. My coordinates are 117, 256. Is anyone close by? I'm at 126, 369, should be nearby. Not far from Chu Fan, on a notably large ship, stood over 10 individuals. The leader, holding a communication device, bore a triumphant expression. He was none other than Gao Shuaiqi, the captain of the Arkansas. With this strategy, he had successfully merged 7 or 8 nearby vessels. He brimmed with confidence, believing himself to be the most formidable entity upon these waters. In his previous life, he had always been at the bottom of the social ladder. However, having grown up by the seaside, he now found himself at an advantage in this new place compared to others. Consequently, after familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he swiftly commenced his development. This allowed him to amass a considerable amount of resources in a short span of time. Had it not been for Chu Fan's reliance on the automated resource collector, the identity of the true frontrunner would remain uncertain. A long-suppressed individual suddenly found himself elevated above all others overnight, and Gao Shuaiqi felt an unprecedented ambition surging wildly within him. I shall become the sovereign of this world. Gao Shuaiqi roared internally. Then, recalling something, he murmured, Chu Fan, I am curious to discover just who you truly are. At that moment, another wave crashed upon them. Frowning, Gao Shuaiqi remarked, the boat is still too small. Everyone, brace yourselves. We must find a way to merge with any ships that approach us. He then sent his coordinates to the regional channel. 138, 169. Welcome all companions to join us. I believe that united, we can conquer all challenges. It must be said that Gao Shuaiqi's words were indeed persuasive, particularly when many felt most helpless. As Chu Fan observed this, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Gao Shuaiqi's strategy was quite astute. Indeed, no matter the location, humanity tends to band together. Moreover, once such unity is achieved, it often leads to the creation of remarkable miracles. However, with an increase in numbers, challenges inevitably arise. Chu Fan, not wishing to attract unnecessary troubles, dismissed these concerns. He was not yet strong enough. Nevertheless, Gao Shuaiqi had prompted him to consider a suggestion. Lu Rian, shall we merge your harmony with my Sea King into a single vessel? Without hesitation, Lu Rian nodded in agreement, stating, that is precisely my intention. Her harmony was too fragile. Merging with Chu Fan would significantly enhance their chances of survival amidst such tumultuous waves. Furthermore, she had already become Chu Fan's partner, making their union all the more natural. Captain Lu Rian of the Harmony requests to merge with your Sea King. Do you agree? Chu Fan's wristband received the notification. He promptly selected yes. With his decision, a flash of white light enveloped the Harmony, which then vanished from sight. The Sea King also shimmered with light, and 30 seconds later, the brilliance dissipated. At that moment, the Sea King had grown in size by a third and was considerably taller than before. To the casual observer, it now resembled a small medieval warship, albeit lacking any weaponry. What delighted Lu Rian most was that, following the merger, an additional cabin had been added beneath the deck of the Sea King. This was splendid. They would no longer have to sleep under the open sky. At the bow, the automated resource collector had also adjusted itself accordingly. The newly added freshwater collector and water heater had completed their reconfiguration. From this moment forth, the Sea King truly began to embody the essence of conquering the seas. Upon revisiting the team information on the bracelet, the initial duo had transformed into a quartet. Nevertheless, the looming crisis remained unabated. It seemed as though the tumultuous sea had sensed the feeble attempts of these diminutive humans to conquer it, and had grown increasingly agitated. Everyone, be vigilant. Hold fast to the deck, lest you be thrown overboard. Chu Fan bao lao. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, propelling the Sea King like a roller coaster to the crest of the swell. Moments later, it plummeted back down. At this, the countenances of the four transformed dramatically. If such monstrous waves continued to batter them, the Sea King's endurance would indeed be in jeopardy. Just then, a flash illuminated the previously ink-black surface of the sea. The four were astonished to discover an array of shadowy figures emerging from the water's depths. This is bad. It's a sea beast. Chu Fan gripped his Sea King trident tightly, while Barbara raised her sword. Lu Rian suddenly exclaimed, everyone beware, the tempest returns. At that moment, a wave, towering even higher than the previous one, surged towards the Sea King. Chapter 26. The mermaid as the colossal wave, towering 5 stories high, surged towards them. Everyone was rendered speechless. Humanity appeared minuscule in the face of nature's might. The four individuals were already drenched by the crashing waves. Standing at the forefront, Chu Fan gazed intently at the monstrous tide. Barbara couldn't help but murmur, "Oh dear God." Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively grasped Chu Fan's hand. Feeling the softness in his grasp, Chu Fan turned his head and offered a slight nod to everyone. At that moment, the gigantic wave finally crashed down upon them. The Sea King was once again thrust to the crest of the wave. Even Chu Fan, whose body had been enhanced, felt nauseous. And the other three were undoubtedly in a worse state. Fortunately, they had managed to endure. However, should another wave strike, whether they could withstand it remained uncertain. Chu Fan painstakingly wiped the seawater from his face and turned back to see the fatigue etched on everyone's faces. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Chu Fan keenly observed that countless dark shapes were encircling the Sea King. This was dire. Those creatures seemed to have set their sights on them. A wave of alarm surged within Chu Fan. They were at sea, with no means to escape if they were unable to fight back for humanity. This was a natural death trap. At that moment, a massive shadow leapt high from the surface of the water, mouth agape, aiming straight for Lu Shangfei, who stood frozen on the deck. If it bit down, Lu Shangfei would surely meet a gruesome fate. The attack was swift and unexpected, leaving everyone unable to react in time. By the time they realized, it was already too late. Lu Ruyan cried out, "No, Xiaofei." Chu Fan raised his Sea King trident and hurled it at the creature, but it was ultimately a moment too late. Just as everyone believed, Lu Shangfei could not escape. A small, slender shadow leapt from the water and collided with the enormous creature. Although the shadow was diminutive, its force was considerable. While it did not completely dislodge the monstrous beast, it diverted its attack into empty space. Crack! The creature's upper and lower jaws clashed together, producing a sound akin to steel. Having missed its target, the monster plunged back into the sea, creating a splash. Meanwhile, the small shadow seemed to have exhausted its strength and collapsed onto the deck. "Run!" the shadow called out. Chu Fan was taken aback. He had never expected that the figure who leaped onto the ship would be a woman. To be precise, he could hardly believe that someone could survive such turbulent waves and even repel that colossal creature. At that moment, the tumultuous winds and waves on the sea had finally subsided significantly. Lu Ruyan and the others finally regained their composure and hurriedly gathered around. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, and it was then that Chu Fan and the others discerned the outline of the newcomer. However, they were left utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe their eyes, questioning whether they were hallucinating. Just then, a flame flickered to life. It turned out that Lu Shangfei had ignited a piece of wood. Fortunately, the timber is securely stored in the warehouse, thus spared from the ravages of moisture. Nonetheless, given the rarity of wood upon the sea, only in dire circumstances would one indulge in its use for illumination. Illuminated by the firelight, all present beheld a most astonishing sight. The newcomer possessed a fishtail, yet her upper body was that of a maiden exquisitely beautiful. Her appearance rivaled that of Lu Ruyan and Barbara, and her fishtail added an enchanting allure that was distinctly her own. A word flashed through the minds of the four. "Mermaid, you are injured." Barbara, a physician by trade, was the first to notice the mermaid's distress. Upon closer inspection, a conspicuous wound marred her tail, from which blood was seeping profusely. "Run! That creature we encountered was a shark man. He will pursue us." Just as she spoke, a massive wave surged once more from the depths of the ocean. The mermaid pointed towards the tumultuous waters, declaring, "He comes." The shark man knocked. At that moment, a monstrous figure leaped forth from a wave, landing squarely on the deck of the Sea King. This creature was a towering figure, grayish-white in hue, with a physique reminiscent of a human. Yet its head was that of a fearsome shark, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Keek, White Star, what do you think you're running to?" "Ah, I did not expect to find such beautiful women here." Nock's gaze sharpened as he took in the visages of Lu Ruyan and Barbara, his excitement evident. "These two women are quite exceptional. I fancy them." Chu Fan, with a cold demeanor, retorted, I care not what you are. To covet my women is to invite death. With that, he thrust the Sea King trident directly at Nock's chest. It was clear this shark man was no ordinary foe. Words were futile. Action was imperative. Nock scoffed. A mere human dares to oppose me? You overestimate your worth. Without flinching, he allowed the trident to pierce toward him. Chu Fan sensing that the shark man might not be overly bright. Yet, in the next moment, his amusement faded. The shark man's skin appeared as if coated in oil. Upon contact, the trident not only failed to inflict harm, but instead slid off to the side. What is so slippery? How am I to combat this? Keek. Nock drew a large blade from seemingly nowhere and swung it menacingly at Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan hastily raised the Sea King trident in defense. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing resonated across the Sea King. Chu Fan felt as if his arms were burdened by a mountain, an overwhelming weight. High attack, high defense, and thick blood. He lamented, is this what it's like to encounter a boss right after leaving the novice village? Am I not being played? Yet surrender was not in Chu Fan's nature. He resolved to face this challenge head-on. Lu Ruyan, filled with urgency, observed the fierce struggle and drew forth her moon god bow. Barbara tightened her grip around her sword, contemplating how she might assist Chu Fan in this dire strife. Chu Fan, despite his agility, was unlikely to suffer defeat so swiftly. However, the disparity in their physical prowess rendered his chances of victory almost non-existent. This was still aboard the vessel. Had they been submerged in water, one could only speculate the extent of Nock's formidable strength. Suddenly, a flurry of blue light erupted as Barbara brandished the equal opportunity shotgun. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets proved futile against him. Despair enveloped the crowd. If even the shotgun could not breach his defenses, what hope did mere mortals have? Amidst their grave deliberations, the mermaid suddenly called out, "Stop!" She stepped forward, her fishtail transforming seamlessly into a pair of sleek legs, albeit marred by a conspicuous wound. Nock, they are but passing humans. Spare them, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Nock erupted into a raucous laugh, his lascivious eyes glinting with a sinister green light. So, you would consent to be my bride? The mermaid's countenance flickered with despair as she involuntarily turned her gaze toward Barbara, who had just stowed her shotgun and was now gripping her sword with determination. In an instant, the mermaid's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. She lifted her head and declared, Nock, your demise is imminent. Chapter 27. The Dragon-Slaying Sword Nock. Your demise is imminent. Upon the utterance of this phrase by the mermaid, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. The abrupt shift in her demeanor from feigned weakness to unyielding strength left everyone momentarily bewildered. Nock, equally taken aback, responded with a mocking grin. Oh, White Star, you dare proclaim my death? Surely, you do not naively believe that these mere mortals before me could vanquish me? With disdain, he cast a dismissive glance at the formidable Chu Fan, remarking, this man possesses certain skills, yet alas, you cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon me. Chu Fan, wearing a look of frustration, contemplated that this behemoth indeed had vulnerabilities. It was evident that its reaction speed on land was significantly diminished, often rendering it an easy target. However, its hide was impenetrably tough, thwarting his every attempt to breach its defenses. Nock's taunts prompted Chu Fan to cast a dubious glance at the mermaid, named White Star. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she regarded White Star. Suddenly, White Star called out to Barbara, Dear sister, might I have a glance at the sword you hold? Barbara, taken aback by the request, glanced at Chu Fan. Though perplexed, he nodded in encouragement. Barbara stepped forward, extending the sword toward White Star. Instead of taking it, White Star leaned in closely to examine the blade. After a brief moment, her expression shifted to one of excitement. Laced with awe, Big brother, this sword has the power to breach his defenses. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned as he accepted the sword from Barbara's hands. This was the very sword he had retrieved from the treasure hoard of the colossal dragon beneath the sea. He had assumed it merely a quality, yet ordinary sword. However, White Star's words suggested that it was far from ordinary. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Chu Fan grasped the sword. Noticing the exchange, Nock scoffed, "What useless blade," thinking it could. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. "What? It can't be. How could you possess that sword?" Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. Though he was unaware of the sword's true nature, Nock's reaction revealed a palpable fear of it. Sensing the confusion among the group, White Star elucidated. "Brother Chu, the sword in your hand is the legendary dragon-slaying sword. If it truly is the dragon-slaying sword, a wielder with sufficient strength could indeed slay even a dragon. While you may still be a mere mortal, Nock is but an ordinary shark man. Using the dragon-slaying sword against him would be a trivial endeavor. Knockes complexion palette, stammering, impossible. That sword exists only in legend. No one has ever laid eyes upon it. How could these humans possess it?" Yet, Chu Fan had latched onto the key term, dragon. This very sword was seized from the grasp of a colossal dragon. Thus, the likelihood of it being the fabled dragon slayer is exceedingly high. Nock, realizing that further delay could prove disastrous, gritted his teeth and declared, "I refuse to believe this is any mythical dragon slayer. I want you all to perish." With that, he swung his blade fiercely towards Chu Fan's neck. The strike was powerful, seeming to cleave the very air around it, accompanied by a whistling sound, and it hurtled toward Chu Fan's vital points. "Be careful," Barbara cried out in alarm. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. He bent low and lunged forward, rolling on the ground to narrowly evade the deadly blow. Upon rising, he found himself directly before Nock. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword at Nock. In the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. Nock, who moments ago had been impervious to all force, was now as effortlessly cut through as if he were mere tofu, the blade slicing through his skin with ease. By the time Nock comprehended what had transpired, one of his arms lay severed upon the deck. The fluidity of the act left Chu Fan with an unsettling sense of unreality. Nock shrieked in agony, his large blade clattering to the ground. It was indeed the Dragon Slayer. As the sea creatures surrounding the Sea King's ship witnessed the emergence of the legendary sword, they scattered in fright, fearing that they would be the next to serve as sustenance for Chu Fan. With the retreat of the sea beasts, tranquility returned to the ocean, and the ominous clouds above began to dissipate. The moon ascended once more, casting its light upon the deck of the Sea King. Nock, stripped of his earlier bravado, was now a visage of terror. "No, you cannot kill me. Spare my life, and I shall lead you to a nearby island rich with treasures." However, Bai Xing scoffed. "You sharkmen are the most deceitful and despicable race in the ocean. Brother Chu, do not be swayed by his lies." Chu Fan remained silent, yet he understood that in this perilous world, failing to eradicate threats could lead to endless troubles. With resolute determination, he stepped forward without hesitation and, meeting Nock's venomous, terrified gaze, plunged the Dragon Slayer directly into his chest. Nock howled once more, then, with a venomous tone, uttered, "The Dragon God shall soon return. My kin will avenge me." With those final words, Nock's head lolled, and he succumbed to death. Chu Fan withdrew the Dragon Slayer and examined it closely. To his astonishment, the sword he had risked so much to reclaim possessed such extraordinary origins. However, why had its sharpness gone unnoticed until now? Bai Xing, seemingly attuned to Chu Fan's confusion, elucidated, many years ago, the dragon race reigned supreme over these waters, with no other race able to contend against them. Their arrogance grew, leading them to slaughter other races wantonly. It was not until roughly 1,000 years ago that a multitude of humans appeared in this world, much like yourselves. Their origins remain a mystery to this day. Among the human race, a valiant warrior, after enduring countless hardships, ultimately vanquished the formidable dragon leader and fashioned this Dragon Slayer sword from its bones. This sword is specifically designed to slay evil dragons. Yet due to the immense power of the dragon kin, it proves to be lethal to other races inhabiting the ocean as well. Curiously, in ordinary circumstances, it merely appears as an unremarkable sword. The gathered crowd finally comprehended this revelation, their intrigue piqued by the tales they had heard. Lu Ruyan, with her keen perception, seized upon a fragment of valuable information and promptly inquired, What did that shark man mean when he spoke of the dragon god's imminent return? Bai Xing's expression darkened as he lowered his gaze and replied. He spoke the truth. According to legend, the human warrior made a pact with the dragon race, promising not to disturb the realm for a millennium. Now, as the millennium approaches, the dragons are poised to awaken. The time of 1,000 years has come, and the Dragon King shall return. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow and remarked, So, this is the very reason we have been summoned here? Chapter 28. Freshwater Trade. Bai Xing shook her head and said, I am not certain about that. A brief silence enveloped the vessel. Moments later, Chu Fan smiled and remarked, Well, let us discuss this matter later. Tell me about yourself. Your name is Bai Xing? Bai Xing nodded and replied, Indeed, I am Bai Xing. As you can see, I belong to the merfolk. Barbara exclaimed, I never imagined that mermaids truly exist in this world. Bai Xing continued, Our merfolk tribe has inhabited this planet since time immemorial. We are among the marine creatures closest to humanity. However, recently, for reasons unknown, the shark tribe, leading the assault, has suddenly turned against us. Countless of my kin have perished. Had I not encountered you all, I might have fallen into the clutches of Nok. Lu Ruyin interjected. I must express my gratitude to you for saving my brother's life. Lu Shangfei nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, Indeed, without you, I would have surely met my end. Upon hearing this, the group recalled the harrowing scene from earlier. Had Bai Xing not discovered the Dragon Slayer sword, they would likely have been devoured by those sea beasts. Chu Fan activated his wristband and noted that within just one night, the number of individuals in the regional channel had dwindled to fewer than 8,000. This indicated that over 1,000 lives had been lost in just a few short hours. This world was far more perilous than he had ever imagined. Thankfully, Bai Xing had arrived. Perhaps he could uncover more secrets of this world through her. By the way, Bai Xing, do you know where we are? Chu Fan inquired, pulling out the treasure map and pointing to the marked spot. Bai Xing studied it for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not familiar with this location, and judging by the map, it appears to be quite distant from here. Chu Fan nodded and carefully stowed the map away. At that moment, Bai Xing rose to her feet. I'm truly grateful to you all. I must return now. My friends, it has been a pleasure meeting you, and I hope to cross paths again in the future. With that, Bai Xing leapt into the sea and shortly vanished into the vast waters. The four watched for a while, marveling at the wonders of this world. Chu Fan discarded the shark man's corpse into the ocean and rinsed the deck with a bit of water before returning to the cabin. After such a tumultuous night, they all felt somewhat fatigued. Lu Shangfei took the initiative to head to the lower deck, where there was a sailor's room. From that moment onward, it became his quarters. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruyin settled into the captain's cabin. The following day, as Chu Fan emerged from his room, he spotted Lu Shangfei on the deck, busily fiddling with a fishing net. Xiaofei, what are you up to? Chu Fan in Gui? Lu Shangfei sighed, brother-in-law. For the past few days, I've been consuming nothing but small bread rolls. I'm on the verge of retching. Today, I aim to catch a couple of fish to eat. Chu Fan could relate deeply to his sentiment, but he continued to ask, however, we do not have a pot. How shall we prepare the fish? Lu Shangfei chuckled and remarked, we could roast it. In any case, I no longer wish to consume small bread. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's voice echoed from behind. I almost forgot you previously worked at a fish grill. Then today's grilled fish shall be entrusted to you. No problem, brother-in-law, lend me a hand. Let's go fishing. Barbara, being a Caucasian accustomed to bread, found no fault in her daily bread consumption. However, she was quite intrigued by the roasted fish Lu Shangfei mentioned. Thus, the four of them swiftly divided their tasks. Lu Ruoyan surveyed the conditions of the sea, while Barbara focused on the resource collector. Lu Shangfei organized the fishing net and began to catch fish from the ocean. Meanwhile, Chu Fan activated his wristband to see if there were any resources available for trade. I have fresh water. In exchange, I seek useful items. Interested parties may contact me privately. Chu Fan sent out a message. Soon after, numerous messages flooded the regional channel. Look, the great Chu Fan has appeared. Boss, I just fished up a Fiji cup, and it seems to be the same as T-shirt songs. Can I trade it for some fresh water? Chu Fan, I am Lu Ruoyan, the belle of Jiangxing University. I possess a pair of authentic stockings. Would you exchange it for 20 bottles? Or how about 10 bottles of water? No way. Is that really Lu Ruoyan? Goddess, I have no fresh water, but can I trade something else with you? Chu Fan was left speechless, glancing back at Lu Ruoyan, who was gazing out at the sea, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The individual masquerading as Lu Ruoyan might very well be a burly man, on a boat some 20 to 30 miles from a sea king. A woman weighing around 200 pounds sent a message. Without fresh water, what do you have? My Lu Ruoyan stockings are not something just anything can trade for. Chu Fan disregarded these messages and opened his inbox, where he found a multitude of private messages. However, most of them were trivial attempts at flattery, seeking favors, or proposals of patronage. Just as he was about to close the wristband, one private message caught his eye. Sender, I fuel Nina content. Chu Fan, I have a blueprint. Could we exchange it for some fresh water? Upon seeing this name, Chu Fan immediately recalled her as one of the few who had previously spoken on his behalf. He quickly replied, what blueprint? I fuel Nina. Construction blueprint for a kitchen module. I lack sufficient materials and am in need of fresh water. So I noticed your message in the region. Chu Fan felt elated. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was about to doze off. How much water do you need? I fuel Nina, 10 bottles. Or perhaps 5. After pondering, Chu Fan responded, I shall give you 20 bottles. Consider it a token of gratitude for your earlier support. I fuel Nina. Really? You are too kind. Should I acquire more blueprints in the future, I shall reach out to you. Agreed. It is settled then. Subsequently, Chu Fan listed 20 bottles of water on the trading platform, which were promptly exchanged by Nina for a kitchen blueprint. Aboard a vessel, two remarkably similar, beautiful young ladies gazed at the 20 bottles of mineral water that had appeared, unable to contain their delight. Sister, this is fantastic. We finally have water to drink. Indeed, this Chu Fan is quite remarkable. That fellow named Bald Chong only offered 2 bottles, which was a staggering 10-fold less. Yes, with water, we can finally survive. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, after a flash of white light, a new module, the kitchen, was added. Everyone was filled with joy, as the Sea King now possessed nearly all the essential living facilities. At last, we need not subsist on mere bread anymore. Kulme. Today, your Sea King shall personally prepare a sumptuous seafood feast. Xiao Fei, have you caught any fish yet? Chapter 29. The windless sea. A few individuals gazed at the newly added kitchen, unable to suppress their astonishment. Within the kitchen, there was even a rudimentary stove. Although it lacked modern culinary tools, it at least provided a space for cooking. It is no wonder that upgrading this kitchen posed a challenge for Iphigenia, as it required a substantial investment of 10 points, 200 units of wood, and 50 units of iron. Consequently, even the iron reserves of the affluent Chu Fan were nearly depleted. As for the points, it seems that the average person would be at a loss. Chu Fan, however, had precisely 100 points remaining, and after expending 10 points, his balance dwindled to 90. Nevertheless, the investment and returns remained proportionate, allowing him to finally bid farewell to the monotonous diet of stale bread. Prior to his transmigration, Chu Fan was quite adept at cooking, thus his culinary skills were commendable. After laboring the kitchen for an extended period, he presented several dishes before the group: pan-fried ribbon fish, sardine and kelp soup, and braised yellow croaker. Having always indulged in their seafood, today he would allow them to savor his culinary creations. Lu Xiangfei, perplexed, inquired, seafood? What seafood? Did you all indulge in seafood behind my back? Lu Ruoyan shot Chu Fan an admonishing glare, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she reprimanded Lu Xiangfei. Just eat your meal without so many questions. Lu Xiangfei, scratching his head, succumbed to his sister's authoritative presence and fell silent, focusing on his food. For Barbara, it was her first encounter with such cooking, and the enticing aroma was undeniably delightful. Darling, did you make all of this? I didn't expect you to be so skilled in this area. Chu Fan chuckled. Just eat it, and not a word of complaint. The four of them sat on the deck, enjoying their inaugural grand meal in this foreign world. After just 2 bites, Barbara's mouth formed an astonished O. Oh my goodness. Darling, this is absolutely delicious. Chu Fan grinned. What are you raving about? Barbara shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling. Now I truly understand how dreadful white people's food can be. I've decided I shall never eat it again. Lu Ruoyan savored her meal with grace, embodying her usual goddess-like demeanor. The flavor is quite pleasant. I didn't realize you possessed such culinary talent. Chu Fan. Chu Fan sighed. Alas, the ingredients are limited, and there is no fine wine to elevate the occasion. Lu Ruoyan cast him a disapproving look, thinking that others had food and drink on their vessels. Yet Chu Fan still yearned for wine. She secretly felt grateful for her choices, realizing that without their combined efforts, they might not even have access to water, let alone seafood. After a few more bites, Lu Ruoyan rose and approached the edge of the deck, gazing into the distance. Before long, she noticed numerous small black dots appearing on the surface of the sea. Everyone look, it seems there are many ships. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan joined her, following her pointed finger. Indeed, countless vessels emerged ahead, gradually converging towards them. With a frown, Chu Fan realized that there were not many vessels equipped with propulsion systems. Yet they were all converging in one direction, which could only imply one thing: ocean currents. Could it be that the game designers intended for everyone to gather in one place? Indeed, an increasing number of individuals discovered that their boats seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, slowly guiding them to a singular destination. After half an hour, the waters were teeming with hundreds of ships. What is going on? Why are we all being herded together? Oh, isn't that Manager Wu? I didn't expect to see you here. Indeed, it is I. Do you have any food to spare? I haven't eaten all day. I have a club here. Would you care for a bite? How dare you speak to a superior like that? You thought I was the same old pushover, didn't you? I've long wanted to take you down. What do you think you're doing? I warn you not to act recklessly. This is, help. Such instances were rampant, and the ocean surface was in utter chaos. Others soon noticed the situation with Chu Fan. Goodness, whose ship is that? It's enormous. The two women aboard are stunning, and one of them is a foreign beauty. This fellow is quite fortunate. Indeed, that foreign girl is a real catch. If I could spend one night with her, it would be worth dying for. Damn it, I can't even get a sip of water. And they're feasting on seafood? Quiet down. That must be the Sea King. Chu Fan, observing the sudden influx of vessels, felt his perplexity deepen. All these ships were second tier. After all, besides himself, who could upgrade to third tier so swiftly? However, soon everyone's attention was captivated by a massive ship that had suddenly appeared. This vessel was significantly larger than the others surrounding it, even dwarfing Chu Fan's Sea King. It was none other than Gao Shuaiqi's Arkansas. Following the tumultuous storm the previous night, he had successfully expanded his Ark to an astonishing size. In terms of tier, both the Ark and the Sea King were equal, both third tier. Yet, due to the integration of over a dozen second-tier ships, the Ark was now twice the size of the Sea King. Standing at the bow, Gao Shuaiqi reveled in the astonished gazes of the crowd, feeling immensely proud. This was precisely the sensation he craved. At that moment, he spotted the Sea King not far off, contemplating, surely, that must be the Sea King. In the next instant, he beheld the stunning figures of Lu Ruoyan and Barbara on the deck, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. In recent days, he had acquired several women, two of whom were quite attractive. This made him reflect in awe. This is what a celestial existence feels like. But compared to Lu Ruoyan and Barbara, or his acquisitions but mere trifles. No, he must have those two women. So, this man must be Chu Fan. Excellent. It's time to demonstrate to everyone who truly reigns over these waters. At that moment, a voice resonated through the void once more. Congratulations on surviving to the 5th day. Current survival count, 500 individuals. You are now entering the next phase of the game. Congratulations. You have officially entered the windless sea. As the name suggests, there is no wind here, nor will there be any ocean currents. Consequently, no supply crates will appear. Each day, there will be approximately 20 minutes of rainfall, which will be your sole opportunity to collect fresh water. The windless sea spans roughly 500 miles. You may attempt to catch fish in these waters, but beware, for perilous sea beasts also inhabit this realm. Defeating sea creatures or other vessels will earn you points. Strive to survive and find a way to escape the windless sea. As the voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a brief pause, an uproar ensued. It was indeed a conspiracy. They had all been corralled into this windless sea. Furthermore, no resources would be forthcoming. The only way to procure food was to fish in the treacherous waters. With thousands gathered, conflicts were inevitable, and those who sought to reap without toil would surely emerge, especially with the point ranking system, which seemed to incite human discord. Chu Fan and his companions recognized this grim reality, their expressions shifting. The true test had only just begun. Chapter 30. The rise of conflict. After a brief uproar, the crowd once again succumbed to silence. It was evident that such clamor would resolve nothing. Presently, they could still rely on a daily precipitation of 20 minutes. But sustenance would necessitate venturing into the sea to fish. Yet, the ominous warning echoed that the waters harbored sea monsters, deterring anyone from taking the initiative. Lu Xiangfei exhaled in relief, declaring, "Fortunately, we possess fishing nets. We need not brave the ocean to catch fish." Chu Fan could not suppress a smile, for that fishing net had been procured from the very first treasure chest, remaining unused until now. Unexpectedly, it had transformed into a miraculous tool. Many others who had also acquired fishing nets shared in his quiet joy. Observing that it was still early, Lu Xiangfei cast the net once more into the sea. Chu Fan surveyed the surrounding vessels, noting several predatory gazes directed at them. It was hardly surprising. Their ship was inherently conspicuous, especially with the presence of the goddess like Lu Ruya and Barbara, making it difficult to avoid attracting attention. Should these onlookers discover that their vessel was equipped with freshwater collection gear and a hot water apparatus, one could only imagine the envy it would incite. At that moment, Chu Fan was taken aback, for he recognized a familiar face. It was none other than the alluring woman he had once shared an intimate connection with. Bai Jie, Chu Fan habo indesiban feeling tawat bai zi. She was stunningly beautiful and impeccably maintained, having once shared a close encounter with him. Yet, more critically, it was this wealthy woman who had inadvertently led him into this peculiar game. Logically, he should resent her. However, reflecting on his previous chaotic life, he realized that, compared to now, it had not improved significantly. Moreover, here he had acquired two goddess-like wives, Barbara and Lu Ria, a notion that would have been unfathomable in his former world. Pondering this, he felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Nevertheless, given their history, he decided to act as if he had not seen her. As his thoughts shifted, Chu Fan suddenly recalled Dragon Brother. He activated his wristband, located Dragon Brother's avatar, and sent a message. "Dragon Brother, are you in the windless sea?" After a few minutes, Dragon Brother replied, "Chu Fan, I am indeed here. Are you here as well?" Chu Fan responded, "Yes, I am. There is something I wish to discuss with you." Dragon Brother inquired, "What is it?" Chu Fan replied, "I have spotted your wife." Dragon Brother exclaimed, "Where is that little vixen?" "Chu Fan an sua. She is aboard a ship not far from mine." Dragon Brother pressed, "Who else is with her?" After observing for a moment, Chu Fan replied, "There's another girl on her ship, but that girl." Dragon Brother interrupted, "What about that girl?" Chu Fan continued, "She appears to weigh at least 200 pounds. Dragon Brother responded, "Never mind, Brother Chu, please keep an eye on her and ensure she does not entice other men. I will come find you shortly." As Chu Fan retracted his wristband, he suddenly heard Barbara's voice. "Chu Fan, you must check the ship's information." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan hastily activated his wristband and accessed the vessel information. Indeed, the details had expanded significantly. Vessel name, Neptune. Captain, Chu Fan. Crew, Barbara Lu Ruyan. Lu Xiangfei. Number of vessels, 1. Vessel level, level 3. Displacement, 50 tons. Speed, 10 knots. Current points, 80. Communication module, unlocked. Requires 1,000 points to activate. Radar module, unlocked. Requires 1,000 points to activate. Weapon module, unlocked. Level 4 or above. Requires 1,000 points to activate. Engine module, sail. Can be upgraded to electric engine for 1,000 points. Armor module, standard armor. Can be upgraded at level 4 or above. Living facilities, 1. Standard fishing net. Can be upgraded to automatic fishing system for 1,000 points. 2. Level 1 freshwater collection system. Requires blueprint, already possessed. 3. Level 1 water heating system. Requires blueprint, already possessed. 4. Level 1 kitchen module. Requires blueprint, already possessed 5. Level 1 bathroom module. Requires blueprint, already possessed. Prerequisites for upgrading to level 4 tanker not met. Must unlock communication module, radar module, electric engine, and have a crew of at least 6. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping that the game's currency was, in fact, the so-called points. Furthermore, he astutely noticed the inclusion of vessel quantity on the panel, suggesting the possibility of forming fleets in the future. Perhaps even a multifaceted super fleet comprising nuclear submarines, cruisers, and aircraft carriers. This thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. What defines a Sea King? This exemplifies the essence of a Sea King. The vessel level is self-evident. The displacement likely indicates the size of the ship. For instance, Gao Shuaiqi's Ark, like Chu Fan's, is also a level 3 vessel. However, due to its absorption of numerous other ships, its displacement should considerably surpass that of Chu Fan's. Upon realizing that all living facilities required blueprints for activation, Chu Fan couldn't help but express his gratitude. Indeed, this guidance had saved him from countless detours. Like Chu Fan, many others noticed the changes in vessel information, eliciting a mix of joy and concern. The jubilant ones recognized that everything was attainable, provided one possessed sufficient points. Conversely, the anxious ones lamented the scarcity of points, with nearly everyone, barring a few, having nearly 0. The means to earn points included 2 primary methods: slaying sea monsters and attacking other vessels. The risk factor associated with sea monsters remained unknown. Thus, it seemed that confronting fellow players might be the more prudent choice. As this realization dawned, the expressions of those contemplating it became decidedly nuanced. It appeared that the game indeed encouraged human conflict. At that moment, a shout emerged from the crowd. "Hey Kai, what are you doing?" A voice belonging to someone named Ma retorted. "I hear you are the master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi. I, the first of Kunquan, challenge you to a duel." Chu Fan scanned the surroundings and beheld an elderly man clad in traditional attire, glaring angrily at a neighboring vessel. On board the vessel stood a young man with a center-parted hairstyle, clad in suspenders, cradling a basketball in his arms. "Greetings, I am Kunquan, the captain of Isaiah Hongzi, a practitioner of Kunquan for 2.5 years. An elderly gentleman in traditional attire let out a scoff, declaring, "Arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate my lightning 5 whips." Behind him stood a young girl with dyed blonde hair, dressed in torn denim jeans, chewing gum with an air of nonchalance. She retorted, "What is this Kunquan? I've never heard of it." Enraged, Kunquan warned, "Dare to insult my Kunquan, and I shall send you a lawyer's letter." The girl replied mockingly, "Oh, how terrified I am." Unable to contain himself any longer, Kunquan leapt onto the Hunyuan, launching an elbow strike towards the girl. Chapter 31. Today is a fine day. Such conflicts proliferated among the crowd, as more individuals cast their gaze upon their fellow beings nearby. Vessels filled solely with the frail. The ailing or women became prime targets. Chu Fan remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings, for he discerned that more than one faction had set their sights on his ship. On a vessel behind the Sea King, a bald man with malevolent eyes fixated upon it. The peculiar structure of that ship boasted numerous protrusions unlike any other, and while its purpose eluded him, it undoubtedly housed valuable assets. Most notably, the 2 women aboard that ship were exceptionally alluring. One, a voluptuous beauty, and the other, an enchanting femme fatale, rendered him utterly entranced. Cursing under his breath, Wu Laowai's heart raced with envy. How fortunate was this pretty boy to have ensnared 2 such exquisite prizes. If only he could share a night with either, the ecstasy would be unparalleled. With this thought, his heart quickened. Finally, he spat, as if resolved to a decision. To hell with it, he would seize them. He was, after all, a condemned criminal serving a death sentence for his heinous acts. While awaiting execution, he had become embroiled in this perilous game. Initially, he believed it might offer him a chance for redemption, but within 2 days, his true nature emerged. In a realm devoid of legal and moral constraints, he found his paradise. Hence, upon the conclusion of the novice period, he had swiftly commandeered 2 ships, effectively doubling his fleet. His companions were fellow inmates, and due to his ruthless disposition, they referred to him as prison boss. Wu Laowai indeed lived up to the moniker. having slaughtered the men and disposed of their bodies at sea, while the women, provided they were not unattractive, were reduced to mere instruments for his gratification. Just as he solidified his decision, a wiry man behind him murmured, "Prison boss, are you truly going to act?" Wu Laowai replied coldly, "Of course. These two beauties are simply irresistible. If I do not seize them, how can I quell this fire within me?" The lean man, known as Yu Daitzi, affectionately dubbed Yu Sin due to his birth order, was Wu Laowai's most loyal accomplice. "Brother, how magnificent you are!" Yu Sin exclaimed, his eyes glinting with fervor as he added, "Does this mean I might claim these two women for myself?" His gaze fell upon the two battered, terror-stricken women in the cabin. He recognized the allure of the women aboard the Sea King, but was acutely aware that such treasures were beyond his reach. Thus, he sought to settle for whatever scraps might be left for him. Wu Laowai chuckled, patting Yu San on the shoulder. "Rest assured, my brother, I shall not neglect you. However, my temper is quite volatile at the moment." With that, he swayed into the cabin, where a cacophony of shouts and cries was soon followed by a series of strange sounds. Yu Sin swallowed hard, contemplating the prospect of sharing in such delight later, and could not help but chuckle. Today is indeed a splendid day. 3 minutes later, Wu Laowai, adjusting his trousers, approached with a look of refreshment. "All right, Yu San, go inquire about Ma Ren. I fear this pretty boy might have some tricks up his sleeve. Let us ensure we proceed with caution." Yu Sin hesitated momentarily and replied, "Brother, what if Ma Ren desires those two women as well?" Wu Laowai laughed, assuring him, "Do not worry. Ma Ren has no interest in women. It is precisely this trait that led me to seek him out." Confused, Yu San asked, "Is he from Sichuan?" Wu Laowai chuckled knowingly, his silence speaking volumes. Nodding in understanding, Yu Sin declared, "Very well, I shall go at once." A short while later, a vessel of similar size to Wu Laowai's approached. A medium-built, slightly portly man with a square face and a beard stepped aboard. "Oh, why, what brings you to seek me?" "Miss me?" Wu Laowai grinned. "Ma Ren, would you be interested in a lucrative venture?" "What venture?" Wu Laowai gestured toward the Sea King, saying, "That ship appears quite promising. I fear I cannot manage it alone and seek your assistance." "What say you?" Ma Ren glanced at the Sea King, noticing Barbara and Lu Rian standing aboard, and his expression shifted to one of realization. These two women are indeed remarkable, yet why should I partner with you? Wu Laowai proposed, "Upon success, you shall claim 70% of the bounty aboard that ship, but those two women will be mine." "How's that sound?" Ma Ren shook his head. "I am not inclined to take such risks. That vessel seems to far surpass our own in rank. It surely is not." Just as Wu Laowai's furrowed brow deepened with concern, Ma Ren abruptly altered his tone, declaring, "All right, I shall take on this task." Wu Laowai was taken aback, following Ma Ren's gaze to spot a youthful figure standing on the Sea King, quite handsome indeed. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Ma Ren had changed his mind so swiftly. Had he known of this youth's presence, perhaps he should not have offered such a generous share. Nevertheless, the words were spoken, and he could not retract them. The thought of acquiring those two enchanting women ignited a fervor within him. This endeavor would not be in vain. Once they confirmed their objective, Wu Laowai shared his plan to launch a nighttime ambush. However, Ma Ren laughed, "Old Wai, I believe you're growing increasingly timid. With just these two pretty boys, what is there to fear? We have 4 men. Surely we can handle them." Wu Laowai countered, "Caution is paramount. One misstep could lead to disaster." Though Ma Ren felt Wu Laowai's apprehension was excessive, he refrained from arguing, and the two convened to discuss the details of their nocturnal operation. Meanwhile, unaware of the plan already in motion, Chu Fan cautioned, "Everyone, remain vigilant. I sense there may be trouble tonight." Barbara brandished her equality artifact, declaring, "What is there to fear? My bullets are not to be trifled with." Lu Yin gently nodded and said, "It is wise to be cautious. I have an unsettling feeling that someone is watching us." Lu Fei quietly added, "Sister, I just inexplicably felt a sudden tension." Chu Fan contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let us take turns resting tonight to prevent any nefarious individuals from taking advantage of the chaos." After discussing the details, the 4 assembled to share a modest meal. Once they were satisfied, Lu Yin and her brother retired for rest, while Chu Fan and Barbara remained by the cabin door. Barbara leaned against Chu Fan, her right index finger tracing circles on his chest. "My dear, do you prefer my sister Lu Ru Yin a bit more than me?" Chu Fan responded with a faint smile. "I cherish both equally." After saying this, he let out a hearty laugh, but abruptly his expression turned serious as he shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 32. Establishing authority in the enveloping darkness, two vessels silently approached the Sea King. It was none other than Wu Laowai and Ma Run aboard their boats. The duo believed themselves to be undetected, but as soon as they stepped onto the deck of the Sea King, they were immediately discovered. Nevertheless, they sought stability. If caught, they felt no trepidation. In their eyes, Chu Fan and his companions were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. To their surprise, their presence was detected so swiftly. Wu Laowai let out a cold chuckle. Behind him, Yusan switched on a flashlight, its beam illuminating Chu Fan and Barbara. "Wow!" Wu Laowai exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Barbara's beauty. From a distance, she had captivated him, and up close, she was even more stunning. Meanwhile, Marin caught sight of Chu Fan and, with an odd tone, remarked, "Hey there, handsome. I'm not a bad guy. I just want to chat about life." Wu Laowai's eyes remained glued to Barbara, leering as he said, "Hello? Beautiful. Come with me. You can see I'm fit. I got strength and size." Barbara shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Size? What size? A tumor?" Wu Laowai was momentarily taken aback, but soon laughed, licking his lips. "No wonder they call you a wild mare. You've got quite the fiery spirit. I like that." He then turned to Chu Fan, saying, "Kid, be smart and hand over this woman to me. There's another one, too. Give them both to me, and I'll spare you some trouble. Otherwise," at that moment, Marin interjected, "What are you doing? You can't talk to the young man like that." He then turned to Chu Fan, saying, "Don't be afraid, little brother. As long as you come with me, I'll give you whatever you desire." Chu Fan understood. It became clear that he was dealing with a homosexual. A wave of revulsion washed over him. "Get lost, you disgusting creep." He cursed, then added, "Now tell me, what do you want on our ship? Yusan jumped in, can't you see? They're here to rob us of our wealth and our virtue. Be smart and surrender. Otherwise, my brother will show you what the first blade of Jiangcheng can do." Wu Laowai suppressed a smirk, clearing his throat. "Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key." Chu Fan feigned innocence. "What if I refuse to cooperate?" A cruel glint flashed in Wu Laowai's eyes as he said, 8 years ago, there was a couple just like you. Want to know what happened? Right in front of that man, I toyed with his woman, and then we killed them both." Cold light flickered in Chu Fan's eyes as he nodded. "So you're a scumbag. That makes things simpler." With that, to the astonishment of Wu Laowai and his companions, Chu Fan turned away, addressing Barbara. "Darling, these scoundrels are all yours." At that moment, Barbara had her hair elegantly styled, embodying a goddess. Yet this goddess held a cylindrical object aimed directly at Wu Laowai and his crew. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, she signaled an okay with her left hand and suddenly pulled the trigger. A robbery indeed. Bang! The younger brother of Ma Rin fell to the ground first. A robbery. Bang! Ma Run let out a piercing scream, only to see his lower body covered in a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. "How dare you lay a hand on my man?" Bang! One of Yusan's legs vanished entirely. "Ah, sister, I had no designs on your man." Yusan shrieked like a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Wu Laowai was utterly stunned. "No, brother, sister, this isn't how you play the game. We've only just crossed over a few days ago. We're still using cold weapons. Where did you get a gun from?" Just then, gunfire erupted again. The first knife of Jiangcheng. Bang! Wu Laowai cried out in agony, feeling a sharp pain in his lower body. He swore, even if Barbara and Lu Rian stood before him eating fruits, he wouldn't have a single impure thought. At this point, Wu Laowai was thoroughly terrified, never having felt such fear even when sentenced to death. "Little brother, we were wrong. Considering we are all compatriots, spare us this once. We promise we won't dare again." "Chu Fan, compatito. You didn't seem so soft-hearted a moment ago. I was merely trying to intimidate you. Little brother, truly, I am a good person." At that moment, Marin regretted it deeply. This woman's actions were too ruthless. She could no longer aspire to be a 1, only a 0. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Little brother, Don't believe him. He is a monster. Following the voice, Chu Fan turned to see two disheveled women with numerous wounds on their faces standing on Wu Laowai's ship, their eyes filled with fury directed at him. Who are you? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. One of the women spoke through her tears. We are just ordinary people, captured by this madman. And then she broke down sobbing. The other woman continued. These two demons killed our families before our eyes and tormented us daily in various ways. He cannot even be called human. He is a complete monster. We sisters wish we could flay him alive. Wu Laowai's expression changed, and he shouted, Shut up, you filthy women. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of blue light flashed, and 4 more wicked corpses lay on the deck of the Sea King. This time, Barbara did not grant them the luxury of words. Ha, truly scum. This was part of the strategy devised by Chu Fan and his companions. To minimize trouble, they had to establish their authority. Wu Laowai and his companions provided the perfect opportunity for Chu Fan to assert his dominance. He wanted everyone to know he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, the gunshots shattered the night sky, causing nearby vessels to tense up. What on earth? Where are the gunshots coming from? Where did the gun come from? How can we continue playing like this? I swear, it seems to be from that ship. I remarked earlier how stunning those 2 women were. On the ark, Gao Shuachi suddenly sat up in bed. Where's that gunfire coming from? Boss, it seems to be noise from the Sea King. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Gao Shuaiqi's eyes. Could it be Chu Fan again? It seemed the time had come to confront him. Unbeknownst to Chu Fan, various movements were afoot. He called Lu Shangfei out from the cabin, intending for the 2 of them to clear the 4 piles of meat paste from the deck together. Next time, he would have to remind Barbara to take it easy. After all, a shotgun without bullets is no different from a mere stick. This operation swiftly transformed the scene into one resembling a large-scale dismemberment. Congratulations on defeating the ship, Sea Wolf, earning 10 points. Congratulations on defeating the ship, Sea Chrysanthemum, earning 10 points. The sudden notifications left Chu Fan momentarily stunned, prompting an involuntary jest. Only 10 points for vanquishing a ship? Unlocking a new module alone requires a staggering 1,000 points. At this rate, crafting an invincible fleet seems a distant dream. The 2 women remained silent, assisting with water buckets to help clean the deck. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan inquired, What are your plans for the future? Chapter 33. The blind box reopened upon hearing Chu Fan's inquiry. The expressions of the 2 women darkened. Both had been transported here alongside their husbands, yet unexpectedly encountered the perverse Wu Laowai at the outset. Now, they found themselves widowed, and despite the fortunate rescue by Chu Fan and his companions, the events of the past few days had driven them to tears. Lu Shangfei, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, exclaiming how touching it was. Lu Rian sighed softly and glanced at Chu Fan. Barbara's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to Chu Fan and said, Darling, they are so pitiable. Should we not lend them our assistance? Chu Fan nodded, stating, Being compassionate does not equate to being devoid of humanity. Let us inquire about their wishes. At that moment, the 2 women, having overheard the conversation, hastily ceased their sobbing. We are grateful for your life-saving grace, Brother Chu. We have other relatives who were also transported to this world, and we wish to find them. Chu Fan acknowledged their sentiments, understanding they did not wish to burden him further. He did not press the matter, as he was not in haste despite needing 2 more teammates to advance to level 4. After all, gathering companions was far simpler than activating other modules. With this thought, he decided to gift the Sea Wolf, Wu Laowai's vessel, to the 2 women, leaving them with all the supplies. To him, these provisions were of little value. The 2 women knelt before him, exclaiming, Thank you immensely for saving us today. If there is an opportunity in the future, we sisters shall surely repay you. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for such formality. The 2 women then assisted each other to stand and returned to the Sea Wolf, gradually maneuvering the ship aside. Chu Fan subsequently merged the Sea Cucumber with the Sea King, resulting in a significant increase in the Sea King's area by 1/3. Upon inspecting the vessel's information, he noted that its displacement had risen from 10 tons to 13 tons. The most apparent change was that the deck had expanded by nearly a meter, and the cabin was considerably larger than before. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Host has successfully survived for a day. Blind box rewards have been credited. Please check your rewards. Chu Fan felt a surge of joy, recalling that Xie Hong had once remarked that the system was the most formidable. Thus, the blind box rewards had become Chu Fan's greatest asset. After securing the hatch, he smiled at the two women's puzzled expressions and said, "Come over. Let us begin." Barbara, taken aback, replied, "Ah, darling, we're doing it again? Aren't you tired?" Lu Rian looked at Chu Fan with a hint of reproach, as if to say he could not miss a single meal. Realizing their misunderstanding, Chu Fan paused momentarily, then comprehended their thoughts. "You two mischievous ladies, what are you thinking?" "I meant the blind box." Barbara exclaimed, "Oh, I see. I thought you were referring to." Chu Fan interjected, "What did you think I meant?" "Oh, you were thinking of that. Don't worry. We can discuss biological knowledge later." Chu Fan spoke animetdi. Yet his hands remained deftly in motion. With a sweeping gesture, he positioned 3 blind boxes neatly before his companions. As per tradition, each person would select one, and he was determined not to be the unluckiest this time. "You go first," he declared, having learned from the previous 2 experiences to refrain from being the first to open. Barbara picked up one of the boxes and swiftly unwrapped it. Beep. Blind box successfully activated. Congratulations. The host has acquired a special module, medical room, equipped with fundamental hospital facilities and some medications. Note, medications are consumable items and must be procured by the host. Wow, Barbara, you never cease to amaze. Chu Fan exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. Barbara's luck was consistently extraordinary. In such an environment, possessing a medical room was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, given that Barbara was a doctor by profession, the medical room seemed tailor-made for her. As Chu Fan gazed at Barbara, an image of her in a snug nurse's outfit suddenly flashed in his mind. At that moment, Barbara's attire, a Sea King suit, transformed spontaneously, shifting from a yellow-green hue to a crisp white. The snug top accentuated her perfect curves, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of black lingerie beneath. Below, she wore a miniskirt paired with sheer black stockings, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Chu Fan could hardly contain his surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment. Not again, he thought, familiar with that sensation. Beside him, Lu Ruyin scoffed, "You're practically drooling. Look at your lascivious expression." It was then that Chu Fan remembered his second wife was seated next to him, and he chuckled sheepishly. "Ruyin, it's your turn. Open yours and see what you get." Lu Ruyin, regaining her composure, was filled with curiosity. Although she was unaware of the origins of the blind box, she understood that its rewards could be invaluable. With this thought, she slowly opened her own box. Beep! Blind box successfully activated. Congratulations. The host has acquired a special item, Alert System. Alert System description. Once activated, it will monitor all areas of the ship, triggering alarms for any attempts to stealthily board. 360-degree coverage without blind spots. Chu Fan was utterly astonished. The luck of these 2 women was as remarkable as ever. This acquisition was incredibly timely, eliminating the need for night watchmen. However, given the recent commotion, it was unlikely that anyone would dare approach for the time being. "All right, it's my turn now. I believe I'm destined to uncover something extraordinary," he proclaimed, opening the blind box in front of him. Beep! Blind box successfully activated. Congratulations. The host has received 1,000 packs of cigarettes and 100 zero-wind lighters. Though the cigarettes are quite soft, host, you must remain as steadfast as steel. Chu Fan found himself utterly bewildered, reminiscent of the carefree breeze that had once tousled him while he stood on the balcony of the 38th floor. The blind box may not be entirely useless, yet when compared to the 2 young ladies, it truly pales in significance. System, am I the host or are they the hosts? This simply cannot stand. I must regain my composure. As the night deepened into silence, Chu Fan finally comprehended the reason the system bestowed upon him a cigarette. Leaning against the cabin, he gazed at the moonlight above, feeling the gentle breeze upon the sea's surface. With a snap, the windproof lighter emitted a dim glow in the darkness. Chu Fan ignited a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Such is the way of things. Chapter 34. the arrival of Brother Long after a refreshing shower. Chu Fan embraced his wives and drifted into a deep slumber until dawn. Evidently, the show of authority he displayed yesterday had proven effective, for no one dared to disturb their peace in the latter half of the night. "Hey, brother-in-law, where did you get these cigarettes?" Chu Fan chuckled as he tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Lu Shangfei, followed by a lighter. "Little brother, feel free to smoke. Your brother-in-law has plenty." Lu Shangfei, overjoyed, quickly caught them and opened a pack, but suddenly felt a tight grip on his ear. "Ouch, ouch. Sister, let go. My ear is about to come off. Where did you learn to smoke?" Lu Ruyan inquired with a stern tone, releasing her delicate grip. Lu Shangfei stepped back, rubbing his ear, and murmured, "Sister, I'm already an adult. Please stop treating me like a child." Lu Ruyan frowned. "What did you say? You dare to call yourself an adult when you haven't even grown a full set of hair?" Lu Shangfei's face flushed. "Sister, what are you talking about? It would be so embarrassing if Sister Barbara heard that." He cast a pleading glance at Chu Fan. Chu Fan discreetly signaled an okay gesture and stepped forward. "Ruyan, little Fei is indeed an adult now. He should start living his own life. Speaking of which, it's time to find him a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan paused, realizing that little Fei had indeed matured and deserved his own space. Yet, she understood that such matters could not be rushed, so she coldly replied, "He has not grown up at all. His actions are still careless and unreliable." Nevertheless, she tacitly acknowledged Chu Fan's words and admonished, "Smoke less." Lu Shangfei rejoiced, "Yes, I'll listen to you, sister. I will definitely smoke less." Although he was merely a sophomore in college, he had learned to smoke during his senior year of high school, keeping it a secret from his family, though he didn't have a strong addiction. Witnessing Chu Fan smoke made it difficult for him to resist. As Lu Ruyan turned to enter the cabin, Lu Shangfei quickly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Chu Fan chuckled, ready to speak, when suddenly he noticed a small boat approaching. The vessel drew close to the Sea King, coming to a halt under Chu Fan's watchful gaze. "Alert! A target is approaching." The newly installed surveillance system emitted a warning as the small boat docked at the Sea King. Lu Ruyan and Barbara rushed out upon hearing the alert. Barbara brandished a shotgun, aiming it at the newcomer. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called out, "Brother Chu, don't shoot. It's me." A figure appeared on the small boat, and after a brief moment of surprise, Chu Fan finally recognized him. "You are Brother Long?" "Indeed, it's me." The newcomer, none other than Long, Bai Jie's husband, exclaimed. As Long jumped aboard the Sea King and noticed Barbara's shotgun, he raised his hands in a slightly awkward gesture, declaring, "We're all on the same side." Chu Fan nodded. Barbara put the gun away. Upon hearing these words, Barbara finally holstered her firearm. Long let out a sigh of relief. Being threatened with a gun was undeniably nerve-wracking. He approached Chu Fan and gently patted him on the chest, casting a meaningful glance his way. "You, my friend, possess quite the audacity. Were we not on Earth, I would certainly dislocate one of your arms." The implication was clear. How dare he pursue a woman of mine? Chu Fan's face flushed at the remark. Although it was unintentional on his part, he recognized his wrongdoing. Observing the wary expressions of Barbara and Lu Ruyan, Longu erupted into laughter. "Ha! Chu Fan and I have traversed the same paths. We are comrades." Chu Fan's expression darkened, and he instinctively glanced toward Bai Jie's boat, though the alluring lady was nowhere to be seen. "Longu, what brings you here? Are you looking for your sister-in-law?" He offered a cigarette, and as Longu looked on in surprise, he lit it up. "Wow, brother, you truly are impressive. You even have cigarettes." Longu accepted the smoke without hesitation, taking a greedy puff before slowly revealing his purpose. "Let us set aside the matter of that woman for now. I have come to seek your assistance." "What is it?" "Longu." Chu Fan invited him to sit on the deck, and the 3 men huddled together, smoking and conversing. "Brother, are you familiar with the Ark?" Chu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. "The Ark? Is that the one associated with Gao Shuachi?" Longu nodded. "Indeed, that is the one. I must tell you, he is quite a notable figure. In recent days, he has gathered a total of 13 ships, and now there are nearly 30 people aboard his vessel. Furthermore, the Ark has already acquired a freshwater converter. Although its daily output is limited, it is sufficient for survival." Longu took another deep drag of his cigarette and added, To be honest with you, if I hadn't crossed paths with him, I might have met my end the other night. Chu Fan nodded slightly and inquired, so, what does your visit have to do with this Gao Shuachi? Longo leaning closer, well, Gao Shuachi wishes to collaborate with you. Upon hearing that he sought you, I volunteered to come over, hoping to catch a glimpse of my lady. Chu Fan smiled faintly at this revelation. He anticipated that Gao Shuachi would indeed make an appearance. Longo, I must regretfully inform you that I have no intention of pursuing that. Longo nodded. Before I arrived, I would have certainly encouraged you to join me, so we could unite and grow stronger together. However, he shifted his tone now. I shall not persuade you. Chu Fan puzzled asked, "Oh, why is that?" Longo flashed a grin. Simply because of these two lovely ladies, I cannot endorse your involvement. My friend, your fortune is quite remarkable. It seems you are not just any man. As he spoke, Longo gave a thumbs up, and Lu Ruyin keenly grasped the underlying meaning in his words, her gaze fixed on Chu Fan like two piercing swords. Chu Fan, feeling awkward, coughed lightly and quickly asked, "Longo, what do you mean by that?" Longo cast a glance at the other person on his small boat and lowered his voice, saying, "That Gao Shuichi is not too bad, but he is excessively lecherous. Practically every woman of even modest beauty falls under his gaze. With your two lovely ladies looking so exquisite, they will undoubtedly attract his attention. This is precisely why I don't want my woman accompanying me." At this, Chu Fan suitably understood. By the way, there is another matter I need you to clarify for me. What is it? What was the gunfire about yesterday? The Ark was quite distant from here, so he was unaware of the details. This was also the only aspect that he Feng Ming was wary of. Chu Fan did not deny it. Indeed, it originated from my side. Brother, you are the one. As he spoke, Longo gave a thumbs up. After finishing a cigarette, Longo stood up, brushed off his pants, and said, "All right, I grasp your meaning. I shall return now. Keep an eye on my woman for me." Chu Fan took out 2 packs of cigarettes and stuffed them into Long Ji's embrace. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Longo concealed the cigarettes. "Thanks, brother. Be cautious of Gao Shuichi. I will inform you if anything arises. I'm off." After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned around and whispered, "Brother Chu Fan, what if I were to die? What would become of my wife?" Chu Fan chuckled. "Rest assured, I shall take care of your wife." Longo raised his fist and said, "You rascal, are you contemplating becoming a usurper? Remember the words you spoke today." With that, he gracefully leaped onto the small boat and gradually sailed away. Chu Fan watched Long Ji's silhouette fade into the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated from the clouds. Chu Fan looked up to find dark clouds rapidly gathering, and within moments, the world was shrouded in darkness. "Quick, get into the cabin. It's about to rain." It seemed this was the daily downpour time. In an instant, everyone at sea retrieved their containers. The freshwater collector on the Sea King would automatically gather rainwater, requiring no effort from them. Another flash of lightning struck, and the rain finally began to fall. Chapter 35. The arrival of the sea monster and the opening of the points leaderboard let the torrential rain pour down. Fan, I'm feeling quite emo." Chu Fan looked at Barbara, who was humming a little tune, with a face full of dismay, wondering where this foreign girl had picked up the catchphrase. On the windless sea, everyone was prepared to welcome the onset of the first rain. However, they soon realized a harsh truth. This rain was utterly pitiful. Is this it? It doesn't even compare to the yield from my little demon. Goodness, with this little rain, can we even fill a bottle in 20 minutes? Come on, Langlima. Hurry and prepare more bottles. Old 3, bring me my urinal too. Damn, I was hoping for a shower as well. I've already taken off my pants. And this is all we get? Handcrafted wooden barrels, guaranteed to be watertight. Those in need can message privately. My goodness, buddy, give me one. I want one too. The regional channel was once again flooded with messages, as everyone complained that the rain was akin to a mere trickle. It seemed that this sole source of fresh water was proving to be a significant challenge. At that moment, Longo returned to the Ark amidst the rain and encountered Gao Shuichi. "Along, how did it go? What did Chu Fan say?" Longo forced a smile, saying, "Brother Long, Chu Fan mentioned he has family to take care of, and doesn't he wish to trouble others. Hence, while speaking, He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over in a conciliatory manner. This is from Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi smiled faintly, but remained silent. Observing this, Long Gu bit his lip and produced another pack of cigarettes. Brother Gao, this is all I have. Only then did Gao Shuaiqi accept them, nodding in acknowledgement. I didn't expect Chu Fan to have such a supply. Upon hearing this, Long Ji's heart sank, and he hurriedly responded, Brother Gao, Chu Fan is my brother. You see, Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand dismissively. Ah, don't overthink it. I, Gao Shuaiqi, am not that kind of person. Since Chu Fan has his concerns, let us drop the matter. Long Gu let out a sigh of relief. And I thank Brother Gao on behalf of Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi smiled. No need for such formalities. We are all brothers here. By the way, what was the gunfire about last night? Long Gu immediately replied. Indeed, it came from the Sea King. After hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand now. You've worked hard along. You may go rest. Long Gu nodded. All right, I'll get back to my duties. Once Long Gu exited the cabin, a figure emerged behind Gao Shuaiqi. It was none other than his trusted subordinate, He Fengming. Boss, are we really just going to let this go? Gao Shuaiqi's smile vanished, his expression turning cold. Let it go? I sent someone to invite Chu Fan. That was a courtesy, since he has rejected my goodwill. I see no reason to show him mercy. He Fengming, puzzled, remarked, what about Along just now? Gao Shuaiqi let out a cold laugh. Turning to He Fengming, Ming, remember this, Along is not one of us. Previously, when I asked him to bring his wife over, he merely laughed it off. This time, I sent him to seek out Chu Fan, and the outcome was no different. Gao Shuaiqi chose not to elaborate further, yet He Fengming grasped his implication. Then, should I? He began, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Gao Shuaiqi quickly interjected, there's no rush. He still holds value for us. After a brief pause, he continued, here is the plan. You will personally lead a team to scout the vicinity of the Sea King, ensuring that Along does not catch sight of you. He Fengming bowed his head and replied, Brother, what about Chu Fan's gun? Gao Shuaiqi replied, inform Monkey to prepare. He Fengming raised his thumb in admiration. Only you, boss. If Monkey takes charge of this matter, it will surely be resolved. At that moment, a younger brother rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, something's gone wrong. He Fengming scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? And have I not told you to knock before entering next time? The younger brother froze and quickly retreated. Boss, are you ready? May I come in? Gao Shuaiqi, visibly irritated, thought that such words made it seem as if they were engaged in some clandestine dealings. Thus he snapped, enough with the formalities, come in. The younger brother cautiously pushed the door open and entered the cabin. Speak, what is it? He asked. Boss, there are suddenly countless enormous fish outside, attacking the ships. You must come and see. Enormous fish? Gao Shuaiqi replied skeptically. He Fengming echoed his brother's doubt. Isn't it just fish? A mere offering, nothing to fuss over. The younger brother shrank back, but boss, these fish are truly massive. He Fengming dismissed him, saying, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The larger, the better. Besides, how big can they possibly be? Look at your ignorance. With that, He Fengming shoved the younger brother aside and stepped out of the cabin. Moments later, his voice echoed back, my goodness, these fish really are extraordinarily large. At this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain himself and nearly dashed out of the cabin. You all, it's merely slightly larger. Suddenly he froze. He pointed at a creature towering 2 stories high before him, resembling an octopus, and trembled as he asked, is this what you call a fish? The younger brother scratched his head. Isn't an octopus a fish? You truly are a genius. At this juncture, chaos reigned upon the sea. Countless gigantic fish surged from the depths, launching an assault on the vessels above. The massive octopus before the ark began to attack the humans on board with its powerful tentacles. Help! One of the younger brothers was ensnared by the octopus's tentacle, lifted high into the air. Immediately, the monstrous octopus opened its cavernous maw and unceremoniously tossed the unfortunate minion into its abyss-like mouth. The sound of crunching echoed ominously, sending chills down the spines of all present. A similar spectacle unfolded for Chu Fan, as an enormous creature resembling a crab emerged before the Sea King vessel. This crab-like beast raised its colossal pincers and aimed directly at the ship's mast. Should it make contact, it would surely splinter the mast into oblivion. Beast, cease your rampage. Chu Fan bellowed, leaping high into the air, wielding the Dragon Slayer's sword with a flourish. In a stunning display, the seemingly indestructible crab was cleaved in twain. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for becoming the first to vanquish a sea monster, earning 10 points and an additional reward of 100 points. The leaderboard has officially commenced. In 7 days, a ranking will be held, with a special reward for the top contender. Current standings are as follows. First, Sea King, 210 points. Second, Ark, 200 points. Third, Thunder, 100 points. Fourth, Little Black, 80 points. The announcement reverberated in the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Someone had indeed slain the sea monster. Gao Shuaiqi's expression shifted, and he shouted urgently, "Everyone, arm yourselves and take down that creature." At that moment, the crew on the deck snapped back to reality, hastily grabbing their weapons to counterattack the octopus. Gao Shuaiqi brandished a large blade emanating a blue glow. This was a prize he had seized from an island inhabited by diminutive folk, where he, outnumbering them, had plundered with abandon. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through anything that stood against Gao Shuaiqi's might. This was one of his trump cards. With it, he felt invincible. Fortunately, the octopus appeared to possess no further offensive capabilities aside from its massive size. With a fierce swing of his blade, Gao Shuaiqi severed the creature's head. Slaying the sea monster awarded him 10 points, bringing his total to 210 points. In this moment, Gao Shuaiqi's score matched that of Chu Fan. However, this only fueled his frustration. He had missed the opportunity for an additional 100-point reward by a mere instant. This first place should rightfully have been his. Chapter 36. Since my youth, I have aspired to be a tank driver. Brother is mighty. Brother is impressive. The charismatic Gao Shuaiqi reveled in the flattery of his underlings, feeling a swell of pride. "Brother, I want to bear your children," shouted a chubby man with a square face and a beard. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Get lost, you pathetic fool." Gao Shuaiqi cursed, then pondered. "That Chu Fan merely has a gun and got the jump on me. I refuse to believe his ammunition is inexhaustible." Beside him, he foaming muttered, "But I don't recall hearing any gunshots just now." Nevertheless, as his brother was in high spirits, he wisely refrained from provoking him. Seeing all his subordinates gazing at him in awe, Gao Shuaiqi felt even more elated. "Now, let me claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Brother is mighty. Brother will triumph. Brother, I want to—" Smack! Before the man could finish his sentence, Gao Shuaiqi kicked him away. "Damn it. If you keep blabbering, I'll toss you overboard to feed the octopus." After spitting contemptuously, Gao Shuaiqi's gaze fell upon a worried Long Gu, and he smirked. "Along, what's troubling you? Are you worried about your wife?" Long sighed, "Yes, boss. Although this woman has betrayed me, we have shared many years together. I can't help but feel concerned." Gao Shuaiqi promptly reassured him, "You have seen my strength. Bring her to me, and I shall protect you both." Just as Long Gu was about to respond, a voice cried out, "Husband, save me." Long Gu froze in disbelief. That voice was unmistakably his wife, Bai Jia. Turning his head, he saw a ship less than 20 meters away, ensnared by a monstrous octopus, perilously being dragged into the depths. "Goodness, my wife." Long Gu could no longer contain himself. Gao Shuaiqi and He Fengming instinctively turned to look. In that fleeting moment, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed hard. The woman was utterly enchanting. He had long heard tales of Long Gu's beautiful wife, but now he truly understood the meaning of exquisite beauty. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "So it's Brother Long's wife. Fear not. I am here to rescue you." Bai Jia, overwhelmed by the prospect of salvation, rejoiced upon realizing that help had arrived from someone who was truly Long Gu's brother. Long Gu, aware of the urgency, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Gao, for your assistance." Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand dismissively. "A brother's matter is my matter. Quickly, bring the boat alongside." With Gao Shuaiqi's command, the Ark swiftly approached the small vessel whereby Jia was trapped. The small boat was already riddled with fractures, seawater beginning to flood the deck. The situation dire. Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi lived up to his word, leaping across with incredible speed, and within moments, he dispatched the octopus with 2 swift strikes. Thus, his score increased by another 10 points, successfully elevating him to the top of the leaderboard. However, at that moment, he was oblivious to these accomplishments and swiftly moved forward to assist the nearly fallen Bai Jie. Suddenly, an arm thicker than Gao Shuaqi's thigh reached out and seized Gao Shuaqi's hand. Alas, with no one to support her, the delicate Bai Jie fell onto the deck, stirring a pang of concern in Gao Shuaqi's heart. It was only then that he realized there was another individual aboard the ship, a petite fairy weighing over 200 pounds. The arm belonged to this fairy. With a stern expression, the fairy exclaimed, "Why did you arrive so late? We were almost swallowed by that massive octopus." Gao Shuaqi thought he had misheard and stood there in a daze, instinctively asking, "What did you say?" The fairy continued, "Seeing me in danger, you didn't come to my rescue sooner. I know you wanted to play the hero and impress me, right? What a pathetic display." Gao Shuaqi felt as though his head had been struck by lightning. What on earth was this bizarre situation? At that moment, Longu also leaped onto the boat, swiftly helping his wife up. "Darling, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Bai Jie clung to Long Ji's arm, saying, "Honey, I was so scared." Whether or not this tenderness touched Long Ji's heart, it certainly affected Gao Shuaqi. "Fear not, for with me, Gao Shuaqi, no one can harm you." The fairy beside them scoffed, though that was rather boastful. "I must admit you possess some awareness. Quickly assist me onto that large ship." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Gao Shuaqi kicked at her. Yet, the fairy's weight was such that his kick failed to budge her, instead feeling akin to kicking a mass of cotton. "Damn it, you bloated pig. What are you pretending for in front of me? Speak one more word, and I shall toss you into the sea." The fairy, incredulous, clutched her stomach and exclaimed, "You dare strike me? I will expose you." With that, she removed her wristband. "Everyone, I have encountered a despicable man. I ignored him, and he still struck me. I have never met such a wretched man before. Ladies, beware." Upon seeing the fairy's ID, Gao Shuaqi could not help but chuckle. "So, it is you pretending to be the campus beauty Lu Ruyan. I can only imagine how mortified the one who bought your stockings must be." The fairy attempted to speak again, but Gao Shuaqi swiftly slashed at the ship's hull, leaving a deep gash on the deck. "Try speaking one more time." He then waved dismissively at the terrified fairy. "I can no longer tolerate this bloated pig. He Feng Ming, come here and throw her into the sea." Bai Jie quickly interjected, "Brother Gao, could you spare Xiao Dai? She has been taking care of me these past few days." Upon hearing Bai Jie speak, Gao Shuaqi's attitude shifted dramatically. "Fine, for your sake, I shall let her off this time. Give her a boat and let her fend for herself." At this moment, He Feng Ming rubbed his hands together and said, "Brother, let us not waste this. How about you give it to me?" Gao Shuaqi was taken aback. "Wait, you actually like this?" He Feng Ming chuckled. "Since I was a child, I've aspired to be a tank driver." Gao Shuaqi suppressed the urge to retch and gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you're impressive." As the group returned to the Ark, Gao Shuaqi's gaze lingered on Bai Jie, who was being supported by Long Gu, the fervor in his eyes unmistakable. However, he understood that this matter required patience. So he turned to He Feng Ming and issued a few instructions. Moments later, a slender man with sharp, discerning eyes approached. "Brother, you called for me?" "Monkey, there's something I need you to handle." The diminutive man, known as Monkey, flashed a cunning smile. "Brother, what are we planning to steal? Just tell me." Gao Shuaqi pointed towards a large vessel approximately 200 meters away and whispered, "The Sea King." Chapter 37. Barbie Q at sea. The monkey stood atop the Ark, casting a glance at the distant Sea King, and nodded, addressing his elder brother. "Do we have a specific target?" He added, "There's a firearm on that ship. If possible, procure it. If not, then destroy it." Gao Shuaqi's voice was low and steady, yet carried an unmistakable air of authority. The monkey was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. "Understood, brother. I shall make the necessary preparations." Gao Shuaqi acknowledged with a nod, observing the monkey's retreating figure. Despite his diminutive stature, the monkey was extraordinarily nimble, particularly adept at thievery. Gao Shuaqi had exerted considerable effort to capture him initially, recognizing his potential and thus keeping him close. Chu Fan, you think you can compete with me? You're still too green." With that thought, he confidently opened the leaderboard, only to be met with dismay. Wang Defa, how has Chu Fan's score escalated so quickly? The leaderboard displayed the Sea King's score as a staggering 270 points. This indicated that within a short span, Chu Fan had vanquished at least 7 sea monsters. Damn it, I must eliminate his firearm. Gao Shuachi slammed his fist onto the deck, shouting, "All hands, raise the sails. I intend to hunt sea monsters. I shall make it known to all who reign supreme over these waters." He raised his sword high, proclaiming his intentions with grandiosity. "Brother, I wish to..." Just then, the rain above abruptly ceased, signaling the end of the 20-minute interval. A miraculous scene unfolded as the sea monsters, as if receiving a signal, one by one sank beneath the waves. Even those that had clung to the vessels suddenly abandoned their targets. It became evident to all that the monsters' appearances were tied to the rainfall. Only during the rain did they actively assault humans. This revelation made the quest for fresh water all the more challenging. However, at this moment, Gao Shuachi realized that despite his rallying cry, there were no sea monsters left for him to slay. His bold display had resulted in an embarrassing silence. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, Chu Fan and his companions noticed the peculiarity on the surface of the water. Lu Xiangfei cheerfully gathered some of the recently slain monster meat. "Brother-in-law, can this really be consumed?" he inquired. "Rest assured, Barbara has already taken some for testing. It's safe, non-toxic, and highly nutritious." Upon receiving Barbara's affirming glance, Lu Xiangfei nodded eagerly. "Then let us savor the flesh of this sea monster." Thus, while other vessels remained in a state of shock, tidying up the aftermath, the aroma of Barbie Q wafted from the Sea King. "Who dares to eat sea monsters with such audacity?" one crew member exclaimed, drawn in by the appetizing scent. "Is it truly safe to consume?" Chu Fan produced an assortment of seasonings from his space, a delightful surprise from a blind box opened days prior. "I never imagined I would find myself enjoying barbecue under such circumstances." Barbara took a bite of the octopus tentacle, her eyes narrowing in bliss. The flavor of the octopus was simply exquisite. Chu Fan also sampled a piece of the meat and discovered its uniquely delightful texture, far firmer and more elastic than any octopus he had ever tasted before. Strangely enough, he felt as though his previously depleted energy was swiftly replenishing after consuming the octopus. After taking a bite, Lu Xiangfei stood up, gathering all the sea monster carcasses that still floated in the ocean, piling them into a small mountain on the deck. Lu Ruyan, nibbling delicately on the octopus meat, suddenly inquired, "Chu Fan, should we inform everyone that this sea monster meat is edible?" Chu Fan shrugged, replying, "No problem at all. Even if we don't mention it, they will eventually discover it." Lu Ruyan nodded, activating her wristband to send one of her few messages. "Sea monster meat is edible." Her tone remained as indifferent as ever. It was evident that this icy beauty, despite her ethereal appearance, possessed a semblance of compassion. However, Chu Fan did not consider it a significant issue, as this was merely the demeanor expected of a person with flesh and blood. In the chat channel, someone raised a question. "You say it's edible, but who are you to claim that?" "That's Lu, the campus beauty. I'm right next to her boat, and she is indeed eating the sea monster meat." "What? She is the campus beauty? Who was that person who sold me the original flavor stockings?" "Haha, that was a fake. She's now on our boat, weighing at least 250 pounds. "Is that true? Brother upstairs, you are lucky." Chu Fan, observing the banter in the chat room, couldn't help but ask Lu Ruyan, "Aren't you angry that someone is impersonating you?" Lu Ruyan merely shrugged, stating, "Whether I am angry or not does not alter the established facts. What significance does it hold?" Chu Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl was undeniably cool. No wonder she had so many admirers. But now, this goddess belonged to him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't suppress a grin. "You're right, my second wife." At that moment, Lu Ruyan's wristband suddenly chimed. Upon checking, she found a private message. "I, Fei Leningna. Ruyan, is that you?" "It's Ruoyan." Lu Ruyan was taken aback and quickly replied, "It's me, Ruoyan. I can't believe you're here too." Indeed, if it weren't for the public channel's message, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. Lu Ruyan then asked, "How is your situation?" "I, Fei Leningna, it's not too good. I was just attacked by a sea monster, and my boat sustained some minor damage. Lu Ruyan sighed. Li Ruoyan was her only good friend from university. Sensing Lu Ruyan's concern, the other party sent another message. Don't worry about me. I'm fine for now. By the way, is it true that the sea monster meat you mentioned is edible? Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied, it is indeed true, and the taste is quite delightful. It can also swiftly restore stamina. Fu Liningna lamented, what a pity. My sister and I were so preoccupied with hiding that we didn't manage to procure any meat. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan seemed to recall something and quickly said, wait for me. Go on. She then looked up and addressed Chu Fan. There's a matter on which I would like to seek your counsel. Chu Fan, taken aback, responded, my dear wife, why this sudden seriousness? Speak freely. There are no outsiders here. Lu Ruyan cast a glance at the mountain-like pile of sea monster meat on the deck and softly said, Chu Fan, my only friend at school is also in these waters, and her situation is rather dire, given the abundance of sea monster meat we have. May I send some to her? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed, and he replied, that is not acceptable. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chu Fan would refuse her. She exclaimed, why not? Chu Fan suddenly grinned and said, you must call me husband. Chapter 38. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan, Li Ruoshi, and Lu Ruyan were once again taken aback. After a moment, still in disbelief, she ventured, is this why you disagree? Chu Fan chuckled and replied, from now on, you must not call me Chu Fan. You should refer to me as husband. Come on, Ruyan, call me husband and let me hear it. Although Lu Ruyan found Chu Fan's request rather absurd, especially in the presence of her brother, she soon realized that there was nothing inappropriate about acknowledging their marital status. Thus, she softly said, all right, who? Husband. Chu Fan laughed heartily, exclaiming, now that sounds right. By the way, what were you saying earlier about your close friend? Lu Ruyan nodded and explained, yes, my only close friend during my time at Jiangxing University is Li Ruoyan. At this moment, Lu Shangfei interjected, Sister Ruoyan? She is here too? Lu Ruyan nodded again. Yes, it seems she came with her sister. Wow, I've heard that Sister Ruoyan has a twin sister who looks almost exactly like her. I've always wanted to see just how similar they are. Chu Fan, puzzled, asked, Xiaofei, you know Li Ruoyan as well? Lu Shangfei nodded, of course, brother-in-law. You may not know, but Sister Ruoyan and my sister were renowned as the two beauties of Jiang University. Just imagine, she has an identical twin sister. Chu Fan exclaimed, I see. Lu Ruyan continued, I just contacted her. Her boat has sustained some damage, and she was too afraid to encounter the sea monsters, let alone gather any monster meat. Given that there's so much meat available, I thought to share a little with her. Her voice trailed off at the end, as she felt her request might be a bit excessive. Chu Fan shrugged, I have no problem with that. With so much meat, we can hardly finish it all. Share some with her. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She had expected Chu Fan to chastise her for meddling, but he seemed completely unconcerned. Noticing her astonishment, Chu Fan continued, you are part of this crew. You have every right to claim your share, as long as it isn't something core. There is no need to worry excessively. Barbara stepped forward. Ruyan, I knew I was right about you. It shows you are a caring and loyal sister. Go ahead and send it. If Chu Fan dares to complain, we let him sleep in bed tonight. Chu Fan's expression darkened momentarily. This bold woman spoke her mind without reservation. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, Ruyan, what is Li Ruoyan's ID here? I'd like to know in advance for when we meet next time. Lu Ruyan opened her wristband to check and replied, her ID is I. Indeed, she isn't original. Chu Fan was taken aback. Could it be such a coincidence? As he spoke, he opened his own wristband to check his previous transaction records. Is this her? Lu Ruyan leaned in to take a look, equally stunned. Indeed, what a small world. Yes, that is her. With a hearty laugh, Chu Fan remarked. Then it's even less of a problem. Even if she isn't your closest confidant, considering how she has spoken on my behalf in the past. This small favor should be no trouble at all. As if struck by a thought, Chu Fan retrieved a windproof lighter from her space and handed it over. I suppose she lacks a source of flame as well. Please present this to her on my behalf, as a token of gratitude for the care she has bestowed upon you over the years. A warmth blossomed in Lu Ruyan's heart, and she accepted the lighter without pretense, reopening her bracelet. Ruoyan, I have some surplus sea monster meat. Take it and roast it for sustenance. Additionally, this is a gift from my husband for you. On a vessel approximately 200 meters away from the Sea King, a striking beauty clad in black attire with flowing dark hair gasped in astonishment. What? Did I hear that correctly? The frosty Miss Lu Ruyan has a husband? Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, but her independent nature prevailed as she replied nonchalantly yes. But let us not dwell on that. If you need assistance, come find me aboard the Sea King. At this revelation, Li Ruoyan was taken aback, realizing that her dear friend-as partner was none other than the formidable Chu Fan, who had been making waves recently. However, she quickly regained her composure, chuckling to herself, "It's no surprise that my good friend has chosen such an exceptional man." At that moment, from within the cabin, a girl with striking resemblance to Li Ruoyan, sporting twin ponytails, peeked out. "Sister, what are you talking about?" This was Li Ruoyan's twin sister, Li Ruoshi. Growing up together, wearing matching outfits, they were often mistaken for one another. Consequently, upon entering university, they deliberately chose different institutions. After graduation, their paths diverged completely. Li Ruoyan embraced a typical corporate career, while Li Ruoshi, having pursued film studies, was a budding actress. When the sisters found themselves on break, they had eagerly planned a reunion, only to be thrust into this bizarre game shortly after their meeting. Fortunately, they had not been separated, which provided them a degree of comfort. Nonetheless, in such an environment, they endeavored to keep a low profile, as there were no laws to protect them from those with malicious intent. Li Ruoyan lifted her head and smiled gently, revealing her charming dimples. "Ruoshi, we have food." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshi could not help but beam, showcasing her adorable canine teeth. "Really? Where did it come from? Do you remember my dear friend, Lu Ruyan?" Li Ruoshi recalled the familiar name. "Is she the one often mentioned alongside you as the twin flowers of Jian University?" Li Ruoyan chuckled wryly. "Ruoshi, let us refrain from such juvenile titles. Those days are behind us." Li Ruoshi laughed playfully. "I am quite curious about what kind of person could be spoken of in the same breath as my sister." Li Ruoyan shook her head and said, "I truly have no way to deal with you. Come, let us roast some meat." According to Ruyan, the flesh of this sea monster is exceptionally flavorful and can swiftly replenish our strength. Is that so? How splendid. Suddenly, she recalled something and frowned, saying, "But sister, we lack the tools to start a fire." "What is this? A lighter? Where did it come from?" It was also given by Ruyan. At this moment, Lyra grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, sister, I want to comment on how good your friend is to you. But why is she so formidable, possessing so many wonderful items?" Li Ruoyan smiled knowingly and replied softly, "Because she encountered an extraordinary man." Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, Chu Fan and his companions were savoring the roasted meat while deliberating their next course of action. At that moment, on the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea, a small boat was silently gliding towards the Sea King. Chapter 39. Chu Fan faces the four great mountains alone. The small vessel anchored less than 10 meters from the Sea King. 3 men were crammed into the cramped cabin, observing the situation aboard the Sea King with keen eyes. These were indeed the scouts sent by Monkey and his crew to gather intelligence. "Any discoveries?" Monkey inquired in a low voice. "Monkey, there are 4 people on the Sea King, 2 men and 2 women. I must say, those women are truly stunning." One of his subordinates replied. "Indeed, Monkey, what is even more astonishing is that one of them is a foreign beauty. Goodness, the allure. If only we could have a taste of that." The 2 subordinates described the intelligence they had gathered, their eyes filled with envy. Monkey scolded, "Is this what I asked for? Look at you 2, so pathetic." One of the subordinates scratched the back of his head and said, "That's all we saw. The foreign girl was swaying right in front of me, making me dizzy." With a fierce glare, Monkey demanded, "Get to the point. Did you see any guns?" Subordinate B chuckled, "We didn't T-spot any guns on the boat, but ours have been raised the whole time." Fuming, Monkey kicked this foolish subordinate aside and began to contemplate his next move. It appeared that relying on these 2 dimwits would yield no further insights for the time being. He would have to wait until nightfall to investigate himself. With this thought, he turned around and gave a couple of sharp kicks. "Keep watch. I'll catch some rest. Wake me when it's dark." "Understood, Monkey." The 2 enthusiastic fans of Barbara replied, clutching their stomachs in amusement. This dreadful weather. Why has it suddenly turned so hot? Lu Shangfei muttered softly, trying on the new clothes that Chu Fan had gifted him. Lu Rian glanced up at the sun in the sky, her brow furrowed. Just moments ago, during the rain, it felt like spring. Now, in the blink of an eye, it seemed like summer, although they wore the Sea King attire. The sun's rays were still unbearable. The group, feeling helpless, retreated into the cabin. Lu Shangfei, unable to remain idle, jumped into the sea for a swim. On such a hot day, the monster meat left on the deck is bound to spoil. We should store it away. Barbara shook her head. Darling, I've tried. We can't store this meat in the warehouse. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Upon trying himself, he indeed discovered that the meat could not be stored in the warehouse. It seemed this was a limitation of this realm, designed to compel humanity to continuously battle the sea monsters. Having contemplated these intricacies, Chu Fan smiled faintly. While others might be hindered, he was not. After all, he was a cheat in this world. Although the warehouse was inaccessible, he possessed a system space. Moreover, it appeared that his system space could preserve freshness. With a grand wave of his hand, he promptly collected all the monster meat from the deck into his warehouse. The others were no longer surprised by his antics and silently felt relieved. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin spoke. Chu Fan, if I were to invite the Royan sisters to join us, would you take them in? Chu Fan's heart raced with joy. After all, she was a campus beauty of equal renown to Lu Ruyin, and they were twins. To refuse oneself would be unworthy of a true Sea King. However, feigning indifference, he remarked, Ruyin, you may make your own decision, regardless of what choice you make. I shall silently support you from behind. Lu Ruyin's face flushed with a tinge of embarrassment as she lightly scoffed. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Never mind. I shan't discuss this any further. I'm off to take a shower. Upon hearing this, Barbara immediately chimed in. I shall join you, Ruyin. Wait for me. Chu Fan, upon hearing this, rose and declared, I wish to join as well. Without regard for the reactions of the two women, he took their hands and dashed into the bathroom with the speed of the wind. Moments later, Chu Fan sighed. In the twilight of the Qing dynasty, there were merely 3 formidable mountains. Yet here I stand, Chu Fan, faced with 4 monumental challenges. I shall ride my mighty steed and topple these 4 mountains. The hardships of a Sea King are beyond your comprehension. While Chu Fan reveled in his aquatic amusement, others on the ocean suffered greatly under the scorching sun, which threatened to dehydrate them. Many, having just experienced the earlier turmoil, inadvertently spilled the precious water they had managed to collect. Consequently, the regional channel was inundated with desperate pleas for water. If they were to discover that Chu Fan was indulging in a romantic bath at this very moment, they would likely be driven to despair. Surrounding the Sea King, numerous sea monsters lay scattered, attracting a throng of individuals. Hey, old man, I spotted that crab leg first. Nonsense. I clearly laid claim to it first. You seeking death? Who do you think you're scaring? Thus, these defenseless individuals against the sea monsters began to engage in fierce brawls amongst themselves, vowing to fight to the bitter end. Seeing this scene, the sisters Leroyan could not help but marvel, grateful for Lu Ruyin's timely assistance. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed. But what would tomorrow hold? Must they rely perpetually on Lu Ruyin's help? On board the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi observed the industrious figure of Bai Jie on the deck, igniting a fervor within him. Now, in the presence of Along, he found him increasingly irksome. As long as Along remained, he could not act directly against Bai Jie. It seemed he would need to devise an excuse to eliminate him. While dispatching Along would be simple, it was imperative to win the favor of the masses. Otherwise, discontent could arise among the crew. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, Chu Fan and the 2 women exited the cabin. Having traversed through time, it had been quite a while since they had enjoyed a bath, and this one left him feeling rejuvenated. So, Xiao Fei, have there been any abnormalities? Lu Shangfei raised her hand device and replied, Rest assured, brother-in-law, all is well. However, many individuals are seeking to purchase water from us. A shiver of concern coursed through Chu Fan's heart, realizing that the scarcity of water had become the foremost issue for all. Lu Ruyin also picked up her device and began to message her dear friend. Royan, the situation is dire. If you find it unbearable, come to find me. Here are my coordinates. After sending the message, Lu Ruyin was about to speak to Chu Fan when she suddenly froze, her finger pointing ahead. Look, what is that? As all individuals turned their gaze in the direction indicated by Lu Ruyin, they beheld a colossal shadow emerging from the depths of the sea, rising to the surface with an unhurried grace, drawing nearer to the crowd. Gradually, an increasing number of onlookers became aware of this peculiar sight. With the passage of time, Chu Fan finally discerned that it was, astonishingly, an immense ship entirely shrouded in black. One could only speculate on the propulsion system that enabled such a vessel to glide effortlessly across the windless waters. Its size was beyond the realm of imagination, verging on that of a fortress. Moreover, the ship appeared to be enveloped in a mysterious mist, obscuring any view of its upper deck. Some timid souls were so overwhelmed by this behemoth that they collapsed onto the deck, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. The sense of oppression was indeed palpable. Just as the crowd was engulfed in trepidation, the ship abruptly halted. Subsequently, an enchanting voice, melodious and alluring, resonated from aboard the vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Captain Jack's ghost ship. Chapter 40, The Enigmatic Ghost Ship. Her voice, though seemingly soft, resonated throughout this maritime expanse, with everyone distinctly hearing her words. A melodious giggle echoed in the air. One could surmise, without even seeing her, that this woman possessed extraordinary beauty. Gao Shuaiqi, upon hearing that laughter, found his gaze transfixed instantly. This must be an enchanting beauty. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, raising his eyes to behold the eerily mysterious ghost ship. The woman continued, I assume you are troubled by the scarcity of supplies and water. I'm here to assist you. Everything you desire, water, food, even techniques, supernatural abilities, or special modules from your vessel. We have it all. Do you wish for any of it? As she spoke, her visage was revealed, confirming her extraordinary allure, a beauty that could rival even the likes of Lu Ruyin and Barbara. Her every gesture exuded a captivating charm, rendering the onlookers utterly spellbound. Even Lu Ruyin, herself a beauty, found herself captivated, let alone the others. However, it was not just her exquisite appearance that enthralled them. Her words were far more enticing. What? Food, water, and even supernatural abilities and upgrade modules? Am I hearing this correctly? Has heaven sent us a savior? Sister Angel, I want it. Her laughter rang out once more. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Liener, and I am no angel, she said, playfully covering her mouth. A burly man, unable to contain his drool, gazed at her with the expression of a lovesick fool. Beauty, I desire nothing but you. Liener, with a teasing laugh, responded. Do you truly wish for me? Yes. The man's eyes gleamed with longing. Then, come here, all right. I shall come at once. Strangely, as her voice faded, a beam of light extended from the ghost ship, forming a bridge that led to the man's feet. Enraptured by her beauty, he had no hesitations, stepping boldly onto the illuminated path. Hey, sister, I will cherish you dearly. As he spoke, he traversed the light bridge towards the ship. All onlookers held their breath, riveted by the unfolding scene. Fortunately, the man safely stepped onto the ghost ship, firmly standing on the deck. Sister, I have arrived. Liener, however, playfully took a step back and inquired, Do you possess sufficient points? The man hesitated. Yes, I have 20 points, all for you. Vaving hea hunt dismissively, Liener replied. 20 points are not enough. The man, taken aback, instinctively asked, Then what do you desire? With a giggle, Liener teased, To have me? You must prepare 100,000 points. But you just declared your desire for me. What shall we do now? The man, already entranced by her every smile, echoed her sentiment. Indeed, what shall we do? Liener shook her head and said, Then there is no other choice. Your life will have to be the price. As soon as she finished speaking, a pure black claw suddenly emerged from the black mist behind her, swiftly dragging the man into its depths before anyone could comprehend the situation. A cry of despair escaped his lips, and then silence reigned. This startling turn of events left everyone in shock. They had never anticipated that Liener, in a moment of playful banter, could so effortlessly extinguish the life of a robust man. as if nothing had transpired at all. The vessel was truly terrifying. Sighing, Liena remarked, "As you can see, our ghost ship engages in legitimate business. As long as you possess enough points, you can acquire anything you desire. However, the caveat is that if your points are insufficient, do not make promises lightly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a similar predicament." She surveyed the crowd, her enchanting smile captivating all present. In this world, there will always be those unafraid of death. After what seemed an eternity, someone finally could not restrain themselves any longer. "Liena, I have 30 points. May I inquire if there exists an effective cure for cancer?" A middle-aged man raised his hand, addressing the grand ship. His demeanor suggested he was in poor condition. Speaking almost to himself, he murmured, "I am in the late stages of lung cancer. I have little time left, so what do I have to fear?" Liena cast a glance at the man and replied softly, "Indeed there is, and it requires only 20 points." At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly existed. Though 20 points was not insignificant, it was a mere trifle compared to one's life. The man, grasping at this glimmer of hope, exclaimed, "I wish to purchase it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a luminous bridge appeared beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he sprinted onto the ghost ship. "The 20 points have been deducted. We shall now proceed with your treatment," Liena announced, clapping her hands. From the dense fog, a claw emerged once more, but this time it was a striking green. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the claw lunged towards the man, plunging directly into his chest. Oh no, it was a deception. Thank goodness I held back. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the man did not perish, but instead exhibited a peculiar expression. Moments later, the green claw withdrew from his chest, bringing forth a mass of charred material. With the removal of this dark substance, the man experienced an inexplicable sense of relief. Liena smiled and said, "All done. The cancer cells within your body have been completely eradicated. Thank you for your patronage." The man stood still for a while, and after confirming that his dreadful ailment had indeed been cured, he could hardly contain his joy as he traversed the luminous bridge back to his own vessel. This extraordinary scene left a profound unease in the hearts of all who witnessed it. With the arrival of the first, the second soon followed, and an increasing number of individuals began to seek out supplies. The most sought-after items, naturally, were fresh water and food. This growing urgency stirred a sense of unease among many, for aboard that vessel lay items of extraordinary significance. Should one find something of personal utility, the odds of survival would multiply exponentially. At that moment, Liena softly announced, "This ship also features VIP lounges specifically reserved for the top 10 on the leaderboard. We warmly invite all esteemed guests to ascend." Chu Fan exchanged glances with his 3 companions. "Darling, do you wish to take a look?" Barbara discerned Chu Fan's intentions. He nodded, responding, "Yes, I would like to investigate. It would be ideal to find the upgrade modules we require. Otherwise, I'm uncertain how long we may remain here." Pausing briefly, he added, "Moreover, I have a lingering feeling that we are being watched. If we do not venture forth, our adversaries may very well do so. Hence, even if it is a treacherous banquet, I, Chu Fan, shall dare to confront it." Chapter 41. Boarding the ship as soon as Chu Fan's words fell. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do you see that small boat beside us?" With that, Lu Ruyin gestured towards a nearby vessel, where 2 men were glancing over intermittently. This was precisely the boat where the monkey was located, although they were attempting to keep a low profile. The astute Lu Ruyin discerned something amiss. Barbara inquired curiously, "Ruyin, is there something wrong with that boat?" Lu Ruyin shook her head, replying, "I can't quite explain it. It's a woman's intuition." Chu Fan cast his gaze towards the boat, and the way the 2 men quickly averted their eyes made him realize that their intentions were far from benign. Considering this, Chu Fan spoke up. "It's wise to be cautious. How about this? You all stay on the ship, and I will go up alone." Barbara chuckled. "Are you perhaps interested in that beautiful woman? Wanting to get closer to her?" Chu Fan hurriedly waved his hands. "Not at all. With both of you here, I have no time to notice anyone else." "Is that so? It seems that every time I look at you, you appear to have some energy left," Barbara teased. Chu Fan quickly flicked his non-existent bangs, a proud expression on his face. "Isn't it good to be a bit stronger?" Barbara nodded. "That does make some sense. Well then, off you go. I'll reward you tonight. Oh, what reward? Barbara whispered. I'll tell you when you return. Noticing Chu Fan's wide-eyed surprise, she added mischievously, I guarantee it will satisfy you. In an instant, Chu Fan's mind conjured an alluring image. He then glanced at Lu Ruyin again. Upon seeing her slight nod, he raised his hand. Miss Lian, I am Chu Fan, currently the first on the leaderboard, and I wish to board the ship. Lian smiled. So you're the first place. Please come in. With that, a beam of light extended automatically to where Chu Fan stood. Steadying his nerves, he stepped onto the luminous bridge. Although it appeared ethereal, it felt remarkably solid beneath his feet, akin to ordinary land. Under the watchful eyes of Barbara and the others, Chu Fan walked step by step onto the ghostly ship. Mr. Chu Fan, as you are currently the first on the leaderboard, please follow me to the VIP room. Chu Fan nodded naturally. Thank you for your guidance. This seemed to leave Lian momentarily taken aback. He was the first man she had seen who remained so composed. Moreover, Chu Fan's handsome features were a significant improvement over the previous men she had encountered. Lian smiled gently, leading the way to an entrance that resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. This is the entrance. Please, Mr. Chu Fan, step inside. Seeing Lian's radiant smile and the entrance that looked anything but ordinary, Chu Fan hesitated for a couple of seconds before stepping inside. As he crossed the threshold of this magical door, a brilliant light dazzled his eyes. Before him lay a magnificent scene, resplendent in gold and splendor. A stark contrast to the exterior of the ship. A flash of white light illuminated behind him, and a fragrant breeze wafted into Chu Fan's nostrils. He turned to see Lian, who bore an enchanting beauty, gracefully following him in. Mr. Chu Fan, what remarkable audacity you possess. You are indeed the first to venture into this room without my guidance. Chu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, shifting his gaze to the interior of the chamber. He observed that several individuals were already present, evidently the top 10 on the leaderboard. Among them, a familiar figure with a middle-parted hairstyle and suspenders caught his eye. After a moment of recollection, he realized it was the individual he had fought with the elderly man surnamed Ma that night. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed a pair of eyes upon him. Turning to investigate, he encountered a man in his 30s whose intense gaze was fixed upon him. Upon noticing Chu Fan's glance, the man unabashedly smiled and remarked, You must be Chu Fan. I did not expect one so young. Chu Fan, somewhat taken aback, responded politely, I am indeed Chu Fan. May I ask your name? I am Gao Shuaiqi. A pleasure to meet you. A jolt of recognition surged through Chu Fan. So this was Gao Shuaiqi. Though it was their first meeting, his name was widely known, perhaps even more so than Chu Fan's, who was currently at the top of the leaderboard, for he had amassed the highest number of followers. Ah, so you are Mr. Gao. It is indeed a pleasure. The two exchanged courteous nods, and to an outsider, it would appear as though a warm rapport existed between them. Chu Fan, wishing to avoid prolonged engagement with this individual, stated, I have just arrived. I shall take a look around. Please feel free. Gao Shuaiqi chuckled, Of course, please. With that, he sidestepped Chu Fan and approached a woman named Lian behind him, an expression of impatience evident on his face. Chu Fan gently shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts, and began to survey the so-called VIP lounge. The room was exquisitely decorated, exuding an antiquated charm. An incense burner emitted an alluring fragrance, creating an ambience of elegance. In the center of the room stood a rectangular platform, reminiscent of a display case in a marketplace, crafted from an unfamiliar, yet evidently luxurious type of wood. Upon the platform lay several items, accompanied by wooden plaques detailing their descriptions and prices. Chu Fan quickly scanned the goods displayed. A diesel generator was priced at 100 points. Accompanied by 2 liters of diesel, a high-end freshwater conversion device, capable of transforming 2 liters of seawater into freshwater daily, was also listed at 100 points. An AK-47 automatic rifle was available for 80 points, complete with 500 rounds of ammunition, and an automatic fishing machine, priced at 100 points. Each item proved to be remarkably useful, yet the prices were undeniably steep. Chu Fan recalled that a man's life was valued at merely 20 points, while here, even a most basic item demanded dozens or even hundreds of points. Indeed, it seemed that human life was the least valuable of all. The top 10 on the leaderboard shared similar sentiments. After all, it was only the first day, and each individual's points were quite limited. Currently, Chu Fan ranked first with 270 points, while Gao Shuaiqi held second place with 210 points, and the third-ranking individual, Kuan, had accumulated 150 points. Most of the scores behind were around 100, while the individual in 10th place only had 90 points, affording him the means to purchase merely a single firearm. It appeared that Lianer had discerned the thoughts of the crowd and remained unperturbed. Please do not rush. We shall linger here for 10 days, providing you ample time. Furthermore, she added, there are several exceptionally precious treasures available for your viewing. With that, she elegantly clapped her hands. Two maidens, their faces veiled, unveiled a curtain, revealing another display stand. The items upon this stand were scarce, merely 5 in number. The onlookers could not help but gaze, and in an instant, their eyes ignited with fervor, for the items resembled some form of fruit displayed prominently. Beside them lay a wooden plaque inscribed with a passage, Fruit of the Gods. Effects unknown. Upon consumption, one may acquire a random supernatural ability. Below was the price tag, 10,000 points. The final item caused Chu Fan's eyes to narrow with intrigue. Moon God Fruit. Upon consumption, one may gain the power of the Moon God, priced at 50,000 points. Chapter 42. Treasures redeemable for points. Chu Fan felt a momentary pause in his breath. He never anticipated the existence of supernatural abilities. Every man has fantasized about the day when he could manipulate the elements, becoming invincible in the realm of existence. Chu Fan was no exception. What astonished him even more was that the Moon God Bow acquired from Goblin Island, as well as the Moon God power mentioned in the parchment, would actually manifest here. Moreover, it was priced at an astonishing 50,000 points. Achieving such a sum through slaying sea monsters or attacking other captains within 10 days seemed almost impossible. Even if he were to toil day and night, wielding the Dragon Slayer sword until its blade dulled, he would still fall short of 50,000 points. Not to mention the Moon God power. Even the other two abilities were far beyond his reach in such a short time. Chu Fan's predicament mirrored that of others. Gao Shuaiqi's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the divine fruits. Just imagine if he could wield lightning in one hand and fireballs in the other. Who in this world could stand against him? It was clear that amassing points was now of utmost importance. Lian, as if sensing the thoughts of the crowd, chuckled softly, as if fanning the flames of their ambition. Since you are all esteemed guests, I have a complimentary piece of information for everyone. Defeating an opponent allows you to claim all of their points. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in everyone's eyes, though they quickly adopted a cautious distance. Gao Shuaiqi narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd. So such a tactic existed. Perhaps accumulating 10,000 points within these 10 days was not entirely out of reach. However, amidst the throng, there were those who remained composed, recognizing that such abilities were beyond their grasp, and began to contemplate how to maximize the benefits of their current points. After all, the voice in the sky had proclaimed that only the top-ranked would receive special rewards. If all went as expected, the top position would inevitably be contested between Chu Fan and Gao Shuaiqi. Miss Lian, I wish to purchase this freshwater purification device. The third-ranked Kunkin broke the silence. Raising both hands, Lian responded with a smile. Thank you for your patronage. Here is the item you requested. With a chime, Kunkin's points were deducted by 100, leaving him with 50 points. In return, he held a freshwater purification device in his hands. Chu Fan noted that the items purchased here did not require additional resources for synthesis. In a certain sense, this bore a resemblance to his blind box system. Kunkin cast a satisfied glance at his new acquisition, then warily surveyed those around him. Miss Lian, I shall take my leave. He hastily exited the room, disappearing from view under the gaze of others. The 10th-ranked man, after careful consideration, concluded that safety was paramount. Consequently, he spent all his points on an AK and also made a hasty exit. Chu Fan observed that the common items held no appeal for him. Those he desired were beyond his financial reach. He decided to return and discuss matters thoroughly with his teammates. At that moment, the only woman in the crowd suddenly inquired, "Miss Leonor, aside from points, is there anything else that can be exchanged for goods?" Leonor shook her head, replying, "We only accept points." A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd, but Leonor continued, "However, if you possess any special items, you may bring them aboard our vessel, and we will exchange them for points based on their rarity." This statement invigorated everyone, prompting them to recall any unique possessions they might have. Chu Fan also began to reminisce about the special items on his ship. He pondered the worth of the Sea King's attire, or perhaps the small umbrellas. Realizing he had several hundred small umbrellas, even if each were worth 1 point, it could amount to several hundred points. Yet he was still far from the coveted 10,000 points. After contemplating for a while and deciding to give up, he suddenly noticed that most of the people in the room had already left, leaving only the earlier woman standing there. She glanced at Chu Fan and, unable to resist, pulled out an object. "Miss Leonor, may I ask how many points this can be exchanged for?" Chu Fan unconsciously glanced over, taken aback. In her hand was a silver coin. The woman, noticing Chu Fan's focus on her coin, became instantly vigilant. At that moment, Leonor also cast her gaze upon the silver coin in the woman's hand, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Is that an ancient silver coin? Let me see which race it belongs to." Leonor took the coin from the woman and examined it for a moment. "This is indeed the silver coin of the Tauran tribe. Quite remarkable. It is worth 1,000 points." The woman, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. It was a coin she had stumbled upon by chance, and she had not expected it to hold such value. Although it was still insufficient to exchange for the divine fruit, it was enough for her to acquire a wealth of resources. She hurriedly accepted the coin, expressed her gratitude, and swiftly departed, clearly eager to consult with her teammates. Now, the room was empty, save for Chu Fan, who remained standing in place. Leonor noticed Chu Fan's unusual demeanor and approached him softly, asking, "Mr. Chu Fan, is there anything else you require?" Realizing he had been lost in thought, Chu Fan quickly responded, "Miss Leonor, could you please evaluate how many points this is worth?" He then produced a gold coin from his storage. This coin had been acquired from a treasure chest on Goblin Island, the same chest that housed the moon goddess's bow, since the day he obtained it. The coin had rested forgotten in a corner of his space. He might have overlooked it entirely had he not seen the woman produce her silver coin. Leonor's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "I never anticipated it to be an ancient gold coin. Mr. Chu Fan, you truly are full of surprises." She took the gold coin from Chu Fan's hand and scrutinized it closely. "What a pity. This belongs to the Goblet tribe." Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart sank, and he hastily inquired, "What does that mean? Is it not valuable?" Leonor quickly reassured him, "Not at all. After all, it is still a coin from an ancient race. This particular gold coin is worth 10,000 points." Chu Fan was elated, astonished that the gold coin he once deemed worthless was, in fact, of such immense value. This meant that a single coin could procure a divine fruit. However, he soon recalled something and inquired, "Miss Leonor, why did you say it was a pity?" Leonor smiled gently and replied, "The story is rather lengthy, but you need only understand that countless races inhabit this world. Each race that endured the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago possesses unique gold and silver coins engraved with their respective emblems. Among these, the most precious are the coins of the 4 divine beasts. A single one of these coins can be worth as much as 100,000 points." Chu Fan struggled to contain his excitement. A staggering 100,000 points. An intriguing possibility dawned upon him. "Miss Leonor, which are the 4 divine beasts?" Leonor glanced at Chu Fan with a playful smile and said, "I didn't expect you to be so curious. Very well, if you wish to know, I shall share it with you. Pay attention. The 4 divine beasts are the Xuanwu of the northern seas, the Baihu of the western mountains, the Zhuke of the southern rainforests, and the Qinglong of the eastern continent." Chapter 43. The Master of the Treasure House upon hearing the final words. Chu Fan's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. After finishing her statement, Leonor continued, "However, these 4 types of gold coins are exceedingly rare. I have never encountered them before, and they are virtually unattainable for the average person." Suddenly, she froze, for Chu Fan had produced another gold coin with his right hand, placing it right before her. "Is this the one?" he inquired. This coin was indeed the very one Chu Fan had retrieved from the chest within the clutches of the underwater dragon. After listening to Lien Air's words, Chu Fan had a faint premonition that this might be the dragon-patterned gold coin she had mentioned. Lien Air, unable to believe her eyes, took the coin from him. "No, it can't be. A dragon pattern. Truly a dragon pattern. How could you possess such a thing?" With a smile, Chu Fan asked, "Miss Lien Air, have you confirmed if this is indeed it?" Lien Air snapped back to reality, her excitement palpable. "It is indeed. This is simply astonishing." Chu Fan's heart soared with joy as he promptly inquired, "Is it true that this single coin is worth 100,000 points?" "Absolutely. That is the rule aboard our ship," Liana affirmed. Chu Fan could no longer suppress the smile that spread across his face. It was more difficult to contain than the exhilaration of discovering treasure. It appeared that every item retrieved from the indigenous people's possession was of significant value. Now it seemed the only item left to explore was the location marked by the treasure map. Given how deeply it was concealed, it was likely to be even more precious than the current finds. What delighted Chu Fan the most was that with just one dragon-patterned gold coin, he could take all 5 divine fruits back with him. He felt as if he could take off into the sky right then and there. "Miss Lien Air, could you please exchange this for points? I will take all of these." Chu Fan retracted the previous goblin coin and placed the dragon coin into Lien Air's small hand. With a twinkle in her eye, Lien Air exclaimed, "Very well, Mr. Chu Fan. Congratulations. From this moment on, you are a VIP member of our treasure house, and all your purchases will receive a 20% discount." Chu Fan paused in surprise. "Treasure house? I thought it was called Captain Jack's ghost ship." Heard through her laughter, Lien Air replied, "That is merely the name of the ship. In reality, our treasure house has branches across the globe. I am only responsible for this maritime region." Chu Fan realized, to his astonishment, how formidable the treasure house truly was. Moreover, the fact that they could sell such extraordinary fruits hinted at their extraordinary power. "By the way, Miss Lien Air, why is this particular divine fruit more expensive than the others?" With a smile, Lien Air explained, "This one has been identified for its abilities, while the others remain uncertain in their powers, which is why they are priced lower." Chu Fan pondered briefly. "Does this mean that fruits can vary in strength?" Lien Air nodded affirmatively. "Naturally. Typically, humans can only consume one fruit, and once obtained, it cannot be altered. If one is unfortunate enough to consume a fruit of lesser value, it would be a significant loss." Chu Fan nodded in understanding. This was reminiscent of his experiences with blind boxes. After receiving the gold coin, Lien Air swiftly began her operations. Moments later, Lien Air pointed to the 5 fruits and said, "Now they all belong to you." Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Chu Fan sensed that Lien Air spoke to him with a gentler tone than before. "Is this the advantage of spending money? Furthermore, as you are our esteemed VIP user, your expenditure has been reduced by 8 units, leaving you with a total of 2,800 points. Would you like these to be directly returned to your account?" Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. If he possessed those 2,800 points, securing first place would be virtually assured. Contemplating this, he inquired, "If I choose not to have them returned, how would the process work?" "You may opt to temporarily store them with us, and they can be returned to your account at any time you desire." Chu Fan nodded. "Then let us discuss it in a few days. Perhaps I will purchase additional items." "Very well, Mr. Chu Fan." At that moment, a large screen in the room suddenly illuminated. A shadowy figure appeared on the screen, its features indistinguishable. Lien Air immediately stepped forward and bowed. "I did not expect even the master of the bazaar to be disturbed." Chu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. This was indeed the proprietor of the treasure pavilion. It had been a long time since he had seen a dragon-patterned gold coin. "Young man, you have done well. Can you tell me where this came from?" A voice, clearly altered, emanated from the figure. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan replied, "I stumbled upon it in a treasure chest." The master seemed somewhat excited, quickly asking, "Where is this? Did the chest contain anything else?" Chu Fan's heart surged with caution, and he responded, "I cannot recall the location, aside from this gold coin. There is only some wood and nothing more." The figure on the screen fell into a brief silence before speaking again. "Is that so? What a pity." Chu Fan remained silent. Despite the distance of the screen, he could still feel the pressure emanating from the other party. Meanwhile, Lianer stood beside him. Her earlier nonchalance completely vanished, her head slightly bowed. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Lianer quickly interjected, "Master, Chu Fan must have simply been lucky. He possesses another goblin gold coin. In this vast sea, devoid of landmarks, it is entirely normal for him to forget." Chu Fan was astonished. He did not expect this woman to speak on his behalf. It indeed seemed so. What a pity. After a moment of contemplation, the master suddenly proposed, "Chu Fan, may I propose a transaction?" Chu Fan was taken aback. What kind of transaction? If one day you recall where this gold coin originated from, or if you remember that there were other items besides this coin, please inform me. Chu Fan frowned slightly. It appeared the master did not fully believe his account. What would I gain from this? In return, I shall grant you an opportunity to enter the Forsaken Land. How does that sound? Chu Fan was stunned. What on earth was the Forsaken Land? At that moment, Lianer's expression changed dramatically upon hearing those 4 words. She quickly cast a furtive glance at Chu Fan, yet dared not utter a word, which caused the young lady's face to flush with anxiety. Internally, Chu Fan found the situation rather amusing. However, he discerned Lianer's intent clearly. This Forsaken Land held more than meets the eye. Thus, he articulated his query. "Are you not concerned that I may fail to recall anything?" With a chuckle, he added, "That would be of little consequence. Consider it an opportunity to forge a friendship with you. What say you?" After a moment of earnest contemplation and a glance at Lianer by his side, he formulated a plan in his mind. "Very well, I acquiesce to your proposition. But I have a condition." It had been many years since anyone had dared to propose terms in his presence, and he found it rather intriguing. "Proceed, then," he said with a subtle smile, gesturing towards Lianer. In a hushed tone, he articulated his demand. "I want her." Chapter 44. The Forsaken Land. Behind him, Lianer was startled by Chu Fan's words. On the screen, the master of the treasure pavilion appeared momentarily taken aback. "Huh, you've actually developed a fondness for someone from our treasure pavilion. How rare. But I must say, you have discerning taste. She is indeed the most beautiful among us. However, I cannot acquiesce to this condition. Please propose another." Lianer's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, her emotions oscillating between anger and excitement. Chu Fan replied with a faint smile. "I think you have misunderstood my intention. I do not seek Miss Lianer as a person." "Oh, what do you mean then?" Chu Fan glanced at Lianer and clarified, "It's quite simple. I know nothing about this Forsaken Land you mentioned, and I have never heard of it before. Thus, I hope that Miss Lianer can accompany me and serve as my guide." As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, Lianer, who had been looking down, abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with astonishment and perhaps a hint of gratitude. The master of the treasure pavilion fell into contemplation. "You wish for her to accompany you into the Forsaken Land?" "This," Chu Fan continued, "if that is not possible, then forget it. Who knows what this Forsaken Land you speak of entails?" With that, he feigned a gesture to turn away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Wait." The master of the treasure pavilion's voice rang out from behind. Chu Fan's heart tightened. It seemed that whatever lay within that treasure chest was extraordinarily valuable. What did the master of the treasure pavilion truly desire? The dragon-slaying sword, or perhaps that treasure map? Though his mind was abuzz with speculation, Chu Fan maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance, turning back to inquire, "Is there anything else?" With a soft sigh, the master of the treasure pavilion addressed Lianer. "Are you willing?" Lianer bit her lip, her heart seemingly in turmoil, before appearing to arrive at some significant decision. "But it is up to the master." After a brief moment of silence, the master, with a hint of resignation, spoke. "I agree. Lianer, please take good care of young brother Chu Fan. Young brother Chu Fan, until we meet again." With that, the screen dimmed, and the connection was severed. Chu Fan stood, turning to see Lianer's eyes glistening with unshed tears, leaving him perplexed. Why did she appear as if she were about to cry? Did she not wish to enter? But that could not be. Moments ago, she had seemed eager to accompany him. At that moment, Lianer realized her indiscretion and quickly said, "Mr. Chu Fan, please follow me." Chu Fan, struck by a thought, immediately asked, shouldn't I inform my teammates first? Otherwise, they might be worried. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to inform them, Liana replied. Chu Fan then nodded, opening his wristband to send a message to Lu Ru Yin and the others before following closely behind Lian towards a large black door. As if responding to a silent command, the moment they approached, the black door swung open of its own accord. Inside, a haze enveloped the space, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. Chu Fan stood at the doorway, voicing the question that lingered in his heart. Miss Lianer, what exactly is this land of the forsaken gods? Or rather, what benefits might I gain by entering? Liana, her expression solemn, replied. Within the forsaken land lies a place known as the Eye of the Divine. It is a wondrous realm that can reveal which of these divine fruits is most suited to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. Considering his disheartening experience with blind boxes, he was uncertain about the divine fruits. This was fortuitous. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as he was feeling drowsy. In that case, let us proceed without delay. Lianer, seemingly even more eager than he, nodded and said, very well, please follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Fan suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. It was Lianer's small hand grasping his. Hold my hand, lest we be transported to disparate locations, she cautioned. Chu Fan nodded, I see. But won't holding hands be rather tenuous? Perhaps I should embrace your waist instead. Lianer's face flushed as she exclaimed, oh, scoundrel. They bantered back and forth. Yet their feet did not falter. In a flash of white light, it seemed as though they were drawn in, vanishing through the grand door. When Chu Fan regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Lush greenery surrounded him, tall trees towered overhead, and the scene before him was brimming with life. It was impossible to associate this vibrant locale with the forsaken land. At that moment, he noticed Lianer beside him, and he froze in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of furry beast ears had sprouted atop her head, which, rather than detracting from her beauty, enhanced her ethereal presence. Additionally, a fluffy white tail had emerged behind her. By heavens, a beast-eared fox spirit? Lianer, upon noticing Chu Fan's expression, suddenly knelt before him. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness, esteemed sir. I shall never be able to repay this debt. Chu Fan was taken aback and hurriedly helped her to her feet. What is the meaning of this? With reddened eyes, Lianer began to recount her origins. Sir Chu, as you can see, I am not human, but rather a member of the Fox Spirit clan. What you see before you is my true form. Over 1,000 years ago, following a cataclysmic battle, countless races were driven to extinction, and my clan gradually faded from the annals of history. Like humans, we fox spirits also require terrestrial habitation. However, in this world, the oceans dominate the landscape, thus severely threatening our clan's existence. Yet, our elders once proclaimed that the hope for revitalizing the Fox Spirit clan lies within the Forsaken Land. However, as a mere servant, I possess no right to enter such a realm. Without your assistance, I would have never known when I might have the chance to arrive here. After hearing Lianer's tale, Chu Fan finally grasped the full story, understanding now why she had been so astonished at the prospect of entering. Yet, he pondered why she had hesitated when the owner of the treasure pavilion inquired about her. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Chu Fan Vima? There is no need for such formality. I indeed require your guidance. Lianer, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, My lord, I must confess that I am also new to this. Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment before smacking his forehead. How could I have forgotten this detail? Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Let's explore our surroundings. Lianer smiled and nodded, as you wish. By the way, my true name is Hu Yi. You may call me Yi from now on. Lianer is merely a nickname, one used by outsiders. Chu Fan mused. So, it appears that only I have the privilege to call you that? Yi shyly nodded indeed. Ha ha ha, splendid. What a lovely name. Yi, let us set forth. Lianer can be a bit bothersome. This name is much easier to address. A clever way to stay safe. Chapter 45. The Legacy of the Fox Demon Clan aboard the Sea King. Lu Ru Yin gazed at the departing figure of the messenger, lost in contemplation. After the person had walked away, Barbara approached and inquired, Ru Yin, What do you think Chu Fan is up to? Everyone else has returned, yet he remains absent. Lu Ru Yin furrowed her brow and shook her head, replying, Chu Fan just sent a message through his wristband, stating he has matters to attend to and urged us not to worry, though he did not specify what those matters might be. Barbara whispered, do you think he might be infatuated with that woman? Lu Ru Yin softly mused, that woman? It does seem plausible. Upon hearing Barbara's suggestion, Lu Ru Yin found the possibility quite significant. After all, the woman's allure was something everyone had witnessed. Could it be that he found the presence of both herself and Barbara insufficient? Reflecting on it, it seemed that whenever the two of them pleaded for mercy, Chu Fan always appeared to be left wanting. This simply would not do. A strategy must be devised to prevent him from frivolously engaging with unfamiliar women. Barbara pouted. No way. When he returns, we must make him submit his assignments. If he fails to do so, it indicates there is something amiss. You are right. Let's proceed with that plan. Suddenly, Lu Ru Yin conceived an idea. Rather than allowing Chu Fan to attract unknown women, perhaps finding him someone with whom he shared a deeper understanding would be more prudent. With that thought, Lu Ru Yin activated her wristband and selected Li Ruo Yan's avatar. Ruo Yan, are you there? In the land of the abandoned, Chu Fan suddenly shivered. How strange. It felt as though someone was tugging at him. It was then that he realized his wristband had completely lost signal. He stepped forward, saying, Young master, this place blocks all external signals. Chu Fan nodded and continued onward. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the duo came to a halt before an extraordinarily towering and robust tree. What a magnificent tree! Chu Fan exclaimed, noting that this tree dwarfed any he had ever seen, its girth estimated to be 3 or 4 meters wide. He gazed upward for quite some time, unable to discern the treetop, a sight that could aptly be described as obscuring the heavens. Are you familiar with this place? Hui quickly responded. Young master, although it is my first visit, our clan has recorded that this should be the Tree of Creation. The Tree of Creation? That sounds impressive. Chu Fan Vima? It was said that this tree had existed since the dawn of creation, and the eye of the divine we seek should be located atop it. Oh, is that so? Let's search for it once. Upon hearing Yi's description, Chu Fan felt invigorated and immediately began to circle the grand tree in search of the eye. What does this eye of the divine look like? Yi frowned, admitting, to be honest, I am not certain either. The records merely state that atop the tree of creation lies an eye capable of revealing the true nature of the universe. Chu Fan note that, recalling that this was also Yi's first visit to this place, and she was not much better informed than he. The two individuals circled the tree without any discoveries, perplexed that it should be right here, yet eluding their grasp. Just then, a voice, ancient and weathered, echoed, Who dares disturb my slumber? This scent, could it be from a fox demon clan? And there's a human as well. Suddenly, a green fissure appeared on the trunk, slowly widening to reveal a colossal eye, the eye of the divine. The two simultaneously comprehended the gravity of the situation. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, We found it. We finally found it. How should I address you? The venerable voice replied, Ha ha. Some prefer to call me the world-creating tree, others the eye of the divine. Names are trivial, for I am aware of your intentions. Yi said, Then I shall refer to you as Lord Divine. Lord Divine, our fox demon clan is beset by unprecedented calamities, and I seek the inheritance of my ancestors here. Please, I implore your assistance. After a moment of silence, the world-creating tree responded, I never imagined a millennium would pass so swiftly. This world has indeed transformed significantly. Yi pleaded, I beseech you, Lord Divine, grant us your favor. Very well, it continued. One of your ancestors visited here 1,000 years ago. I imparted to her the foretelling of calamities to befall the Fox clan, and she entrusted a portion of the inheritance to me. Yi rejoiced. It appears the clan's records were accurate. Indeed, this is a rightful possession of your Fox Demon clan, and reclaiming it is only natural. However, what is it? Yi intergested geldi. Accepting the inheritance will require at least 4 hours, during which celestial phenomena will manifest, potentially awakening slumbering beasts in this vicinity. Yi resolute dejdaret, u ame unafraid. Bravery alone will not suffice. The critical matter is that you must remain undisturbed while receiving the inheritance, lest you face utter destruction and obliteration of your soul. Taken aback for a fleeting moment, he promptly requested, "Please, Lord Divine, reveal the method to counter this." The ancient voice erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the solution lies right beside you." Yi paused in surprise, then abruptly turned her gaze towards Chu Fan. He too was taken aback, incredulously pointing to himself. "Me?" The ancient voice intoned, "Young man, did you think you arrived here by mere coincidence? This is the call of destiny. However, whether you assist her is entirely your choice." Chu Fan pondered. "I can help her, but what exactly must I do?" Upon hearing this, Yi's expression brightened, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Chu Fan. The ancient voice resounded once more. "It is quite simple. Should you choose to assist, countless adversaries may emerge over the next 4 hours, and your task will be to vanquish them. As time progresses, the foes will grow increasingly formidable, potentially beyond your imagination." As the voice faded, a shadow of concern crossed Yi's face. She had only known Chu Fan for a mere half a day, and the fact that she had made it this far was already a tremendous blessing from him. How could she possibly allow Chu Fan to take risks on her behalf? With a hint of regret in her eyes, she said, "Divine Lord, if that is the case, I shall return only when I am better prepared." Yet deep down, she understood that her entrance this time was purely a stroke of luck, and whether she would be able to return again remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this experience validated the ancient legends preserved within her clan, which held significant importance. As she consoled herself with these thoughts, she was suddenly startled by Chu Fan's laughter. Chu Fan found himself caught in a dilemma. Emotionally, he longed to assist Yi, but rationally, he recognized the dangers of becoming too involved. However, something in the giant eye seemed to convey a subtle challenge, a hint of encouragement, and an enigmatic meaning. Moved by a sudden impulse, Chu Fan reached out to stop Yi from retreating. "Since she had come this far, why wait for another opportunity? Allow me to be your protector." Chapter 46. Do not underestimate the bond between us. What? Yi was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. She never anticipated that Chu Fan would make such a choice. With a gentle smile, Chu Fan remarked, "What's wrong? Are you so moved? It's all right. If it comes to it, you can always give yourself to me." This decision was not born of impulsive desire, but rather stemmed from the words of the Tree of Creation, as his arrival in this realm was indeed by divine providence. Reflecting on the circumstances that brought him to this world and the myriad of extraordinary encounters he faced, he could not help but believe that perhaps his presence here was a matter of fate. In his previous life, he was an ordinary cog in the societal machine, with every aspect of his existence dictated by external forces. Even after unexpectedly crossing over into this world, he felt as though an invisible hand was propelling him forward. This led him to ponder, was the emergence of this system merely a coincidence or an inevitability? He was uncertain, yet in this moment, he longed to take command of his own destiny. "My life is mine to govern, not dictated by heaven. Do not fear. If you trust me, go ahead. I shall guard you here." Moved, replied, "Chu Fan, you need not go to such lengths. After all, we are friends, are we not? Do not underestimate the bond between us." Chu Fan flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. Friends?" He was momentarily stunned, for it was the first time she had heard those words from the lips of a human male. In an instant, an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. Yet, Chu Fan urged, "Do not hesitate. The opportunity to come here is rare, and your kin await your return to rescue them. Do they not?" His words finally dismantled the last vestige of Yi's inner defenses. She recalled the scenes of her clan being invaded, her kin perishing before her eyes. She remembered the elders of her tribe, their helplessness and hope entrusted to her and a few maidens. Thus, she made her decision. "Chu Fan, thank you. If I succeed, I, who vow that from this day forth, you, Chu Fan, shall be my master and the great benefactor of my fox demon clan. Even if I do not succeed, I would willingly perish alongside you." With that, she abruptly knelt before the Tree of Creation, lowering her head and imploring, "Divine One, please commence." Once the inheritance began, there would be no possibility of stopping. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yi raised her head and glanced at Chu Fan beside her. Feeling his encouragement in his gaze, she resolutely uttered 2 words, determined. Very well, I understand. As her words echoed, countless branches suddenly extended from the great tree, spiraling forth from every direction. These branches intertwined like threads, enveloping Yi entirely, ultimately forming a green net that completely consumed her. Human youth, heed my words. This protective shield can withstand at most 3 attacks, so you must ensure her safety. Additionally, there is something I must convey to you, according to the customs of the Fox Demon clan. If an unmarried Fox Demon maiden is seen in her beast form by a human male, she is left with but 2 choices, either to eliminate him or to wed him. Thus, in a certain sense, she is already yours. Best of luck, young man. Once the tree of creation concluded its words, it closed its immense eye. At that moment, the net enveloping Yi emitted a brilliant radiance. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, still savoring the implications of the tree's statement. Does this mean that he suddenly has a woman with fox ears? The thought alone was rather exhilarating. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, twilight gradually descended. On board the Sea King, Lu Ruyin and her companions were anxiously awaiting developments. Xiao Fei, keep a watchful eye on that nearby vessel to prevent any surprise attacks. Lu Fei nodded in agreement. The boat they referred to was the very craft where the monkey, along with his 2 subordinates, lay concealed. At that moment, the monkey was also lurking in the shadows, observing the Sea King. Damn it, this little lady is quite vigilant, keeping a constant watch here. The monkey muttered under his breath, glancing around before retrieving his communicator. Brother, are you there? Gao Shuaiqi was also anticipating news from the monkey, and upon receiving a message, he promptly replied, What is the situation, monkey? Brother, I've been observing for quite some time, and these individuals are rather alert, particularly one tall woman among them. Moreover, it seems they have indeed drawn their weapons, rendering them unable to act. Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow, pondering, is there truly no other way? The monkey responded, There is indeed a plan, brother. If you dispatch someone to feign an attack from the front, they will undoubtedly draw their weapons, at which point I will have the opportunity to strike. Gao Shuaiqi's eyes lit up at this suggestion. This fellow is quite resourceful. Such a tactic is indeed feasible. Furthermore, the esteemed Miss Lian Air mentioned that defeating another S vessel would grant one all their points. The Sea King currently possesses a substantial 270 points. If he could successfully impersonate and seize the Sea King, not only could he acquire those 2 women, but he would also gain a considerable number of points. With this thought in mind, he sent another message. Monkey, please provide an update on the current situation aboard the Sea King. The monkey shared his observations, and with each detail relayed, Gao Shuaiqi's excitement intensified. Damn it, is this Chu Fan truly so fortunate as to have amassed such facilities? Suddenly, the monkey added, By the way, it appears that Chu Fan is not on the ship. I saw someone from the ghost ship informing the 2 women that Chu Fan would be delayed in returning. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain himself and bellowed, Someone, quickly summon He Fengming. In the lower deck of the ship, He Fengming was currently cradling a 200-pound little fairy, wearing a solicitous expression. Hee, as long as you stay with me, I'll ensure you enjoy the finest delicacies. The little fairy gazed at the large piece of sea monster meat in He Fengming's hands, her eyes widening with desire. Hurry, give me the meat. Hee. Indulging in meat is not a challenge, but first, you must satiate my hunger. He Fengming emitted a lascivious chuckle. The little fairy paused momentarily, finally comprehending He Fengming's implication. Bang! The little fairy collapsed, as though she were a wall. Come on, we had an agreement. You must provide me with meat. He Fengming exclaimed with enthusiasm. Rest assured, I will keep my promise, my dear. I am on my way. Just as He Fengming, akin to a wolf, prepared to pounce, a voice from the door interrupted him. Brother Ming, the boss is looking for you. This call nearly sent He Fengming into a fury as he grumbled, Damn it, why now? Yet, since the handsome and imposing Qi sought him out, he could not ignore it. Thus, he placed the meat before the little fairy. My dear, please indulge a bit while I attend to this matter. Chapter 47, Bitter Struggle in the Forsaken Land. Chu Fan sat enveloped within a verdant sphere, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. As time progressed, the energy fluctuations emanating from the sphere intensified. Suddenly, a ferocious roar of a beast pierced the air, reaching Chu Fan's ears. Following the source of the sound, a colossal creature resembling a wolf, entirely shrouded in black, materialized before him. This gigantic wolf radiated a purplish-black energy, its gaze fixated intently on the levitating green sphere. What on earth is that? Chow Weiwu regretted not bringing a shotgun. Yet, he feared that bringing it aboard would compromise the ship's safety, so he resorted to wielding his Poseidon trident instead. "Come at me if you dare," he challenged, his mastery in martial arts granting him composure against the wolf-like beast. Chu Fan's defiant stance evidently provoked the creature further. With a thunderous roar, the giant wolf lunged toward him. Unlike his previous battle with the shark man, Nock, this wolf boasted less formidable defenses, yet its speed was several times greater. Chu Fan executed a swift sidestep, evading the wolf's assault, and with a deft turn, thrust his Poseidon trident into the creature's rear. This maneuver, akin to a martial arts technique known as the backhand shot, felt as though it had been practiced 1,000,000 times, flowing seamlessly with tremendous force. A howl of agony erupted from the giant wolf. Had it the capacity for speech, it surely would have exclaimed that Chu Fan was lacking in martial ethics. The beast struggled momentarily, then fell with a thud, rendered motionless. "Goodness, that startled me. Was that all?" The ease with which he vanquished the wolf left Chu Fan questioning his own perception. This was due to the fact that these beings existed as energy entities, their actual power being but a fraction of their true selves. As if sensing Chu Fan's confusion, the tree of creation suddenly spoke, leading him to a moment of enlightenment. So that is how it is. With this revelation, he felt reassured that perhaps this ordeal was not as daunting as it initially seemed. However, this was merely the beginning. "Human boy, you shall soon find your heart racing." No sooner had the words left his lips than another chorus of roars echoed through the air. Turning to assess the situation, Chu Fan gasped in alarm. To his astonishment, 3 more colossal wolves materialized, each matching the size of the previous one. Good grief, more of them! The 3 wolves, with their green, glimmering eyes, charged at Chu Fan in a triangular formation. "Damn it, a pack of mangy beasts. Can't you rest in peace even in death?" He cursed, raising the Poseidon trident to confront them. With a powerful thrust, he sent the foremost wolf flying, then swiftly rolled to evade the pounce of the other 2. In an instant, Chu Fan executed a crocodile roll, rising to his feet with agility. At that moment, the first wolf that had been struck down was just regaining its footing, releasing a cry of distress. Without hesitation, Chu Fan plunged his trident into its body before it could rise again. At that moment, Chu Fan felt akin to an ancient general, wielding a long spear and confronting a myriad of foes. No wonder it is said that the spear is the king of weapons. As the adage goes, an inch of length equates to an inch of strength. Although he held a halberd rather than a spear, both are long-handled weapons, and thus their techniques are fundamentally interchangeable. At this juncture, invigorated by the thrill of battle, Chu Fan let out a thunderous roar and charged directly at the remaining 2 giant wolves. Half an hour later, panting heavily and leaning on his Sea King halberd, he fixed his gaze intently ahead. Before him lay the lifeless forms of 20 to 30 giant wolves, forming a small mountain of corpses. Chu Fan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His left arm bore 3 distinct claw marks, the remnants of an earlier encounter with one of the wolves. Damn it, why are there so many of these creatures, as if they are endless? Just then, the green orb behind him suddenly changed color, emanating a brilliant blue light. "Human boy, take heed. The energy fluctuations are now greater than before, and the enemies you are about to face may be even more formidable." Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, but it was evident that retreat was no longer an option. Damn it, reflecting on his previous self-serving nature, he had never anticipated that in this world, he would fully commit to the well-being of others. Having chosen this path, he would go all in. At that moment, Chu Fan abruptly noticed the surrounding trees shaking violently. Before he could comprehend the cause, a dark shadow lunged from the underbrush, opening its cavernous maw and aiming straight for his face. What on earth is that? Reacting swiftly, Chu Fan raised his Sea King halberd in defense, narrowly blocking the vicious strike. Yet the force behind this attack was significantly greater than that of the previous wolves, and he was sent flying. Hiss! Chu Fan then realized that the assailant was a massive black python. The serpent reared its head high, flicking its blood-red tongue while fixating on Chu Fan, seemingly contemplating its next strike. What a colossal snake! Chu Fan thought in alarm. For the portion of the snake that stood upright was already taller than a person, and judging by its size, it must be at least 10 meters long. Suddenly, the snake lunged again with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, charging at Chu Fan once more. This time, prepared for the assault, Chu Fan moved the instant the snake did, narrowly evading the giant python's attack. Clang! The sound of the Sea King halberd striking the python rang out. Upon hearing this noise, Chu Fan sensed impending danger. He finally discerned that the python was covered in a thick layer of scales, resembling a suit of iron armor, encasing the serpent completely. This is bad. Chu Fan had not anticipated the serpent's formidable defense, but it was too late to change tactics. He felt as if he had been launched into the air, and when he regained his senses, he realized he was ensnared by the python, which had lifted him high off the ground. As the serpent lifted Chu Fan high into the air, it violently hurled him down to the ground. With a resounding thud, Chu Fan felt as if he had been struck by a massive freight truck, his bones threatening to shatter under the impact. At that moment, the serpent lifted him once more, clearly intending to repeat its earlier action. In a desperate bid, Chu Fan gritted his teeth and retrieved the dragon-slaying sword from his spatial pocket. If ordinary weapons could not harm you, then let us see what this enchanted blade can achieve. The mermaid had previously mentioned that the dragon-slaying sword possesses an innate restraining power over the creatures of this oceanic realm. He wondered if it would hold any sway in this forsaken land. This uncertainty had initially deterred him from wielding the sword, but given his current predicament, he had no choice. Thus, enduring the agony coursing through his body, Chu Fan swung the dragon-slaying sword fiercely at the massive python coiling around his legs. You fiend. Chapter 48. The moment of annihilation as Chu Fan swung his blade. The colossal python's body was effortlessly severed in twain, akin to slicing through tofu. With a sudden release of tension in his legs, he leapt down, suppressing the pain coursing through him. He advanced, thrusting his sword into the struggling serpent's eye, which lay writhing on the ground. The creature convulsed violently for a couple of minutes before finally succumbing to stillness. Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a deep sense of foreboding. He sensed multiple fractures in his bones, and a sharp pain radiated from his feet. If another such giant python were to confront him, could he muster the strength to prevail? Just as he contemplated catching his breath, the underbrush trembled violently once more, heralding the arrival of danger. In the next instant, 3 dark figures emerged from the foliage, charging directly at him. 3? Is this a death sentence? Chu Fan thought, desperately attempting to rise, only to discover that one of his legs had been broken without his notice. He tried twice, yet could not regain his footing. Do you regret it, human? The voice of the tree of creation echoed once more. Chu Fan laughed heartily. I have countless regrets in my life. Regrets for not studying diligently in my youth. Regrets for failing to boldly profess my feelings to the girl I adored in my prime. Regrets for not standing up courageously when witnessing a thief. My life is rife with regrets. Yet the one thing I shall never regret is my choice today. For I am a man. Come on, you vile creatures, come forth. Suddenly, as if a veil had lifted from his eyes, he mustered his strength to stand on one leg, raising the dragon-slaying sword in a defensive posture. At that moment, the 3 gigantic pythons lunged towards him. Gritting his teeth, he executed a series of sword flourishes aimed at the serpent's vulnerable points. His mastery over martial arts shone through at this critical juncture, allowing him to unleash his full potential. True to its name, the dragon-slaying sword, with the slightest touch, cleaved the 3 pythons in half, as if they were mere reeds. Yet in the next heartbeat, the rustling of movement echoed from the thicket once again, the unmistakable sound of more pythons slithering. Judging by the cacophony, there were surely more than 10. Chu Fan realized that today might well be his last. A wave of regret washed over him. Barbara, Lu Ruyan, I fear I shall fail you. This is where my aid must end. Just as Chu Fan believed all hope was lost, the suspended blew or began to thrash violently, as if he were attempting to break free. At that moment, the tree of creation spoke again. Descendant of the Fox Demon clan, do not despair. Young human, you are indeed the one chosen by fate. Congratulations, you have earned the recognition of that fruit. Chu Fan was taken aback, suddenly noticing that among the 5 fruits he had kept in his space, one was floating toward him of its own accord. Had he witnessed this spectacle, her jaw would surely have dropped. In this world, there exist countless divine fruits, yet he had never heard of one that actively acknowledged a human. Seeing Chu Fan still in a daze, the tree of creation continued, consume it. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly recalled what he had told him before his arrival. The land abandoned by the gods could help him select the most suitable divine fruit. He never anticipated that this moment would culminate in such a manner. As the shadows in the thicket drew nearer, Chu Fan could no longer hesitate. He grasped the divine fruit before him and devoured it with fervor. The fruit, neither too large nor too small, resembled the grapefruit he had eaten in his past life. It bore an indescribable flavor, perhaps with a hint of sweetness, but it was not unpleasant. However, Chu Fan was acutely aware that this was not the time for savoring. In a matter of moments, he consumed the entire fruit. In the next instant, he felt a warm current flow from his abdomen to every part of his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that all his previous injuries had miraculously healed. Even more wondrously, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power within him. Is this the power of the divine fruit? Hey, great tree, what is this ability I possess? The tree of creation responded. Concentrate your thoughts between your fingers and see. Following the instruction, Chu Fan immediately complied. In the next moment, a bolt of blue lightning appeared between his fingers. He had acquired the most formidable control over lightning, both in destructive power and speed. A wave of elation surged through him, yet he quickly steadied himself. This was not the time for celebration. At that moment, the colossal python from the grass finally approached, launching arrows of strikes directly towards Chu Fan. To him, the trajectories that were once imperceptible now unfolded like a slow-motion film. Chu Fan let out a cold chuckle. You serpents are courting death. He brandished the dragon-slaying sword, channeling his power into it. The sword seemed to radiate with the might of thunder. In that instant, as the silence descended, a purple lightning bolt shot forth from the dragon-slaying sword, cleaving through the air like a colossal lightning blade, aimed at the mass of pythons. Crackle, zap, with a single stroke, more than 10 enormous pythons were sent flailing through the air, before plummeting to the ground, motionless. Incredible, truly terrifying. Chu Fan stood stone, astonished by the immense power of his strike. Turning to glance at the now tranquil giant blue sphere, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed to hold on. On board the Poseidon, Lu Ruyan observed the approaching ark with furrowed brows. Ruyan, is that ship heading towards us? Barbara inquired. Lu Ruyan nodded. If my instincts are correct, it is indeed coming for us. What should we do? Chu Fan isn't here. Let us first observe the situation. We must not lose our composure, Lu Ruyan reassured her. At that moment, from the ark, the voice of Gao Shuaiqi resonated. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Shuaiqi, the captain of the ark, and it is a distinct honor to meet 2 such beautiful ladies. Lu Ruyan coldly remarked, Captain Gao, there is no need for pleasantries. Please state your business directly. Gao Shuaiqi, undeterred, chuckled softly and responded, You must be the renowned Lu Campus beauty. Just as the rumors suggest, I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to extend an invitation for both of you to join the Arkansas. It is well known among all present that, in these waters, the mightiest vessel reigns supreme. By aligning with me, you need not fear any adversities, and I assure you that whatever you desire, I can provide. Lu Ruyan retorted icily. Have you finished speaking? Gao Shuaiqi was taken aback. What? Once you are done, you may leave. Before he could reply, He Feng Ming sprang up, exclaiming, How dare you speak to my boss like that? Unable to contain herself, Barbara brandished a shotgun, aiming it at the Arkansas. If you do not step back, I shall fire. Gao Shuaiqi narrowed his eyes, realizing the weapon was indeed aboard the ship. He did not expect to win over these two stunning beauties in one fell swoop. Yet his objective had been achieved. The next move depended on the monkey. At that moment, Lu Shangfei abruptly burst from the cabin, exclaiming, "Sister, that small boat has vanished." "What? Vanished?" Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed as she was about to respond, when suddenly her wristband emitted a warning signal. The alert system blared. Someone is approaching the Sea King. Warning, someone is nearing the Sea King. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned icy as she slowly uttered, "Seeking death." Chapter 49. The Dragon's Bargain Within the Forsaken Land. The immense blue sphere encasing EE began to exhibit a remarkable transformation. Suddenly, the once azure orb erupted with a brilliant golden light. It was evident that the inheritance had reached a critical juncture. Chu Fan felt an invigorating surge of energy. During the past half hour, he had lost count of the serpents he had slain. These creatures seemed inexhaustible, devoid of pain and fear, relentlessly charging forth. Yet at this moment, Chu Fan felt an overwhelming strength within him. No matter how many more emerged, he would vanquish them all. Moreover, he realized that as the battle raged on, the power coursing through his body intensified. His form was drenched in blood, and he could not discern which was his own and which belonged to the enormous serpents. He estimated that roughly an hour remained. In the Forsaken Land, even the sun descended, casting shadows as the light gradually faded. Suddenly, Chu Fan detected an overwhelmingly foul odor pervading the air, followed by an inexplicable sense of dread. Sensing a shift, he swiftly turned, only to behold a colossal creature that had appeared in the sky unbeknownst to him. This monstrosity bore an uncanny resemblance to a dinosaur from ancient times, akin to the dragons depicted in Western cinema. A jolt of alarm surged through Chu Fan. He understood that his most formidable trial was at hand. The dragon descended with a gust of wind, landing before Chu Fan, exuding a palpable pressure that made the very air around him feel as though it were solidifying. As if responding to this anomaly, the tree of creation opened its eye once more. To his astonishment, even this entity was alarmed. Troublesome indeed for the young human, who would need to endure for another half hour. If he could withstand it for that duration, even if he could not defeat the beast, it would ultimately retreat. Hearing this, Chu Fan hesitated momentarily, then crossed his sword before his chest, declaring, "Leave it to me." The dragon before him bore resemblance to the creature he had encountered beneath the sea, clad in a dark, ashen hue, with a singular horn atop its head. However, this dragon possessed a pair of vast wings unfurling behind it. A remnant of the Fox Demon clan seeking to inherit power. Such pure strength. Chu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the dragon could speak. Observing its avaricious expression as it inhaled the energy-laden air, Chu Fan's brow furrowed further. "Halt! Take another step forward, and I shall not be so accommodating." The dragon cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive human, snorting derisively. "What pitiful insect dares to speak to me in such a manner?" With that, it nonchalantly swatted a paw toward him. In its eyes, this insignificant human could not withstand even a casual strike. Yet, Chu Fan remained undaunted, seizing the dragon-slaying sword and charging forward. Bang! Chu Fan felt an immense force collide with him, propelling him backward uncontrollably. Behold, the might of this creature is truly extraordinary. Yet, what astonishes Chu Fan even more is the dragon itself, for it has suddenly realized that its front paw is grievously injured, a deep wound oozing crimson blood from its right foreleg. Impossible! How could a mere mortal inflict harm upon me, unless you wield? As if struck by a revelation, the colossal dragon fixates on the sword held in Chu Fan's grasp. That is, the dragon-slaying sword? Chu Fan rises, coughs lightly, and retorts with a cold smirk. This is unmistakably the dragon-cutting sword. What do you mean by slaying? Despicable human. How could our dragonkin ever be vanquished by your kind? The dragon, incensed by Chu Fan's provocation, cannot restrain its roar. However, Upon realizing the sword is indeed the dragon-cutting sword, a glint of trepidation flickers in its eyes. After all, this is a legendary artifact capable of vanquishing dragons. Fortunately, this human seems insufficiently powerful to slay me, yet one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen events. Contemplating this, the dragon suddenly proposes, "Mortal, shall we strike a bargain?" Chu Fan raises an eyebrow. "What sort of bargain?" "Hand over that sword, and these treasures shall be yours." With that, the dragon produces a glittering golden object, placing it before Chu Fan. Goodness, such an abundance of dragon-patterned gold coins. Chu Fan is momentarily taken aback, for the dragon has revealed a trove of dragon-patterned gold coins, numbering over 10. Who would have thought that a single coin, valued at 100,000 points outside, would appear as mere common currency before this dragon? Even Chu Fan, despite his prowess, is left utterly astounded by the spectacle. He hesitates. Well, the dragon, perceiving Chu Fan's wavering resolve, hastily seizes the moment. "What do you say? That sword serves you little purpose, but these coins can procure countless treasures outside." Chu Fan ponders. "Your logic does seem sound, yet if I relinquish the sword, will you not slay me to prevent my friend's legacy?" "I swear upon my dragon lineage, I shall not." After a moment's deliberation, Chu Fan concedes. "Very well. You present a compelling argument, and to be honest, I am tempted." The dragon rejoices. "Then it is settled. The sword shall be mine." Chu Fan quickly interjects. "Why the haste? Allow me a moment to contemplate." The dragon eagerly replies. "All right, take your time." As seconds tick by, the dragon grows increasingly anxious, until it can no longer contain itself. "Hey, human, have you made up your mind yet?" Chu Fan glances at the tree of creation, regrettably noting that the legacy is still unfolding. Thus, he responds, "Why the urgency? Such matters cannot be resolved in an instant. Perhaps you might return for now. Consider this a deposit, and we shall negotiate once I have reached a decision." The dragon finally comprehends that Chu Fan never intended to engage in a transaction, and enraged, exclaims, "You dare to deceive me? Boy, you shall perish." With that, the dragon opens its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Chu Fan. The flames surged forth with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting the very air itself, a scorching wave rushing towards Chu Zhu's face. Wherever the fire passed, the vegetation withered, a testament to its formidable power. Startled, Chu Fan realized he could not withstand such an assault and swiftly evaded the onslaught. Yet the colossal dragon had no intention of sparing the audacious human who dared to mock it. Another fiery torrent surged forth in pursuit of Chu Fan. Thanks to his speed, enhanced by his affinity for lightning, evasion proved effortless, allowing him to occasionally strike back at the dragon with a sword. This only served to further infuriate the beast, which roared, "Despicable human, is evasion all you know? Then let me extinguish this kitsune's legacy." With that, it unleashed a flame more intense than any before, aimed directly at the magnificent sphere enveloping EE. To his astonishment, Chu Fan realized the dragon could indeed resort to cunning tactics. Regaining his composure, he executed a swift maneuver, positioning himself between the blazing fire and the luminous sphere. "I will not allow you to destroy the legacy," Chu Fan bellowed, channeling all his strength into the dragon-slaying sword. The sword erupted with a brilliant flash of lightning, hurtling towards the inferno. Chapter 50, Two Women Boom. The clash of thunder and fire erupted with a deafening roar, akin to the detonation of a formidable bomb. Chu Fan was violently propelled by the aftershock, his body riddled with numerous wounds, blood oozing profusely from his injuries. Alas, this human possesses such immense power. He cannot be spared today. The colossal dragon, too, bore its share of injuries, yet compared to Chu Fan, its wounds were trivial. However, Chu Fan's formidable display had piqued the dragon's vigilance. Such a diminutive human possesses such extraordinary strength, and he is the master of the dragon-slaying sword. With this realization, the dragon abandoned its pursuit of inheritance and redirected its focus onto the audacious human who dared to challenge it. Perish! The dragon ascended into the sky and charged towards Chu Fan, its horn poised to strike. This assault encompassed all its might, enhanced by the innate powers of its kind. rendering escape impossible for Chu Fan. Chu Fan felt as though his legs were ensnared, immobilized, and unable to flee. Given this predicament, he resolved to confront the onslaught head-on. With a mighty roar, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, channeling it into the dragon-slaying sword. Boom! Another thunderous impact sent Chu Fan flying once more. He felt as if his entire skeleton had been shattered. Had it not been for the dragon-slaying sword, he would have surely succumbed to the dragon's full-force assault. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed a lightness in his body, followed by a gentle embrace that cradled him tenderly as he descended to the ground. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered it was Yi holding him, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Fan, you did this for me. It dawned on Chu Fan that Yi's inheritance had finally concluded. As she emerged, the dragon cast one last glance at Chu Fan before retreating silently. Yi, witnessing the carnage of beast carcasses and Chu Fan, now resembling a bloodied figure, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Chu Fan, I'm just glad you're safe. With a faint smile, he replied, remember to collect the gold coins. With that, his eyes fluttered shut, and just moments before losing consciousness, he slumped into Yi's warm, soft embrace. Divine being, what has happened to Chu Fan? He suddenly sensed that Chu Fan's breath was unstable, as if peril loomed nearby, and anxiously inquired of the tree of creation. He has overexerted himself, leading to exhaustion. Without prompt intervention, his life may be at stake. Yi urgently implored. Is there any way to save him? The tree of creation responded, your kin, the fox demons, excel in the art of replenishment. Only you possess the means to save him now. Upon hearing this, Yi was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She was acutely aware of what replenishment entailed. As a member of the fox demon clan, she possessed an innate constitution that allowed her to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in her daily life. However, humanity lacks the capacity for such rapid rejuvenation. The only recourse lies in that particular method. Yet, Chu Fan transformed himself for his own sake. Thus, it is only right that one should rescue him. Moreover, Chu Fan has already glimpsed his true appearance, and it is evident that he is destined to be her only match. With this thought in mind, Yi lifted Chu Fan into her arms and rose, solemnly declaring, I beseech the divine to protect me. Subsequently, she clasped her hands together, radiating a sacred light. Moments later, pure white, fluffy tails sprouted from behind her. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9. Upon their emergence, these tails swiftly elongated and expanded, ultimately encircling Yi and Chu Fan in a grand sphere, leaving no trace visible from the outside. Aboard the Sea King, Lu Ruyin shouted toward the corner of the cabin. Who goes there? Step forth. Barbara raised her firearm, echoing, if you do not reveal yourselves, I shall fire. Do not shoot. We are good people. As the words fell, 2 flustered women emerged from the shadows. They were drenched, clearly having just climbed out of the water. Upon realizing they were merely women, Barbara and Lu Ruyin instinctively sighed in relief. However, Lu Ruyin maintained her frosty demeanor, commanding, do not move. She then took the shotgun from Barbara's hands, aiming the dark barrel at the 2 women. Startled by her tone and the gun's aim, the women stood frozen, wearing forced smiles. Please, do not misunderstand. We just seek something to eat. Young lady, have mercy. We have not eaten for 2 days. The women appeared somewhat aged, with cracked lips and tattered clothing, bearing signs of injury and exuding a feeble aura. One of the women, diminutive with rough skin, presented an honest demeanor, resembling an ordinary middle-aged aunt. Observing this, Lu Fei glanced imploringly at his sister. Sister, they seem quite pitiable. Perhaps we could spare them some food? Upon hearing this, the 2 women's eyes brightened, and they hurriedly replied, Yes, yes. We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. We should help one another while abroad. This young brother is truly kind-hearted. As they spoke, they inched closer to Lu Fei, perhaps finding comfort in his presence. Bang! Bang! Lu Ruyin fired her weapon, the bullets striking the deck at the women's feet. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden gunfire, including Barbara, who had not anticipated Lu Ruyin's abrupt action. Lu Fei exclaimed in confusion, Sister, why? The 2 women, terrified by the shots, retreated, their faces paling as they regarded Lu Ruyin. Coldly, she reiterated, "I will say this once more. Do not move. If you take another step forward, the bullet shall not strike the ground." This was the first time Barbara had witnessed such a demeanor from Lu Ruyin, but she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Shangfei gently touched her head, expressing a hint of discontent as she remarked, "Sister, they are merely two unfortunate souls. Why must it be so harsh?" Lu Ruoyan replied, with unwavering conviction, "Lu Shangfei, you must understand that we inhabit a world devoid of rules to safeguard you. Any instance of misapplied compassion could jeopardize both your safety and that of your comrades. You must prioritize your own safety and that of your teammates above all else. Everything else pales in significance." Turning her gaze towards her younger brother, her tone slow yet resolute, she inquired, "Have you grasped this?" Lu Shanfei harbored a complex mix of love and fear for her sister. Faced with her stern demeanor, she instinctively replied, "I understand. I remember. Your voice is insufficiently loud. Have you truly comprehended it?" Lu Ruoyan's tone grew markedly more severe. Startled, Lu Shanfei quickly affirmed, I remember, dear sister." Chapter 51. The Mad Gao Shuachi. The two women appeared utterly overwhelmed by Lu Ruyan's formidable presence, standing there in silence, unable to utter a word. This was unexpected. Prior to their arrival, they had thoroughly investigated the situation, discovering that there were only two young women and a brash young man aboard, whom they assumed would be easily manipulated. Little did they know, their tried-and-true sob story would falter here. Had they misread the script altogether? At that moment, Lu Ruyin coldly declared, "You mentioned your hunger. Xiao Fei, toss those remaining black breads over to them." The two women, confused by Lu Ruyan's intent, remained rooted in place. Although Lu Shangfei was equally perplexed by his sister's motives, he obediently retrieved two black breads from the storage and threw them over. "Eat up. Aren't you hungry? Hurry and eat." Lu Ruyin gestured towards the black breads on the ground with the barrel of her gun, her expression unchanged. The two women, their faces shifting between shades of pale and flushed, were bewildered by this strikingly beautiful yet fearsome girl's intentions. However, confronted with Lu Ruyan's unyielding demeanor, they reluctantly bent down. Due to Lu Ruyan's earlier words, they didn't dare to step forward to grab the bread. Instead, they extended their arms as far as possible to pick up the bread from the ground. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Ruyin, Barbara, and Lu Shangfei, they began to gnaw on the dry, hard black bread. It was hard to fathom how dry the bread must have been, considering that Barbara had once captured Chu Fan's attention after consuming half a piece and finishing a half bottle of water. The two women choked and rolled their eyes in distress, yet they dared not pause, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to being fed peanuts. Their swallowing motions indeed suggested they had been famished for several meals. After finally managing to finish the black bread, the expression on Lu Ruyin's face softened slightly. "Once you are satisfied, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the two women visibly faltered. "Young lady, our boat has already departed. May we rest here for one night? We will leave at dawn." Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows and shook her head. "No, you need to find another vessel. We do not harbor outsiders here." At that moment, the shorter, dark-faced woman suddenly interjected, "My friend's boat is on its way. Could we wait here for a while? We promised to remain still." Lu Ruyin fell silent, for after all, she was merely an ordinary young woman who had only recently graduated from university. It was quite a challenge to expect her to be utterly heartless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered delivering food and drink to her friends. Barbara chimed in, "Ruyin, since they have expressed their wish, let them stay at the bow of the ship. As long as they do not move, we will keep an eye on them." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyin shook her head. "No, you must disembark immediately, otherwise." Before she could finish her sentence, the short woman suddenly shoved the woman next to her. The tall woman unexpectedly stumbled and fell into Lu Ruyin's embrace. Lu Ruyin had been on guard against the two, and thus evaded the oncoming woman with a swift motion. With a cold huff, she uttered, "You seek death." Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, and the tall woman was struck by a bullet, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lu Ruyin swiftly redirected her firearm towards the shorter woman. preparing to pull the trigger when her expression suddenly changed drastically. Unbeknownst to her, another figure had appeared on the deck, positioning themselves in front of Lu Xiangfei, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Lu Daxiwa, you truly are formidable. If I didn't resort to some tactics, I wouldn't be able to subdue you. The shorter woman remarked as she shed her tattered outer garment and wiped her face, revealing her true identity. She was the monkey. Lu Ruyan's face darkened. Who are you? And what do you want? The monkey grinned, saying, Our elder brother personally came to invite you, but since you refused, I had to come in his stead. So it was sent by Gao Shuaiqi. This was indeed troublesome. At that moment, Lu Xiangfei finally comprehended why his sister had scolded him so harshly. He now realized how foolish he had been. Sister, don't worry about me. Lu Xiangfei shouted. Lu Ruyan reprimanded him. Silence. She then turned her attention back to the monkey, demanding, What do you want? Speak plainly. Just then, a sudden clamor arose from the sea, as if countless ships were engaged in fierce combat. The monkey exclaimed with excitement. It seems our elder brother has finally taken action. Miss Lu, and you, foreign friend, you can see for yourselves that in these waters, strength reigns supreme. My elder brother is now the most powerful presence in this maritime domain. Look around. Those who defy us shall perish. Barbara and her companions surveyed their surroundings, their faces grave. It appeared that the emergence of the ghost ship had thoroughly awakened the murderous instincts within individuals like Gao Shuaiqi. To grow stronger, one must incessantly engage in slaughter and assault. In an instant, the sounds of fighting, shouting, weeping, and wailing filled the air. This expanse of ocean had transformed into a veritable hellscape. On board the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi was exhilarated, brandishing his great sword and proclaiming, Those who follow me shall flourish. Those who oppose me shall die. Within a short span, he had vanquished no fewer than 20 ships, adding numerous souls to his tally. His score had now reached 400 points, propelling him ahead of the Sea King and placing him at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Behind him, Longu observed with a tinge of reluctance. Brother Gao, we are all compatriots. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Gao Shuaiqi abruptly turned around, his expression peculiar upon seeing Along. Along, I do not wish to kill. I merely compel them to make the right choice. To survive in these waters, it is exceedingly difficult to go it alone. It is essential to recognize that our maritime territory is home to merely a few thousand individuals. Yet countless other regions akin to ours exist beyond. If we fail to strengthen ourselves in the shortest span of time, we shall inevitably face our demise. Upon hearing these words, Along was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Gao Shuaiqi's vast ambitions. Regret began to creep in, particularly as his wife remained by his side. At that moment, Gao Shuaiqi suddenly said, By the way, Along, I require several women to assist in repairing some items. Your wife should not be idle aboard the ship. Have her come to me, and I shall assign her some tasks. Along hastily replied, Brother Gao, my wife lacks any skills. Whatever tasks you have, just assign them to me. I will certainly. Stop your prattling. If the elder brother commands you, you must comply. Your wife is special. Everyone can work, so why should she be exempt? He Fengming interjected vehemently. Along sighed, realizing that under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Very well, Brother Gao, I shall go. Gao Shuaiqi watched Along's departing figure, an expression of madness flickering in his eyes. Just then, a subordinate rushed over, exclaiming, Brother, we just see something from that ship, but no one knows what it is. Gao Shuaiqi inquired with astonishment. Oh, what is it? Bring it to me. The subordinate presented a box to Gao Shuaiqi and opened it. Gao Shuaiqi gasped, nearly crying out in shock. For nestled within the box was an extraordinary fruit of the divine. Chapter 52. Should we review? Upon witnessing the divine fruit, Gao Shuaiqi was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that, apart from the ghost ship, one could also acquire the divine fruit elsewhere. Quickly summoned the individuals from that ship. I have inquiries to make. One of his subordinates, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, that person has already passed away. Gao Shuaiqi's expression darkened, and he reluctantly waved his hand, saying, All right, I understand. You all may withdraw. No one is to disturb me. Once everyone had retreated, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain his excitement. Clearly, This world was scattered with numerous divine fruits, though only a few were privy to this knowledge. The original owner of this fruit had likely stumbled upon it by sheer luck, yet, due to its peculiar appearance, had hesitated to partake. But now, this fortuitous discovery belonged to Gao Shuaiqi. Chu Fan, I shall make you aware of who the true Sea King is. With that declaration, Gao Shuaiqi opened his mouth and bit into the divine fruit he held. Chu Fan shifted his body, enveloped in a gentle sensation that brought him immense comfort. Chu Fan awakened. At this, Chu Fan hesitated momentarily, his mind blank. After a few moments, he finally recollected. Oh no, he is still undergoing the inheritance. How could I possibly sleep? He was about to spring to his feet when the sight before him rendered him utterly astonished. The beast-eared maiden before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi. Seeing Chu Fan's bewilderment, Yi smiled and gently blew a breath towards him. Chu Fan shivered involuntarily, as if a film was playing in his mind, and he finally grasped everything that had transpired after he had fainted, including the tantalizing scene that had unfolded in the love chamber constructed of 9 foxtails. Yi, are you implying that you and I have? Yi nodded with a smile, her smooth arm encircling Chu Fan's neck. Chu Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the opportunity to complete this inheritance in my lifetime. As I vowed before, I, who shall forever be yours. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu Fan exclaimed, that's splendid. However, I was unconscious earlier and missed the experience. Should we revisit it? Yi froned silently. Chu Lang, you were rather rough just now. It was a bit painful. Chu Fan, taken aback, replied, it must have been my unconsciousness. I apologize. Allow me to soothe you, ah no, let me blow on it instead. Yi blushed and retorted, what nonsense are you speaking? In any case, I am now yours. So there is no need to rush. We should head out. It was then that Chu Fan remembered, and he quickly added, you're right. We've been out for several hours. I'm somewhat concerned about the situation aboard the Sea King. Do not worry, he reassured him. I have instructed the people from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to keep watch. Should any urgent matters arise, they will intervene. As they spoke, the two swiftly donned their clothing. Yi tucked her tail away, returning to her original form. Great Lord, I thank you for your protection. I must take my leave now. Chu Fan sincerely bowed to the great tree. A gust of wind swept through, causing the branches and leaves of the grand tree to sway, as if bidding farewell or bestowing blessings upon them. The two individuals then turned and raced back along the path they had come. Aboard the Sea King, the monkey shouted, if you wish to spare your brother from harm, you better relinquish that gun in your hand. Lu Rian's expression darkened significantly, for her adversary had effectively seized her vulnerability. After all, her only kin was in their grasp. Yet, if she surrendered the firearm, how could she ever explain it to Chu Fan? You wretched woman, my patience is finite. With a knowing glance, the burly man holding Lu Shangfei's arm brandished a dagger, inflicting a fresh wound upon him. Blood oozed from the cut, instantly draining the color from Lu Shangfei's face, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Lu Rian could no longer bear the strain, crying out, no. At that moment, Barbara stepped forward, saying, Rian, give them the gun. I understand your concerns, but we cannot allow Xiaofei to be harmed, can we? Lu Rian's face remained grim, yet suddenly her eyes sparkled with resolve, and she forcefully flung the gun aside. The monkey's expression shifted immediately, exclaiming no, with a splash. The firearm sank beneath the waves, leaving no trace behind. You dare to play me for a fool. Barbara sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was the best course of action Lu Rian could conceive in such dire circumstances. A weapon that cannot be wielded by oneself is best destroyed. If the gun fell into the monkey's hands, it would become a tool for the Ark to assault the Sea King. The monkey, indeed, erupted in fury. Although Gao Shuaiqi had not explicitly ordered him to retrieve the gun, possessing it would have been a monumental achievement. Now, the prospect of glory, so easily within reach, had been obliterated by this woman. Lu Rian, do you truly wish for your brother's demise? Lu Rian retorted coldly, you may wish to test that. If I were to tell that Gao fellow that one of my conditions for compliance is to flay your skin, do you suppose he would agree? The monkey froze, as Lu Rian had struck a critical point. One of Gao Shuaiqi's objectives was, indeed, to possess these two beauties, should they board the ark. A mere whisper from them could spell his doom. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Instantly, he donned an awkward smile. Haha, I was merely jesting. Whoa, someone, release him and tend his wound. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss with his subordinate. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath as he fixated on him. That gaze made the monkey feel uneasy, prompting him to bark. What the hell are you staring at? However, in the next moment, the young man abruptly released Lu Shangfei and pounced upon the monkey, pinning him to the ground. Ha ha ha, my lovely beauty, come here. Give us a kiss. The robust young man bore down on the monkey, who was on the verge of rolling his eyes, yet he did not relent in his actions. He utilized both hands, tearing the clothing from the monkey's body into tatters, until only a pair of underpants remained. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scene. Lu, witnessing the grotesque transformation of the tableau, immediately interjected with a disdainful scoff. Chu Fan, how long do you intend to prolong the charade? Chapter 53. Farewell. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lu Ruoyan had suddenly uttered those words. At that moment, two figures emerged from the shadows, the smiling Chu Fan and the enchanting Yi who trailed closely behind him. With a woman's intuition, both Lu Ruoyan and Barbara instinctively directed their gaze towards Yi, standing behind Chu Fan. Barbara mused internally. Given the proximity of these two, something must have transpired. Lu Ruoyan thought to herself, this fellow Chu Fan truly knows how to exploit loopholes. Only Lu Shangfei appeared astonished, clutching his shoulder wound, and pointed at the two struggling on the ground, inquiring, brother-in-law, is this your doing? Chu Fan managed a wry smile, replying, I lack such prowess. This is Yi's doing. This was indeed a unique technique of the Fox Demon clan, known as enchantment. This spell only affected men with a strong, lustful disposition. Yi had initially attempted it on the monkey, but discovered he was utterly unresponsive. Thus, she shifted her target to the burly man who had been holding Xiaofei hostage. Lu Ruoyan questioned, Yi, wasn't she called Liena? Chu Fan chuckled. First, let's bind these two, and I shall explain everything shortly. With that, he produced some rope and, after much effort, managed to separate the two on the ground, only to find a monkey's rear end was already a bloody mess. Goodness, how fierce! The monkey lamented. Chu Fan, this is too humiliating. Chu Fan kicked him lightly, retorting, quit your whining. I'll deal with you later. After securing the two, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Well done, everyone. Xiaofei, how is your injury? At that moment, Barbara had already fetched medicine and bandages from the infirmary to tend to Xiaofei's wound. It's nothing, brother-in-law, just a minor injury. Lu Ruoyan maintained her calm demeanor, subtly glancing at Yi, and inquired, why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? Yi stepped forward and gracefully bowed. Greetings, esteemed sisters. I am Hui. She then recounted everything that had transpired from the moment Chu Fan entered the treasure pavilion to the abandoned land, leaving the three listeners in a state of astonishment, as if witnessing a cinematic spectacle. However, Lu Shangfei was enthralled and quickly approached to inquire further into the details. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruoyan whispered to Barbara, look, another one has arrived. Barbara, however, responded joyfully, this is splendid. Now Chu Fan will have even less reason to be ridiculed. Lu Ruoyan found herself at a loss for words, unexpectedly struck by the realization that the bullet she had fired had indeed hit its mark. At that moment, Yi, sensing the unspoken concerns of the two women, approached them. Dear sisters, I understand that my presence may have made you uncomfortable, but the situation was dire. If I had not acted, Chu Lang could have been in grave danger. Barbara replied with a gentle smile, it's all right. The more, the merrier. We welcome your presence. Lu Ruoyan also smiled faintly, but internally lamented, truly a captivating vixen. Her speech is so beguiling, addressing him as Chu Lang with such affection. However, in the next moment, Yi continued, seeing that two elder sisters are present, I can leave without worry. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Was she indeed planning to depart? I had already confided in Chu Lang that I intended to return to save my people and restore the glory of the Fox Demon clan. Chu Fan sighed. Yet he understood that Yi had no other choice, for this was her mission. Yi went on, but rest assured, in the near future, we shall meet again. Yi, wait for me. I will surely come and find you. I promise. Yi smiled and nodded. I believe in you. You will, for you are my hero. After exchanging a few more words, Yi cheerfully asked, before I leave, would you like me to help you resolve some troubles? Chu Fan realized she referred to the nuisance that was Gao Shuaiqi. Nonetheless, Chu Fan shook his head, saying, we will handle this trouble ourselves. Just as they spoke, a voice echoed from the ghost ship. Leonore, it's time to go. He shook her head in bittersweet resignation. I have already discussed this with the master. He has granted my request, and I shall set off now. By the way, the remaining points will be transferred directly to your names. I hope to hear of your renowned achievements across the seas soon. With that, Yi could no longer contain herself, embracing Chu Fan and planting a fervent kiss upon his lips. After a lingering 10 seconds, she reluctantly released him and, without looking back, stepped onto the luminous bridge. Vanishing into the night, Chu Fan stood in place, gazing at the spot where Yi had disappeared, lost in thought. This woman had hurriedly entered his world and now departed with equal haste, yet that fleeting warmth would remain etched in his memory forever. Yi, resta surit. I shall come find you. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt two murderous glares beside him, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Ah, my dear first wife and second wife. How I've missed you, he exclaimed, reaching out to embrace them, only to be gently pushed away by Lu Ruyan's small hand. All right, let us be serious. How we plan to deal with these two? Chu Fan glanced down at the two individuals on the ground and solemnly inquired, Are they from Gao Shuaiqi? At that moment, the monkey, whose backside was burning with pain, seized the opportunity to shout, That's right. If you know who my brother Gao is, you better let me go, or when he arrives. Enough. Chu Fan, lacking the patience to listen further, effortlessly lifted the monkey and, amidst the latter's bewildered gaze, tossed him into the sea. Bound and unable to move, the monkey could only flail helplessly before sinking beneath the waves. The other burly man remained oblivious, still entranced by Yi's charm. Without hesitation, Chu Fan dispatched him into the sea as well. Dare to lay a hand on my wife, and you must perish. Chu Fan's imposing declaration sent a shiver through Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Barbara, in admiration, raised her thumb and exclaimed, Darling, you are truly formidable. Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with joy, but she soon inquired, How do you plan to deal with Gao Shuaiqi? Chu Fan Juke Hoti Di Li, gesturing for them to follow him into the cabin. Xiaofei, you come too. The three exchanged puzzled glances and followed Chu Fan into the dimly lit cabin. With no illumination, darkness enveloped them. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, revealing Chu Fan's visage. Behold, the fruit of the gods. Ruyan, this one is the moon goddess fruit, a perfect match for your previous bow and arrows. The remaining three, Barbara and Xiaofei, you each may select one. However, I must clarify that each individual may consume only one fruit of the gods in their lifetime, and the abilities bestowed are contingent upon one's fortune. Therefore, you must. Wait, Xiaofei, why are you so eager? Let me finish my explanation. Chapter 54. Everyone's abilities before Chu Fan could finish his words. Lu Xiangfei had already seized a fruit. Brother-in-law, I used to win prizes frequently in school, so I've always had good luck. Let me go first. Lu Ruyan suddenly interjected. Wait, Xiaofei, allow me to take my turn first. As she spoke, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Ruyan boldly consumed the divine fruit, priced at 50,000 points, which was said to grant the power of the moon goddess. Curiously, as Lu Ruyan bit into the fruit, it emitted a gentle glow, resembling moonlight flooding the cabin, illuminating it brilliantly. Without hesitation, she devoured the entire fruit. Suddenly, she felt a stirring within her body and promptly closed her eyes to attune to the sensation. After 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Ruyan radiated a pure, holy light, her appearance reminiscent of the legendary moon goddess. Most astonishingly, her hair transformed into a color as white as snow, dancing in an unseen breeze. Moreover, a faint moon pattern appeared on her forehead. What elegance! Both Barbara and Lu Shangfei were left speechless, while Chu Fan pondered, "Sister, with such a presence, I dare not indulge in wickedness." Truly, she appeared too divine. As Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes, the luminescence around her began to fade, and her white hair gradually returned to its original hue. Chu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she was still his original second wife. Lu Rian extended her right hand, and to everyone's astonishment, a glowing water orb materialized, illuminating the cabin and preventing it from falling into darkness. Is this the power of the moon goddess? It feels wonderful. Thank you, Chu Fan. Upon witnessing his sister's remarkable transformation, Lu Shangfei could no longer contain himself. "Sister, brother-in-law, I want to eat one too." With their consent, Lu Shangfei eagerly bit into the divine fruit in his possession. As everyone observed, the interior of Lu Shangfei's fruit was unlike Lu Ruyan's. It was filled with red flesh. Bathed in the white moonlight, the fruit's flesh appeared to flow like molten lava. Yet, Lu Shangfei felt no heat. On the contrary, it tasted surprisingly delightful. Delicious strawberry-flavored. I love it. Once Lu Shangfei finished consuming the fruit, an intense heat surged from within him. Chu Fan and the others instinctively stepped back, realizing that Xiaofei's fruit was likely associated with fire attributes. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Shangfei's hair ignited as if set ablaze, with flames emanating from his eyes and mouth. "Ha ha! I am the god of fire. I am the god of fire." He raised his hands and clenched his fists, which transformed into fists enveloped in flames. "Now Lu Shangfei is invincible. Who can withstand me?" With that, he attempted to unleash a fiery strike, and a torrent of flames erupted from his fists, hurtling towards the deck. Crash! As if doused with a bucket of water. Lu Shangfei was thoroughly soaked from head to toe, and the flames that had enveloped him struggled for a moment before gradually extinguishing. Lu Ruyan, with an air of calm, retracted her left hand and admonished, "Do not play with fire indoors. At your age, one should be more composed." Lu Shangfei stood there, stunned, a look of reluctance etched on his face. He had awakened his extraordinary abilities, yet still found himself at the mercy of his elder sister. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Rian smiled slightly and remarked, "In this lifetime, you shall never escape my grasp." Lu Shangfei, rendered speechless, could do nothing but accept this reality. After all, she was his beloved sister. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. With the divine fruit at hand, young Fei had acquired sufficient means of self-protection. Moreover, the capabilities of this fruit were quite impressive, promising remarkable achievements in the future. With only 2 fruits remaining, Barbara glanced at them and chose the relatively larger one. "Well, a grand fruit suits a grand horse. This seems fitting," she declared. "I shall select this." "Excellent," Chu Fan responded with an encouraging glance. Barbara picked up the fruit and took a gentle bite. Juice immediately flowed forth, releasing a delightful aroma. "Wow, this tastes absolutely exquisite. It resembles a kiwi," she exclaimed, marveling at the vibrant green that emanated from the bitten fruit. Could it possess what attributes? Chu Fan speculated upon seeing the color. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Barbara consumed the divine fruit entirely. Moments later, surrounded by a luminescent green aura, the wooden deck beneath her feet, previously damaged by Lu Shangfei, began to mend itself slowly. After a few minutes, as the green light dissipated, Barbara returned to her original appearance. "How do you feel, Barbara? What is your newfound ability?" Lu Shangfei inquired. With a smile, Barbara approached him. "Little Fei, let me see your wound." At her request, Lu Shangfei lifted his arm, revealing a bandage that had just been secured. Barbara carefully unwrapped the bandage, revealing a gaping wound that, though no longer bleeding, still appeared rather alarming. Extending her right hand, her slender fingers glided gently over his injury, and a miracle occurred. The wound astonishingly vanished. This left everyone in utter disbelief, especially Lu Shangfei, who could hardly fathom what had transpired. "Sister Barbara, is this magic?" he asked. Chu Fan's eyes lit up as he proposed. "Is this a wood attribute ability with healing properties?" Barbara nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my aspirations as a physician. If I possessed such powers in America, I would undoubtedly become the most formidable doctor in all of Texas. Yes, you. No one understood better than she the immense effort required to become an exceptional doctor. Yet this extraordinary fruit had endowed her with healing abilities that surpassed those of any surgeon in an instant. A healer, perhaps? It truly suits you. As Chu Fan gazed upon Barbara's magnificent assets, a profound realization dawned upon him. With one divine fruit remaining, he carefully stored it away in his repository. Now, with newfound powers bestowed upon them, they were prepared to confront the dashing and formidable Gao Shuaiqi. What did their numbers matter? The newly formed Fantastic Four would demonstrate that the Aquaman was invincible. Victory was assured. Victory was assured. Lu Shangfei exclaimed with youthful exuberance. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully survived for one day. Reward: 3 mystery boxes, now dispatched. Please collect your rewards. Chapter 55. The Eighth Dimension. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback and quickly posed a question in his mind. System: I have already completed the quest with EE. Why do I still only have 3 blind boxes? Beep, because EE is not yet your teammate. She cannot be counted. Chu Fan inwardly cursed, feeling as though the system was somehow cheating him. He continued to inquire. If E becomes my teammate in the future, will that trigger a reward? Indeed, this system is fair and just. The host may rest assured. With that, Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing him suddenly frozen in place, Barbara and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What is wrong, dear? Why aren't you moving? Chu Fan cheerfully responded. The blind boxes have arrived today. Shall we open one first? Lu Shangfei, looking completely perplexed, asked what blind box. Do I have one too? Lu Ruyan retorted, you, a child, don't need to know everything. Yet, she secretly thought, this source of the blind boxes must remain a secret from Xiao Fei. Chu Fan, unfazed, chose not to elaborate, instead whispering, Xiao Fei, it's not that your brother-in-law is stingy. This really isn't for you. Why don't you step outside and observe the situation? Lu Shangfei. Did you hear that? Is that what people say? Lu Ruyan chimed in. Xiao Fei, listen to your brother-in-law and go outside. Lu Shangfei. So, I'm leaving? Seeing that her sister's expression was serious, he reluctantly took out a cigarette and lit it himself. All right, fine, I'll go. It's like once you have a man, you don't even want your brother anymore. Muttering to himself, he exited the cabin. This was not due to Chu Fan's stinginess. It would indeed be quite awkward if something inappropriate were to be revealed. All right, I'll go first. Chu Fan arranged the 3 blind boxes in a row on the ground and picked one up. I refuse to believe that I will be unlucky again this time. Open. Let us turn the tide. Beep. Blind box used successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 boxes of dual-use sanitary napkins for day and night. Chu Fan. Barbara. Lu Ruyan. Chu Fan. Damn it, this is too much a ripoff. Barbara. Darling, you're amazing. Lu Ruyan. Honey, your luck is simply unparalleled. Chu Fan. However, seeing the joy on the faces of the 2 women, he could only respond, of course. You are my most important people, and serving you is my honor. Upon reflection, while this item was of little use to him, it was indeed invaluable to his wives. When calculated like this, it didn't seem like a loss after all. Yet, why did he still feel a bit uneasy? At that moment, Barbara picked up a blind box and quietly said, I wish I could have luck like yours. Chu Fan replied, I feel as though you're mocking me, but I have no proof. Beep. Congratulations, host. Blind box used successfully. You have obtained 99 high-powered searchlights. The advanced searchlight, powered by solar energy, could illuminate for 2 hours on a single charge, with a reach of 2 kilometers. Chu Fan felt a sense of relief. Although this device was not as extraordinary as those from previous encounters, it proved to be quite useful. At this moment, what they needed most was a source of light during the night. With this thought, a smile brightened Chu Fan's face as he swiftly retrieved the searchlight and turned it on. Instantly, the cabin was transformed into a realm of light, as bright as day. This is wonderful. Even for surgeries, they now had a reliable source of illumination. Barbara expressed her satisfaction with this newfound light. Lu Ruyan, not one to be shy, opened the last blind box under the gaze of the other 2. Congratulations, You have obtained a special skill, mastery of archery. What a stroke of luck. It was tailor-made for her. Indeed, Rian's fortune was commendable. As the only one adept with a bow and arrow among them, this skill was perfectly suited to her. Coupled with her solid foundation in archery, this skill would undoubtedly yield significant advantages. At that moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly burst through the door. Brother-in-law, there's fog outside. I can't see a thing. Wow, where did this light come from? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stepped outside and found that a thick fog had indeed risen over the sea, so dense that visibility was reduced to mere inches. Given the situation, it was questionable whether they could even locate Gao Shuachi, let alone confront him. Then let us rest for now. Tomorrow morning, once the fog clears, we shall proceed. The others agreed, appreciating the chance to recuperate. Noticing that Lu Shangfei lingered, Chu Fan asked, "Is there something else?" Lu Shangfei gazed enviously at the searchlight in Chu Fan's hands and said, "Brother-in-law, do you have an extra one? I'd like to play with it too." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Fan tossed him one. "Take this back to your room and enjoy." Lu Shangfei's face lit up upon realizing it was the same model. "Then I'll head back to my room," he exclaimed, closing the door behind him thoughtfully. Chu Fan then turned to the two ladies. "Shall we explore this searchlight further?" Barbara raised an eyebrow. "What is there to study about this light?" With a mischievous grin, Chu Fan replied, "I want to see whether my light shines brighter than yours, or perhaps we can engage in a game of secret path exploration." The two women exchanged glances, fully aware of Chu Fan's intentions. "You rascal, haven't you had enough fun with EE?" However, Chu Fan interjected, 001, 002. "Regarding my relationship with 003, I feel it necessary to clarify things with you. Please allow me to explain." Barbara frowned. "What do you mean by moving your waist and ears?" Lu Rian shot Chu Fan a disapproving look, then whispered a few words into Barbara's ear. And only then did Barbara grasp the meaning. "You are so naughty. I absolutely love it. By the way, darling, let us investigate what you meant about placing your feet near the ears. Rian, why don't you give it a try as well?" As the night faded away, a radiant sun gradually ascended into the sky. The dense fog enveloping the sea dissipated unbeknownst to anyone. Aboard the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi had spent the entire night in restless wakefulness. The previous evening, he had consumed the unexpected divine fruit, and the powers he acquired surpassed all his wildest expectations. Now he felt an unwavering confidence, believing that in this expanse of ocean, none could rival him. "Has the monkey returned?" he inquired, as a subordinate hurried in to report. "Boss, the monkey has not come back all night." Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that he has faltered? The subordinate quickly offered an explanation. "Boss, there was a thick fog over the sea last night, so dense one could not see their own hand. Perhaps the monkey was delayed by the mist." Finding this rationale somewhat plausible, Gao Shuaiqi let out a sigh of relief. "When he returns, have him come to see me immediately." A flicker of excitement crossed Gao Shuaiqi's face as he commanded further. "Additionally, summon Bai Jie, and inform her that I have matters to discuss with her." Chapter 56. The young woman Bai Jie, upon hearing Gao Shuaiqi call her name, Bai Jie trembled and said, "Husband, I don't want to go." Long Go opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately sighed and replied, "Wife, do not be afraid. Perhaps Brother Gao truly has matters to discuss with you." Bai Jie shook her head and responded, "Husband, you do not understand. His gaze towards me is always strange, and I know he harbors ill intentions." Long Go, acknowledging her words, realized that he could not refuse Gao Shuaiqi's summons. He finally said, "How about this? I will accompany you." Only then did Bai Jie feel reassured. Nodding as she declared, "Husband, I was wrong before. From now on, I only want to live a good life with you." Long Ji's expression dimmed as he replied, "This cannot be entirely blamed on you. After all, I've been rendered powerless. You are so young, and it is unjust for you to remain in such a state of loneliness. Perhaps I should have let you go sooner." Bai Jie, however, shook her head and confessed, "Husband, to be honest, everything you knew before Chu Fan was a fade. I merely wanted to force you into a divorce. Yet, after meeting Chu Fan, I wavered. I desire to have a child. Truly, husband, I swear, I could remain in solitude, but I genuinely yearn for a child of my own." Longo was taken aback, having never anticipated that his wife held such intentions. At that moment, a subordinate at the door urged, "Hurry up, don't keep the boss waiting." Reluctantly, Long Gu said, "All right, we shall discuss this later. Let us proceed for now." With that, he took Bai Jie's hand and followed the subordinate to the entrance of the main cabin. "Stop. The boss only called for Miss Bai. You Long Gu, wait outside." Long Gu was taken aback, saying, "Brother, my wife is new here and unfamiliar with the rules. I fear she may unintentionally offend Brother Gao. It would be better if I entered to look after her." He spoke with an ingratiating smile. The doorman, whom he recognized and had a decent rapport with, he assumed would grant him this favor. However, the man scolded, "What nonsense! I said you cannot enter. Just stand there." Long Gu was stunned, realizing that those who had previously called him brother were now revealing their true colors. This realization made it even less acceptable for his wife to go in. Consequently, Long Gu dropped the facade and shouted, "You wretched dogs, your intentions are clearly malicious. Wife, let's leave." With that, he took Bai Jie's hand, intending to turn away. "Stop. The boss wishes to see your wife. Consider it an honor. Do not be so ungrateful." The words were accompanied by 4 or 5 individuals who surrounded Long Gu and Bai Jie. Indeed, with such a beautiful wife, Long Gu, you cannot keep her. Why not entrust her to the boss? He will surely cherish her. Laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with mockery. Long Ji's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, "Gao Shuaiqi, is this your intention? How dare you call the boss by his name?" The atmosphere grew tense, and Bai Jie, frightened, tugged gently at her husband's arm, urging, "Husband, please do not act impulsively. Let us speak calmly." Long Gu shook his head and said, "Very well. Since you cannot accommodate me, I shall take my leave from the Arkansas. My dear, let us go." Bai Jie paused and asked, "Where to?" Long Gu, with a sense of resignation, replied, "For now, we can only seek refuge with that young man. He is our only hope." Bai Jie was taken aback. "Which young man?" "Darling, please do not test me further. I shall never betray you again." Long Gu quickly clarified, "Were you thinking? That young man has also been transported here, and he seems to be doing quite well. If we approach him, he will surely take us in." Bai Jie was momentarily stunned, memories of their wild encounters flooding her mind, causing her expression to shift uncomfortably. It must be said that young man was indeed unforgettable. However, the situation felt exceedingly awkward. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, and the voice of Gao Shuaiqi rang out. "Hold on along. Do you think the Ark is an inn where one can come and go at will?" Long Gu, his face darkened, asked, "What do you mean, Brother Gao?" He Feng Ming, with a teasing tone, replied along, "Do you still not understand? We have taken you and your wife in, providing you with food, drink, and shelter. Now you wish to leave just like that? Such opportunities do not come easily. What do you propose?" Long Gu inquired. "What to do? Haha, it's quite simple. Hand over Bai Jie, and as for you, go wherever you please." Long Gu, suppressing his anger, stared at Gao Shuaiqi and asked, "Is this your true intention, Brother Gao?" At this point, Gao Shuaiqi dropped the pretense, shrugging nonchalantly. A beauty like Bai Jie should only be possessed by someone of worth. And you, quite frankly, do not deserve her. If you were to turn a blind eye, I could allow you to live comfortably on this ship, perhaps even grant you some privileges. But you insist on being the righteous one. Who can blame me?" Bai Jie trembled at this revelation. Gao Shuaiqi had completely torn off the mask. Long Gu was now thoroughly enraged. "You dare treat me with such disdain? I considered you a brother, yet you wish to turn me into a fool?" Gao Shuaiqi smiled mockingly. "Do you have a choice?" Sensing the escalating tension, Bai Jie trembled and pleaded, "Brother Gao, could you spare us? Bai Jie will work tirelessly in my next life to repay your kindness." Long Gu interrupted urgently, "My dear, do not beg him. I see clearly now. He is nothing but a rogue, a scoundrel. With such character, he cannot hope to be a leader. He is not even worthy of a fraction of Chu Fan." Gao Shuaiqi's expression darkened instantly. While he could tolerate many insults, the comparison to Chu Fan struck a deep nerve. Suddenly, he erupted, "I'm the top of the leaderboard. My ship is the grandest on these waters, and I have the most brothers. What gives Chu Fan the right to compare himself to me? Does he even measure up?" Pointing at Long Gu, he commanded, "Seize him and tie him to the mast. I want everyone to witness the fate of those who betray me." He laughed again, saying, "Along, rest assured, I will cherish Bai Jie dearly." With that, He waved at Bai Jia, declaring, "Miss Bai, this worthless fool is hardly worth your affection. Come to my side and be my woman. It is a far superior choice than remaining with this inept individual." Although Bai Jia trembled with fear, she resolutely shook her head, pleading, "No, my husband is not worthless. Please let us go." Gao Shuaiqi's expression darkened ominously. "So you choose to ignore my hospitality? No matter. I shall make you understand what the right choice truly is. Bring Miss Bai to my cabin. If she resists, I shall carve away Along's flesh before her very eyes." "Ha ha ha." Bai Jie collapsed on the ground, crying out, "No, you cannot do this." Gao Shuaiqi's smile turned cruel. "In this world, no one can oppose me." At that moment, a gentle yet resolute voice echoed, "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 57. The clash. All eyes were drawn to the sudden voice that pierced the air. Gao Shuaiqi turned to see a young man standing atop the ark, wielding a trident and holding a cigarette between his lips. His slightly disheveled hair added an air of rebellious charm. Long Gu, having just endured a few blows, lifted his head to gaze at the newcomer, a moment of surprise swiftly transforming into delight. Chu Fan, Bai Jia, seated on the ground, shuddered at the sound of the name, raising her head to behold the familiar visage. Chu Fan, noticing the look in Bai Jia's eyes, awkwardly rubbed his nose and addressed Long Gu. "Long Gu, Miss Bai, are you both well?" Long Gu quickly replied, "I'm all right, Chu Fan. Please save my wife." Gao Shuaiqi scoffed. "Chu Fan, you dare to show up alone? This implies that fool, the monkey, must have failed." "Faizing in Godan, Chu Fan zet ponde, ohat?" You must be referring to that short fellow. He should be nearing his rebirth by now. Gao Shuaiqi's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated Chu Fan's audacity. His lips twitched in irritation. "Young man, I acknowledge your skills, yet your decision to come alone speaks to your youth. I assure you, you will soon regret this choice." At that moment, a subordinate rushed over. "Boss, the Sea King is approaching." Gao Shuaiqi turned his gaze toward the side of the deck, and indeed saw the Sea King slowly drawing nearer. On the deck stood 2 women and a man, all peering toward the Arkansas. He immediately disregarded Lu Shangfei, focusing instead on Lu Ruyin and Barbara, unable to tear his eyes away. Barbara, clad in a vibrant green attire, radiated a deadly allure with her striking figure. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin, dressed in a dazzling red qipao, contrasted sharply with her icy demeanor, nearly leaving Gao Shuaiqi breathless. The onlookers were equally mesmerized, transfixed by the scene. Suddenly, Lu Shangfei exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you stand so high. This show has already been presented. What more can I do?" With that, he leapt onto the deck before the astonished subordinates of the Arkansas. Gao Shuaiqi snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as he struggled to suppress his desires. Fixing his gaze on Chu Fan, "You arrived just in time. This saves me a trip. Of course, if you willingly offer them to me, I might consider making you my first mate." Chu Fan jumped down, effortlessly dispatching the subordinates, holding Long Gu captive, and helped the bruised Long Gu to his feet. Long Gu promptly stepped forward to assist Bai Jia, and together they stood behind Chu Fan, supporting one another. "Mr. Gao, I did not come here to indulge in your grandiose rhetoric." Chu Fan feigned a casual adjustment of his earphones, yet suddenly his expression darkened as he exclaimed, "You have repeatedly sent people to provoke me. Just yesterday, you attempted to seize my woman in my absence, and now you dare to bully my brother. Do you truly believe that I, Chu Fan, am without temper?" Gao Shuaiqi laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Chu Fan, and what of it? I have over 50 brothers, while you have but a handful. What right do you have to contend with me?" With a slight smile, Chu Fan replied, "Whether I can contend or not will be revealed in the attempt." Gao Shuaiqi nodded with a sneer. "Interesting. Allow me to witness the source of your confidence." With a wave of his hand, 8 burly men encircled Chu Fan. Lu Shangfei was about to intervene when he was surrounded by He Fengming and his men. "Kid, you'd best refrain from any rash movements. The consequences could be dire." Chu Fan called out, "Xiaofei, haven't you always wanted to learn martial arts? Today, let your brother-in-law demonstrate what Dragon Kingdom martial arts truly entails." Though he now possessed extraordinary abilities, dealing with these insignificant foes required no such power, which could serve as a trump card, a strategy agreed upon by the 4 of them prior to their arrival. Lu Shangfei nodded enthusiastically. All right, brother-in-law, take them all down. Among the 8 brawny men, the leader had a round face, fierce eyes, and a beard that added to his menacing appearance. He pointed a finger at Chu Fan, sneering. You are quite arrogant, kid. Today, let 8 brother teach you what it means to be low. Ouch, ouch. At that moment, Chu Fan twisted 8 brother's finger at an exaggerated angle, eliciting involuntary cries of pain. Let go, let go. You'll break it. Ouch, ouch. With a chuckle, Chu Fan released him and kicked the hefty man away. After a moment of groaning, the man stood up, his face flushed. You lack martial ethics. I was careless and did not evade. Chu Fan scoffed. Enough with the nonsense. Let us not waste time. Come at me all at once. 8 brother, now enraged, shouted. Brothers, attack. He Feng Ming and the others watched the scene with bemusement, while Long Gu appeared anxious. No way, my wife. I must assist Brother Chu, he exclaimed, picking up an iron rod from the ground, ready to charge to Chu Fan's aid. However, as he stood, he was taken aback. The 8 men surrounding Chu Fan were already in disarray, sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Even Gao Shuaiqi was taken aback, having failed to discern how Chu Fan had dispatched all 8 men so swiftly. This was attributed to Chu Fan's mastery of martial arts, combined with the unique speed advantage of his lightning abilities, rendering their attacks akin to slow motion in his eyes. He Feng Ming blinked in astonishment. Damn it. Brothers, rush in. This time, a formidable group of 15 or 16 burly men charged forward. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed, advancing rather than retreating, plunging directly into the throng. Executing a series of 8 extremes fist techniques, he moved with such vigor that within moments, none remained standing before him. He Feng Ming clutched his groin, bending over like a shrimp, emitting a series of mournful wails. Chu Fan clapped his hands and struck a pose he deemed quite cool, murmuring, "Is that all?" Lu Shangfei, elated, raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Meanwhile, Barbara and Lu Rian maintained a calm demeanor, as if all of this had been anticipated. Longa, however, was utterly stunned. "Brother Chu, I had no idea you were so formidable. Honestly, with skills like yours, there was no need to climb onto the air conditioning unit. I am no match for you." Chu Fan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "Come on, let's not bring that up, all right?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, Bai Jia's face instantly flushed, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at her husband. Lu Ruyan, keenly perceptive, caught the key phrase and furrowed her brow, softly inquiring, "Air conditioning unit?" Chu Fan's heart sank. Lu Ruyan was too astute. He feared that she would undoubtedly question him later about the meaning of the air conditioning unit. If they were to discover his dark past, it was likely this clever woman would, at a critical moment, remark, "Oh, nothing compares to the thrill of being on an air conditioning unit." Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi let out a cold laugh, alleviating the awkwardness for Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated your prowess, but if you think that this alone can rival me, you are gravely mistaken about Gao Shuaiqi." Chapter 58. When did the fruit of God become so worthless? Lu Shangfei could no longer contain himself and leapt forward. "Old man, I've found you irksome for quite some time. You only know how to bluster. What skills do you possess? Look at that pitifully weak expression on your face. I don't even need my brother-in-law to intervene. I can handle you myself." Gao Shuaiqi, upon hearing this, twitched at the corners of his mouth. This brash young man actually claimed to be weak. He couldn't help but retort, "You little brat, if it weren't for your connection to Miss Rian, I'd surely crush you." With that, he suddenly stepped forward and bellowed at Chu Fan, "Now, I will make you aware of the true disparity between us." Gao Shuaiqi clenched his fists, his eyes widening as a metallic sheen inexplicably radiated from his hands. "D," he exclaimed, yet there was no further action from him. However, Chu Fan inexplicably felt as if he was being targeted. Just then, Long Gu, standing nearby, let out a startled cry. "Chu Fan, be careful." He pushed Chu Fan aside, yet it seemed as if he had been struck, toppling backwards. "Ah!" Long Gu screamed in agony, collapsing onto the deck, a small sword embedded in his chest, glinting ominously. Gao Shuaiqi's strike had come as a complete surprise. No one had witnessed how he executed his move. Bai Jie gasped in horror, crying out, "Husband! Husband, are you all right?" Please don't scare me. Long Gu coughed up blood, the pain in his chest rendering his face visibly pale. Chu Fan, you manipulated the iron rod behind you. Cough. Don't cry, my wife. Chu Fan, promise me that if I don't make it, I entrust my wife to you. Bai Jie burst into tears, exclaiming, No, husband, don't say such things. I only want you. I never want to be apart from you. You must not die. Long Gu managed a pained smile. My love, I'm glad to hear you say that, but I fear I may not be able to keep my promise this time. Chu Fan was taken aback, realizing that Gao Shuaqi had awakened the ability to control metal. It was no wonder no one had seen how he attacked. He had directly manipulated the metallic object behind Chu Fan, causing it to morph and deliver a fatal blow. If it weren't for Long Ge's timely intervention, it would have been Chu Fan lying on the ground. A wave of guilt washed over Chu Fan, and he quickly called out Barbara. Barbara was already in motion, swiftly reaching their side. Bai Jie, now inconsolable, suddenly pleaded, Chu Fan, please save my husband. I beg you, you must save him. I will grant you anything you desire if you help him. Chu Fan reassured her, sister-in-law, don't panic. With Barbara here, everything will be all right. Meanwhile, Gao Shuaqi, seeing his attack had succeeded, could not help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha. Chu Fan, did you ever expect this? The old master had already acquired the divine fruit, unlike the rest of you who toiled to accumulate points to purchase it. Suddenly, Gao Shuaqi swallowed the latter half of his words, standing there in a daze, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. He witnessed Barbara kneeling before Long Gu, gently placing her right hand over his wound. In the next moment, her hand emanated a verdant glow, enveloping Long Ge's injury with a soothing light. Simultaneously, with her left hand, she forcefully extracted the metallic sword embedded in him and hurled it far away. Long Gu frowned, but remarkably, no blood oozed from the wound. Moreover, under the nurturing warmth of Barbara's green light, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloping him. Beside them, Bai Jie was utterly astounded, unable to contain herself. Darling, how do you feel? Long Gu gently opened his eyes, reassuring her wife, I'm fine, do not worry. Thank you, Miss Barbara. Tears streamed down Bai Jie's face like a broken string of pearls as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Gao Shuaqi, in disbelief, exclaimed, How can you possess extraordinary abilities too? This is impossible. Frustrated, Gao Shuaqi suddenly swung his hands, sending 3 beams of light hurtling toward Long Gu. Barbara snorted disdainfully, retorting, I'm prepared for you. With a flick of her left hand, the deck beneath them seemed to awaken, rising in layers to shield Barbara, Long Gu, and Bai Jie. The 3 metallic darts clanged against the wooden shield. Hey, old man, your opponent is me, shouted Lu Shangfei, his fists igniting into flames, his hair swirling as if set ablaze, dancing in the air. You actually have extraordinary powers too. Gao Shuaqi stammered in astonishment. He considered himself fortunate to have obtained a divine fruit. Yet how could these two also possess such abilities? When did the divine fruit become so commonplace? And why did his powers appear so striking? Lu Shangfei boasted, My extraordinary ability is the fruit of fire, representing the will of the fire god, purging the world of evil. Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of embarrassment at her brother's antics. Meanwhile, Chu Fan carried Long Gu aboard the Sea King, with Bai Jie and Barbara closely following. Lift him to the medical room. I will examine him further, he instructed, then turned to Bai Jie, you come in to assist. Before entering the cabin, he addressed Lu Ruoyan, I leave this to you. Do not allow anyone to enter. Lu Ruoyan calmly drew her moon goddess bow, softly assuring. Rest assured. Gao Shuaqi seethed with anger, unable to fathom how Long Gu remained alive despite everything. If this continued, who would ever heed him again? Resolving this, he bellowed, Everyone charge. Capture Lu Ruoyan and eliminate Long Gu. Thus, the remaining 30-odd subordinates brandished various weapons, rushing toward the Sea King like a swarm, seeking death. In the next moment, Lu Ruoyan radiated a pure and sacred light, her red attire transforming into a flowing white robe. Her dark hair instantly shifted to shimmering silver, as if a resplendent full moon has descended upon this world. The ethereal lunar pattern shimmering upon her forehead imbues her entire being with an aura of divinity. At this moment, Gao Shuachi found himself utterly bewildered. How could the individuals aboard the Ocean King be so extraordinary, possessing the fruits of the divine? It goes without saying that this scoundrel, Chu Fan, must have acquired them as well. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan gradually drew back her bow, and a stream of sea water elegantly coalesced into the form of an arrow in her grasp. Yet, Lu Ruoyan did not cease her actions, continuing to gather the seawater. 1, 2, 3, a total of 10 arrows. With the luminous moon as her guide, her heart directed towards the heavens, Lu Ruoyan softly chanted, releasing her index finger from her right hand. At that moment, the 10 water arrows, sharper than any weapon known to mankind, pierced through the 10 sailors charging at the forefront. Bang! A fireball struck directly upon Gao Shuachi. Do not be distracted. Your opponent is me. Chapter 59. Fierce battle. The provocation from Lu Shangfei finally ignited Gao Shuachi's fury. You little brat, since you were so intent on courting death, allow me to oblige. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shuachi focused his energy and bellowed, his hands swiftly dancing in the air. With his movements, knives, iron rods, and even tiny screws that had fallen onto the deck began to levitate in midair. Attack! Countless shards of metal shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at Lu Shangfei. With a slight smirk, Lu Shangfei shouted, "Ignite!" In an instant, flames engulfed him, creating a blazing aura around his body. As if that were not enough, a searing fire shield formed in front of him. The metallic projectiles, upon contact with the flames, melted instantly, transforming into molten iron that dripped to the ground. Gao Shuachi's brows furrowed. He had not anticipated the extraordinary temperature of Lu Shangfei's fire. Lu Shangfei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Now, with my turn to attack." As both were newly awakened with their powers and lacking complementary skills, their combat quickly devolved into a chaotic exchange of punches and kicks. Lu Shangfei's fists blazed like torches, relentlessly striking at Gao Shuachi. Yet, Gao Shuachi, akin to a metallic statue, absorbed each of Lu Shangfei's blows, which merely echoed with resounding thuds. However, Gao Shuachi found himself at a disadvantage as he realized that every counterattack felt like striking a massive fireball. After a prolonged exchange, neither had inflicted substantial damage upon the other. "Damn, you are indeed tough," Lu Shangfei muttered under his breath. Gao Shuachi was equally vexed by Lu Shangfei's tenacity. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan had already dispatched over 30 of her subordinates on the deck. The disparity between the abilities of superhumans and ordinary individuals was starkly evident at that moment, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Is that even human? Is that Lu Ruoyan, the renowned school beauty? She is simply magnificent. Among the crowd, on a small boat, Sisters Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi observed the unfolding scene. "Sister, is that Lu Ruoyan?" Li Ruoshi asked, pointing at Lu Ruoyan, who radiated a halo of purity. Her expression one of disbelief. Li Ruoyan's expression was a mix of emotions as she replied, "Yes, that is Ruoyan. I never expected her to undergo such a transformation." Li Ruoshi, brimming with excitement, remarked, "No wonder she shares your reputation as a school beauty. She is undeniably stunning. No, I should say she is truly astonishing." Li Ruoyan, lost in thought, recalled Lu Ruoyan's words. "Ruoyan, would you and Ruoshi like to join me? We must band together to survive." Just as Li Ruoyan was deep in contemplation, she noticed a man stepping out from behind Lu Ruoyan. With just one glance, she felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. Why does this man look so familiar? Li Ruoshi also witnessed this scene and whispered, "Sister, that man is quite handsome. I wonder what his relationship is with Lu Ruoyan." Suddenly, Li Ruoyan recalled Lu Ruoyan mentioning that she was with Chu Fan, and it all clicked into place. So, it is Senior Chu Fan. No wonder he looks so familiar. Chu Fan is the white knight for many of the girls, and seeing him again in front of her felt surreal. At that moment, Chu Fan emerged from the cabin, exhaling a sigh of relief. Lu Ruoyan promptly inquired, "How is the situation?" Chu Fan nodded and replied, "There are no major issues now. Fortunately, Barbara was here." Lu Ruoyan also nodded, regaining her composure. Chu Fan glanced at Lu Xiangfei, who was engaged in combat with Gao Shuachi, and exclaimed, Xiaofei is impressive. He has mastered his abilities so quickly. Lu Rian interjected, this is not a sustainable approach. Xiaofei's stamina is clearly not on par with Gao Shuachi's. If this continues, I fear he may suffer. Chu Fan nodded and declared, I will take over. Just then, a sudden thunderclap resonated, and dark clouds began to gather over the sea. The expressions of everyone changed. Rain was imminent. Gao Shuachi, overjoyed, laughed heartily. Lu Xiangfei, ha ha ha, it's gonna rain. Let us see how you can keep earning now. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. However, Lu Xiangfei chuckled. That rain yesterday was like a drizzle. I won't bother to hide. Yet as soon as their words fell, a massive dark cloud ascended in the sky. In the next moment, unlike the previous day's light rain, a torrential downpour erupted, accompanied by hailstones the size of fists, pelting down upon the vessels on the sea. My goodness! Such large hail! Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden onslaught and hurriedly sought refuge in the cabin. However, some brave souls ventured out to collect the precious rainwater. Rian, you should go inside. I'll swap Xiaofei out. With such heavy rain, Lu Xiangfei's abilities would quickly lose their advantage, and if they continued fighting, he might be at a disadvantage. Xiaofei, retreat and stay with your sister on the ship. I will confront this fellow. Lu Xiangfei recognized that this was not the time for recklessness and obediently leaped back, exiting the battlefield. Brother-in-law, be careful. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, monstrous sea creatures, larger than those from the previous day, began to emerge. As everyone had speculated, these creatures only appeared and attacked humans when it rained. Gao Shuachi steadied himself and, upon seeing Chu Fan before him, let out a cold laugh. I thought you were not going to show yourself. Chu Fan, reveal your abilities. Let me see what you are capable of. Chu Fan sneered in response. Gao Shuachi, by all accounts, you are quite talented. In such a short time, you have amassed quite a fortune here. As he spoke, Chu Fan drew the dragon-slaying sword. Given Gao Shuachi's formidable toughness, ordinary weapons would hardly leave a mark on him. Thus, he placed his hopes on the dragon-slaying sword. Upon seeing Chu Fan dare to unsheath his sword, Gao Shuachi's smile widened even further. Chu Fan, how dare you wield a weapon before my eyes? Surely, you are unaware of the nature of my extraordinary abilities. Chu Fan merely smiled, refraining from uttering a word. If Gao Shuachi were to discover that this dragon-slaying sword was not forged from metal, one could only imagine his reaction. A deafening roar from a sea beast reverberated across the ocean's surface. With both hands firmly gripping the dragon-slaying sword, Chu Fan summoned the powers within him. A flash of electric light enveloped his sword, radiating a brilliant blue glow. The immense hailstones pummeling him were excruciating. Yet at this moment, Chu Fan completely disregarded the pain. Gao Shuachi grinned widely, spreading his fingers and gesturing towards Chu Fan with a menacing grip. Chu Fan, I shall bring about your demise. Chapter 60. Deadlock in Gao Shuachi's mind. The image of Chu Fan being struck by the sword in his hand materialized vividly. However, he soon realized that the sword held by Chu Fan displayed no reaction whatsoever. As the mermaid, by Xing, had previously stated, the Dragon Slayer sword was forged from the bones of the mightiest of dragons, possessing a peculiar resilience that surpassed any metal known to mankind. Impossible! What manner of sword is this? Gao Shuachi exclaimed in astonishment. This is the sword destined to end your life, Gao Shuachi. Today marks your demise. Chu Fan declared, his resolve unwavering as he lifted the Dragon Slayer sword and aimed it at Gao Shuachi. Oof, you think you can kill me with that? Gao Shuachi scoffed, his disdain evident as he made no attempt to evade the attack. With a flash of silver light, he confronted the Dragon Slayer sword head-on. Clang! A crisp sound echoed through the air, and to Chu Fan's surprise, Gao Shuachi emerged unscathed. Chu Fan recalled by Xing's assertion that, due to the sword's unique properties, it could harm all races except humans, including dragons. Yet, despite this knowledge, Chu Fan remained undeterred, eager to test the sword's efficacy against Gao Shuachi, who had transcended the realm of ordinary humans. It appeared that, even for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, they remained fundamentally human, and thus the Dragon Slayer sword was rendered ineffective against him. As for the Sea King's trident, it was even less feasible to wield, as it could easily be turned against Chu Fan by Gao Shuachi. Unaware of Chu Fan's inner thoughts, Gao Shuachi contemptuously drew forth his azure blade. I do not know what your sword is made of, but it seems merely sturdy. Allow me to demonstrate what a true weapon is, he declared, swinging the blue blade toward Chu Fan. Unfazed, Chu Fan deftly sidestepped Gao Shuachi's assault. The latter's blade struck the ship's wooden railing, which crumbled under the onslaught, resembling mere tofu in its fragility. A chill ran down Chu Fan's spine. The azure blade was no ordinary weapon. Its sharpness exceeded his expectations, yet he remained untroubled, for his lightning-fast speed rendered evasion of Gao Shuachi's attacks effortless. Since the Dragon Slayer sword proved ineffective, he resolved to let Gao Shuachi experience the sting of electricity. As he dodged another strike, Chu Fan conjured a bolt of lightning and delivered a powerful punch to Gao Shuachi's back. Boom! The impact felt akin to striking a steel plate, yet Gao Shuachi's form remained unyielding. However, the electricity coursed through him, causing a brief moment of paralysis as he twitched involuntarily. Regaining his composure almost instantaneously, he swung his blade horizontally without a backward glance. I never imagined you would awaken the power of lightning. Fate is truly unjust, Gao Shuachi thought bitterly, feeling a sense of frustration. Although his own abilities were formidable, he could not help but feel that controlling lightning or fire carried a certain prestige that his power lacked. However, now these two extraordinary abilities have manifested, both in the guise of his adversaries, igniting a profound fury within him. Consequently, Gao Shuachi, as if seeking to vent his pent-up dissatisfaction, relentlessly struck at Chu Fan with his blade. Relying on his remarkable speed, Chu Fan either parried the blows with the dragon-slaying sword or deftly evaded them, occasionally delivering jolts of electric shock that sent Gao Shuachi into a rage. Chu Fan, are you a turtle? All you do is hide. Gao Shuachi, fuming, casually dispatched an encroaching sea monster while cursing at Chu Fan's retreating figure. Since you excel at evasion, let us see if your Sea King can withstand my might. With that, he inexplicably abandoned his pursuit of Chu Fan and charged towards the Sea King. Observing this, Chu Fan swiftly positioned himself to block Gao Shuachi's path. At this moment, Long Ge was still in the midst of healing. Should Gao Shuachi reach him, the consequences would be dire. It seems this scoundrel intended to force an all-out confrontation. Humph, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you would remain a coward forever. Just then, a water arrow sped toward Gao Shuachi's eyes. With a disdainful snort, he nonchalantly deflected it with his hand, causing the arrow, shot by Lu Ruyan, to shatter into a cascade of droplets. Lu, do you really think water can penetrate my metallic defense? Ha ha ha. Perhaps I would fear missiles, but as for your other tactics, I fear none. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Lu Ruyan, who was coldly observing him from the Sea King, licking her lips. Lu, do not rush. Once I have dealt with Chu Fan, we shall engage in a proper duel. Chu Fan furrowed his brow. Gao Shuachi's powers were indeed troublesome. Although he was confident in his invincibility, prolonging this standoff was not a viable strategy. As the saying goes, a toad may not bite, but it certainly irritates, especially one that incessantly targets your woman and vessel. Chu Fan's mind raced, and at that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly called out, Chu Fan, water! A spark of realization ignited in Chu Fan's mind, and he instantly grasped Lu Ruyan's intent. Elation surged through him. Indeed, it was his second wife whose intellect shone brightly. Yet, Gao Shuachi sneered dismissively. What, still hoping to use water? Come on, continue. If I evade even once, I shall concede defeat. Suddenly, Chu Fan leaped high, raising his dragon-slaying sword, charging directly at Gao Shuachi. Ha ha ha! Chu Fan, do you not yet comprehend? No matter how hard you strike, you cannot inflict even a scratch upon me. But in the next moment, he froze, as he witnessed Chu Fan's sword swing awry, crashing onto the deck and sending splinters flying. Ha ha! Chu Fan, have you gone daft? You managed to miss. Lu Ruyan sighed in relief at this sight. After all, he was the man she had chosen. He proved to be astute, immediately grasping her intention. Thus, she raised her moon goddess bow and called out Gao Shuachi. Are you confident you can withstand 3 more arrows? Amidst the unfolding chaos, a laugh escaped the lips of the enchanting beauty. Come forth, if you dare. Chu Fan was acutely aware that this was Lu Ruyan's ploy to divert Gao Shuaiqi's attention. With renewed vigor, he leapt into action, launching himself toward Gao Shuaiqi with fierce intent. The latter, however, transformed his body into a metallic form, standing resolute and unmoving. I shall see just how much strength you possess. Chu Fan's strike landed once more upon the deck, sending shards flying in a tumultuous spray. Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chu Fan's sudden peculiarity. Yet, before he could fully contemplate the situation, a water arrow hurtled toward his right eye. The eye, being the most vulnerable part of the human body, compelled even Gao Shuaiqi to take precautions. In his haste to defend, he overlooked the oddities presented by Chu Fan. Thus, Chu Fan continued to cleave the deck of the ark, each strike deepening the fissure until it unveiled the dark underbelly beneath the thick surface. Even Gao Shuaiqi, despite his usual shrewdness, grasped the intent. Chu Fan aimed to sabotage his own vessel. Yet, the rationale behind such an act eluded him. Was it merely to incite his ire? In that very moment, a figure emerged from behind Lu Ruyan, revealing the sultry enchantress, Barbara. She commanded with an alluring authority, "Open." Suddenly, the deck beneath Gao Shuaiqi tore apart at the fissure, catching him completely off guard and plunging him into the abyss below. In swift succession, Lu Ruyan brought her hands together, channeling the power of the moon goddess, which spread across the surface of the sea. "Tide, I have returned." As her incantation resonated, a colossal wave surged from the ocean, racing toward the ark and the gaping chasm therein. Chapter 61. The defeat of Gao Shuaiqi. Gao Shuaiqi found himself suddenly plummeting through the lower deck, startled by the unexpected commotion, yet he quickly erupted into laughter. "Chu Fan, after all your efforts, is this all you've got? Do you think this hole can contain me?" Chu Fan, from the upper level, replied with a chuckle. "This hole indeed cannot, but this can." Gao Shuaiqi looked up, confusion etched across his face. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged onto the deck, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, pouring directly into the hole in the deck. With furrowed brows, Gao Shuaiqi exclaimed, "Chu Fan, what trickery is this?" Chu Fan remained silent, merely smiling as he unleashed a bolt of lightning. The electric current coursed through the water, causing Gao Shuaiqi to convulse momentarily. Yet it was merely a fleeting sensation. As he gazed at the rising seawater, now up to his chest, an ominous feeling began to swell within him. Soon, he would understand the source of that discomfort. Another wave crashed in, thundering down into the lower deck. Taken by surprise, Gao Shuaiqi was inundated with seawater, hastily surfacing to expel the salty liquid, gasping for air. Yet, before he could gather himself, Chu Fan's voice rang out from above. "Gao Shuaiqi, your time has come." With that, he lunged forward, brandishing the Sea King trident toward Gao Shuaiqi's face. "How many times must I reiterate? Your weapons," Gao Shuaiqi began, only to be abruptly submerged as he activated his powers. Panic surged within him, compelling him to retract his abilities in order to rise back to the surface. Desperately inhaling fresh air, Chu Fan was elated. This tactic was indeed effective. Had it not been for his second wife's ingenious stratagem, he would still be vexed over how to deal with this ironclad foe. At that moment, Lu Shangfei joined the fray, and upon seeing Gao Shuaiqi's head break the surface, hurled a fireball towards him. "Old man, I will not allow you to escape my flames." Gao Shuaiqi felt an intense heat above, followed by the acrid scent of singed hair. "What do you think? Are you trying to roast me?" He sputtered, only to find himself drowning again. It dawned on him. He understood the intentions of Lu Ruoyan and Chu Fan. His abilities were nearly invincible on land, boasting immunity to all physical harm. At least within Chu Fan's team, none could inflict damage upon him. However, the greatest flaw of metal was its density, far exceeding that of water, which was why Lu Ruoyan had advised Chu Fan to utilize water. Fortunately, Chu Fan was attuned to Lu Ruoyan's thoughts, instantly grasping her meaning. Thus, in order for Gao Shuaiqi to surface, he could not activate his powers. Yet, refraining from using his abilities meant he would be vulnerable to attacks from above. Consequently, Gao Shuachi found himself rising and sinking in the water, inadvertently gulping down mouthfuls of seawater, his frustration mounting. He surfaced, his hair frizzed and face bruised, and shouted indignantly, "Chu Fan, you despicable scoundrel! If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight." Chu Fan replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall attack you now." With that, he unleashed another bolt of lightning, leaving Gao Shuachi thrashing in the water, reminiscent of an electrified black fish. The situation was far from over. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Shangfei unleashed a fireball, fulfilling Gao Shuachi's desire to wield both flames and lightning. At that moment, Gao Shuachi felt an overwhelming urge to curse. These ruffians were utterly devoid of martial ethics. Yet, he found himself unable to utter a word, as a mouthful of seawater surged in. "Hold on, Chu Fan, wait a moment." Gao Shuachi gasped for air as he resurfaced, urgently calling for a pause. After catching his breath, he declared, "Chu Fan, I concede. Is that not enough?" Chu Fan responded with a cold smirk. "One must wield the remaining courage to pursue the relentless foe. Do not seek fame through tyrannical means." "Gao Shuachi, are you but a child of 3? Our conflict has long transcended the point of no return." At that instant, a voice echoed nearby. "Brother Chu Fan, allow me to intervene." It was Long Ge, assisted by Bai Jie, who leapt from the Sea King. "Long Ge, how is your injury?" Long Ge chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper, "Brother, Barbara is truly miraculous. My wounds have healed completely. We shall discuss this in detail later." Chu Fan nodded, glancing at the weary Barbara, who had evidently expended great energy in treating Long Ge. She offered a faint smile and a nod to Chu Fan, who understood and gave her a thumbs up in appreciation. Long Ge approached the deck, requesting a cigarette from Chu Fan. After lighting it, he squatted down. Bai Jie admonished, "You've just recovered. Smoke less." Long Ge waved her concern away. "It's fine, dear. I know my limits. Gao Ge, I, Long, am accustomed to the ways of the world, and I have always valued loyalty. Since I joined you, I dare not claim to have done anything disloyal to you, Gao Shuachi. Even if I disagree with your methods, I have never wished to oppose you. I merely seek to protect my wife and live well." With that, Long took a deep drag from his cigarette, eyeing the disheveled Gao Shuachi below, and continued, "Though I may not be a virtuous person, I understand that one must act with conscience. To be a leader, you must shield your brothers. Yet you, Gao Shuachi, not only seek my life, but also covet my wife. You have thus violated the code of the underworld. Violating the code warrants appropriate retribution. For the sake of our brotherhood, I, Long, shall personally see you on your way." Gao Shuachi stammered, "Long, let us speak peacefully. I acknowledge my mistakes and shall not dare again. Bai Jie, for mercy's sake, spare me." Bai Jie turned away, refusing to look at the scene. The thought of her husband nearly perishing at this scoundrel's hands, and yet he had the audacity to ask her for clemency, was utterly outrageous. Long chuckled, finishing his last drag before picking up a hefty wooden club from the ground. "Let us proceed. Many brothers await you below." With that, Long showed no hesitation, driving the club towards Gao Shuachi's head. In a moment of desperation, Gao Shuachi activated his abilities, sinking his body downwards in an attempt to evade the blow. However, Brother Long's subordinates did not relent. Gao Shuachi sank deep into the water, the wooden stick pressing firmly against his head. A resounding clang echoed as metal met flesh. Brother Long maintained his grip on the stick, observing Gao's desperate struggles beneath the surface. Gao Shuachi rolled his eyes in the water, gazing up at the onlookers, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes: hatred, resentment, and a hint of regret. Ultimately, at a certain moment, Gao Shuachi ceased his movements. After pressing for an additional 2 minutes, Brother Long finally released the stick. Gao Shuachi's body floated to the surface, devoid of any breath. Gao Shuachi was dead. Chapter 62. The belonging of the Tao. At this moment, the rain had ceased, and the sea monsters, much like the previous day, dug beneath the waves. After tidying up the ark, Chu Fan merged it with the Neptune, instantly doubling its size. The deck transformed into a 2-tiered structure, each level divided into 4 distinct rooms. Barbara's countenance finally softened, allowing Chu Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at his vessel, which had evolved from a humble raft to a magnificent ship capable of accommodating several vehicles on its deck, he felt a surge of nostalgia. "Brother Long, are you feeling well?" Chu Fan inquired. Brother Long chuckled softly and replied, I'm fine. There's something that's been on my mind, and I feel it's time to clarify it with you." Chu Fan, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Clearing his throat and noticing the attention of those around him, Brother Long decided to be forthright. "As you know, I was once embroiled in the underworld. In my youth, I was rather naive and always led the charge in brawls. There was an incident during a gang conflict where I inadvertently sustained a serious injury. Ever since, your sister-in-law has had to endure a lonely existence, which has inadvertently given you an opportunity." This confession left Chu Fan feeling exceedingly awkward, and Bai Jia's face flushed crimson as she pinched Brother Long's waist with her delicate hand. "Ouch, that hurts, wife." Lu Ruyan and Barbara turned their gazes sharply towards Chu Fan, with Lu Ruyan's lips curling into a slight smile. "I sensed something was amiss today. It seems you have quite the shadowy past." Realizing the conversation had taken an unexpected turn, Chu Fan hastily redirected the topic. "Brother Long, please continue. What is it that you wish to convey?" Brother Long resumed. "Bai Jia has endured considerable hardship alongside me over the years. After much contemplation, I believe since you both harbor feelings for one another, why not embrace it?" Before Chu Fan could respond, Bai Jia leapt up indignantly. "Along, what nonsense are you spouting? Speak honestly. Do you truly find me lacking?" Brother Long, with a pained expression, replied, "Wife, it is not that I find you lacking. I simply cannot provide what you desire. You have long wished for a divorce, and I have acquiesced." Turning to Chu Fan with a sorrowful expression, he added, "Brother, please take good care of your sister-in-law. From now on, you shall be her guiding light." Chu Fan hastily interjected, No, Brother Long. I already have my own entanglements. This path is one you should keep for yourself." Bai Jia, infuriated, pointed an accusing finger at Brother Long. "Lu, what do you mean? You clearly disdain me." Brother Long, whose real name was Lu Jinlong, wore a pained expression. "Wife, it is not disdain, it's just my condition. Furthermore, how shall I interact with Brother Chu in the future?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jia wept even more loudly. "Woe is me. If you despise me, I might as well end it all." Brother Long quickly embraced Bai Jia, comforting her gently. Meanwhile, Chu Fan felt a throbbing headache, realizing that the bullet he had dodged long ago had now come back to strike him squarely in the forehead. Dragon Brother found himself at a loss for words. It was utterly impossible for him to accept such a proposition. While he harbored no animosity towards Bai Jia, how could he face Dragon Brother after this? The mere thought of it made him feel a sense of shame. In a moment of desperation, he cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, who was leisurely enjoying her snacks nearby. Upon noticing Chu Fan's gaze, Lu Ruyan could not suppress a chuckle, though her expression feigned discontent. "All right, tell me the whole story honestly, and I shall consider if there is a feasible solution." Reluctantly, Chu Fan knew that concealing the truth at this juncture would be ungracious. With no other choice, he steeled himself and recounted his past with Bai Jia. He raised his right hand and declared, "I swear, I truly had no idea that Dragon Brother and Bai Jia were not divorced at that time." Lu Ruyan clicked her tongue, looking at Chu Fan with disdain. "Who would have thought you had such a history? I wonder how you navigated through life." Chu Fan pleaded, "Let us not dwell on that. Do you have any good ideas to persuade these two?" At that moment, it seemed only Lu Ruyan, the master of psychological persuasion, could sway Dragon Brother and Sister Dragon. She playfully pinched Chu Fan's arm and whispered, "If you dare to be dishonest again, just wait and see how I deal with you." Seeing that Chu Fan had fallen silent, she nodded and approached Dragon Brother and Bai Jia. "I must say, you two really need not be this way." Dragon Brother wore a pained expression and replied, "Miss Lu, then what do you suggest we do?" Lu Ruyan, with an air of leisure, responded, "You both are quite foolish. Let me ask you, was Chu Fan not in a state of utter ruin before you?" Dragon Brother and Bai Jia exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, he was in quite a dreadful condition. Lu Ruyan continued, "Then how did you find yourselves here?" Dragon Brother pondered briefly and said, "After Chu Fan fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and then I felt a sharp pain in my chest. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here." Bai Jia added, "I experienced the same, a pain in my chest, and then I arrived here." Lu Shangfei standing aside, chimed in. What coincidence, I did too. Lu Ruyin nodded and elaborated. Thus, this indicates something significant. Everyone turned their attention to her, asking in unison, what is that? Chu Fan listened intently, his curiosity piqued by Lu Ruyan's words. It suggests that none of us are the same individuals we once were. We might be alternate versions of ourselves from a parallel universe, forcefully drawn into this world. Dragon Brother felt a headache coming on and quickly exclaimed, Miss Lu, could you please speak in plain language? I cannot comprehend. Lu Ruyin continued, it's quite simple. If our current bodies were indeed our original ones, wouldn't Chu Fan be in a fragmented state right now? Dragon Brother smacked his thigh and exclaimed, now I understand. You're quite right. Lu Ruyin nodded, therefore. The Baijia who once had a history with Chu Fan belongs to that previous world, while the Baijia of this world possesses a new body, entirely unrelated to Chu Fan. In other words, the Chu Fan who had once shared an intimate connection with Baijia has perished completely. This Chu Fan is a wholly new incarnation. Chu Fan's eyes sparkled as he nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. You speak the truth. Brother Long found this reasoning plausible, yet he sensed something amiss. At that moment, Lu Ruyin finally unveiled her trump card. In truth, verifying this matter is quite simple. You two lovebirds should venture into that room, and perhaps you will discover a delightful surprise. While Brother Long remained skeptical, Baijia's eyes suddenly lit up. That makes sense, Along. Let us hasten. Without further ado, she seized Along and dashed towards the cabin. Once they had distanced themselves, Chu Fan inquired, Second wife, is this method reliable? Lu Ruyin revealed a mysterious smile and softly replied, Rest assured, you shall soon know the answer. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lu Ruyin turned to Lu Shangfei, who was standing idly by, and commanded, Xiao Fei, go to the lower cabin immediately. Initially expecting Lu Shangfei to question her, it was curious that he responded unusually. With a mere "oh," he bowed his head and proceeded to the lower cabin. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that her brother was behaving rather oddly. Chapter 63. Dragon Brother's Extraordinary Ability. 10 minutes later, Dragon Brother and Bai Jia emerged from the cabin, their faces alight with joy. I can't believe it, Miss Lu. You were absolutely right. It seems we have indeed swapped into new bodies. Dragon Brother exclaimed, his fist raised triumphantly, a grin spreading wider than ever. Bai Jia, blushing deeply, lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering with affection. Chu Fan, taken aback, asked, Wait, Dragon Brother, you two are already done? Feeling a bit bashful, Dragon Brother scratched his head and replied, Well, it's quite exhilarating, isn't it? Finally, I can stand tall again. That is what truly matters. Right, my wife? Bai Jin nodded excitedly, not having anticipated that her husband, who had been incapacitated for 7 or 8 years, would once again regain his vigor. Chu Fan shared in their joy, clapping his hands and saying, That's wonderful. Dragon Brother and sister-in-law, congratulations. Dragon Brother chuckled as he patted Chu Fan on the shoulder, saying, Kid, this chapter is closed. You can't harbor any thoughts about my wife anymore. Chu Fan quickly waved his hands in protest. No way, Dragon Brother. It's all a misunderstanding. Besides, I've already paid my dues in the past. Dragon Brother nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's leave it at that. After pondering for a moment, Chu Fan continued, Dragon Brother, to celebrate your reunion and your return to normalcy, I have a gift for you. As he spoke, he produced a divine fruit from his space. The fruit resembled a pineapple, but was adorned in an unusual shade of purple. Dragon Brother, intrigued, asked, Brother, what kind of fruit is this? A purple pineapple? With a smile, Chu Fan explained, This is not a pineapple. Aren't you curious why each of us has suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities? Even Gao Shuaiqi possesses the power to manipulate metal. Dragon Brother's eyes widened. Are you saying that consuming this fruit will grant superpowers? Chu Fan nodded, indeed. As Dragon Brother examined the fruit closely, he wondered, Brother, won't this be too precious? Chu Fan shook his head. It's nothing much. Everyone can only consume one. This one is an extra, so I'm giving it to you. To prevent Dragon Brother from declining, Chu Fan added, If you're worried about my intentions, don't hesitate to accept it. Seeing Chu Fan's earnestness, Dragon Brother relented. All right, I acknowledge you as my brother. But what kind of ability does this fruit bestow? Chu Fan replied, That's difficult to say. Each fruit grants a unique ability. For instance, I can manipulate lightning. Xiao Fei controls flames. Barbara possesses wood attributes with healing capabilities, and Ru Yin has the moon god fruit, allowing her to control water elements. Listening to Chu Fan's descriptions, Dragon Brother was impressed and ultimately handed the fruit to his wife. Wife, this is for you. Bai Jie was taken aback. For me? Why? Dragon Brother chuckled. I'm worried others might have designs on you. If you become stronger, you can protect yourself. Bai Jie playfully tapped his forehead. You're so foolish. With you around, I'm quite safe. I don't want it. If you insist on giving it, I'll take it, as you no longer want me. Longa scratched his head and said, Look at what you were saying. All right, I'll eat it myself. Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, Longa took large bites of the divine fruit. The taste was quite pleasant, albeit a tad sour. Suddenly, Longa froze, and then his body was enveloped in a layer of golden radiance. Following that, a visible transformation occurred. To the eyes of the four observers, Longji's body had morphed into grains of sand. It turned out to be a fruit of the sand attribute. Chu Fan was taken aback. This fruit was indeed formidable. It seemed Longji's fortune was quite remarkable. Bai Jie exclaimed in surprise, What is happening? Honey, are you all right? Longa burst into hearty laughter. Wife, I'm fine. I feel incredibly powerful right now. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a cloud of yellow sand, moving across the ground. When he returned to his original form, he had already appeared 5 meters away. After playing around for a while, Longu finally reverted to his normal self. Thank you, brother. Longu sincerely expressed his gratitude to Chu Fan. Although he had never been on that ghost ship, he could surmise that the value of such a fruit was undoubtedly staggering. Bai Jie cautiously touched her husband to ensure he was still Lu Jinlong before she felt relieved. Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected, All right, we've been at this all morning. I suggest everyone take a rest for a while. I believe Longu and sister-in-law must have a lot to discuss. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. You are indeed thoughtful, second wife. Longu, why don't you and sister-in-law take a break first? We will have barbecue later. Longa nodded, sure. He turned and led Bai Jie towards the cabin, conversing softly as they walked. Hurry, wife, let's conduct an experiment. Bai Jie asked in surprise, What experiment? Longa replied, I heard that sand hardens when it comes into contact with water. Bai Jie, Chu Fan, Lu Ruyin, Barbara. Once the two closed the door, Chu Fan cleared his throat awkwardly and asked, Ruyin, we are fortunate to have you today. By the way, is what you said true? Lu Ruyin smiled faintly. The body being new should be accurate, but the inherent flaws might not disappear. Just think of that lung cancer patient. This left Chu Fan even more puzzled, so long ago. At that moment, Barbara raised her hand and said, I mentioned to Ru Yin that it was my first time using abilities to treat such severe injuries, so I enveloped his entire body with my powers. Therefore, Ru Yin deduced that it's quite possible that his hidden ailments were inadvertently healed as well. Chu Fan's eyes brightened. Wow, big wife. I didn't expect you could heal even that. And second wife, you truly guessed it right. Lu Ruyin waved her hand. Let's not discuss that for now. I'm a bit concerned about Xiao Fei. Barbara and Chu Fan exchanged glances and asked, Xiao Fei? What happened to Xiao Fei? Lu Ruoyan shook her head and said, I am not certain, but I know him too well. His behavior just now was quite unusual. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and suggested, Shall I go have a word with him? After a brief contemplation, Lu Ruoyan replied, It would be better if we went together. In the lower chamber of the Sea King, Lu Shangfei reclined on the bed, idly toying with a spotlight. Xiao Fei, what are you up to? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Shangfei sat up. Sister, brother-in-law, and Sister Barbara, what brings you all here? Chu Fan chuckled. We came to check on my little brother-in-law. It's quite dim down here. There are more rooms upstairs. Why not move up there? All right, I'll choose a room later and move up, Lu Shangfei replied, lacking his usual exuberance, which indeed seemed rather peculiar. Lu Ruoyan observed him with a calm demeanor. Xiao Fei, have you encountered any troubles? Lu Shangfei paused, touched his nose, and replied, Huh? No, what troubles could I possibly have? Lu Ruoyan interjected, Enough. Since childhood, You have always touched your nose when you lie. If something is bothering you, just speak up. Barbara chimed in, yes, Xiao Fei, if there's anything, let us know, and we will help you figure out. Chu Fan leaned closer, resting a hand on Lu Xiangfei's shoulder, and with a mischievous grin said, I see. Could it be that our little Xiao Fei has matured and begun to contemplate women? Lu Xiangfei trembled, casting a disbelieving glance at Chu Fan. I'm not. I haven tea. Don't say such things. Now it was Chu Fan's turn to feel unsettled. Lu Xiangfei's vehement denials were quite revealing. Wait a moment. Little brother-in-law. Could it be that you truly are experiencing your first stirrings of love? Chapter 64. Lu Xiangfei's decision. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan suddenly fell into a trance. It dawned on her that the little brat who had always trailed behind her had grown up. Both siblings had inherited their parents' remarkable genes. Lu Ruyan was strikingly beautiful, and Lu Xiangfei's looks could rival any youthful heartthrob. Yet in Lu Ruyan's heart, her brother had always remained child. It was only upon hearing Chu Fan's words that she was jolted back to reality, realizing her brother had indeed become an adult. Lu Xiangfei, unaware of his sister's thoughts, glanced at her with a hint of timidity and whispered, brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not true. Chu Fan chuckled heartily. You cheeky lad, don't be shy. Now do tell, what's the matter? Lu Xiangfei cast another glance at his sister, his face a picture of conflict. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan encouraged, go on. I won't blame you. Speak freely. Noticing the 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Lu Xiangfei finally spoke. All right, but I must warn you, sister. You mustn't hit me. Lu Ruyan gently reassured him. Yes, sister will not strike you anymore. Oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words, Lu Xiangfei chuckled and divulged the matter at hand. Actually, I have a girlfriend at university, and we share a wonderful relationship. However, sister had always insisted I prioritize my studies, forbidding me from dating, so I never dared to inform you. After saying this, he stole a glance at Lu Ruyan, and upon seeing her unperturbed expression, he continued, just now, she messaged me. It turns out she has also arrived, but she is in the 10099C region. Chu Fan realized. So, you wish to seek her out? Lu Xiangfei nodded. Yes, her situation isn't very good, and I am quite worried about her. After uttering these words, Lu Xiangfei fell silent, his expression laden with concern as he gazed at his sister. Traditionally, she would undoubtedly disapprove. It seemed he would need to enlist his brother-in-law's assistance. As he pondered, Lu Ruyan, surprisingly unperturbed, merely inquired, have you thought this through? Yes, I have, for I truly care for her. Lu Xiangfei declared earnestly. An unusual seriousness etched on his face. Let us step outside. The air in here feels stifling. After uttering this, Lu Ruyan led the way out. Chu Fan understood that Lu Ruyan was seeking an opportunity for him to speak privately with Lu Xiangfei. He pulled Lu Xiangfei aside and asked, Little Fei, you should be happy about reconnecting with your girlfriend. Why do you look so glum? Lu Xiangfei replied with a wry smile, brother-in-law, you know as well as I do that if I outright say it, my sister will definitely object. Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging the perilous nature of the world they inhabited. In the past, Lu Ruyan would have likely opposed such a notion. With a smile, Chu Fan encouraged, that was then. Now things have changed. With your awakened abilities, very few could pose a threat to you. I believe you could be a bit bolder. Hearing this, Lu Xiangfei's face lit up with hope. Really? Brother-in-law, you must help me say a few words later. Rest assured, it is in my hands. Chu Fan patted his chest confidently. Upon reaching the deck, Lu Ruyan calmly inquired, now, tell me about that girl. Lu Xiangfei scratched his head and replied, we studied at the same high school. Then both got accepted into the same university and ended up in the same class. And then to his surprise, you kept this well hidden from me. Chu Fan in does. After all, Xiao Fei is a grown man now. Isn't it quite normal to be in love? Lu Ruyan then asked, aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Lu Xiangfei confidently responded, not at all. I'm already an adult, and now I possess special abilities. I can certainly protect myself. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, since you have made up your mind, then go ahead. Lu Xiangfei was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Sister, are you serious? Yes, you are right. You have grown up, and it is time for you to venture out on your own. I used to think that ensuring your safety was my responsibility. But I've come to realize that keeping you under my protection without allowing you the freedom to pursue what you love must be quite painful for you. Lu Shangfei's eyes reddened as he murmured, "Honestly, sister, why are you suddenly saying such sentimental things?" Lu Ruyan replied, "But you must promise me, no matter what, to take good care of yourself. I hope that in the near future, you will introduce me to your girlfriend." Lu Shangfei immediately vowed, "All right, I promise." At that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out, "Xiao Fei, I'm coming with you." Everyone turned in astonishment to see Brother Long and his wife emerging from a room. Lu Shangfei was momentarily stunned. "Brother Long, are you serious?" Brother Long quickly affirmed, "Of course. In the past, I lacked the ability and merely wanted to live a peaceful life with Long Saw. Now that I have gained special powers, it is time for me to venture out as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled. Brother Long's choice was indeed splendid. Firstly, it spared Bai Jie from facing Chu Fan every day, as prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to awkwardness. Secondly, with him accompanying Lu Shangfei, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to harm them in the short term. Bai Jie remained silent, her head bowed, clearly in agreement with her husband's plan. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and also deemed this approach quite commendable. He nodded, "That truly is wonderful, Brother Long. I entrust my brother-in-law to you, and you must guide him well." Brother Long let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, rest assured, with me and your sister around, Xiao Fei won't go astray." Lu Ruyan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Long. Haha, why be so polite? Let us get to grilling. I'm absolutely famished." Lu Shangfei conjured a flame at his fingertips, declaring, "I'll start the fire." Thus, the six of them aboard the Sea King commenced their seaside barbecue party. The aroma wafted far and wide, capturing the attention of nearby vessels. Is this the prowess of the esteemed? While we are still troubled by the mere struggle for survival, the illustrious ones are already reveling in festivities. On a small vessel not far from the magnificent Sea King, Li Ruoyan gazed at its towering silhouette, biting her lip as she finally resolved to act. Suddenly, Chu Fan smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Goodness, if you all leave, won't I fall short of 6 members again?" Long Gu chuckled, "With your current renown, finding 2 more companions will be a mere trifle." Chu Fan retorted, "It must be individuals who share the same aspirations." At that moment, the bracelet of Lu Ruoyan, who sat nearby, suddenly illuminated. Upon a swift glance, she smiled and said, "What a coincidence! The new teammates you desire have arrived." Chapter 65. The new crew 5 minutes later, a dilapidated boat, seemingly on the brink of sinking, glided alongside the Neptune. "Ruyan!" A woman's voice rang out. Lu Ruyan stood up and, upon recognizing the newcomer, joyfully raised her hand. "Ruoyan." Long Gu, glancing from a distance, brightened up and gave a thumbs up. "Brother, I must say, I am truly impressed by you. How is it that you are surrounded by beauties?" These two are indeed no less stunning than Barbara and the illustrious Lu. Sensing Bai Jie as piercing gaze beside him, Long Gu quickly added, "But I'm getting old now. I have no such thoughts. One sister-in-law is more than enough for me." Bai Jie coldly snorted, "Consider yourself fortunate." At that moment, Lu Ruyan brought the 2 women aboard. "Chu Fan, allow me to introduce my dear friend, Li Ruoyan, and her twin sister, Li Ruoxu." Chu Fan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was worthy of being compared to Lu Ruyan. Her beauty was extraordinary. Li Ruoyan wore a wrinkled shirt, and her black stockings had several rips, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet, this only lent her an air of relaxed charm. Coupled with her petite waist and slightly parted cherry lips, one couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. Suddenly, Bai Jie stood up. "Li Ruoxu, are you the actress from that web series?" Li Ruoxu was taken aback, surprised that someone here recognized her. She nodded, "Yes, that's me. You actually know who I am?" Bai Jie exclaimed, "Oh, I adore your performance in that web series. I can't believe you're even more beautiful in person." Li Ruoxu smiled slightly. "You flatter me. You are quite beautiful yourself." Chu Fan approached the twin sisters and extended his right hand. "You must be Ifnina. I never imagined you would be this stunning in reality. A pleasure to meet you." Li Ruoyan's cheeks flushed as she reached out her delicate hand to gently shake his. "I apologize. Our boat was attacked by a sea monster, and my sister and I were so frightened that we could only cower in the cabin and scream. We had no choice but to trouble you." Just then, a loud cracking sound echoed from the sea. Everyone turned to see that the boat the Lee sisters had been on had split in half, poised to sink into the depths. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxu turned pale. Had they been even a moment later, they might have met a watery grave. Noticing her friend's ashen complexion, Lu Ruyan said to Chu Fan, "You all continue eating. I'll take them to freshen up." Chu Fan nodded, and Lu Ruyan took Li Ruoyan's hand, leading her toward the cabin. Li Ruoxu glanced back at everyone, casting a special look at Chu Fan before following behind. "What? You have a bathing area here?" Li Ruoyan was stunned upon hearing that her dear friend was taking her for a hot shower. Was the Neptune truly so extravagant as to already have bathing facilities? In recent days, the two sisters have faced a considerable predicament when it comes to using the restroom. Li Ruoxu was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, she was an idol and had traversed through time for several days without a single bath, let alone a change of clothes. Such a situation was inconceivable in her past life. Upon hearing that there was finally a place to bathe, the joy on her face was impossible to conceal. "Sister Rian, thank you. You truly are as beautiful as my sister described." Lu Rian smiled and replied, "Ruoxu, although this is our first meeting, given my relationship with your sister, there is no need for such formality. If we're to speak of beauty, you and your sister are not inferior to me." After conversing for a while longer, the Lee sisters made their way to the restroom, shedding their almost moldy outer garments and donning their stockings, indulging in a delightful soak. "Sister, why does this feel somewhat surreal?" Li Ruoxu asked her sister Li Ruoyan while washing herself in the bathtub. "Why, just a few days ago, we were enduring such hardships at sea, and now look at this place. We all came together, so why are they so fortunate?" Li Ruoyan shook her head and replied, "I'm not certain. But you must remain discreet. They owe us nothing." Li Ruoxu waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, sister, I possess a sense of decorum. However, that Chu Fan is indeed quite handsome." As the two sisters engaged in conversation, relishing the long-awaited refreshment, their bath extended for a full half-hour. Soon, they encountered a rather embarrassing dilemma. They had no change of clothes. "What should we do, sister? These clothes are utterly unwearable," Li Ruoyan exclaimed, her head throbbing with frustration. Just moments ago, she had been so focused on the bathing facilities that she had completely forgotten that they were not in their own room back on Earth. The sisters had only the clothes they were wearing, with no other options available. With no alternatives, they reluctantly sought out Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, do you have any spare clothes? We simply cannot wear these any longer," Li Ruoyan asked, wrapping a towel around her body, her lovely figure subtly revealed. Lu Ruyan shook her head. "I don't have any extra clothes either. We can only turn to Chu Fan." Li Ruoxu, oblivious to the implications, inquired, "Chu Fan? How could he possibly have women's clothing?" Lu Ruyan pointed to her own outfit and explained, "You see, this dress was gifted to me by Chu Fan. It is a marvel of technology that automatically adapts to your physique, featuring both cold and heat resistance. Truly remarkable." Li Ruoyan marveled, "How impressive. Chu Fan is quite generous towards you." Li Ruoxu then asked, "Sister Ruyan, could you possibly inquire with Chu Fan if he has more such clothing? Might we borrow a couple of sets?" Observing the anticipation on Li Ruoyan's face, Lu Ruyan sighed, "Very well, I shall ask, but I cannot guarantee anything." As Lu Ruyan departed, Li Ruoxu curiously remarked, "Sister, isn't Ruyan already involved with Chu Fan? Surely obtaining 2 sets of clothing would be effortless for her." Li Ruoyan spoke earnestly. Ruoyan is a person of clear intellect and exceptionally high intelligence. She would never indulge in such petulance born of favoritism. One only needs to observe her relationship with Barbara to understand this. Li Ruoxu nodded thoughtfully. "I see, but I still cannot fathom what is so special about this Chu Fan." Then she muttered to herself, "I truly wonder how that Barbara developed so differently. I would love to inquire further." As she spoke, she patted her own chest. How can there be such a stark contrast among women? Li Ruoyan shook her head, but began to ponder earnestly. Could the two sisters remain aboard the Neptune? If so, in what capacity? Would Chu Fan accept both her and her sister? Chapter 66. Su Dompa's idol Chu Fan. "Come here," Li Ruoyan called out from the deck. Chu Fan approached and inquired, "What is the matter, Tiger Girl?" Li Ruoyan was taken aback. "What Tiger Girl?" Chu Fan chuckled. "That's just my affectionate nickname for you." Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed as she finally grasped Chu Fan's playful banter. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't call me that. It sounds terrible. What if Ruoyan and the others are inside bathing? Chu Fan laughed. You wouldn't want me to sneak a peek at them bathing, would you? I assure you, I'm not that kind of person. Lu Ruoyan shot him a glare. When you get casual, you really lose your sense of propriety. I must ask, do they have any spare clothes? They haven't changed yet. Sensing that Chu Fan might feel awkward, Lu Ruoyan added, don't worry about my feelings. I understand these clothes are quite valuable. It's entirely your decision whether to give them or not. Chu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. I actually have a few spare outfits. Giving them 2 sets wouldn't be a problem. However, these clothes are reserved for teammates. Lu Ruoyan immediately responded. They would be willing to stay on the ship as teammates. Chu Fan nodded. Well, that simplifies matters considerably, but I don't accommodate idlers on my ship. They must contribute in some way. Lu Ruoyan nodded in agreement. Yes, that condition is quite reasonable. Is there anything specific you need them to do? Chu Fan pondered for a moment. I need someone to clean, a cook, and perhaps someone to give massages. Ask them if they can manage. If they can, then they may stay. Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly, but did not refuse. All right, I'll go ask them. Taking the 2 sets of outfits Chu Fan had produced, Lu Ruoyan returned to the bathroom. Without hesitation, she relayed Chu Fan's message. What? No way. Is Chu Fan really that unthoughtful? Li Ruoshi exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. I'm a star. How could I do menial tasks? Li Ruoyan quickly intervened to halt her sister's complaints. It's quite reasonable. As long as you both can stay on the ship and have something to eat, you can do whatever is required. Lu Ruoyan sighed softly. Despite being her close friend, there were certain principles that she could not overlook. Now, please try on these outfits. Once you're ready, come out for a bite to eat. As she closed the door, Li Ruoyan turned to her sister with a serious expression. Ruoshi, times have changed. You need to set aside that ridiculous sense of superiority. No one will indulge you. I'll help you out more if need be, but those comments you made earlier should not be repeated. Li Ruoshi stuck out her tongue. I got it. Now hurry and try on these clothes. Moments later, Chu Fan was captivated as he beheld the sisters emerging from the cabin. Li Ruoyan, clad in her outfit, had transformed it into a professional ensemble. A crisp white blouse paired with a form-fitting black skirt, complemented by black stockings adorned with bold lettering, exquisitely accentuating her long legs. Her hair was elegantly tied up, embodying the essence of a workplace goddess. The younger sister, Li Ruoshi, donned a charming JK uniform, featuring a pristine white blouse and a short gray skirt, complemented by a striking red bow at her chest. Perhaps due to her burgeoning career, her skin appeared even more delicate and radiant, and this attire imbued her with an enchanting youthful aura. The resemblance between the 2 sisters was nearly uncanny, approaching 100. If one were to discern a difference, it would be that Li Ruoshi's bosom seemed to be a size smaller, likely not exceeding a C cup. Noticing that Chu Fan was lost in thought, Lu Ruoyan gently cleared her throat, prompting him to return to reality. Very well, since you both agree. Let us proceed with the application to join my fleet. The Li sisters nodded in unison and softly replied, all right. Moments later, Chu Fan's wristband emitted 2 notifications, presumably the sisters' request to join. Upon opening the device and glancing at the messages, he nearly burst into laughter. The notifications read, Player I, Fu Lenina, request to join the Sea King. Do you agree? He recognized this name as belonging to Li Ruoyan. The second message stated, Player Manshan Hozi Wading Zue Hong request to join the Sea King. Do you agree? This must belong to Li Ruoshi. Unable to contain himself, Chu Fan inquired, but come on. As a celebrity, why choose such a name? Li Ruoshi, blushing, replied, I just didn't want anyone to recognize me. So I picked a random name. Chu Fan chuckled heartily and accepted the requests. Since we are now teammates, let's not stand on ceremony. Let us sit down and share a meal together. At that moment, Long Gu stood up and said, Brother Chu Fan, Xiao Fei and I'll go look for an unclaimed ship to start new. Chu Fan nodded, all right, if you need any materials, feel free to take what you need from me. After merging with the Ark, there were plenty of materials on the C5, making the construction of a small vessel quite feasible. Longa laughed heartily. Rest assured, I won't hold back. With that, he and Lu Shangfei set off to the sea in search of abandoned ships. Watching the 2 depart, Chu Fan suddenly addressed Ruashi. I believe I've heard you sing a particular song before. It was quite lovely. Would you sing it for me? Li Ruashi, puzzled, responded, You've heard my song? Which one? Chu Fan replied, I think it was something like Su Dompa's Idol. Li Ruashi appeared confused. Have I sung that song? Beside them. Lu Rian interjected with a wry smile. Chu Fan, are you sure you're not referring to Super Idol Smile? Chu Fan slapped his thigh in realization. Yes. That is it. Super Idol guess is mine. Li Ruashi burst into laughter, while Li Ruoyan struggled to contain her amusement. Chu Fan chuckled. Barbara, it seems I need to learn more foreign languages from you. Clearing her throat, Li Ruashi began to sing across the vast expanse of the sea. The smile of Super Idol pales in comparison to your sweetness. The midday sun in August cannot match your brilliance. To those who cherish the allure of 105C, the pure essence of distilled water, it is no surprise that the live performance resonates far more melodiously than it does in those brief video snippets. Suddenly, a commotion arises upon the sea. As the previously silent ghost ship stirs to life, a woman materializes at the very spot where he stood yesterday, gazing intently at the vessels upon the water. Esteemed guests, we at the Treasure Pavilion have procured new treasures for your delight. Do visit us if you're interested. As she spoke, the woman deliberately cast her gaze towards the direction of the Ocean King. Mr. Chu Fan, Liener specifically instructed me to inform you that we possess something you desire today. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression grew serious, for it was indeed Yi's message. What could it possibly be? This piqued his curiosity immensely. Beside him, Lu Ruyan and Barbara chimed in unison. We wish to join as well. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled heartily. Very well, let us venture forth together. Chapter 67. The Thunder God's dominance over the seas. As Chu Fan gazed at the two women who were fixated on him, a wave of amusement washed over him. After a brief voyage yesterday, he had unexpectedly acquired an additional companion, Yi. It was evident that the two were here to keep a watchful eye on him. After greeting Long Ge and Lu Shangfei, the group expressed their eagerness to experience the world beyond. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Fan decided, let us go together. Moments later, Chu Fan and his companions boarded the Phantom ship and entered the opulent cabin. For Barbara and the others, it was their first encounter with such lavishness, leaving them utterly astonished. Mr. Chu Fan, I am Xiao Air. Before departing, Lien Air instructed me to give this to you, said the maid who had taken Lien Air's place, presenting a small box shortly after Chu Fan and his companion stepped aboard. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Fan opened the wooden box. Inside lay a piece of white paper filled with elegant handwriting, accompanied by a small booklet and a peculiar object that resembled both wood and metal. Chu Fan first picked up the white paper, which he presumed was a message from Yi. Chu Fan, congratulations on successfully becoming an extraordinary being. Regrettably, I cannot be by your side, so I wish to impart some knowledge about the cultivation of this world. In this realm, there exist numerous divine fruits, each possessing distinct abilities. Aside from certain specialized occupational powers, the combat-oriented fruits can generally be categorized into 3 realms based on their cultivation levels: mortal realm, celestial realm, and divine realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 sublevels. To ascend to a higher stage, one must undergo special trials. The method for these trials will only be revealed upon selecting a cultivation technique. Therefore, to embark on the path of martial arts, it is imperative to possess a corresponding technique. It is important to note that divine fruits of the same attribute are not unique in this world. Consequently, the strength of the technique will ultimately determine your cultivation limits. Techniques are classified into 5 grades based on their potency: S, A, B, C, and D. This is the S grade lightning cultivation technique, the Thunder God's dominance over the seas, that I collected many years ago to revitalize my Fox Spirit clan. It is rumored to be the most powerful lightning secret art in existence. I have no use for it, so it is quite suitable for you. I am confident you will master this supreme lightning art and traverse the world with ease. Yours affectionately, Yi. Oh, and that wooden piece is called Thunderwood. It should prove useful for your cultivation technique. After reading Yi's heartfelt letter, Chu Fan felt a profound sense of her affection. Such a precious gift must have cost her dearly. The claim of it being of no use was clearly a means to comfort him. Yi, thank you. I, Chu Fan, shall not let you down. He then picked up the small booklet, which bore the title The Thunder God's Dominance Over the Seas emblazoned on the cover. However, this did not seem to be an appropriate place for cultivation. Thus, Chu Fan carefully placed everything back into the wooden box, intending to study it thoroughly upon returning to the Sea King. This is far too expensive. I cannot afford it. The sound emanating from Lu Shangfei caught Chu Fan's curiosity, prompting him to approach. To his astonishment, he discovered that apart from 3 divine fruits, the display case contained solely a plethora of cultivation techniques. Xianming True Water Sutra, an S-rank water attribute technique. Finshin Chitty Ju, an S-rank fire attribute technique. Qingdi Changxing Ju, an S-rank wood attribute technique. Hutu Xianhuang Gong, an A-rank earth attribute technique. This perfectly aligned with Lu Ruyan's water affinity, Lu Shangfei's fire affinity, Barbara's wood affinity, and Long Ji's earth affinity. This led Chu Fan to harbor a vague suspicion that someone was aware of the awakened abilities of his companions and had deliberately prepared these techniques for them. Among these techniques, the A-rank ones commanded a staggering price of 30,000 points, while each S-rank technique was priced an astonishing 50,000 points. Perplexed, Chu Fan summoned Qiu. Miss Qiao, why are the techniques more expensive than the divine fruits? Qiao replied with a smile, it's quite simple. The techniques are intended for those who possess the divine fruits. Chu Fan paused momentarily before comprehension dawned upon him, leading him to exclaim in admiration. The master of this treasure haul truly possesses a remarkable business acumen. For those devoid of abilities, these techniques were nearly worthless. However, for those who had awakened their powers, the absence of techniques would forever bar their path to martial cultivation. It was akin to being offered a stimulant without any knowledge of where to find paradise. Lu Ruyan and the others shook their heads, lamenting that it seemed unlikely they would acquire any techniques in the near future. Yet, Chu Fan smiled, for while others lacked points, he was not bereft. In the abandoned land, when a malevolent dragon sought to barter with him, it had presented over 10 dragon-patterned gold coins. Chu Fan retained 8 for himself and gifted the remainder to Yi, coupled with the 2 prior dragon-patterned coins and the 3 goblin coins. His total had astonishingly reached 1,030,000 points. Thus, purchasing these techniques posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Seeing the expressions of regret on their faces, Chu Fan could not help but chuckle. Why the rush, my friends? Speak your desires, for today, all expenses shall be on me. Chu Gongzi, such arrogance. A disdainful scoff suddenly echoed from a corner of the room. Taken aback, Chu Fan instinctively turned to see a striking pair, a man and a woman, approaching the entrance. What a stunning couple they were. This was the first thought that crossed everyone's minds. The woman, slender and graceful, donned a fitted t-shirt paired with stylish pants, showcasing an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio and exquisite features that were a visual delight. The man, clad in a suit, possessed a handsome visage, though his hawkish nose lent him an air of sinister charm. It was from his lips that the scornful remark had emerged. Furrowing his brow, Chu Fan inquired, "Who are you?" The man replied with a cold smirk, "What makes you think you can afford anything here, pretending to be a big shot without any real power?" At this moment, Qiao Er, sensing the tension in the air, stepped forward to explain, "Mr. Chu, these 2 are the captains of the War God, ranked first in the point standings of the number 10 Sea region, Yi Fei and Chen Shutong. They have come here specifically after hearing that we possess techniques related to both water and fire attributes." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a jolt of realization. It was no wonder they spoke with such arrogance, being the top of their region. However, if they intended to show off in his presence, they could not blame him for retaliating. With this thought, Chu Fan replied with a cold smirk, "On what grounds do you believe I lack the capability?" Yi Fei approached, his gaze sweeping over the enchanting beauties in the crowd, including Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and the Lee sisters at the back, causing his heart to skip a beat. He was astonished by the abundance of captivating women present. Yet, he relished the chance to exhibit his charm before them. Thus, he donned a self-satisfied grin and proclaimed loudly, "Your top scorer from the 10087C region only has a mere 800 points. Even if you're the so-called Chu Fan, you barely exceed that. What gives you the right to purchase anything here?" Chu Fan chuckled. "So, by your assertion, your score must be exceptionally high?" Yifei glanced at Lu Ruyan and Barbara, unabashedly admiring the two beauties before declaring, "My score is beyond your wildest imagination." Lu Ruyan scoffed, while Barbara wore an expression of disdain. Was this man deranged? Coming here just to show off? How pathetic. Chu Fan replied with a smile. In that case, let us compete and see how many items you can acquire from here today. Yifei retorted with a chilling laugh. You are courting death. Chapter 68. The auction. At this moment, several individuals entered the room, all seemingly hailing from the 10087C region. What is happening? Is someone challenging Chu Fan? Hush, speak softly. It is said that this individual comes from the 10th C region. Goodness, is that divine fruit really worth 10,000 points each? What a spectacle. Look at those cultivation techniques. The cheapest among them is priced at 30,000 points. A few of them engaged in hushed discussions, recounting the events that had just transpired. Can you believe this person is so formidable? It certainly appears to be true. Unfortunately, although Chu Fan ranks first among us, on a larger scale across the vast ocean, his points are still insufficient. Chu Fan began to understand that this so-called division of sea regions must follow a chronological order. The earlier one ranks, the sooner they were likely transported here. Much like different servers in a game, those who started earlier are undoubtedly stronger than those who joined later. Under normal circumstances, players from different servers do not encounter each other, but those familiar with online gaming are aware of a peculiar situation. When a number of players in a server becomes too sparse, the servers may merge. Currently, the number of players still active in the 10087C region has dwindled to fewer than 6,000, and those ranked higher are likely even fewer. It seems that the challenges ahead will increasingly feature formidable opponents. However, in this world where survival is paramount, even if the regions do not merge, encountering these strong adversaries is merely a matter of time. Fairness? What fairness exists in a world of survival? Strength is the only principle that matters. Contemplating this, Chu Fan resolved that he must acquire the fruits and techniques available today. Only by continuously enhancing his strength can he ensure his own survival and that of those he cherishes in this world. Thus, Chu Fan suddenly inquired, Miss Chiao, if many individuals desire the same treasure, how should such a situation be handled? With a smile, Chiao replied, this scenario is quite common, which is why our treasure pavilion has established an auction house specifically to address such occurrences. Chu Fan nodded. So it is the highest bidder who claims the prize. That simplifies matters. As soon as he spoke, several figures appeared once more at the entrance of the room. Oh, Yifei, you're quite swift. Yifei turned to see, his brow furrowing, while a woman beside him, named Chen Shutong, wore a look of astonishment. Lu Jinpeng from Zone 15, Xiao Yinming from Zone 18, Lu Jinsong from Zone 20, and Hua Chenyu from Zone 122. He never expected these individuals to arrive as well. Yifei's expression darkened. Given the simultaneous appearance of so many S-level techniques, it would be odd if they didn't show up. The Treasure Pavilion certainly knows how to conduct business. Upon noticing the arrival of these individuals, Xiao smiled and declared, since so many esteemed guests are present, let us officially commence the auction. Due to the high value of the items being auctioned today, we require participating players to have a minimum of 1,000 points. Barbara was taken aback and whispered, my dear, we only have a total of 830 points in our account. We don't even qualify to participate. Lu Shangfei remarked, forget it, brother-in-law. Our points pale in comparison to those of these magnates. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, what's the rush? I have ample points. Longo, with a thumbs up, exclaimed, brother Chu Fan, your bravado resembles my own from years past. Meanwhile, the sisters Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi, standing at the back, exchanged glances, feeling unfamiliar with Chu Fan and thus hesitant to jest. Yet, like everyone else, they believed Chu Fan was merely putting on a brave front. The typically composed Lu Ruyan advised, let it be. This is beyond our reach. We should take our leave. Chu Fan laughed heartily. You may not realize, but what we possess far exceeds this mere 830 points. Turning to Qiao, he inquired, do you still have some points unclaimed? I recall there being around 2,000 points. Qiao smiled and replied, indeed, Mr. Chu Fan. With a grand gesture, Chu Fan commanded, withdraw all of it from me. Certainly, Mr. Chu Fan. I will do so right away. This revelation astonished everyone, and Lu Shangfei gasped, "No way, brother-in-law. You actually preloaded 2,000 points." Chu Fan Li, thinking this was just the beginning. However, he kept it to himself and asked Xiaoer, "Now, do I qualify to participate in the auction?" Xiaoer beamed, as our esteemed guest. "You are certainly qualified." At that moment, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Let us get started." Xiaoer clapped her hands, and the room's layout transformed, revealing a circular seating arrangement with a raised platform in the center. "Please take your seats. Our auction is about to commence." Chu Fan settled down with the others, while onlookers stood off to the side, observing intently. "Chu Fan, give it your all. Bring glory to our District 10,087. Someone whispered from the back, causing Chu Fan to pause and smile in response. The first auction item was a solar-powered marine lighting device, with a starting bid of 1,000 points and a minimum increment of 100 points. 1,200 points. Someone immediately called out. Lighting equipment was a sought-after component on many vessels, and this was a rare find. 1,000 points was quite a bargain. Yifei glanced at the indifferent Chu Fan and scoffed. "Look at you pretending. I bet you can't even afford a single light." Chu Fan simply smiled, offering no retort. In his own space, he had 97 powerful searchlights, each valued at double the auction's asking price. Therefore, he held no interest in this item. Nonetheless, this was merely an appetizer, as everyone eagerly awaited the grand treasures to come. Ultimately, the searchlight was sold to Yifei for 1,800 points. He approached Lu Ruyan with a broad smile, softly saying, "Miss, I would like to befriend you. If you permit, consider this light my gift of introduction." Yifei truly exhibits a remarquable flèche, generously bestowing an 1,800-point lamp, as if it were a mere trifle. It appears he has succumbed once more to his habitual folly, unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Yet, one cannot deny the undeniable beauty of this lady. In fact, I find that the foreign woman possesses even more charm. Have you all noticed that within the opposing team, there are no fewer than 5 stunning women, each more exquisite than the last? It's quite a stroke of luck for the men on that team to encounter such extraordinary beauty all at once. The crowd erupted into a chorus of discussions, stirred by Yifei's flamboyant antics. Just as he anticipated that Lu Ruyan would be overjoyed and readily accept his kind gesture, the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. "Oh, I wonder how your lamp compares to the one my husband gifted me?" Chapter 69. I clearly see he's here to cause trouble. A murmur rippled through the crowd. In the hand of Lu Ruyan, a spotlight suddenly emerged, its craftsmanship and size evidently superior to that of the one in Yifei's grasp. Yifei was taken aback, not anticipating such a situation, and felt a rush of heat to his face. Embarrassed, he managed a smile and said, "Ah, how unfortunate." Then this lovely lady. Unrelenting, Yifei shifted his gaze to Barbara nearby. However, his discomfort only intensified as he beheld yet another identical spotlight in Barbara's hand. As if to ensure Yifei's humiliation was not yet complete, Lu Shangfei produced an identical spotlight as well. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. This was no ordinary scenario. One could not simply stroll into a lighting store on Earth and acquire such exquisite devices easily. Yet, seeming to find the matter insufficiently amusing, Chu Fan suddenly clapped his head with a grin. "How could I forget this? Here, everyone gets one." With that, he retrieved 4 spotlights from his space and distributed them to Long Ge, Bai Jia, Li Ruoyan, and Li Ruoxi. Long Ge was elated. Others had spent 1,800 points for a spotlight far inferior to his, while he received his without spending a dime. Chu Fan, indeed, was a good brother. Li Ruoyan stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "Do I get one too?" "Of course. You are part of the Sea King now. This is our employee benefit. Take it." Yifei's lips twitched at this, realizing Chu Fan's act was so polished and gleaming. At that moment, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. It was well understood that nighttime on the sea was perilous, highlighting the critical importance of a light source. Hence, to deem such powerful spotlights as strategic materials was not an exaggeration. When did such treasures become so commonplace? Yifei felt so awkward he wished to burrow into the ground. This maneuver made it seem as if he had willingly extended his face for a slap. "Oomph, a mere clown. A cold snort suddenly echoed from the corner of the room. Furious, Yi Fei turned to demand, "Who is it?" All eyes shifted, revealing a woman clad in traditional Han attire, her expression inscrutable. At a glance, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. The woman's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ruyan. However, unlike Lu Ruyan's calmness, this woman exuded an aura of aloofness that deterred approach. Her beauty was indeed captivating enough to be described as breathtaking. Even with the beauty surrounding him, Chu Fan couldn't help but murmur, "What a stunning woman." Yet, as soon as he spoke, he felt two piercing gazes directed at him, compelling him to silence immediately. The woman showed no fear of Yi Fei, casting him a sidelong glance before striding directly toward the auction platform. At this moment, Yi Fei finally discerned her features. Instead of anger, he wore a sycophantic smile. It was indeed Miss Fu, a long time no see. Among the crowd, some recognized her immediately, sparking a flurry of discussions. Unexpectedly, even the top beauty of District 3, Fu Juanru, had arrived. She was renowned not only for her unparalleled beauty, but also for her formidable prowess. To be on the same vessel as such a stunning woman would be worth any sacrifice. Fu Juanru paid no heed to the crowd and walked directly to a chair. Taking a seat, "Chower, I apologize for my tardiness," she said. Chower smiled in response. "No worries. Our next treasure is about to be revealed. We have a divine fruit, priced at 10,000 points, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 points. Bidding begins now. 11,000, 12,000, 15,000. Yi Fei called out. He even cast a glance at Chu Fan, as if to say, "You can't afford this, can you?" Chu Fan ignored Yi Fei, yet, to everyone's astonishment, he raised his right hand. 20,000. Barbara quickly tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Darling, what are you doing? We don't have that many points." Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's heart stirred. Chu Fan had previously brought back 5 divine fruits when they had merely 200 points. Could it be that he possessed some hidden advantage? Yi Fei, however, shouted with excitement, "Everyone look!" When Chu Fan verified his assets earlier, he only had 830 points, and now he dares to bid 20,000. He turned to Chower. "What happens if someone bids but cannot afford it?" With a smile, Chower replied, "For such cases, we will handle them uniformly. I trust Mr. Chu Fan is aware of the rules." As her words lingered, Barbara and Long Gu exchanged anxious glances, recalling the image of the burly man who had threatened Lianer, dragged into the dark mist due to insufficient points, which tightened their hearts. "Chu Fan, don't be reckless." Chu Fan chuckled, "Reste assured, Kia. I understand the rules, and 1T put you in a difficult position." Chow nodded and continued, "Then let us proceed. Mr. Chu Fan has bid 20,000 points. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" Yi Fei suppressed his urge to continue bidding. After all, his primary aim today was the coveted manuals. The other influential figures likely shared the same goal. The uncertainty surrounding the divine fruit made it far less valuable than the manuals. Moreover, Yi Fei relished the thought of Chu Fan being eliminated by the auction house for lack of points. Although today was their first encounter, the sight of the exquisite women by Chu Fan's side ignited a desire within him to take his place. The earlier spotlight had humiliated him, fueling his determination to see Chu Fan fail. Seeing no one else bid, Chower began her final call. 20,000 points once. 20,000 points twice. 20,000 points thrice. Congratulations, Mr. Chu Fan, on acquiring this divine fruit. Yi Fei scoffed. "Chu Fan, it seems you are in a difficult position now. Let us see how you intend to settle this." The others gazed at Chu Fan with keen interest. The individuals from the 10,087C region sighed in unison. "Our district is still too new to possess such high points. Chu Fan is in peril. Are we about to witness a change in leadership for the 10,087 ranking?" At that moment, Chow Air spoke up. "Mr. Chu Fan, your point balance is insufficient. Do you wish to supplement it?" "Haha, I knew this fellow was merely putting on a FA Ade. Let us see how he extricates himself from his predicament." Chu Fan surveyed his companions, who wore expressions of concern. Lu Ruyan had even prepared to draw her moon god bow. The others, aside from Yifei's mocking demeanor, displayed a range of reactions, some skeptical, some derisive, and a few expressing disappointment. Xiao Air, do not dally with him. He is clearly here to cause trouble. Xiao Air's expression turned slightly cold. Although she was aware of the unique bond between Chu Fan and Lian Air, she was bound by the rules of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Mr. Chu Fan, unless you have additional contributions, then. Suddenly, she paused, her gaze fixated on Chu Fan, who had just revealed two gleaming golden objects in his hand. Her mood brightening. The transaction is valid. Chapter 70. The fruit of the gods. Yifei stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "Chao, what about Chu Fan?" To his surprise, Chao paid him no heed and stepped forward to take the 2 gold coins from Chu Fan's hand. The goblin-inscribed gold coins, each worth a staggering 10,000 points, validated this transaction. Only then did Barbara and the others breathe a sigh of relief, while Lu Ruyan finally comprehended the situation. These 2 coins are the very ones he had acquired alongside Chu Fan on that deserted island. Who would have imagined that these coins could be worth such an impressive sum? This young man certainly knew how to keep secrets. Chu Fan, you are incredible. Longo praised, giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Yifei turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Damn it. How could Chu Fan possess so many treasures? Making him lose face time and again. At that moment, after Chao stowed away the coins, she continued, "Next on the auction block is yet another fruit of the gods. Starting at 10,000 points, with a minimum increment of 1,000 points. Let the bidding commence." 11,000. Yifei raised his hand, ready to increase his bid, only to be interrupted by a voice he found utterly detestable. 20,000. It was Chu Fan again. Chu Fan, what are you playing at? Are you deliberately competing with me? Chu Fan chuckled. Who are you? This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If you lack the means, perhaps you should refrain from participating. Yifei's expression darkened as he pointed at Chu Fan. Are you seeking death? Zodni, kia interjected, Mr. Yi. Please maintain your composure and do not disrupt our auction proceedings. Her words jolted Yifei back to reality, forcing him to suppress his rising fury. Chu Fan, we shall see. Chu Fan smiled and asked Chao, Miss Chao, do I need to make an immediate payment? She replied with a smile, given Mr. Chu Fan's earlier display of prowess, there is no need for immediate payment. You may settle the accounts after the auction concludes. Chu Fan nodded appreciatively. In that case. Thank you, Miss Chao. His actions left everyone bewildered. Wasn't this a new district? How could he possess so many points? This defied logic. Had he struck gold somehow? Even Fu Junru, who had remained silent, couldn't help but cast a few glances at Chu Fan. Next on the auction is the final fruit of the gods for today, starting at 10,000 points, with a minimum increment of 1,000 points. Let the bidding begin. This time, an eerie silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Fan. Noticing the absence of bids, Chu Fan chuckled. Why is everyone being so polite? If no one else is interested, I shall claim it for myself. 11,000 points. I bid 13,000. The bald man raised his hand. I bid 14,000. Chu Fan remained unfazed. I bid 15,000. Yifei could no longer contain himself. 20,000. Yifei thought to himself, damn it, every time I make a bid, this guy goes all in. Chu Fan asserted, going all in is an art. Without any suspense, as the transaction for the divine fruit concluded. All 3 divine fruits were claimed by Chu Fan today. Darling, you are amazing. Barbara praised with a smile. Chu Fan Chuka. Finally understanding why so many were enamored with the extravagant lifestyle. The sensation of spending lavishly and having no rivals in the arena was truly exhilarating. Yefisakofut. Don't be too pleased with yourself. This is merely an appetizer. Let us see what you can offer for the techniques later. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of our event is upon us. 5 techniques. At that moment, a maid rushed over and whispered something into Xiao Air's ear, who nodded in response. Once the maid departed, Xiao Air smiled and said, let me correct that. It's not 5, but 6 techniques. The first to be auctioned is an A-level Earth technique. The post-Earth Xianhuang technique, starting at a price of 30,000 points, with each subsequent bid not lower than 2,000 points. The bidding begins now. Upon hearing this, Longu's breath quickened. Wasn't this technique tailor-made for him? Yet, he had nothing to offer. Observing Longu's distressed expression, Chu Fan chuckled. Longu, do you want it? Of course I do, but I can't afford it. The only valuable thing I possess is my wife. By Jieshan Maglair. What do you mean? Are you suggesting selling me? Longu chuckled. Just kidding, dear. My teeth have been bothering me lately. Longu replied, no, it's because you're too sweet. Bai Jia blushed and pouted. You're so annoying. Chu Fan rolled his eyes, wondering how this couple had suddenly delved into cheesy romance. Suddenly, Bai Jia said Chu Fan. Chu Fan raised his hand to interrupt sister-in-law. I know what you're about to say. Don't worry, I'll secure that technique for Longu. Longu was a man of loyalty, as evidenced by his treatment of Gao Shuaiqi. Nurturing him would undoubtedly yield significant support in the future. Thus, Chu Fan was determined to acquire this technique. Viewing it as an investment, Longu patted his chest. Brother, I won't hold back. If you can help me secure this technique, I'll grant you anything you desire, except my wife. Chu Fan nearly stumbled. Longu, can we not bring this up? Meanwhile, the bidding heated up, indicating that many were eager to obtain the technique. In just a few exchanges, the price for the A-level technique had soared to 42,000 points. Mr. Lu Jinpeng bids 42,000 points. Is there a higher offer? 42,000 points going once. 42,000 points. Lu Jinpeng smiled, feeling confident that his bid would suffice. 43,000. Chu Fan in dozet. Lu Jinpeng was taken aback, quickly retorting, 44,000. I don't believe you can outbid me. 45,000. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Fan continued to raise the bid. Lu Jinpeng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Kid, are you doing this on purpose? However, Chu Fan merely shrugged and retorted, what is the point of this idle talk? Let our abilities speak for themselves. Lu Jinpeng's expression shifted dramatically. 45,000 had already exceeded his budget, especially considering there were still 5 S-rank techniques to contend with. If he spent too much now, he would find himself completely deprived of the S-rank techniques later. After much internal conflict, Lu Jinpeng snorted and took his seat. Thus, the first A-rank Earth technique was successfully acquired by Chu Fan for the price of 45,000. Wow, Brother Chu Fan is amazing. No, you're my elder brother. Brother Chu Fan, if you ever need my assistance, I will be there without hesitation. At their seats, Longu was so excited he was practically dancing, and had it not been for Bai Jie pinching him to quiet down, he might have burst into song. Next, we present the first S-rank technique of the day. S-rank Fire Technique. Heavenly Flame Red Emperor S formula. The starting bid is 50,000 points, with a minimum increment of no less than 5,000 points. Now, let the bidding begin. Chapter 71. Fiery excitement. As Qiaoer finished her words, bids began to pour in. 55,000, 60,000, 75,000. I bid 80,000. Ye fi acclaimeth. His face ablaze with enthusiasm, raising his right hand. I bid 90,000. Although he did not possess a fire attribute ability, this S-rank fire technique was exceedingly rare. Acquiring it would significantly enhance the capabilities of his team. However, even the top-ranking area, 90,000 points was an astronomical figure. Indeed, when the bid of 90,000 was announced, the venue fell into a momentary silence. Lu Shanfei clenched his fists anxiously, unaware of how many cards Chu Fan held. But for Zone 10087, 90,000 points was akin to a staggering sum. In the next moment, Chu Xin raised her hand, declaring 95,000. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, realizing it was that Chu Fan again. Was he deliberately opposing him? Gritting his teeth, Yi Fei raised his hand, stating 100,000. Without hesitation, Chu Fan countered. 100,050. Yi Fei retorted angrily. Chu Fan, are you intentionally trying to thwart me? Chu Fan disregarded him, addressing Koda instead, Miss Claire. This person keeps intimidating me. and I can't help but feel concerned that he may pose a threat to me if this continues. Upon hearing this, Chao nodded, responding, Mr. Chu Fan makes a valid point. Mr. Yi, I kindly ask you to temper your emotions. If you disrupt the rules of our auction any further, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave. Though Yi Fei gritted his teeth in frustration, he understood that offending the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was not wise. He let out a cold huff and sat down, visibly discontent. 100,000 points was his limit. Anything beyond that was not feasible. With Yi Fei, his greatest rival, out of the running, the auction became a foregone conclusion. Chu Fan successfully secured the S-rank fire technique Burning Heaven Red Emperor art for 100,050 points. Lu Shangfei erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, you truly are my father. Lu Rian swiftly gave him a slap, rebuking, What nonsense are you spouting? Is that any way to speak? Next on the auction block was another S-rank technique, the Wood Attribute Technique Green Emperor Longevity art, starting at 50,000 points, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 5,000 points. The bidding commenced. To everyone's astonishment, despite it being another S-rank technique, the number of participants was surprisingly scant, with only one person calling out a bid of 55,000. Chu Fan, puzzled, remarked, Strange, why is no one interested? I bid 60,000. Suddenly, Fu Juanru interjected. The wood attribute is considered the rarest among elemental abilities, and its offensive power is also the weakest. So it's not surprising that it's less sought after. This statement enlightened Chu Fan and his companions, yet they did not perceive the wood attribute as weak at all. As evidenced by Barbara's technique attributes, this attribute offered substantial healing potential. Undoubtedly, it was a must-have. Ultimately, after several rounds of bidding, Chu Fan successfully acquired the Wood Element S-Class technique, Qing Di Chong Shengju, for a staggering 75,000 points. At this moment, some individuals began to sense something amiss. In such a brief span of time, Chu Fan had already expended a total of 265,000 points. This was not merely the highest bid in the 10087 district. Even among the top districts, such a substantial expenditure was indeed alarming. It seemed that Chu Fan was either engaging in reckless bravado or had stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune. Unbeknownst to him, these onlookers were pondering his actions, while he silently mused, the joy of being a show-off is beyond your comprehension. A mere 265,000 points is nothing more than the equivalent of 3 dragon-shaped gold coins. It hardly matters. Points are akin to currency. Only when spent do they hold value. Otherwise, they remain mere numbers. Next up was the highly anticipated technique, our S-Class Water Element technique, Xianming Zhen Shui Jing. It was said to be a unique technique that combined offense and defense with the added benefit of self-healing capabilities. To claim it as the foremost water technique would not be an exaggeration. Although this technique was exceedingly rare, our Jujiazai has always conducted business fairly, starting with a bidding price of 50,000 points, with each subsequent bid increasing by a minimum of 5,000 points. As Chao Air's words fell, the atmosphere shifted. It appeared that this was the highlight of the day. Indeed, bids began to pour in immediately. 60,000 points. 80,000 points. I bid 90,000. Unlike the previous techniques, the water element technique soared to 90,000 points right from the outset. The reason was simple. Amidst the vast ocean, what technique could rival the advantages of a water element skill? I bid 100,000. Yi Fei also entered the fray. This was his true objective for the day. I bid 110,000. Chu Fan could sense the fervor in Lu Ruyen's eyes. Such enthusiasm was indeed rare. Without a doubt, this was a must-have. 120,000. Yi Fei nearly ground his teeth as he declared this price. I bid 130,000. Someone followed suit. I bid 140,000. Chu Fan raised his bid once more. I bid 150,000. Yi Fei nearly roared out the figure. A slight smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips. Was this really nearing his limit? He had expected more from you. 160,000. Chu Fan refused to back down. Chu Fan, are you trying to stir trouble? Yifei glared at him, eyes ablaze. What a joke. If you can keep up, then do so. If not, sit down. 170,000. The previous contender gritted his teeth and matched the bid. 200,000. I bid 200,000. Yifei shouted his price with fervor. Goodness, Yifei has truly lost his mind, bidding up to 200,000. If he secures it at that price, he surely won't have many points left to use for some time. After all, he hailed from the 10th district, exuding confidence. 200,000. I dare not match that. Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, Yifei's lips curled into a slight smile as he retorted, Go on. If you have the capability to continue, I refuse to believe you possess any hidden cards. Chu Fan responded with a faint smile, 210,000. At this revelation, those surrounding Chu Fan became visibly agitated. Even Lu Ru Yin could not help but grasp Chu Fan's hand tightly. Chu Fan sensed the tremor in her delicate hand and felt a surge of joy within. It turned out that this fierce girl was not as resilient as she appeared, but rather just a young woman in her 20s, adept at concealing her true emotions. I cannot believe he still has any points. Kia, I suspect he is resorting to deceit. Chower glanced at Chu Fan, then at Yifei, and with a hint of sarcasm remarked, Mr. Yi, whether Mr. Chu possesses such strength is something we at the Gathering of Treasures will ascertain. The auction is far from over. Will you continue to raise your bid? Yifei felt as though he had swallowed a fly. In a sudden outburst, he seized Chun Shutong beside him. I no longer desire this woman. Rest assured, I have yet to lay a finger on her. Whoever wants her, I will sell her for 100,000 points. Chapter 72. The onset of conflict. As the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in utter shock. Chun Shutong, her cheeks flushed with anger, stood up abruptly. Yifei, what did you say? How could you treat me this way? In response, Yifei swung his hand, striking Chun Shutong and sending her tumbling to the ground. By some twist of fate, she fell directly towards Chu Fan, who instinctively leapt aside, leaving the others to witness her descent. When she finally rose, her eyes were red with tears, one hand covering her mouth as she sobbed. Her expression filled with sorrow that evoked pity from all who beheld her. Yifei bellowed, Damn it, do you think you have a say here? Without me, you would have perished countless times. You will do as I command. Ignoring Chun Shutong's reaction, he continued to shout, Is anyone interested? I'll take 100,000 points. No, 80,000 will suffice. Miss Chiao, grant me 5 minutes. Miss Chiao sighed at the scene but did not refuse, as such conduct was permitted. The auction hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. This Yifei has truly lost his mind. He is even selling his partner. Indeed, one had to admit that Chun Shutong was quite attractive, although she paled in comparison to the exquisite beauties surrounding Chu Xian. Chun Shutong's face turned ashen as she glanced around, finally locking her tear-filled gaze on Chu Fan. Brother Chu, please save me. Chu Fan, scratching his nose, replied, My dear, we are not well acquainted. I understand that Yifei has a grudge against you. I am willing to join forces to confront him. Upon hearing this, Yifei stepped forward and struck her again, exclaiming, You wretched girl, how dare you speak to me like that? Chu Fan was about to intervene when a sudden realization struck him. This situation was decidedly peculiar. Mere moments before the auction, the two had engaged in intimate interaction. Something was amiss. With this thought, Chu Fan chose to feign ignorance, remaining seated and motionless. Yifei hesitated for a brief moment, and though it was fleeting, Chu Fan perceived it clearly, reinforcing his suspicions. With a resounding slap, Yifei, undeterred by Chu Fan's inaction, struck Chun Shutong's delicate face, leaving it red and swollen, marked by the imprint of his hand. Lu Rian, astonished, remarked, You actually don't wish to help her? Chu Fan awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, Tiger girl, could you refrain from speaking so lewdly? Your presence is more than enough. Lu Rian scoffed, I can't believe that. At that moment, Yifei advanced once more, raising his hand to strike Chun Shutong again, only to be halted by a formidable grip. Yifei, you truly lack the sensitivity to cherish the fair sex, spoke Xiao Yanming from District 18, the imposing bald figure exuding an aura of strength despite his darker complexion. The bald hairstyle somewhat diminished his handsomeness, adding a touch of ferocity instead. Upon hearing someone finally speak, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he masked it with a frown. Mr. Xiao, the matter of my own reprimands is none of your concern. Step aside. Xiao Yinming's eyes darted, glancing at the pitifully charming Chen Shutong, and he exclaimed, Hold on. Ye Fi, how could you disregard such a wonderful girl as Chun? You truly are squandering a precious gem. Yi Fei retorted, What? Are you looking to buy her? Xiao Yinming chuckled, Indeed. If you're willing, I'll purchase her for 50,000 points. I can't offer a single point more. Yi Fei furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Fan before finally stomping his foot, conceding, Very well, 50,000 it is. Xiao Yinming's face lit up with joy as he immediately activated his wristband, declaring, All right, let us make the transaction. After they completed the exchange, Yi Fei glanced at the additional 50,000 points in his account and remarked, She's yours now. Without a second glance, he turned to Xiao, saying, Miss Xiao, please continue with the auction. Xiao Yinming swiftly lifted Chen Shutong from the ground and, cradling her in his arms, playfully said, Miss Chen, Yi Fei lacks appreciation for beauty. But rest assured, I will treat you with the utmost care. From now on, you shall be with me. Chen Shutong, feigning distress, replied, Thank you, Brother Xiao, but my face is a bit sore. I would like to wash it. Xiao Yinming, grinning like a fool, urged, Go ahead, I'll be right here waiting for you. With a newfound 50,000 points, Yi Fei raised his hand, declaring I bid 250,000. In his estimation, regardless of Chu Fan's prowess, he could not possibly continue indefinitely. With these 50,000 points, he was certain to make his mark on this auction. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he boldly wagered the entire 50,000 points. Indeed, Yi Fei was audacious. 250,000, a staggering fivefold the original price. Surely, Chu Fan could not pursue him any further, having already expended 260,000 points. Even if he were formidable, he could not. To Yi Fei's astonishment, Chu Fan languidly raised his right hand amidst the crowd, declaring 260,000. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. Chu Fan, are you truly vying with me? Chu Fan stood, gazing at Yi Fei with a calm demeanor, his voice low yet resonant with strength. Compete with you? Or are you a contender? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere brimmed with tension. Applause erupted, and a soft, feminine voice broke through. Well, it has been a long time since I witnessed such bravery in the youth. All eyes were drawn to this voice, including Chu Fan's. A strikingly effeminate man, clad in white, slowly entered through the doorway. Yi Tian, why is he here? The excitement in the air intensified. Yi Fei was momentarily stunned, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he beamed. Brother, you have finally arrived. The individual known as Yi Tian approached with a smile, and upon noticing Fu Junru seated nearby, greeted her with warmth. Sister Ru, I did not anticipate finding you here. Fu Junru merely huffed in response, choosing to disregard him. Unfazed by the slight, Yi Tian turned his gaze towards Chu Fan. As he beheld Lu Ruyan and Barbara seated beside Chu Fan, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, sensing a profound aura of intimidation emanating from Miss Yi Tian. I am Chu Fan, he stated, and I hail from District 2. Yi Fei is my younger brother. I would appreciate it if you could grant him this fruit. Just as Chu Fan was about to respond, Yi Tian interjected, Oh, allow me to clarify. This is not a negotiation. His words left everyone in stunned silence, taken aback by his arrogance. Chu Fan's expression darkened as he replied coldly, Oh, is that so? What if I refuse? Yi Tian chuckled. You may certainly test that. Chapter 73. The Inquiry of Jinkala. Yi Tian uttered these words with a smile. Yet anyone could discern the underlying intent of malice concealed within his grin. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the confidence and murderous intent emanating from Yi Tian. Behind him, Barbara and the others instinctively rose to their feet, positioning themselves loyally behind Chu Fan. Even the Lee sisters, who had only recently boarded the ship, stood up alongside them, leading to a tense standoff. At that moment, Xiao Er unexpectedly interjected, "Mr. Yi, your actions are in severe violation of the rules of our Gathering Treasure Pavilion. We hereby issue a serious warning. Should you fail to restrain yourself, you will be prohibited from stepping foot into the pavilion henceforth." Xiao Er's words left everyone astounded. What was happening? Such occurrences had transpired before, yet the pavilion had always remained indifferent. Was this a rare moment of change? Indeed, it appeared that Yi Tian was about to face consequences. Chu Fan felt a surge of realization, understanding that Xiao Er's intervention stemmed from her regard for Yi, as she stepped in to extricate him from this predicament. Moreover, her warning was notably severe. Even someone as formidable as Yi Tian would need to contemplate the repercussions. As anticipated, this strategy proved effective. The astonishment on Yi Tian's face was unmistakable. After a few shifts in his expression, he suddenly smiled and said, "It was my poor attitude earlier, Chu Fan. Would you be willing to relinquish this technique? Consider it a favor owed by Yi Tian." Chu Fan responded with a chuckle. "You people are truly peculiar. Do I even know you? One after another, you come demanding my forbearance. Is your face truly so valuable?" Yi Tian momentarily faltered, the flicker of hostility slipping away. "Very well, Chu Fan, I shall remember you." At this juncture, Fu Jianru, seated in the back, spoke up, "Humph, a presumptuous fool. Your face holds no worth whatsoever." This unexpected support from Fu Jianru took Chu Fan by surprise. Upon hearing her speak, Yi Tian's expression shifted once more. He nodded in acknowledgement, uttering 3 affirmatives before turning away to join Yi Fei. At that moment, Xiao Er hurriedly announced, 260,000. Is there a bid higher than 260,000? Going once at 260,000. Going twice at 260,000. Going thrice at 260,000. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Chu Fan on successfully acquiring the S-level water technique, Xianming True Water Cannon. Yi Fei anxious exclaimed, "Brother I." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, "Do not rush. We shall discuss it later. The water techniques are not limited to this one. If another fine piece arises, I will secure it for you." Yi Fei burst with joy. "Really? Brother, then I shall rely on you." He cast a distant glance at Chu Fan, whispering, "Chu Fan, just enjoy your fleeting triumph for now." On Chu Fan's side, those who had successfully bid for their respective techniques were naturally elated. At this juncture, Xiao Er cleared her throat and announced, "Next, we present the final item of today's auction, an extraordinary treasure recently acquired. It is the S-level ice technique, Extreme Prison Frost Sky Method, starting bid at 50,000 points, with a minimum increment of 5,000. Let the bidding commence." As Xiao Er's words faded, the arena was once again engulfed in a cacophony of voices. To my astonishment, there exists indeed an ice-based technique. I pondered, how is it that both Yi Tian and Fu Jianru have arrived? It appears they have come in pursuit of this ice technique. Confounded, Chu Fan and his companions inquired of a man ahead, "Good sir, why is there such an intense reaction to the ice technique?" Upon hearing Chu Fan's question, the man's face lit up with delight. You've truly asked the right person. Allow me to elucidate." He began, "In this world, there exists a myriad of divine fruits, each possessing unique abilities. However, elemental fruit predominantly stem from the 7 elements: gold, wood, water, earth, thunder, and wind. Among them lies a particularly exceptional entity, the ice element." With enthusiasm, he continued, noticing the rapt attention of Chu Fan and the others, which only fueled his excitement. "The ice element is, in fact, a derivative of the water element, a branch thereof. Yet, amidst this vast ocean, the only element that can genuinely counteract the water element is none other than the ice element." At this juncture, Longo interjected, "That cannot be right. Is it not said that water is subdued by earth? Logically, the earth element should be the one to counter water." The man shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. An ancient saying goes, the time is not as important as the place. While it is indeed reasonable for earth to counter water, that is what we call timing. However, now that we find ourselves atop this great ocean, your scant earth is utterly insufficient. This is what we refer to as geography. His words left several listeners momentarily stunned, while Lu Shangfei raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible." Barbara clapped her hands, declaring, "What a splendid explanation. You must be a great scholar." The man, flattered by Barbara's praise, could not help but bask in the glory. "Oh, I am but a humble soul, known as Jean Keela, also referred to as the informant. Since this is our first meeting, I shall waive my fee for today's news. Should you seek information in the future, simply call upon me in the World Channel. Old Jean offers fair prices, honest to both young and old." Chu Fan mused to himself, impressed by this fellow, who had taken on the role of an information dealer in the survival realm. Truly, those with talent can always find their niche. There was no need to offend such a person. Perhaps one day, his services would prove invaluable. Contemplating this, Chu Fan produced a searchlight and handed it over. "Thank you, Brother Jean. We are not ones to take advantage. Consider this lamp my fee for your information." Jean Keela's eyes sparkled at the sight of the searchlight. He accepted it with both hands, his face alight with excitement. "Brother, you are indeed a talent. Surely, you will carve out your place in this vast ocean. Since you are so generous, I shall bestow upon you another piece of information." Amused, Chu Fan realized he had made a wise exchange and eagerly inquired, "Brother Jean, please share. I am all ears." Jean Keela glanced around, leaned closer to Chu Fan, and lowered his voice, ready to divulge the secrets he held. "It has come to my attention that recently the indigenous inhabitants of the depths have exhibited unusual movements. Yi Tian has forged an alliance with the Sharkmen tribe, so you must exercise caution. In the ocean, the Sharkmen are formidable adversaries." Chu Fan suddenly recalled the Sharkman Nok, whom he had slain, and the beautiful mermaid by Xing, and thus inquired, "Brother Jean, are the Sharkmen truly that formidable? With our newfound abilities, should we not fear them?" Jean Keela replied, "If we are speaking of ordinary Sharkmen, then indeed there is little to fear. However, among them are those who have mastered extraordinary abilities. These are the ones who pose a true challenge. For now, you are in the windless sea and are safe, but once you venture beyond its borders, the Sharkmen, with their aquatic prowess, will quickly locate you." At that point, a chill ran down Chu Fan's spine. This news arrived with impeccable timing. Although Jean Keela did not elaborate, Chu Fan grasped the implication. If the Sharkmen found him, it would mean Yi Tian had found him as well. Clearly, this was one of Yi Tian's sources of confidence. It has become imperative to swiftly enhance both his own and his comrades' strengths. Otherwise, when confronted by Yi Tian, their fate would be sealed. At that moment, Fu Jianru, who had been silent beside them, suddenly raised her hand. "I bid 80,000 points." Chapter 74. Yi Tian's strategy. As soon as the words were spoken, an uproar erupted among the crowd. "Goodness, the stunning beauty, Fu, has finally made her move." Jean Keela remarked with a smile. "Fu, the beauty of District 3, is the top contender, possessing ice attributes and known as the Ice Fairy. However, she has long lacked a formidable technique, but now we shall witness a splendid spectacle." Chu Fan inquired, "Why is that?" Yi Tian also possesses ice attributes, and today's technique is the only S-grade ice attribute skill to have emerged thus far. Do you think these two 1T contend fiercely for it? Chu Fan nodded in understanding, realizing that the most intense competition of the auction had only just begun. His earlier bid was merely a prelude. "I bid 100,000, Yi Tian announced, raising his offer. "I bid 120,000. Another participant countered. "Old Ding, you are not even an ice attribute user. What do you want with this?" "Ah, you see, if I manage to acquire it. Do you think the Ice Fairy might come to beseech me?" "Goodness, Old Ding, it's always you. I'll join in too. I bid 130,000. Fu Jianru paid little mind to the reactions of others. She recognized that her greatest rival here was undoubtedly Yi Tian. 150,000. 160,000. True to expectation, as Fu Jianru raised her bid, Yi Tian promptly followed suit. "Rumei, you cannot compete with me." Yi Tian chucked it. Fu Jianru shot him a glare, retorting, "Don't speak so intimately, making it seem as if we are well acquainted." 170,000. After 10 minutes of fierce competition, the prize for this most sought-after technique soared to 360,000. Fu Junru's expression turned icy. She was nearing her limit. Yet, this technique held immense significance for her. Conversely, Yi Tian appeared unfazed, smiling. Rumei, I've already stated, you cannot surpass me. Why bother? Fu Junru scoffed. Yi, your point should be nearly depleted as well. What are you so proud of? The outcome is still uncertain. Yi Tian smiled slightly. You are correct. My points are indeed running low. After a brief pause, he suddenly added, however, don't forget, my brother still possesses 250,000 points. Rumei, what can you possibly use to compete with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng burst into laughter. Indeed, I must thank Chu Fan for helping me save these 250,000 points. Otherwise, you might have truly won. Fu Junru's expression shifted dramatically. Yet at this moment, there was no turning back. Gritting her teeth, she declared, 380,000. Yi Tian nonchalantly produced a folding fan from somewhere, waving it with effortless grace, 400,000. At that moment, Xiao Yanming suddenly interjected, have you seen Shutan? She vanished during the brief time it took to visit the restroom. Then, a person from District 122, known as Watching You, chuckled, Xiao, you still don't understand? You've been played. Xiao Yanming, his bald head gleaming, looked utterly bewildered. Hua, please clarify what you mean. Watching You chuckled. I suspect that Qin Shutong has long returned to her ship in Area 10. That was merely an act. Only someone as lecherous as you would fall for it. Haha. At that moment, Xiao Yanming finally comprehended the situation. He had been played for a fool. Realizing this, the bald Xiao pointed angrily at Yi Fei and shouted, damn it, Yi Fei, you deceived me. Yi Fei shrugged and replied, do you have any evidence? Besides, I have already handed her over to you. How she chooses is her own business, and I have no control over that. Xiao Yanming, known for his temper, was incensed and retorted, damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? If you don't hand her over today, I won't let this go. Yi Tian cold intergested, oh, I am quite interested to see how you intend to pursue this matter. Upon hearing Yi Tian speak, Xiao Yanming deflated like a punctured balloon, pointing at the Yi brothers, struggling to find words. In the end, he could only stomp his foot and declare, Yi Fei, if I encounter Qin Shutong, I will make her pay. Well, since he could not act against the Yi brothers, he could only vent his frustrations on Qin Shutong. Yi Tian scoffed and turned his gaze to Fu Junru. What do you say, Rumei? Would you like to add more? If not, this technique will belong to me. Fu Junru's face alternated between white and red, clearly infuriated by the shameless antics of the Yi brothers. Finally, gritting her teeth, she called out, is there anyone here willing to lend me some points? Fu Junru will remember this kindness. The beautiful Fu's request stirred the interest of many, but in the next moment, Yi Tian's expression turned icy. Whoever dares to lend her points is directly opposing me. Yi Tian. Fu Junru retorted angrily, Yi Tian, what do you mean by that? Yi Tian shrugged and said, I have no choice, Rumei. Other things may be negotiable, but this technique is something I must acquire. At this point, those who had initially wanted to impress the fair maiden settled down, adopting a more cautious stance. Suddenly, Lu Jinsong from Area 20 stood up and declared, while others may fear you, Yi Tian, I do not. Miss Fu, I am willing to lend you 100,000 points. Fu Junru's face lit up with joy, ready to express her gratitude, when she heard Yi Tian softly utter a phrase. Lu Jinsong, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Lu Jinsong scoffed. So what if I do? I'm not afraid of you. However, Yi Tian's next word struck Lu Jinsong like a bolt of lightning. Lu Daiyou, 58 years old, a common worker at the Jiangxing paper mill. Do you care to guess where he is now? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsong's expression changed drastically. Why, you know my father's name? Yi Tian coldly replied, and also Yin Fengxia, 56 years old, a cleaner at the Jiangxing Hotel. Do you wish to speculate on her whereabouts? Lu Jinsong felt as if all his strength had been sapped, his body going limp. He hurriedly said, Miss Fu, I apologize. I take back my previous offer. I cannot assist you. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Good, you are wise to recognize the situation. Fu Hunru, Guriting Hertit in Furi, Eklamet, Yitian. You are truly shameless, resorting to threatening with the families of others. In extraordinary circumstances, one must employ extraordinary measures. Sister, you cannot contend with me. Why not heed my words and follow me? In this world, who could possibly stand against us? With her heart heavy as ash, Fu Junru realized that seizing the coveted technique today was no longer feasible. The despicable Yi Tian had proven himself to be utterly vile, and not a single person present dared to rise in her defense at that moment. Resigned, she thought, it seemed the technique was fated to elude her grasp. With a sigh of resignation, she prepared to abandon her quest. Suddenly, a melodious male voice resonated through the air. Miss Fu, I am willing to assist you. Fu Junru's expression brightened with joy as she swiftly turned to see the man who had spoken, smiling warmly at her. In that instant, she acknowledged that this smile was the most beautiful she had ever encountered. Yi Tian's countenance darkened ominously as he declared, Chu Fan, you are courting death. Chapter 75. The conclusion of the auction. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Chu Fan sneered dismissively. You need not raise your voice at me, Mr. Yi. There is no possibility for reconciliation between us. Yi Tian's eyes glimmered with intensity upon hearing this. He spoke softly. If you withdraw now, I promise to disregard everything that has transpired before. Chu Fan let out a hearty laugh. Do you take me for a mere child? Moreover, I, Chu Fan, find your arrogant demeanor utterly repugnant. He then turned to Fu Junru and declared, Beautiful Miss Fu, feel free to raise your bid. I shall support you in defeating this Mr. Yi, no matter the cost. At that moment, Chu Fan still had approximately 500,000 points available, while Yi Tian, even with the addition of Yi Fei's points, had around 200,000 remaining. Thus, as long as no other contenders emerged, winning against Yi Tian was well within reach. Why do you wish to assist me? Fu Junru, not swayed by excitement, calmly posed a question. Quite simply, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chu Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fu Junru gave him a thumbs up. Very well, based solely on your words, I shall consider you a friend. This declaration elicited a collective gasp from those present. It was no small feat to have the icy beauty voluntarily express a desire for friendship. Fu Junru was notorious for her cold demeanor, which perfectly complemented her frosty allure. However, despite their envy, none dared to offend the Yi family. Thus they could only observe from the sidelines. With Chu Fan's support, the auction proceeded. 410,000. Fu Junru incremented the bid by 10,000 from her previous offer of 400,000. 450,000. Yi Tian Koldi countered, casting a glance at Chu Fan, who offered her a reassuring look. Fu Junru raised her hand once more. 460,000. 500,000. Without hesitation, Yi Tian escalated the bid to 500,000. A collective gasp arose. Who could have anticipated that the 50,000 item had surged to 500,000, a tenfold increase? Those who had previously considered bidding withdrew without a moment's hesitation. The auction had now transformed into a one-on-one contest between Yi Tian and Fu Junru. Yi Tian observed the scene with a disdainful snort. I refuse to believe that the top contender from a new district possesses an abundance of points. Fu Junru continued, 510,000. 550,000. Yi Tian, akin to a gambler, raised the bid to 550,000. This fiery atmosphere left Xiaoer astonished. It was her first encounter with such fervor. 560,000. 600,000. Yi Tian's expression darkened. This was his upper limit. If the bidding continued, he would have to devise an alternative strategy. This price had indeed become ludicrous, escalating from 50,000 to 600,000, an astonishing 12-fold increase. Fu Junru wore a grave expression as she glanced at Chu Fan. With a subtle smile, Chu Fan nodded encouragingly. Keep bidding. Fu Junru exhaled deeply, her voice trembling slightly as she called out, 610,000. Yi Tian's expression grew serious, as he had not expected that Chu Fan possessed such a substantial amount of points. However, surrender was out of the question. He had to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, I, Yetion, am in dire need of your assistance at this moment. I assure you that anyone who aids me today will be handsomely rewarded in return." His words resonated with many, intensifying the pressure on Fu Jianru, while Chu Fan furrowed his brow. If these individuals were truly swayed by Yetion, it would become troublesome. Although the crowd was not large, each was a significant figure from various districts. Even if their points were limited, their numbers could not be dismissed. Chu Fan's gaze swept across the room, his mind racing, until it landed on a familiar figure, causing his eyes to sparkle. "Brother Xiao, might I inquire if your 50,000 points are included in this?" Xiao Yiming had been observing quietly. Today, he had become the biggest joke of the gathering, leaving empty-handed and losing 50,000 points. The woman, Qin Shutong, had performed her role so convincingly that even he, a seasoned veteran, had been deceived. Chu Fan's words served as a reminder, and upon hearing them, Xiao Yinming immediately rose to his feet. "Indeed, Yetion, if you are sincere, include the 50,000 points your brother swindled from me." Yetion's eyes narrowed with alarm, realizing he had overlooked this individual. Chu Fan's maneuver struck at his vulnerability. At that moment, Fu Jianru silently commended Chu Fan, understanding that anyone contemplating aiding the Yi brothers would think twice. Indeed, those who had initially intended to curry favor with Yetion halted upon hearing Xiao Yinming's statement. Several who had already stood up performed a swift about-face and returned to their seats. After all, no one's points were earned lightly. They were the fruits of hard work and effort. The events of the day were clear. Yi Fei had deceitfully taken 5,000 points from Xiao Yinming, which led to a significant erosion of trust in the Yi brothers' credibility. Damn it, I almost fell for it. Helping Yetion today would surely end in him reneging on his word. Indeed, don't be fooled by his sweet talk. He merely seeks to swindle. Huh, I won't be deceived. I'm as sharp as a monkey. Yi Fei was left dumbfounded. He and Qin Shutong had pulled off such schemes countless times, never expecting that he would stumble over his own traps this time. Yetion's face darkened as he glared at his incompetent brother. Despite Yetion's promise to double the 5,000 points for Xiao Yinming later, it could not restore the group's trust. Nevertheless, to avoid offending him, a few individuals still lent a meager amount. The total borrowed, however, was laughably small. The crowd contributed, with some offering 3,000 and others 2,000, amassing a mere 20,000 points, further darkening Yetion's countenance. "Well, better than nothing," he resigned. "Chu Fan, I shall not squander any more time with you. This is my final bid, 630,000. If you possess the audacity, then continue to raise it." Chu Fan sensed the threat emanating from Yetion. Yet what of it? Do you wish to annihilate me, yet deny me the solace of seeking a formidable ally? Indeed, Fu Jianru represents an excellent choice. She is not only competent, but also possesses remarkable beauty. Ah, indeed, those legs are quite admirable. 640,000. Chu Fan ceased to feign indifference and boldly proclaimed Fu Jianru's bid. Yetion nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Very well, Chu Fan, you possess courage. However, I, Yetion, vow that the next time we meet, I shall ensure your demise. If you are capable, remain in this windless sea for eternity." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit without a backward glance. Yi Fei, witnessing the irrevocable outcome, cast a resentful glare at Chu Fan, uttering a warning to await his return before following suit out of the room. 640,000 once. 640,000 twice. 640,000 thrice. Congratulations to Miss Fu for successfully securing the S-grade ice attribute technique, Extreme Frost of the Abyss, at the price of 640,000. This auction has now concluded. Thank you, esteemed guests. Chapter 76. The promise of Fu Jianru. After Qiao Air announced the conclusion, the onlookers who had been mere spectators gradually departed from the venue. Before leaving, Jean Keela approached Chu Fan and said, "Brother Chu, the greatest fortune of today is having made your acquaintance. Should you wish to inquire about any news in the future, feel free to reach out. I assure you, the terms are negotiable." Chu Fan nodded, saying, "Indeed, but I am quite curious about your sources of information. Brother Jean. With a glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, Jean Kilo leaned closer to Chu Fan. In light of your generous disposition, allow me to share with you a piece of information that remains unknown to others. I too possess a unique ability, one that is particularly suited for gathering intelligence. Hence my sources are absolutely reliable. This revelation took Chu Fan by surprise, and he smiled in acknowledgement. I see. Thank you for the insight, Brother Jean. Jean Kilo waved his hand with a grin and vanished through the door. Chu Fan reflected on the encounter, recognizing Jean Kilo as a remarkable individual. His ability, while not enhancing combat prowess, was invaluable for intelligence gathering. This was someone he ought to befriend, as he could prove to be quite useful in the future. As the crowd thinned, Chu Fan and his companions approached Xiao Er. Mr. Chu, your total expenditure amounts to 545,000 points. As you are our esteemed guest, you qualify for a 20 discount, bringing your total to 436,000 points. Having already received 2 gold coins from you, you need only pay an additional 416,000 points. Upon hearing this, those around Chu Fan became anxious, including Fu Jianru, who cast a glance at him. She was equally puzzled about the source of his substantial points. With a smile, Chu Fan produced 5 dragon-pattern gold coins from his pocket. Xiao Er, do these suffice? Xiao Er's eyes sparkled as she received the coins, exclaiming, "These are dragon-pattern gold coins. They are more than sufficient. You even have a remaining balance of 84,000 points, which I will promptly transfer to your account. Here are your 3 divine fruits and 4 martial arts manuals. Please accept them." The moment Barbara beheld the dragon-pattern gold coins, memories surfaced of when Chu Fan first unearthed them from the underwater treasure chest. She had never anticipated their immense value. Yet, her thoughts mirrored those of Chu Fan. Money spent is truly money, while points merely represent a numerical value. Following the successful transaction, Xiao Er's demeanor brightened. "Miss Fu, your total expenditure is 640,000 points." Fu Jianru nodded and addressed Chu Fan. "I possess 400,000 points myself. Please lend me 240,000 points, and I assure you, I will repay you." Chu Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem." He then pulled out 2 more gold coins and handed them to Xiao Er. "Deduct the remaining 40,000 points from the balance. By the way, is there no possibility of a discount on this?" Xiao Er replied with a smile, "That is not permissible, as Miss Fu is not one of our VIP clients." Chu Fan, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "But my total expenditure does not exceed hers. Why is she not considered a VIP?" Xiao Er elucidated, "Our VIP requirements are exceedingly stringent. Typically, one must accumulate expenditures exceeding 10 million to qualify. However, there exists a rather unique circumstance." "What might that be?" "It pertains to clients who provide these dragon pattern coins, as they can directly attain VIP status without being bound by spending thresholds." At this moment, Chu Fan experienced a sudden epiphany, marveling at the astuteness of his earlier venture into the depths to retrieve the treasure chest. His curiosity regarding this dragon pattern coin intensified, especially since the treasure pavilion appeared eager to establish a dedicated scheme for it, indicating that this coin was far more than a mere point system. Perhaps there lay some hidden secret behind the dragon pattern coin. In that instant, Chu Fan silently vowed to refrain from utilizing the remaining 3 coins unless absolutely necessary. Fu Jianru was equally taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. It seemed she had serendipitously gained significant advantage from Chu Fan today. Just then, as if struck by a revelation, Chu Fan suddenly remarked, "How fortunate, Xiao Er. If this technique is considered my purchase, does it entitle me to your discounts?" Xiao Er hesitated, contemplating. On an emotional level, given her connection with E, she was inclined to assist. Yet, from a regulatory perspective, this request verged on exceeding her authority. Consequently, she reluctantly shook her head, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Chu, Miss Fu. Since it was Miss Fu who participated in the auction, this cannot be." Just then, a maid hurried over, whispering something in Xiao Er's ear. Upon hearing this, her expression subtly shifted. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us leave it at that." Xiao Er quickly interjected, "Mr. Chu Fan, wait a moment. The pavilion master has sent word. We can accommodate your request, and we shall proceed as per your earlier suggestion." This revelation astonished everyone present, especially Fu Jianru, whose heart raced with shock. Who was Chu Fan, that he could elicit a personal message from the elusive pavilion master? At that moment, she even entertained the notion that Chu Fan might be the pavilion master's illegitimate child. It appeared that forging an alliance with Chu Fan was the most fortuitous outcome of her journey. Chu Fan replied with a smile, "Please extend my gratitude to the esteemed pavilion master." Xiaoer continued, "Thus, Miss Fu need only pay a total of 512,000 points." As she spoke, she returned one of the 2 dragon pattern coins to Chu Fan. He nodded, saying, "Then please deduct the 2,000 points from my balance." Xiaoer smiled. "The pavilion master has instructed that this 2,000 remainder be a gift to you, Master Chu. 1 coin shall suffice." This left Chu Fan utterly bewildered. The pavilion master was exceedingly generous towards him. What, indeed, did he possess that warranted such investment? Was it the dragon-slaying sword? After much contemplation, he could not discern the rationale, and thus he shook his head, choosing to ponder it later. After all, it appeared that the pavilion master held no ill intentions toward him. Future matters could be addressed in due time. Fu Jianru was left in a state of disbelief, realizing she had truly struck the jackpot today. Calculating this, it appears that I have effectively borrowed 110,000 points from Chu Fan, if Yi Tian had not departed. Witnessing this scene would surely have caused him to spit blood in disbelief. Having successfully settled the points, Fu Jianru finally obtained the martial arts technique she so desired, letting out a sigh of relief. Chu Fan, I, Fu Jianru, am a woman of my word. I shall repay this 110,000 points promptly. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Miss Fu, there is no need for such urgency. I am not in haste." Fu Jianru smiled, a rare occurrence that captivated the onlookers. This smile, charming and enchanting, compelled even Lu Ruyan to concede that when this woman smiled, she was extraordinarily beautiful. However, that smile soon faded. "Chu Fan, are you not afraid that I made a fault?" Chu Fan replied with a grin, "I trust my instincts. Moreover, I require a formidable ally like you, Miss Fu." Fu Jianru nodded resolutely. "Do not fear, Yi Tian. I shall remain near the exit of the Windless Sea. Should he dare to confront you, I will certainly intervene." Chu Fan felt immense joy. This was the promise he had longed for, despite Fu Jianru's strikingly cold demeanor. It is often those who appear aloof on the surface who harbor an unwavering pride within. This pride compels her to ensure that no one, not even herself, may undermine the commitments she has made. Chapter 77. Commencing cultivation. Struck by lightning after adding Fu Jianru as a friend, Chu Fan and his companions returned to the Neptune. It is evident to everyone that the world is teeming with formidable beings. Thus, we must cultivate our strength to ensure that we are not bullied by others upon these vast seas. Here are your cultivation techniques. I encourage everyone to attempt activation. This method was imparted to Chu Fan by Fu Jianru. The cultivation techniques in this world differ greatly from ordinary texts, as most individuals are unable to comprehend them even if they possess them. The sole method of understanding lies in activating the techniques with the corresponding elemental forces, which allows one to inherit their essence. In other words, even if Chu Fan were to retrieve Fu Jianru's ice-based technique, it would be of no use, as none of his team currently wields the ice element. Moreover, this transmission is singular, rendering the techniques non-reusable. After delivering his introductory remarks, Chu Fan presented all the techniques he had obtained that day. Upon receiving them, the group did not hesitate to activate their respective attributes and delve into their individual techniques. Chu Fan took the Thunder God's Sea Dominance technique that Yi had left for him, placing it in the palm of his left hand while attempting to conjure a spark of lightning with his right. The moment the lightning touched the technique, the book containing the Thunder God's Sea Dominance technique radiated brilliance, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged into Chu Fan's mind. In an instant, a formidable consciousness seemed to materialize, pouring into the depths of his memory. Within less than a minute, countless cultivation methods flooded Chu Fan's mind. Exhaling a breath of stale air, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. Turning to his companions, he noticed their expressions mirrored his own. It appeared that everyone had successfully activated their respective techniques. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm going to cultivate. I shall join you. Dear wife, you entertain yourself for a while. I feel immensely powerful right now. Lu Shangfei and Long Ge leaped onto their small boats and began their cultivation in the cabins, leaving Bai Jie in a state of bewilderment, stomping her feet in frustration at their departing figures. Barbara added, Darling, I am returning to meditate. It turned out her initial cultivation method relied on meditation. Seeing everyone depart, Chu Fan noticed Lu Ruoyan still standing by and curiously inquired, Ruoyan, why aren't you cultivating? Lu Ruoyan smiled faintly and replied, I am already preparing. I estimate I will be able to commence in about 5 minutes. Chu Fan responded with an O, and further asked, Preparing? For what? At that moment, Li Ruoyan's voice echoed, Ruoyan, the water is ready. You may take your bath. All right, I shall come right away. Lu Ruoyan replied, smiling at Chu Fan, Now I am ready. Only then did Chu Fan realize that Lu Ruoyan's cultivation method involved taking baths. Goodness, what a divine method of cultivation. Is it truly this comfortable? He mused. Why, oh why, did I awaken with the thunder attribute? With a wry smile, Chu Fan opened the Thunder God's sea dominance technique within his consciousness. Lightning is one of the most formidable destructive forces in this world. Thus, those who aspire to master such cataclysmic attributes must possess an extraordinarily powerful physique. The initiation into the Thunder God's sea dominance technique is quite straightforward, consisting of 2 essential prerequisites. The first condition is to sense the lightning forces between heaven and earth, enabling one to channel and unleash lightning from within. This requirement is something Chu Fan has already accomplished. The crux lies in the second condition. The second prerequisite is to activate the lightning attributes within one's cells and, through the Thunderwood, enter the thunderstorm sea, allowing one's body to endure 10,000 lightning strikes to temper its resilience. Only if the body can withstand the bombardment of lightning does one earn the right to wield such apocalyptic power. At this moment, Chu Fan began to doubt whether Lu Ruoyan was the true chosen one. Her innate abilities were exceptional, and her cultivation methods seemed remarkably comfortable. However, despite his musings, Chu Fan bid farewell to the Li sisters before entering a room on the top deck of the Sea King. Left behind, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi wore expressions of dejection. The 2 sisters had always found themselves the center of attention wherever they went, especially Li Ruoxi, who was a prominent star. Yet, in this instant, they realized that beauty was hardly worth mentioning, particularly on the Sea King, where upon looking around, they saw countless exquisite beauties rivaling their own allure. An unprecedented sense of disillusionment washed over them. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Bai Jie smiled gently, coaxing them to sit down and engage in casual conversation. After ensuring the door was securely closed, Chu Fan seated himself on the floor, producing the Thunderwood left to him by E.E. The Thunderwood was entirely black, resembling gold yet not quite, emanating a slight warmth upon touch. Following the guidance of the technique, Chu Fan gripped the Thunderwood tightly, closed his eyes, and began to draw upon the lightning elemental power within his body. Once the lightning manifested, it was instantly attracted to the Thunderwood, which began to emit a faint glow. As time passed, the radiance of the Thunderwood intensified, shifting from a pale white to a deep blackish purple. At a certain moment, Chu Fan felt a brilliant flash before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar realm. Above him loomed an expanse of endless dark clouds, while beneath him stretched an infinite sea, roaring with fury. Thick bolts of lightning, resembling small arms, danced through the clouds or struck the surface of the sea, producing deafening sounds. At this moment, Chu Fan found himself perched upon a small mountaintop, feeling as though a careless move would send him plummeting into the tempestuous abyss below. In such an environment, ordinary beings would surely find it impossible to survive. It seemed as though he was the sole inhabitant of this realm, accompanied only by the relentless flashes of lightning. An unprecedented sense of solitude surged within him. Was this truly the thunderstorm sea? It could easily be deemed a hellish domain. After stabilizing his mind, Chu Fan prepared to draw the lightning into his body. I am both the switch and the short circuit. I'm the breaker of Ohm's law. Chu Fan boldly recited the incantation from his martial arts technique, rumored to increase the likelihood of being struck by lightning when chanted amidst the tempestuous thunderstorm sea. In the very next moment, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, aiming directly at Chu Fan, who sat atop the mountain. Astonishingly, it seemed that his ostentatious display had indeed drawn the ire of the heavens. No wonder he had chosen to utter such a juvenile incantation. A fleeting thought crossed his mind before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself back in his room. After inspecting his body, he was relieved to find himself unscathed. Yet, the psychological impact lingered vividly in his mind, the sensation of confronting death causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In his consciousness, the tally of lightning strikes had transformed to 1/10,000. Goodness, the difficulty was indeed exceedingly high. It must have been several stories tall. Chapter 78. The fisherman Chu Fan steadied his mind, his expression resolute. Damn it, let us go for it. He once again activated the Thunderwood, plunging into the tempestuous sea of lightning. Boom! A second later, Chu Fan was struck out once more. At this moment, his hair had begun to curl slightly. Once more. Boom! Again. Boom! After 10 minutes, Chu Fan was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, and his entire body racked with pain. Goodness, who on earth invented this technique? It's utterly exhausting. The silver lining was that in his final attempt, he managed to endure a full 2 seconds, bringing the total number of strikes to 39. However, he was still leagues away from the target of 10,000 strikes. Moreover, this was merely the entry requirement. As for the 3 realms he spoke of, he hadn't even scratched the surface. I can't afford to waste any more time. I must intensify my efforts. Today, I shall set a modest goal of enduring 100 strikes. With this thought, Chu Fan once again immersed himself in the tempestuous sea, positioning himself atop the mountain. By this reckoning, the Thunderwood was akin to a router, and this place was my striking address. After a moment of self-deprecating humor, Chu Fan recited his domain name once more. Boom! 2 full hours passed, and Chu Fan gasped for breath, feeling as though his body had been torn apart, racked with pain. He had finally succeeded in enduring 2 strikes in the sea of lightning before retreating. Moreover, he had achieved his modest goal, 100 strikes. He had done it. Yet, he knew that in his current state, he could not endure any more. Otherwise, he risked damaging his essence. After resting for a full half-hour, he slowly emerged from the cabin and ascended to the deck. At that moment, Lu Ruyan and the others had completed their training and were seated on the deck, laughing and chatting. Goodness, who is that dark figure? Li Ruoyan was the first to spot Chu Fan, unable to contain her exclamation, which drew the attention of the others. Chu Fan retorted with annoyance, "It's your master." Only then did they recognize Chu Fan's voice, while Li Ruoyan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, Chu Fan, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't recognize you." "Wait, that is odd. What master?" That phrase sounds rather strange. The last part of her sentence was whispered, audible only to herself. As at that moment, Barbara had dashed to Chu Fan's side. "Darling, what happened to you?" Chu Fan shook his head. "I endured the lightning strikes. This technique is truly not meant for humans. It's excruciating." The next moment, Chu Fan nearly moaned with relief. Ah, Kermok. It turned out that Barbara was using her healing ability to aid Chu Fan in recovering from his injuries. 10 minutes later, Barbara ceased her ministrations, her eyes filled with regret. "I'm sorry, darling. My current healing abilities are still limited, and I can only restore you to this extent for now." Chu Fan Chuka Sopti, patting her shoulder and saying, "You are already remarkable. This is sufficient. My cultivation method necessitates enduring injuries and subsequently healing. For only through this relentless cycle can my body attain an extraordinary level of strength." His injury was distinct from Long Ji's previous one. Long Ji's wound was a common surgical injury, which Barbara managed to treat with her wood element abilities, thus saving his life, albeit at a perilous cost. In contrast, Chu Fan's injury, while not fatal, left nearly every inch of his skin scorched by lightning. Given Barbara's capabilities, achieving such recovery was quite impressive. Perhaps influenced by Barbara's wood attribute, Chu Fan felt a significant improvement in his healing speed compared to earlier. After sitting down, he casually inquired, "How are Xiao Fei and Long Ge faring?" Bai Jie replied, "They have yet to emerge, and we are uncertain of their condition." Chu Fan note that suddenly recalling that he had brought back 3 divine fruits. He asked, "Bai Jia, allow me to gift you one of these divine fruits." As for the other 2, he intended to hold on to them for now. After all, Li Ruan and Li Ruashi had just boarded the ship, and he wished to observe them further before offering the fruits. Bai Jia, however, was different. Their unspoken history and Long Ji's connection made her situation unique. Her eyes brightened, yet she resolutely shook her head, saying, "No need. My husband and I have already received ample kindness from you. I cannot accept this." Just as Chu Fan was about to respond, he suddenly heard Lu Rian exclaim, "Long Ge and Xiao Fei have emerged." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood and indeed spotted Long Ge and Lu Shangfei leaping onto the deck. However, Long Ge abruptly halted, gazing at a nearby vessel and calling out, "Yichang, is that truly you?" On that boat sat a man with a fishing rod, intently focused on the surface of the sea. Upon hearing his name, he looked up. "Oh, Along, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Long Ge laughed, turning to Chu Fan to explain. "Do you recall when I told you about teaming up with a fisherman when I first arrived? This is him. Later, I joined Gao Shuaqi's ship, but Yichang preferred not to be confined, so we parted ways. I never imagined we would cross paths again today." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If it weren't for your leather, we might have succumbed to heat stroke. Come, let us go meet Yichang and see if he wishes to join us." Chu Fan's my. He was intrigued by the man who could still focus on fishing in such an environment. Once they jumped onto Yichang's boat, Long Ge approached him with a grin, playfully slapping his shoulder. "Brother, still fishing?" Yichang retorted, "Damn it, you scared all my fish away." Seizing the opportunity, Chu Fan surveyed the surroundings. The deck was cluttered with an array of peculiar items: light bulbs, slippers, and even a large refrigerator. Long Ge also noticed the scattered items everywhere and chuckled. "Did you catch all of these?" Indeed, one could hardly catch any fish here, yet an array of chaotic objects seems abundant. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh. It appeared that fishermen, aside from failing to catch fish, could ensnare just about anything else. At that moment, he felt a surge of interest in Yichang and handed him a cigarette. "Brother, where did you acquire this fishing rod?" Yichang, delighted at the sight of the cigarette, eagerly engaged in conversation with Chu Fan. "It's a long story. I don't have many hobbies. I simply enjoy fishing. However, my wife at home despises it. I distinctly remember one day when I planned to go fishing, she shouted at me from behind, 'Yichang, you better come back. If you don't return, don't bother coming back at all.'" Chu Fan chuckled, "And what happened next?" Yichang replied, "Well, I truly couldn't return. Alas, I do feel a bit guilty towards my wife." As he spoke, Yichang suddenly slapped himself across the face. Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly reassured him, "Brother, don't worry. No one could have anticipated such a twist of fate." Yet Yichang cursed, "Damn it, I'm such a fool." Chu Fan mused inwardly that Yichang was indeed a decent fellow, but the next words from Yichang nearly shattered his composure. "How could I think of such things while fishing? It's truly infuriating." Chapter 79. The Great Emperor Yichang. Chu Fan raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. I shall henceforth refer to you as Emperor Yichang." Yichang waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. There's a fish on the line." Suddenly, the bobber on the water's surface began to shake violently, and even Chu Fan, who had never fished before, could tell that something significant was at play. Yichang remained composed, steadily reeling in the fishing line. However, the intensity of the bobber's movements left Chu Fan perplexed. Just how large was this fish to create such a commotion? As the line was drawn in, the creature finally revealed itself. Yet, the moment this behemoth surfaced, everyone stood in stunned silence. Yichang shouted with excitement, "Goodness, there are 2 of them. Wait, what are they doing?" Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. At the end of the fishing line were 2 entirely gray octopuses, strikingly reminiscent of the animated character Octopus Guy. The most amusing part was that these 2 octopuses were joyously clapping for love. This explained the vigorous shaking of the line. The 2 octopuses appeared utterly bewildered. They had finally found a secluded spot to revel in their moment, only to be yanked out of the water. One of the octopuses indignantly exclaimed, "What are you doing? Oh no." Yichang quickly apologized, I'm sorry. Please continue." With that, He unhooked the line and gently returned the two forlorn octopuses back to the ocean. Chu Fan chuckled. No wonder they say that fishers can catch anything. This truly lives up to its reputation. Chong, slightly embarrassed, cast the line back into the sea. Brother, do you have any cigarettes left? I'd like another one. Chu Fan found this fellow to be quite entertaining and promptly handed him a pack. Feel free to take one. Thanks, brother. By the way, you can help yourself to anything on the deck. If you see something you like or could use, don't hesitate. Longa laughed heartily, saying, Chu Fan, my brother Chong is quite generous. Though, he loves nothing more than fishing. Chu Fan remarked, that's a splendid hobby. Moreover, it seems to be rather practical. Gazing at the myriad treasures scattered across the deck, Chu Fan couldn't help but reflect on how the items he possessed paled in comparison to those of Emperor Chong. As they conversed, Chong lifted another rod from the water, but this time, everyone's composure vanished. What on earth is this strange fruit? I've never seen anything like it. It surely can't be edible. Chong drew forth a long, oddly pink fruit resembling a cantaloupe from the line, preparing to toss it aside. Wait, don't throw it, brother. This is a treasure. Longa quickly intervened, causing even Chu Fan to lose his calm. This was undoubtedly a divine fruit. Moreover, judging by Chong's tone, it was not the first time he had caught such a marvel. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a twinge of unreality. Although he considered himself a mere novice, everyone he encountered seemed to embody the essence of a chosen one. Upon hearing Long Ji's words, Chong paused his actions, looking bewildered, and asked, Is this a treasure? How long you like it? Then it's yours. With that, he tossed the divine fruit to Longa. Longa held it in his hand, exclaiming, Wait, Chong, do you even know what this is? Chong shook his head, replying, No, what is it? Longa sighed, Brother, I'm at a loss for words. Let me demonstrate my current extraordinary ability. With that, he raised his right hand, and without any visible motion, a handful of yellow sand materialized in his palm. With a gentle squeeze, the sand vanished into thin air. Chong rubbed his eyes. Are you saying that consuming this fruit will grant extraordinary abilities? Longa nodded with a smile. Precisely. Thus, this item is far too precious for me to keep. Chong pondered for a moment. You can have it. I have no use for this thing, and it won't help me find more nests. Longa was taken aback. Wait, brother, are you serious? This is the divine fruit. Extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Chong stood up and began rummaging through the pile of treasures on the deck. After a while, he emerged with a white object, placing it before Chu Fan and Longa. Thank goodness, this one is still here. Longa was flabbergasted. What the heck? How do you still have one? Chong shrugged. I've caught several of these before, thinking they were useless, so I tossed them. The only reason I kept this one is that it resembles a fish. Chu Fan gazed at the divine fruit in Chong's hand. Indeed, recognizing it as a fruit that closely resembled a fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, Truly, the Heavenly Emperor is blessed with extraordinary luck. Longa echoed this sentiment. No, brother, you're making me look incompetent. I want to hold back then. This fruit is for my wife, as she adores pink. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan spoke. Brother Chong, since this fruit resembles a fish, perhaps its extraordinary ability relates to aquatic creatures, which would suit you perfectly. Chong's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly intrigued. Let me taste this fruit and see if it grants me the ability to effortlessly discover great nests. Chu Fan, overwhelmed by the absurdity, thought to himself, Heavenly Emperor, your aspirations are truly unique. With that, Chong bit into the fruit, chewing heartily. Once he finished, he suddenly shivered. After a moment, Chong opened his eyes, exclaiming, Well, it's indeed related to fish, but not to fishing. How unfortunate! Longa inquired curiously, What extraordinary ability did you gain? Chong scratched his head. I'm not quite sure yet. I guess I'll have to catch another fruit and see what happens. Chu Fan quickly interjected. This fruit can only be consumed once for its effects to take place. Subsequent attempts will not yield extraordinary abilities. Oh, is that so? Regardless, this fruit is quite sweet and has a delightful flavor. It serves well as a dessert after a meal. It is regrettable that I discarded several in the past. Chu Fan wore a look of exasperation. The group continued their conversation for a while longer, during which Chong managed to reel in an induction cooker, an air conditioner, and a sofa, yet he caught not a single fish. "Brother, thank you for the cigarettes. Choose one for yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan pointed at the sofa and said, "Then let this be my gift. I currently lack a decent stool." He Chong readily agreed, nodding, "Sure, take it without hesitation." After another 5 minutes of fishing without a single bite, He Chong, in frustration, tossed the fishing rod onto the deck. "Along, when are you leaving? Take me with you. This desolate place yields not a single fish. I must seek a more fruitful location for fishing." Chapter 80. Upgrading the Sea King. Upon returning from He Chong's place, I observed Lu Shangfei engaged in conversation with his sister. As soon as Chu Fan entered, Lu Shangfei promptly expressed his thoughts. "Brother-in-law, I have made my decision. I will set off with Long Gu tomorrow. I fear the Yao Yao may be unable to wait any longer." Chu Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "As long as you are resolute, given your current strength, as long as you remain discreet, no one should easily pose a threat to you." Lu Ruoyan interjected, "Your brother-in-law speaks wisely. However, you have witnessed the influential figures from the previous rankings, so it is imperative to maintain a low profile until you possess sufficient strength." "Yes, I understand, sister. I merely wish to rescue Yao Yao and then return to reunite with all of you." Chu Fan nodded and suggested, "In that case, while you are still with the team, I will upgrade the ship." With the crew now successfully numbering 6 and a balance of 72,000 points, Chu Fan had ample resources to elevate the Sea King to level 4. Opening the ship information on his wristband, it indicated that upgrading to a level 4 vessel required unlocking the communication module, radar module, and electric engine first. Previously hindered by a lack of points, he now felt assured to proceed with the upgrades. Spending 1,000 points to upgrade the communication module. Spending 1,000 points to upgrade the radar module. Spending 1,000 points to upgrade the electric engine. The communication module upgrade was completed, successfully connecting to the Global Satellite Communication Center. He received the communication code 100870001, an initial satellite phone, and 6 walkie-talkies. The radar module was successfully unlocked, with a detection range of 20 nautical miles. The engine module upgrade was also successful, with the current engine being an electric drive engine. Having met the conditions to upgrade the ship to a level 4 tanker, the prompt inquired if he would spend 3,000 points for the upgrade. After a series of notification sounds, he finally qualified to upgrade the vessel. Without hesitation, Chu Fan clicked yes. 3,000 points were successfully deducted, and the ship was undergoing an upgrade. 5 minutes later, the Sea King emitted a dazzling glow that lasted a full 30 seconds before gradually dissipating. The ship's body had increased in size by approximately 50% compared to its previous level 3 form. The expansive deck now felt ample enough to accommodate a basketball court. The entire vessel had nearly doubled in height, with the cabin size also increasing significantly. The first floor housed the captain's quarters and the cockpit, while the second and third floors were designated as lounges, each containing 4 rooms of approximately 20 square meters. The lower deck transformed into a cargo hold for storing items. However, most items were currently stored in the warehouse, leaving the cargo hold quite spacious. The Sea King's upgrade was successful, with a current displacement of 50 tons. The electric engine's maximum speed reached 10 knots. New modules have been unlocked. 1. 45,000 points. Upgrade the hull armor to reinforced armor, capable of withstanding attacks from conventional firearms. 2. The weapon system has been unlocked, with an option to activate it for 5,000 points. Gazing at the remaining 65,000 points, Chu Fan wasted no time and upgraded both modules entirely. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped the vessel, and it dawned upon him that the ship had transformed from its original wooden structure into a formidable steel hull. The metallic texture instilled an unparalleled sense of safety. Subsequently, a cannon emerged at the bow, resembling the artillery commonly wielded by medieval pirates. One could surmise that any ordinary vessel would be sunk with just a few shots. However, the ammunition presented a dilemma. The cannon came equipped with 10 shells, and once depleted, they would need to be procured anew. At this moment, the system issued another notification. Beep. detecting that the host vessel is now equipped with an automatic engine system, radar system, and fully automated resource collector. Upgrading. Beep. Upgrade successful. The automated resource collector's range has increased to 50 meters, and its detection range is now linked with the radar module. Current detection range, 20 nautical miles. You may set a destination for the automated resource collector, which will autonomously activate the engine system and head towards the specified direction. Current number of resource boxes within 20 nautical miles, 0. Detection indicates that the navigation system has been upgraded, along with the lighting system, power supply, freshwater purification system, and water heater module. Adjustments completed. As the announcement concluded, Chu Fan exclaimed in sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, the women were filled with excitement, eagerly surveying their surroundings. Wow, darling, this ship is absolutely stunning. Look, there's a soft bed. How wonderful. And an oversized bed, too. Oh, the bathtub is even larger. It feels like several people could bathe together. Lu Shangfei expressed her envy, saying, "Brother-in-law, this is incredible. I don't want to leave." Chu Fan smiled and encouraged her. "Believe in yourself. You can do it too." Lu Shangfei nodded. "Yes, I will also slay monsters to accumulate points and upgrade the ship as soon as possible." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan transferred 1,000 points to Lu Shangfei. "Xiaofei, I want to give you more, but if you wish to escape this windless sea, you must acquire an engine system. Otherwise, it could take ages to depart by mere hand-cranking." Lu Shangfei beamed with excitement. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Lu Ruyan, witnessing this, felt deeply touched, aware that Chu Fan was doing this entirely for her sake. Following this, Chu Fan retrieved the blue saber belonging to Gao Shuaiqi and handed it to Long Ge. "Long Ge, take this sword, I've tested it, and it's a rare treasure." Long Ge accepted it without hesitation, patting his chest. "Thanks, brother. Rest assured, with Xiaofei and me, there won't be any issues." Once everything was arranged, Chu Fan waved his hand grandly, in anticipation of a successful journey for Long Ge and Xiaofei tomorrow. "Let us host a party tonight. Given the simplicity of our conditions, let us have a barbecue." He added, "Long Ge, go invite He Tianyi to join us." Long Ge nodded in agreement, muttering, "What a pity there's no alcohol." This remark reminded Chu Fan, who gently called upon the system within his consciousness. "System, are you there?" "Beep. I am here. Could you bring me some wine? Consider it in advance on my future requests." "Is that acceptable, dear system? This is the first time I have ever asked you for something." "Call me daddy." "Chu Fan." "Call me daddy." Chu Fan's face darkened. Was this system secretly observing his interactions with Barbara? How did it learn such a tone? However, there was no choice. He was in need of assistance. If he had to, so be it. After all, a father is still a father. Daddy. Ding. In light of your earnestness, this system will make an exception just this once. But do not expect it to happen again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mystery box of alcoholic beverages, now stored within the system space. Note, the number of this mystery box counts towards today's total. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Adrift at sea without wine truly felt like a significant loss. The renowned philosopher Odbo once said, "Wine with friends only enhances the joy, while aged spirits and tobacco wield boundless power." Chapter 81. Barbara's Distress on the Deck. The group was busily grilling meat, while He Chong maneuvered his small boat closer. "Hey, brother, how could you possibly set down your fishing rod?" Long Ge jested. "After fishing for several days without a single catch, I've decided to give it a rest." He Chong replied. Long Ge raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "I truly respect your perseverance. It's good to take a break now and then." He Chong nodded and added, "By the way, let everyone come over and pick through these items. Feel free to take whatever you find useful, as my boat is nearly overflowing." Long Ge understood that He Chong was sincere and called out to Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and the Lee sisters who were busy grilling. "Ladies, and our two new friends, come and see if there's anything you fancy. Don't hesitate to take it." Barbara stepped forward and exclaimed with excitement, "I want that mirror. And there's even lipstick. This oven looks great. Let's use it for grilling. Wow, a tablet. Perfect for watching movies tonight." Meanwhile, Chu Fan noticed everyone was preoccupied and quietly made his way to the lower deck. It was best to keep the system matters discreet. Finding no one around, He promptly opened the blind box. Beep. Blind box activated successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 barrels of craft beer from a certain island, 999 bottles of Dawusu, 999 boxes of Mausi, 999 boxes of Lu liquor, and 999 boxes of Lafite wine. Additionally, a set of 4 essential drinking accompaniments, 999 pounds of peanuts, 999 pounds of marinated pig's head, 999 pounds of boneless chicken feet, 999 pounds of cucumbers, 999 pounds of garlic, as well as 999 sets each of white wine glasses, beer mugs, and red wine glasses, now stored in the system space for your retrieval. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. This was exceedingly extravagant, and the thoughtful inclusion of the 4 essential accompaniments was simply delightful. Note, the essential accompaniments differ for everyone. I merely listed 4 examples. So please be gentle with your reactions. This was more than a gift from a father. This could easily be considered a treasure from a grandfather. However, displaying all these items would be overwhelming, so he decided to take out 20 boxes of each type of alcohol. The lower deck was spacious enough. Moreover, placing some items below would increase the ship's weight, providing greater stability during navigation. After arranging everything, Chu Fan poked his head out and called, "Brothers, wives, and sisters, come over and grab some drinks. Choose whatever you desire." His shout startled everyone, with Longu being the first to react. "No way, there's really alcohol? Wait, brother, I was just joking, and you actually went for it." Chu Fan chuckled. We have beer, white wine, and red wine. Feel free to pick what you want." Wow, let's take a look. At his invitation, everyone could no longer contain their excitement and rushed to the lower deck. As Chu Fan turned on the searchlight, Longu exclaimed, "No way." Barbara's eyes sparkled with delight. 8-year Lafite. "My goodness, darling, you are incredible." At this moment, Longu suddenly slid to his knees, appearing directly before Chu Fan. "Brother, I have no other hobbies apart from drinking. You must leave me some of this liquor when we depart tomorrow." Chu Fan laughed heartily, replying, "No problem, there will be some for you. Let us drink freely today, but do indulge in moderation." Upon hearing this, Long Ji's face lit up with excitement. "That's the spirit. Come, Xiaofei, Hichong, come help out. We can't let the ladies do all the heavy lifting. What do you want to drink? We'll handle it." The sight of so much alcohol was tantalizing. Soon, on the deck, the grill was set ablaze. Sizzling chunks of sea monster meat roasting above the flames, while an array of various liquors surrounded it. Chu Fan declared, "We can't drink without some snacks. Allow me to whip up a few dishes. Goodness, peanuts, pork head meat, boneless chicken feet, and garlic cucumber." Longu exclaimed, "Brother Chu Fan, no, you are my adoptive father. You are simply a master of all trades." Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment at Long Ji's exuberance. Suddenly, the sound of a piano wafted over, and Chu Fan looked up in confusion, only to discover Li Ruoxi seated at a piano, tuning it. Where on earth did this piano come from? He wondered aloud. Longu chuckled. Of course, Hichong caught it. Chu Fan raised his beer glass in salute to Hichong, exclaiming, "Brother Chong, you're amazing." The commotion aboard the Sea King naturally attracted attention from nearby vessels, and the regional channel buzzed with excitement. "What is this? Is someone throwing a party? What party? Is it silver-themed? I see it too. They have liquor, meat, and even a lady playing the piano for entertainment. Is this a survival situation or a vacation?" Tears of envy welled in the corners of their eyes. Is this the power of the Sea King? Chu Fan, are you still accepting disciples? You know, the kind that can slide to their knees doing a 360-degree flip. Amidst the revelry, some envious voices emerged. What's so impressive about this? They act like nouveau riche. They're too busy enjoying themselves to care for us fellow compatriots, showing no sense of public duty. However, these sentiments were quickly drowned out by the clamor of those eager to join the festivities. The people aboard the Sea King remained oblivious to such murmurs, nor did they care if they did. After finishing his drink, Chu Fan suddenly noticed Barbara searching for something on Hichong's deck. Curiously, he leaped over, smiling as he asked, "Barbara, what are you looking for?" Upon seeing Chu Fan, Barbara pouted slightly. "Darling, I'm hoping to find something with wood attributes here. I need it for my cultivation." Chu Fan frowned. "Wood attributes? Out here on the ocean, the only wood attribute likely exists in this wooden ship. Barbara shook her head. That's just a lifeless object. It's of no use. My technique requires a vibrant, life-filled would attribute treasure. Is life vibrant? Chu Fan suddenly recalled the immense tree of creation and unconsciously remarked, "It would be wonderful to plant trees on a ship." Barbara's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "My dear, that is a splendid idea." Yet, she quickly shook her head and added, "But it is exceedingly difficult. That is why I thought to come to Hechong to see if there might be something useful." Curiously, Chu Fan inquired, "Did you find anything?" Barbara shook her head, replying, "I found nothing." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan proposed, "Let me think of a solution." Upon hearing this, Barbara's face brightened, and she embraced Chu Fan, planting a resounding kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, my dear. I knew you were the best." Chu Fan chuckled at her words, forgiving her for the unexpected encounter. In his mind, he softly addressed the system, "Grandfather System, are you there?" Chapter 82. Lu Rian's Special Weapon, Barbara's Divine Artifact System. "Grandpa, are you there?" What a mess. That Barbara is in need of a wood attribute, a vigorous treasure. What do you think? Chu Fan pondered how to phrase his request to persuade the system to assist him. However, in the next moment, he felt a warmth wash over him. "So, it's the demand of the goddess Barbara. Had you mentioned earlier, I would have arranged it." Chu Fan. "Excuse me, do you not possess any manners? Am I not still your host?" Despite his annoyance, he dared not offend the system, choosing instead to grumble in silence. "System, what arrangements do you have in mind?" Ding. Among today's remaining mystery boxes, there exists a treasure suitable for Barbara. Please keep an eye out. Upon hearing this response, Chu Fan snapped his fingers. Splendid. Perhaps due to the bewildering nature of his journey into this alternate world, or perhaps because it had been a long time since he had felt this relaxed, everyone indulged to their heart's content. They continued until nearly midnight before finally stopping. After a brief tidying of the deck, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. In the captain's cabin, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Rian sat together. Two mystery boxes placed before them. "Why are there only two?" Lu Rian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I opened mine early, otherwise. How could we have enjoyed so much wine?" Chu Fan clarified. "I mean, if Ruo Yin and Ruo Shi are considered teammates, why do they not have mystery boxes?" Chu Fan cleared his throat softly, explaining, "They don't have them for now. We'll discuss it later." After a brief pause, he urged, "Hurry and open yours. Let us see what we can unveil today." Nodding in agreement, Lu Ruyan was the first to open her mystery box. Ding. Mystery box successfully used. Congratulations on acquiring the legendary water attribute special weapon, Moontide, Tear of Heaven. Moontide, Tear of Heaven, also known as Abyssal Song, Tide Sound, Whale Dream. It is said that this blade was forged from the tears of the fallen goddess of the moon sea and the bones of the abyssal Leviathan. Weapon effects 1. Moontide Resonance, passive attribute during battle. Flowing water veils surround the user, akin to waves under moonlight, automatically blocking low-level attacks during a full moon or rainy day. Attacks are imbued with tide sound illusion. Enemies will hear the goddess's song, resulting in slowed movements, mental interference. 2. Tear of Heaven / active trigger when the blade is swung. Crystalline droplets of water, resembling tears, float in the air and subsequently transform into countless fine water blades to slice through enemies. 3. Tidal Vortex Domain. Within this domain, enemies become soaked, and the character's normal attacks, heavy strikes, are transformed into water attribute enchantments. 4. Wail of the Goddess, cooperative strike. When teammates of different elemental attributes launch a cooperative attack, unique interactive effects will ensue. A series of notifications flashed before them, leaving Chu Fan utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of special weapons. Lu Rian's fortune was truly extraordinary. Before them appeared a translucent short blade, reminiscent of glaciers, with flowing starlit points glimmering within its blade, trailing blue luminescence as it was waved. The hilt, entwined with silver threads and adorned with mother of pearl, culminates in a magnificent pearl that radiates a captivating glow under the illumination of the lamps. It is truly exquisite. In Chu Fan's mind, an image emerged of Lu Ruyan, her hair aglow with silver, clad in white, wielding this short blade under the moonlight. Lu Ruyan was equally pleased. This blade seemed tailor-made for her. Now, she possessed two weapons, one for long-range combat and the other for close encounters. This bolstered her confidence against Yi Tian considerably. Barbara, filled with envy, slowly opened the blind box before her. Beep, blind box successfully utilized. Congratulations on acquiring a wood attribute exclusive treasure. Qingmu Spirit Shrine, One Leaf Zen Realm. Qingmu Spirit Shrine, One Leaf Zen Realm. A pure land in the palm of your hand, a treasure of the wood spirit that transcends the mundane. Activation conditions. Must be held by a wood attribute esper, who must channel their elemental power to claim it. Non-wood users cannot activate it. Upon claiming, one can enter the One Leaf Zen Realm with mere thought. Description of One Leaf Zen Realm 1. The internal flow of time is 1/10 that of the outside world. 10 hours of meditation, 1 hour in reality. 2. Living beings, except for contracted with spirits like flower fairies and tree sprites, cannot be carried inside. 3. Spirit plant cultivation. By casting plant seeds into the misty sea, they can be instantly matured in 1,000-year elixirs, limited to once every 24 hours. 4. Wood escape traversal. Plants marked within the Zen realm can serve as teleportation anchor points in the real world. 5. Amber sealing. Temporarily traps the consciousness of enemies using amber from the misty sea. Those affected will fall into a cycle of illusions. Experiencing a century of solitude as a tree. Duration is contingent upon the Esper's realm. Gazing at the lengthy introduction, Chu Fan felt an overwhelming admiration for the system once more. This contraption was simply remarkable, so extraordinary that words could scarcely encapsulate it. Barbara, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Finally, a place to meditate." "My dear, thank you. You are truly amazing." Chu Fan replied with a grin. "Haven T, I always been amazing? Indeed, you are the best." With that, Barbara eagerly retrieved her treasure from the blind box. A translucent jade leaf, no larger than the palm of her hand, floated in midair. Golden veins coursed through it, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Gently cradling the leaf, Barbara felt its texture, smooth and warm like the tender shoots of early spring. Following the system's instructions, she clasped the leaf tightly with both hands and summoned the wood element within her. A flash of green light erupted, and a dazzling brilliance emanated from her palm. As if sensing this, the leaf lifted spontaneously, transforming into a cascade of light that surged into Barbara's mind. "I understand now. Qingmu Spirit Shrine, One Leaf Zen Realm. So this is how it works." As soon as the words left her lips, Barbara abruptly vanished from sight, startling both Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan. However, mere moments later, she reappeared before them, her face radiating joy. "The presence of wood element here is truly abundant. Upon entering, I felt as though my very soul was healed. I adore this extraordinary sensation." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Barbara extended her hand and grasped Chu Fan's wrist. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a surge of rich wood element enveloping his being. The wounds inflicted during his daytime training began to heal rapidly. Lu Ruyan, contemplative, also extended her right hand, unleashing a torrent of water element from her fingertips. The instant her water element made contact with Barbara's wood element, the green glow surrounding Chu Fan intensified brilliantly. In just 2.5 minutes, he realized that all his injuries had completely vanished. "Incredible. I must give it a try," exclaimed Chu Fan as he summoned the thunder element within him. As his thunder element first touched Barbara's wood element and Lu Ruyan's water element, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated from the cabin, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chapter 83, Super Bloom. Almost exploded. The sudden sound of an explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. In a room on the second floor, the Li sisters, who had just retrieved the tablet they procured from Hichong to watch a movie, were startled. "Are you all right, Xiaoyan?" Li Ruoyan inquired with concern. "Ah, I'm fine, Trudy. Don't worry." After receiving her sister's reassuring response, the two returned to their room, brimming with curiosity. "Cease. Those three are quite strange, making such a commotion in the dead of night." Li Ruoyan gently patted her sister's head, saying, Less curiosity is better. It prevents us from being bothersome, you understand? Lee Ruashi nodded. Rest assured, sis, I'm merely curious, not foolish. I just want to discuss. What do you think it feels like when the three of them are together? Lee Ruoyan's face flushed. You little rascal. So it seems that spending time in the entertainment industry has corrupted you, leading you to ponder such ridiculous things. Lee Ruashi pouted and lifted the blanket to peek. Where's the corruption? Don't speak nonsense. They are quite virtuous. Lee Ruoyan's expression darkened slightly. All right, enough of that. Let's watch the movie. Who would have thought we could enjoy films in this otherworldly realm? All thanks to Chu Fan. Lee Ruashi could not dispute this. Without Chu Fan, their very survival was in question, let alone their comfort and provisions, not to mention having a clean room and even a tablet, although there was no internet. The sisters had discovered a plethora of films stored on the device earlier. All right, let us watch the movie. With that, they activated the tablet, eager to find a film to enjoy. Downstairs, Chu Fan and the others exchanged glances, taking a moment to regain their composure. Fortunately, they had only utilized minimal elemental power. They had not anticipated that the convergence of these three elements would trigger a super bloom reaction. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Mahayushi did not deceive me. It turns out that the combination of these three elements could yield such surprising results. This newfound ability provided them with another means of survival. 112, 1113. Suddenly realizing something, Chu Fan hastily interjected. By the way, in the future, we must refrain from using elemental powers while applauding. Otherwise, I might just explode. Upon hearing this, Barbara looked tense, patting her 36E chest. Oh my goodness, thank goodness you thought of that, darling. Lu Ruyan, however, calmly analyzed, theoretically, the explosion occurred due to your inclusion of the lightning element. So, you should remind yourself of this. Chu Fan scratched his head. That does make some sense. Well, it seems I can't let you experience the power of the electric chicken. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him. His imagination was truly beyond the ordinary. Rising to her feet, she declared, hurry and get some rest. It's getting late. Chu Fan asked, puzzled, where are you going? I'm going to sleep in the next room. Are you not going to stay with me tonight? Relatives have arrived, making it inconvenient. Let Barbara accompany you. Barbara promptly raised her hand and exclaimed, no, I cannot. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed helplessly and remarked, how is it that both of you ended up together and cannot part ways? Lu Ruyan, with a stern expression, retorted, is this something one can control? Barbara echoed, exactly. You should go upstairs to rest. This room is mine for today. Saying this, she stood up and pushed Chu Fan out. Chu Fan could only shake his head in resignation and climbed the stairs to the second floor. The second floor had 4 rooms and a shared bathroom, which was quite convenient. It would be wise to rest early and continue training the next day. Chu Fan resolved silently. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor near the staircase, the two sisters opened a video. FBI warning. A large black silhouette appeared on the screen. Lee Ruoyan frowned and asked, is this a foreign film? Lee Ruashi, unfazed, replied, what does it matter? Let's watch and see. However, their faces quickly flushed with embarrassment. What on earth is a plumber? Oh dear, why are they kissing? How mortifying. Lee Ruoyan covered her eyes and peered through her fingers at the tablet, urgently urging, turn it off, turn it off. Lee Ruashi was also taken aback. She had watched such films before, but it was somewhat awkward to do so alongside her sister. Just then, footsteps approached from outside the door, startling the two, who hurriedly scrambled to turn off the tablet. Yet, the more frantic they became, the more mistakes they made. Inadvertently, they turned the volume to the maximum instead of shutting it off. At that moment, Chu Fan, having just ascended from the first floor, passed by the door and was startled by the sudden outcry. Who is calling? Upon confirming the source of the sound, Chu Fan kicked the door open and inquired with concern, what happened? Are you all right? However, the next moment he stood frozen in shock. There sat the two sisters in the blankets, their faces flushed with inappropriate sounds emanating from under the covers. Noticing their unusual state, Chu Fan furrowed his brow and asked, what is wrong with you two? Why are your faces so red? Do you have a fever? Lee Ruoyan quickly shook her head, insisting, no, we are fine. Then why the terrible cries? Wait, the sound. As the noises continued, Chu Fan suddenly realized what was happening. Lee Ruoyan felt more embarrassed than ever. swiftly jumping forward to cover Chu Fan's ears, saying, "Don't listen, Chu Fan, you should go out, go out." But in the next moment, she froze and then let out a shriek. She suddenly remembered that just before sleep, she had changed from her swimsuit into her white shirt. Although the hem of the shirt concealed her modesty, her long, fair legs were now fully exposed before Chu Fan. Chu Fan swallowed hard and awkwardly smiled, saying, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. You may continue. Please continue." Having spoken, she slowly turned around and stepped out of the room, one deliberate step at a time. Goodness, I never anticipated that Li Ruoyan possessed such an impressive figure. Although her physique may not rival that of Barbara, nor even compare to Lu Ruyan, her body proportions are undeniably exquisite, epitomizing the quintessential beauty of an East Asian woman. Truly, she deserves a reputation as one of the two illustrious campus goddesses alongside Lu Ruyan. In his heart, Chu Fan silently applauded her. Meanwhile, within the room, Li Ruoyan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they were about to bleed. This was her first occasion appearing so scantily clad before a man, and in the presence of her sister while watching such provocative films. Oh no, if this were to get out, it would surely be mortifying. Would he think of her as a shameless woman? No, she must clarify the situation. Chapter 84. Continued cultivation in the warmth of their bed. Li Ruoxi finally switched off that damned little film, allowing both sisters to breathe a sigh of relief. What if, sister? This makes Chu Fan think we're those kinds of bad women? Li Ruoyan voiced her concern, her face etched with worry. I do not know. If I had known, I would not have engaged with such a recluse as material. To think all that was stored were films like this. Ugh, revolting. Sister, do you not find Chu Fan rather handsome? Li Ruoyan pondered, her expression shifting to one of realization. Indeed, he was the heartthrob of our school, just several years ahead of me. Li Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That explains it. No wonder Sister Ruyan likes him. Quickly, tell me, do you have feelings for him? Li Ruoyan lowered her voice. Ruoxi, do not speak nonsense. Ruyan would be furious if she found out. Yet, Li Ruoxi dismissed her sister's concerns. Sister, you're being foolish. We're no longer on Earth. With someone like Chu Fan, a quality potential, the women surrounding him will only multiply. If we do not act soon, we may find ourselves without a room on this ship. Li Ruoyan was momentarily stunned. We? Ruoxi, you do not mean? Li Ruoxia Shuklat Mishiabosli. You just implied it too. Haha, you finally admit it, sister. I knew it. Li Ruoyan hurriedly retorted, do not say such things. That is not the case. Li Ruoxi smiled, choosing not to press further, aware that her sister was somewhat shy. Well then, I shall explain it to him tomorrow. Li Ruoyan fronat. Ah, how could I possibly bring it up? Never mind, let us stop thinking about it and go to sleep. The two turned off the lights and nestled beneath the covers. Half an hour later, Li Ruoxi quietly asked, Sister, are you asleep? What is it? About that film we watched. Was the woman's expression one of pleasure or pain? Li Ruoyan revient. You naughty girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Sleep. All right, fine. However, despite her words, Li Ruoyan was far from sleepy. The film's imagery had provoked an overwhelming stimulation within her. Until now, she had remained blissfully ignorant about the dynamics between men and women. Yet today's film had seemingly unlocked Pandora's box deep within her soul. Unconsciously, she pressed her thighs together, feeling a warmth radiate from her abdomen. Almost instinctively, her thoughts drifted to the handsome, sunny face of Chu Fan, prompted by her sister's earlier remarks. As she pondered, her face flushed deeper. Closing her eyes, a voice echoed in her left brain. Li Ruoyan, how can you think this way? That is your best friend's man. You must not entertain such thoughts. Yet a countering voice emerged in her right brain. Since she is your best friend, then good things should certainly be shared. A man like Chu Fan, with both looks and capability, will undoubtedly attract other temptresses. If others can, why not you? In this manner, two little figures engaged in a battle within her mind. And Li Ruoyan's emotions mirrored the tumultuous ride of a roller coaster, rising and falling unpredictably. Time slipped away, and eventually, she drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, she found her sister still asleep beside her. Shaking her slightly foggy mind, she prepared to rise. It seemed she had dreamt the previous night, the content of which echoed the film she had watched. Only this time, she had become the female protagonist, while the male lead transformed into Chu Fan. Although it felt rather embarrassing, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Seizing the moment while her sister remained asleep, she hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. With thoughts racing, Li Ruoyan swiftly changed out of her soiled clothing and donned her royal attire, readying herself for a shower. Lu Shangfei and Brother Long had moved to their own little boat, while Chu Fan and the others occupied the first floor, leaving the second floor solely to the two sisters. However, her current disheveled appearance was quite unflattering, prompting her to dash into the bathroom. She locked the door behind her and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no one had witnessed her in such a state, for that would have been utterly mortifying. As she contemplated washing her undergarments, a sudden voice startled her nearly out of her wits. Ruoyan, I'm using the bathroom. Startled, she turned to find a damp Chu Fan, towel in hand, drying his hair. Fortunately, he was wrapped in a towel around his waist, sparing him from appearing too casual. Nevertheless, his muscular physique radiated an undeniable charm that left Li Ruoyan momentarily entranced. Noticing her dazed expression, Chu Fan cleared his throat and said, Ruoyan, could you turn around? I need to get dressed. Oh, okay. Li Ruoyan, losing her usual composure, quickly turned away, her mind inadvertently conjuring images of Chu Fan's physique. Soon, Chu Fan had dressed and softly remarked, By the way, what did you say about being a bad woman? Is something the matter? Oh, nothing at all. How are you? If you're done, I'd like to use the bathroom. Sure, go ahead. I'm finished. I'll step out now. As he spoke, Chu Fan made his way out, passing by Li Ruoyan, who was enveloped in a unique fragrance that wafted into his senses. What is that scent? Chu Fan mused aloud. At his words, Li Ruoyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body stiffening in place. Chu Fan, however, did not dwell on it. As they were currently at sea, leaving the bathroom, he departed, leaving Li Ruoyan blushing fiercely to the tips of her ears. Once back in his room, Chu Fan closed the door and sat on the deck. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the thunderwood, preparing for the trials of the day. In 2 days, the results of the trial in the windless sea would be revealed, and he needed to make the most of his time. Having learned from yesterday's experiences, he smoothly entered the stormy sea. Boom, boom, boom. To Chu Fan's astonishment, he discovered that today he could endure the 3 bolts of lightning without being electrocuted for the very first time. It seems that yesterday's experiment proved to be remarkably fruitful. Moreover, after receiving healing assistance from Barbara and Lu Ruoyan, his body exhibited a notable improvement in strength compared to the previous day. This enhanced robustness may not be overtly apparent, yet it significantly bolstered his resistance to the tempestuous forces of thunder. What a delightful surprise this is. Well then, with that in mind, let us set a modest goal for today. Let him strike 1,000 times. My lightning, 1/3 relies on the essence of the primordial energy, and 2/3 depend on the celestial tribulation. Come forth, let the lightning strike with even greater ferocity. Chapter 85. Frenzied cultivation. After being confined in the small dark room for 2 days, deprived of the original title and cover, and witnessing a catastrophic drop in data, I felt utterly distressed. I kindly beseech all my esteemed patrons to lend a hand by urging for updates, adding to their bookshelves, and bestowing favorable reviews. May good fortune accompany you throughout your lives. A few hours later, Chu Fan lay on the deck, his body enveloped in black smoke, gasping for breath. This relentless method of cultivation. During these hours, he had endured over 500 strikes of lightning, leaving his entire body charred. At that moment, the door swung open, and the radiant figure of Barbara appeared at the threshold. Good heavens, where did this apparition come from? Oh, my dear, what has happened to you? Chu Fan smiled broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Aside from his teeth and eyes, there was not a trace of white visible on him. I'm fine, Barbara. I've been cultivating. Though I may look a bit worse for wear, I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. Indeed, this was the genuine sentiment of Chu Fan. Despite his ghostly appearance, he sensed that the elemental energy of lightning within him had reached a remarkably formidable state. It was no exaggeration. He felt confident enough to withstand a few jolts from an electric eel in the Amazon River. Moreover, after enduring this morning's trials, he felt his physical form had become astonishingly robust. Barbara, however, felt a pang of emotion, and two small pearls of tears cascaded down her cheeks. "My dear, you're truly relentless. Allow me to tend to your injuries." Chu Fan did not refuse. With Barbara's assistance, he could quickly recuperate and continue his cultivation endeavors. Barbara sat cross-legged opposite him, cradling him in her arms, and emanated a gentle force of elemental energy that enveloped his entire being. Oh, how delightful! A wave of unparalleled coolness washed over Chu Fan, making him momentarily forget his physical pain, nearly causing him to hum in delight. After a while, the healing concluded, and to his astonishment, he realized that his injuries had completely healed. In his surprise, he could not help but inquire, "Barbara, have you already made progress?" Barbara nodded, saying, "The vitality within the one-leaf Zen realm is truly astonishing, and with the time flow being 10 times faster than the outside world, I have finally made my breakthrough." Chu Fan was taken aback. "So you have entered the mortal realm?" Barbara affirmed, "Yes, indeed. By the way, it seems that Ru Yin has also made progress." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him. "What are the requirements for your breakthrough?" Barbara blinked innocently and replied, 1,000 hours of meditation. Chu Fan was taken aback. "You haven't even accumulated 1,000 hours yet." Barbara chuckled. "There is a condition. If the wood elemental energy is sufficiently abundant, the time required can be significantly shortened." Chu Fan was left utterly speechless. Such was the fortune of the Westerners. It was a stroke of luck that far surpassed his own. However, in the next moment, Chu Fan burst into laughter once more. "Indeed, my Barbara, I shall not fall behind. I must continue my cultivation." At this juncture, a cacophony arose from outside, prompting Barbara to rise and glance toward the door. "It's raining again. You focus on your cultivation. I will handle matters aboard the ship. I shall return to check on you shortly." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "All right." Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the thunderwood and entered a state of deep cultivation once again. He resolved to strike a total of 2,000 times today. Out at sea, the rain descended anew, its gentle patter surprisingly soothing, as if to offer a glimmer of hope to those struggling to survive upon the waves. Countless sea monsters emerged as anticipated, and thanks to the experience gained in recent days, the crew was no longer in a state of panic when confronting these beasts. Aboard the little black ship, Kuan had just slain an octopus monster and glanced at the leaderboard. 590 points. Second place. Yet he felt no joy, for the first place belonged to Chu Fan, whose score was an astonishing 54,000 points. This figure filled him with despair. Moreover, in these past 2 days, a vessel named the Flying Dragon had appeared, rapidly amassing points, having already reached 250 within a mere short span. This meant that in just over 10 minutes, this ship had dispatched more than 20 sea monsters. "I must hurry, otherwise I shall be surpassed." Kuan bit his lip and roared, once more charging at a crab monster. Not far from the Sea King's ship, another vessel raised a flag emblazoned with the ostentatious name, Flying Dragon. Indeed, this was the newly christened fleet of Lu Shangfei and Long Gu, derived from a character of each of their names, resulting in such a flamboyant title. "Long Gu, I have slain 12, 2 more than you." Lu Shangfei exclaimed gleefully, raising his fist in triumph. Long Gu scratched his head in resignation. The destructive power of the fire element ranked among the highest in all elemental systems. It could be said that apart from Chu Fan's lightning, few could rival its might. However, in the next moment, Lu Shangfei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, how can sister-in-law fly?" At that moment, Bai Jie was floating in the air, wielding the grand sword left behind by Gao Shuaiqi, effortlessly striking down a sea monster before gracefully returning to the deck. Long Gu laughed heartily. "Ha ha! That pink divine fruit is of the wind element, which allows her to fly for a brief period." Bai Jie, equally elated, raised the sword in her hand and declared, "Flying is faster than running." This spectacle ignited Lu Shangfei's competitive spirit. He proclaimed defiantly, "Long Gu, Sister Bai, let us continue our contest and see who claims first place today." Lu Shangfei, Bai Jia, Long Gu, and He Chong resolved that once the hunt for sea monsters concluded, they would embark on a journey to rescue Yao. Meanwhile, on the adjacent ship, countless onlookers were rendered speechless at the unfolding scene. Alas, what a spectacle of individuals aboard that vessel. The enchanting woman capable of flight is simply stunning. I find myself afflicted by the so-called Mengda syndrome. Yet, one must not forget that this malady has long been my companion, unrelated to that lady. The fisherman appears to be basking in sheer fortune. He exerts no effort while being shielded by 3 formidable allies. Truly, what extraordinary luck. As the rain gradually subsided, the trio, Lu Shangfei and his companions, ceased their relentless pursuit. Lu Shangfei had vanquished 20 sea monsters, while Long Gu had also claimed 20. Bai Jia, however, distinguished herself with 25 kills. Ultimately, the Flying Dragon ship ascended to 3rd place on the leaderboard, amassing 450 points, a mere 100 points shy of the 2nd-place vessel, Little Black. How impressive! I yearn to join their ranks. Allow me to partake. I am far superior to that fisherman, who is nothing but a burden. Bai Jia wiped the sweat from her brow, acknowledging her fortuitous advantage. Unlike Lu Shangfei and Long Gu, who could only strike when the sea monsters drew near, she had the ability to soar directly to their vicinity for the kill, thus securing her unexpected 1st place. If only I could acquire a wind-based technique, Bai Jia murmured softly. At that moment, the burden, He Chong, suddenly exclaimed, "We have fish! We have fish! Yet what is this? It is not merely fish, but rather the wandering wind technique." Chapter 86. 2,000 times, accomplished as dusk approached, Chu Fan collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted and unable to move a muscle. His body felt as though it might disintegrate, yet an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. The goal of 2,000 repetitions had finally been achieved. Remarkably, during the final attempt, he had endured a staggering 50 strikes before retreating, a stark contrast to yesterday's performance. Indeed, the Thunder God SC dominance was nothing short of magnificent. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing the exquisite visage of Li Ruoyan. "Ah, you're awake." "Ruoyan, Barbara, Chu Fan has awakened." Chu Fan smiled faintly and propped himself up, inquiring, "What time is it?" The girls rushed in with excitement. Barbara enveloped him in a warm embrace, and as he felt the softness of her body, he chuckled, "I apologize for causing you all concern." Lu Ruoyan, standing at the back, wore a complex expression. "Can your body truly handle this?" Chu Fan replied confidently, "Of course. You should consider whose man I am." Seeing his demeanor, Lu Ruoyan realized her worries were unfounded. "By the way, Brother Long and Xiao Fei have already set off." Chu Fan nodded. "Yes. I believe they will surely make a name for themselves." Noticing the 4 girls gazing at him, Chu Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm famished." Barbara suggested, "How about this? Ruoyan, you and the others prepare the food, while I tend to his injuries." Lu Ruoyan agreed. "All right." Half an hour later, Chu Fan sat on the deck, savoring a sip of beer before exclaiming in delight. Barbara thoughtfully offered him a piece of meat, prompting him to exclaim that this was what life was truly about. After spending 2 days together, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi had grown noticeably more familiar with their surroundings. Although Chu Fan had asked them to perform certain menial tasks, he had never intended to burden them. They even enjoyed hot showers, a stark contrast to their previous days adrift at sea, a veritable paradise. However, they remained aware of their station, standing to the side with envious expressions as Chu Fan and the others feasted heartily. "Why are you just standing there? Join us," Chu Fan urged, puzzled. Li Ruoyan quickly responded, "After all, we are merely servants. How could we dine with our master?" Chu Fan regarded them thoughtfully, pondering, exceptional maids, are they? Feeling the weight of their gazes, he awkwardly realized he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. He quickly amended, there's no need for such formality. Let us eat together. However, the cleanup after the meal will be your responsibility. How about that?" Lu Ruoyan chimed in, "Ruoyan, Ruoshi, come sit and eat with us. There's no need for such distance." Barbara nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. In the future, the 4 of us can play cards together. How delightful." Seeing everyone's agreement, The two girls finally sat down to partake in dinner. Unlike her sister, Lee Ruashi had a naturally bolder disposition. After a glass of beer, she finally found her voice. Brother Chu, when I first boarded the ship, I expected you to be quite serious. I never anticipated you to be such an interesting person. Chu Fan chuckled, saying, just don't fall in love with me. Lee Ruashi was taken aback, not expecting such a statement from Chu Fan, and quickly replied, No. If you say that, Sister Barbara and Sister Ruyan would surely strangle me. However, Barbara shook her head and said, How could that be? In fact, it's perfectly fine if you two fall for Chu Fan. This left Lee Ruyan and Lee Ruashi in a state of confusion. Barbara, perplexed, remarked, Isn't it said that men from Long Country would be ridiculed if they only have one woman? Ruyan, am I right? Lu Ruyan felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that her own words had come back to haunt her. Ultimately, it was still Chu Fan's fault for having such good fortune with love. Among the 5 on the ship, he was the only man, surrounded by 4 stunning beauties. No wonder Chu Fan often claimed that his luck in blind boxes was poor. It was clear that all his luck had been diverted to attracting the opposite sex. Seeing Barbara gaze in her direction, Lu Ruyan gently coughed and said, Yes, that's exactly it. You can ask them. After speaking, she cast a pleading glance at Lee Ruyan and Lee Ruashi while pretending to be nonchalant as she took a sip of beer. The two sisters, being exceptionally clever, immediately understood Lu Ruyan's intention. Yes. What Ruyan said is correct. Barbara then smiled and said, That's exactly right. In my opinion, Chu Fan is the most outstanding man I have ever encountered. To prevent him from being ridiculed, why not all of us marry him? Lu Ruyan nearly spat out her beer at that remark. What a remarkable interpretation. Lee Ruyan and Lee Ruashi gasped in unison, yet their reactions were markedly different. Lee Ruyan's face flushed instantly as she recalled the events of that morning in the restroom, feeling as though her little secret had been exposed. Lee Ruashi, after a moment of hesitation, said, This doesn't seem quite right. Yet, an intriguing sensation began to stir within her. Chu Fan felt that the conversation was becoming increasingly absurd, making even him, a notorious flirt, feel somewhat overwhelmed. With that thought, he gently cleared his throat and said, Well, matters of the heart should be mutual. Let us not dwell on this for now. We could discuss it later. For now, let us drink. Once everything was tidied up and the Lee sisters had gone upstairs, Chu Fan and the others resumed their blind box opening for the day. Perhaps their earlier luck had run dry, as Lu Ruyan and Barbara's haul today was far less impressive than before. Lu Ruyan unwrapped a full set of Chanel skincare products, 10,000 sets. Meanwhile, Barbara unveiled 10,000 sets of top-tier face masks. Chu Fan laughed heartily, exclaiming, Who would have thought you two would have this day? To his surprise, Barbara and Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Face masks, really? How wonderful. As expected of you. Barbara, my skin is utterly parched. Yes, tomorrow let us head to the deck, basking in the sunlight while applying face masks. Indeed, there's still some cucumbers left. Let's apply a cucumber mask. The two women grew increasingly animated, leaving Chu Fan utterly speechless. In their eyes, this was the epitome of good fortune. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan, wearing a gloomy expression, opened the final mystery box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the mystery box, granting one opportunity to enhance previously acquired items from the mystery box. Ding! Current items available for enhancement. Poseidon's Trident. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Chu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately nodded, exclaiming, Enhance! Let us enhance at once. Ding! Enhancement in progress. Please wait. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive weapon, Wrath of the Sea God. Chapter 87. The thunderstorm. Upon receiving this prompt, Chu Fan felt a jolt of energy coursing through him. Was it finally his turn to bask in good fortune today? He hastily retrieved the Sea King's trident from his spatial realm. A flash of violet light illuminated the surroundings, and the once uniquely designed trident had undergone a remarkable transformation. The shaft of the trident was now entirely black, adorned with deep-sea dragon scale patterns formed from liquid lightning. At the end of the shaft, 3 gemstones of an indescribable material were embedded. Even more astonishing were the 3 spiraled tips of the trident, each inscribed with an incredibly profound rune. Wrath of the Sea God. Whenever you are in the mortal realm, channeling the power of thunder into the trident can illuminate one of the gemstones. With each elevation to a higher realm, you can illuminate the remaining 2 gemstones. The gemstones can synergize with the runes on the trident tips, unleashing formidable power. Chu Fan was elated and inquired within his mind, "System, what kind of power are we talking about? Please explore for yourself." Chu Fan. Well, it seems the proud system remains unyielding. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied. He had acquired the Sea King's trident on the very first day of his arrival in this world. To be honest, aside from its aesthetic appeal, it had served little purpose. Who would have thought that today would bring about a second enhancement? This was indeed an unexpected delight. After securely stowing away the wrath of the sea god, he noticed that Barbara and Lu Ruyin had vanished without a trace. With a wry smile, Chu Fan realized that the two must have gone to apply facial masks. Oh well, it was just as well. He had exhausted himself in training and could use a rest. With that thought in mind, Chu Fan returned to the room on the second floor and collapsed into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from the Sea King, the flying dragon lay quietly anchored. "Darling, our attributes are remarkably complementary. You embody the wind, while I embody the sand. Isn't it reminiscent of, you are the breeze, and I am the sand?" Dragon Brother said with a rather smug tone to Bai Jie. Bai Jie shot him a glance. "You are such a joker. It's getting late. We should rest early." All right, but I'm curious about how it feels to fly above." Bai Jie. "Fine. I really can't argue with you." The night passed without further incident. In the ensuing 2 days, Chu Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent nearly all his time in rigorous training. During these 2 days, the blind boxes yielded no extraordinary items, only mundane necessities. The lower deck of the ship was now filled with rice and flour, all acquired from the recent blind box openings. Eating meat every day was not sustainable, and now he could finally enjoy a more normal diet. In addition, Chu Fan's spatial realm contained some perishable vegetables and fruits. For those at sea, these items were more precious than anything else. Not only were they nearly impossible to source while navigating the ocean, but they were also difficult to preserve. Were it not for Chu Fan's spatial capabilities, they would have likely spoiled long ago. 2 days swiftly passed, and at last, the 3rd day arrived. Finally, Chu Fan was merely 1,000 lightning strikes away from fulfilling the conditions to officially enter the realm of mortals. Today also marked the 7th day of their entry into the windless sea, which was to be the final day. The leaderboard displayed the Sea King's vessel at the top with an impressive score of 54,090 points, followed by the Blackie at 890 points. As for the originally second-ranked Flying Dragon, it had inexplicably vanished, leaving others perplexed. Only Lu Ruyin and her companions understood that the Flying Dragon must have departed the windless zone. The end is finally near. I have truly had enough of this cursed place. Yet perhaps not. Here, devoid of winds and waves, and aside from the sea monsters, there is little peril. I find it more comfortable than drifting aimlessly on the open ocean. You truly are oblivious. In this windless zone, if it doesn't rain, what will you eat and drink over time? Currently, there are many people around, but when they dwindle, all the sea monsters will target you. How long do you think you can endure? Wow, your point is quite valid. Many gathered at the bow of the ship began to discuss. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, indicating an impending downpour. However, this was a daily occurrence over the past week, so everyone had become accustomed to it. Yet, the density of the clouds seemed unusual as the once tranquil sea began to stir with waves. On the ghost ship, Xiao Air stood at the bow, observing the thickening clouds, her brow furrowing with concern. The sky darkened ominously. Mere moments ago, it was bright and sunny, but in less than 10 minutes, the entire sky was enveloped in darkness, as if night had fallen in an instant. At this juncture, everyone sensed the abnormality of the weather. What is happening? It feels as though the apocalypse is upon us. I knew this trial wouldn't conclude so easily. It seems we are in for something monumental. Goodness, could there be some monstrous entity concealed within those clouds? My fear of colossal creatures is resurfacing. On the Sea King's vessel, Chu Fan and his companions also felt the apocalyptic atmosphere and hurried to the bow. What is going on? Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Chu Fan gazed at the low-hanging clouds, sensing an unprecedented crisis. The clouds continued to gather, and it felt as though an infinite energy was coalescing between heaven and earth. The darkness was terrifying, and the atmosphere was suffocating. No one could remain indifferent any longer. Look, sea monsters. Countless sea creatures surged forth from the depths. Yet, unlike before, they all raced towards the same direction, as if fleeing from something. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, you may be facing the most brutal natural disaster, the extreme thunderstorm. The voice emanated from the ghost ship, and Xiao Er's brow tightened. Extreme thunderstorm, what is that? Someone voiced the collective question that lingered in everyone's minds. Every trial inevitably culminates in an ultimate test. Yet the one deemed most perilous is the tempest of extreme lightning. When the energies of heaven and earth converge to a certain degree, they unleash a ferocious storm of lightning, purging the entire maritime region. In the wake of such a tempest, scarcely any creature can survive its wrath. To illustrate, the last area to encounter an extreme lightning storm was Zone 268, and following its passage, the population there was utterly decimated. Xiao Er's words left everyone in stunned silence. And in the next moment, an atmosphere of impending doom permeated the crowd. Surely, we can't be this unfortunate. Why must we face this calamity? No, I refuse to perish here. On the Sea King vessel, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi appeared pale as ghosts. Lu Ruoyan also bore a grave expression, feeling as though her extraordinary abilities were rendered futile in this dire situation. Only Barbara maintained a semblance of composure, capable of momentarily immersing herself in a state of tranquil solitude, albeit solely for herself. In stark contrast, Chu Fan radiated excitement. What a magnificent extreme lightning storm. I wonder how it compares to the tempestuous seas of thunder. Allow me to conduct my initiation right amidst this storm of extreme lightning. Chapter 88, Cataclysm Boom. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, resembling a colossal tentacle, detonating upon the ocean's surface. A fleeing sea monster, caught unawares, was struck directly by this electrical wrath. In the blink of an eye, before the creature could even emit a cry of despair, it was reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Hiss! The ferocity of this lightning is truly terrifying. Goodness, if it were to strike a human, I dare say resuscitation would be futile. As for rescue, finding your remains would be a blessing. O heavens, who will come to our aid? Whoever can save me shall be revered as my deity. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning surged from the sky, hurtling towards the ocean. Numerous sea monsters were struck down, and several unfortunate vessels met the same fate, shattering into splinters. Chu Fan quickly urged, "Everyone, retreat to the cabin. I shall handle this." "My dear, you." Barbara hesitated. "Do not worry. I have withstood far greater storms at sea. This is merely a trifle." Lu Ruoyan cast a glance at Chu Fan, recognizing his sincerity, yet she shook her head resolutely, saying, "Chu Fan, we do not wish to hinder you. However, we cannot simply hide away like this." Barbara echoed, "Indeed, my love, if you truly possess a solution, we must accompany you. What if you require healing?" Despite their pale faces, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi stood their ground defiantly, trembling as they declared, "We will not leave." Seeing their unwavering determination, Chu Fan felt both amused and exasperated. He relented, "Very well, stay here, but do not approach." He then ascended to the highest point of the Sea King, brandishing the spear of Poseidon as the largest vessel in these waters. The Sea King granted Chu Fan a commanding vantage point over the tumultuous sea. Look, what is that? Could it be the esteemed Chu Fan? What is he planning? Is he truly going to withstand the thunder? Oh my! Surely he cannot be so reckless as to invite his own destruction. At that moment, across the entire 10,087C area, all survivors witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. While many sought to distance themselves from the tempest, Chu Fan emerged as the sole contrarian, positioning himself closest to the lightning. Some could not help but marvel. Why do I sense a hint of divinity in him? Yet others scoffed. He is merely posturing. Unfazed by the opinions of others, Chu Fan surveyed his surroundings before raising his gaze to the heavens. The ominous clouds loomed directly above him, and without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted the spear of Poseidon high into the air. In that instant, it was as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. A myriad of lightning bolts suddenly sought release, racing toward the Sea King. To be precise, their target was none other than Chu Fan, wielding the mighty spear. Shower, witnessing this, cried out, "Chu Fan, are you courting death?" Amidst the crowd, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What on earth am I witnessing? In the blink of an eye, countless flashes converged into a formidable bolt of lightning, striking directly upon Chu Fan. Boom! The sound reverberated, as all eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Fan was illuminated by the electric brilliance. Is he seeking his own demise? Is this how our esteemed champion meets his end? But soon, the scene before them rendered everyone speechless. Rather than being reduced to ashes, Chu Fan radiated with the essence of lightning, his eyes shimmering with electric sparks. Is this it? Not enough, bring it on. Chu Fan laughed heartily towards the heavens. Is he even human? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Er, equally entranced, gazed in wonder. It was her first encounter with such a breathtaking sight. This was an extreme thunderstorm, and yet here was someone who could single-handedly combat the entire tempest. Chu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the power of this lightning paled in comparison to that of the thunderstorm sea. Ha ha, exhilarating. Bring it on. On the deck, Barbara and the others watched with bated breath. When they saw Chu Fan unscathed, they finally relaxed. Barbara, her eyes glistening, exclaimed, "My dear, you are incredible. You are my god." Lu Ruyan, with a hint of emotion, added, "This guy just loves to be in the spotlight." Li Ruoyan stood in stunned silence, her astonishment at the man's prowess surpassing her wildest imagination. After a brief moment of shock, Li Ruoxi's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Incredible, absolutely incredible. After a sigh of relief, Xiao Er suddenly cautioned, "Chu Fan, be careful. The true thunderstorm has yet to commence." Her words left everyone in a state of awe. The power of the lightning had already far exceeded their comprehension, yet she claimed this was only the beginning. Just how terrifying would the true thunderstorm be? At that moment, everyone on the surface of the sea gazed towards the man with a harpoon aboard the ship. How would he respond? Upon hearing her words, Chu Fan excitedly licked his lips. Really? Now that suits me perfectly. This was not a mere display of bravado. Rather, the Thunder God SC dominance technique indicated that the greater the lightning he endured, the stronger his physique would become. The training of the past few days had made him feel prepared to adapt to the environment of the thunderstorm sea. If there were even more potent bolts of lightning, it would align perfectly with his desires. Thus, he tilted his head back and shouted towards the sky, "Let me witness your true power." As if responding to his provocation, a bolt of lightning, exponentially more powerful than any previous one, struck him with tremendous force. Boom! Chu Fan trembled violently. Indeed, this lightning was far stronger than what he had encountered before. Now, this is more like it. Bring it on. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 10 bolts, 100 bolts. With a thunderous crash, Chu Fan plummeted from the ship's peak, landing heavily on the deck. Barbara hurriedly rushed over, employing her abilities to swiftly aid Chu Fan in recovering from his injuries. In that moment, the furious lightning seemed to lose its target, recklessly striking the surface of the sea. Within just a minute, 7 or 8 vessels were reduced to mere splinters. At this juncture, Chu Fan rose once more, resolutely making his way to the lower deck of the Sea King amidst the complex gazes of all present. Another barrage of lightning descended. 10 minutes later, he fell from above again. Yet, merely a minute later, he clambered back up. It soon became evident to everyone that as long as Chu Fan stood atop, the lightning would not strike the ocean surface. This meant that he was single-handedly saving all those upon the sea. Even Xiao Er could not help but glance over. While the ghost ship itself was not afraid of this tempestuous storm, to save so many at once was a feat even she found daunting. Yet, this man before her had accomplished such a remarkable act. Suddenly, Chu Fan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Do you hear the lament of the vast sea? It is the roar of 30,000 bolts of thunder at the tip of my spear. Boom! A bolt of lightning, 100 times thicker than the previous strikes, descended with cataclysmic force, directly striking Chu Fan. The entire sky was illuminated. Chapter 89. Stepping into the mortal realm, everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them. The terrifying lightning illuminated the entire heavens and earth. The sea monsters that had not yet fled were paralyzed with fear, emitting mournful cries. The lightning engulfed Chu Fan entirely. It was over. The esteemed Chu Fan was truly doomed. This lightning was far too fearsome. Let him show off. I have long said that flaunting would attract a thunderbolt. How dare you speak like that? If it weren't for Chu Fan standing firm above, we would be the one struck. The one who was rebutted weakly protested. It's not like I begged him. Yet, this was quickly drowned out by the voices of the others. At that moment, regardless of Chu Fan's intentions, the fact that so many were under his protection was sufficient. It was akin to a top player in an online game. When it came to the interests of the entire server, the vast majority would stand united. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, the hearts of the four women were in their throats. While it was understandable for Lu Ruyin and Barbara to be anxious, surprisingly, the Lee sisters were also unusually tense. Barbara cried out in excitement, "Oh my gosh, no, please." Lu Ruyin coldly instructed, "Barbara, prepare yourself. We will heal him together shortly." In the eye of the storm, as the lightning struck Chu Fan, he suddenly found himself devoid of any external sound. Billions of volts of electricity ravaged his body, obliterating everything within. The intensity of this lightning surpassed any strike he had endured in the thunderstorm sea. In that instant, he felt as if his entire being had been shattered. Yet, strangely, he did not experience any pain. However, he was utterly immobilized. Boom! As the lightning dissipated, everyone was left in shock. At the pinnacle of the Sea King, the figure that had once stood there had vanished completely. Lu Ruyin was also stunned. She had prepared to rush to Chu Fan's aid at a moment's notice. But where had he gone? Had he been reduced to ashes? A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd. Has the great Chu Fan truly perished? Now, with no man aboard the Sea King, could I seek to marry in? Brother, listen to me. You are still young. If you cannot handle these four beauties, let Uncle take over. Barbara searched frantically. Chu Fan, don't scare me, come out. Lu Ruyin glanced at the bracelet, noting that Chu Fan's personal information remained intact, confirming he was undoubtedly alive, yet he had undeniably vanished from everyone's sight. It was over. It was over. The lightning was coming again. We are doomed. Suddenly, the crowd noticed new storm clouds gathering in the sky, indicating an even greater thunderstorm was imminent. Just as everyone believed escape was impossible, a voice cried out, "Look, it's Chu Fan, on board the Sea King." The four women heard a voice and promptly raised their heads. They beheld the previously desolate deck illuminated by flashes of lightning. Amidst the electric brilliance, a figure swiftly emerged. It was none other than Chu Fan. Upon his appearance, a broad smile graced his face as he gazed below. Barbara exclaimed with joy, "Darling, you are unharmed." Lu Ruyin let out a sigh of relief, remarking, "This fellow still so." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she inquired, "Have you advanced?" Barbara, startled by her words, turned to look at Chu Fan. His lips could no longer suppress a triumphant smile as he replied, "Indeed." At that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. Under the immense pressure of the cataclysmic lightning, he had successfully endured the 10,000 lightning tribulation. More importantly, the formidable nature of the lightning had enabled him to reshape the very cells of his body in the shortest possible time, thus achieving his goal of elemental transformation. Is this what it means to be in the mortal realm? This sensation is truly exhilarating. Chu Fan beamed, testing the movement of his limbs. At this moment, with a mere thought, he could elementalize any part of his body. Moreover, he felt that his physical prowess had reached unprecedented heights. Glancing skyward again, The lightning now seemed less a tribulation and more a boon. If, prior to entering the mortal realm, the cells within him were akin to tiny electrons, they had now transformed into miniature batteries. The cultivation method of the thunder god's sea dominance granted him the ability to absorb stronger lightning, thereby augmenting his strength. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "Come on, strike me. If you dare, obliterate me." In the sky, it seemed as though a concealed terror sensed Chu Fan's provocation. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing those below to turn pale. Some, in their fright, felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel. On the little black ship, Captain Kunkin gazed on with envy. Now, this is what it means to be a true man. Such formidable and terrifying strength is simply astounding. I have made my decision. Chu Fan shall be my idol. All of us from the Kunkin clan must remember, besides singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, I have now added another passion. He finished, his eyes shining with admiration as he fixated on Chu Fan, who seemed to float in midair. Boom! Lightning once again rained down. Chu Fan spread his arms wide, lifted his head, and closed his eyes as if reveling in the baptism of thunder. Striking bolts of lightning coursed through him, leaving the others on the sea utterly astounded. How terrifying! Kunkin couldn't help but exclaim. Truly, Chu Fan is the strongest man in District 10087. Who agrees? Who disagrees? As 20 minutes approached, the lightning above seemed unwilling to relent, unleashing another formidable bolt toward Chu Fan. Boom! After the lightning, Chu Fan released a satisfied belch, expelling a cloud of thunder. Then, with a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Is that all?" The dark clouds above, seemingly laden with unfulfilled resentment, gradually dissipated amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. On the ghostly vessel, Chow gazed with fervent excitement at the cheering populace, as well as at the man who resembled a deity. This was a tempest of immense proportions that had emptied an entire district, yet in Zone 10087. It had been navigated with the mere sacrifice of a dozen ships. The greatest contributor to this triumph was undoubtedly this man. No wonder he had captured Sister Lien's attention, and it was little surprise that the master of the temple regarded him with such esteem. Chu Fan leaped onto the deck, and Barbara rushed forward, jumping into his embrace, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist. "You scared me to death, my dear." Chu Fan gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, it's all right. I feel better than ever." Just then, the long-absent voice from the sky suddenly resounded. "The trial of the windless sea has concluded. Now, we shall announce the ranking points." Chapter 90. The trial concludes. The enigmatic sky island all were drawn to the voice, instinctively lifting their gazes towards the high school. On board the Sea King, everyone also raised their heads. The first place was no longer contestable. Yet the nature of this mysterious grand prize remained uncertain. Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared in the air, inscribed with 5 prominent characters, scoreboard. The voice continued. "The 7-day trial has officially concluded. We shall now announce the top 5 on the scoreboard." 5th place, the Dapeng, with 450 points, awarded a special function module, a basic freshwater collector X1. 4th place, the Whitebeard, with 490 points, awarded a special function module, an intermediate freshwater collector X1. 3rd place, the Kunlun, with 540 points, awarded special function modules, an intermediate freshwater collector X1, and a basic power system X1. 2nd place, the Little Black, with 720 points, awarded special function modules, an advanced freshwater collector X1, and a basic power system X1. At this juncture, the voice paused. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the allure of the rewards. The bounty for 2nd place was already so lavish, one could only imagine the prize for the first. Envy coursed through the crowd. However, aboard the Sea King, it seemed they had already acquired these items. What could their reward possibly entail? Chu Fan also wore an expression of anticipation, curious about what the game would bestow upon him. In the next moment, the voice rang out once more. 1st place, Sea King, with 54,070 points, awarded a special function module, Sky Island X1. This declaration left everyone in stunned silence. What, pray tell, was a Sky Island? Chu Fan and the others were equally perplexed. It was the first time they had ever encountered mention of such a phenomenon. Dear players, this trial has reached its conclusion. Starting today, you will have the opportunity to interact with players from various servers. You will encounter new opportunities, but also face greater calamities. Wishing you all an enjoyable gaming experience. The voice did not allow for much reflection, and as it faded, a sudden gust of sea wind swept across the surface of the water, which had remained tranquil until now. Finally, they could escape the wretched, windless zone. My ship is almost overrun with barnacles. Excitement radiated from all, relishing the prospect of departing this cursed place. The ominous warning of new disasters and challenges seemed to weigh little on anyone's mind. Chu Fan, let us exchange codes. Chu Fan turned his gaze to discover it was from the other vessels that had secured rewards on the leaderboard. The speaker was none other than Kuan, the captain of the Little Black, with several others eagerly looking towards Chu Fan. Amidst the crowd, he recognized a familiar face, the only woman present, the one who had previously produced the Minotaur silver coin. It appeared she had traded that 1,000 points for numerous items. Otherwise, the coin alone would have sufficed to elevate her to second place. Yet, one must ponder, without exchanging resources, survival would be precarious indeed. With a smile, Chu Fan accepted the proposal. With an abundance of friends comes an array of paths. Thus, they gladly accepted Kuan's invitation and mutually added each other as friends. This could be considered a gathering of several prominent figures from District 10087. However, they had all witnessed the formidable leaders from earlier districts and understood the harsh realities of the outside world. It was for this reason that they took the initiative to add Chu Fan as a friend, recognizing that he emerged from a novice village and might one day require assistance. After exchanging pleasantries, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the Sea King vessel upon the vast ocean. It was then that Chu Fan and the others found the opportunity to examine the rewards they had just received. What, after all, is an aerial island? The four women beamed with excitement as they encircled Chu Fan. Surrounded by four beautiful women, Chu Fan felt immensely flattered. Amidst the eager gazes of everyone, Chu Fan retrieved the aerial island from his inventory. In a flash of radiant light, a small island, nearly 1,000 square meters in size, materialized before them. Unlike ordinary islands, this one floated in the air, which aptly justified its name. At that moment, the wristbands emitted a notification sound. Ding! Aerial island module detected. Would you like to bind it? Chu Fan quickly opted to bind it. In the next heartbeat, each of their wristbands displayed the newly acquired aerial island module. Level 1 aerial island. Unnamed. Size 1,000 square meters. Features can be concealed, and the entrance can be placed at any location on the ship. Entry is permitted only with the captain's authorization. This succinct introduction ignited the curiosity of all. Quick, let's go take a look, exclaimed Barbara, her face alight with anticipation. Chu Fan nodded in agreement, and after a brief discussion, they decided to place the entrance to the aerial island in a room on the third floor, ensuring it would not be immediately visible. Once the choice was made, a circular halo appeared on the ground, resembling a Taiji diagram upon closer inspection. The five exchanged glances, and Chu Fan granted the four women access. Leading the way, he stepped onto the glowing circle. To the four women, it appeared as though Chu Fan had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Chu Fan felt a brief flash before he realized he was standing on solid ground. Upon closer examination, he discovered he was now hovering above the Sea King vessel. Suddenly, a beam of white light flickered behind him as an excited Barbara materialized. Following her were Lu Ru Yin, Li Ruo Yin, and Li Ruo Shi. Wow, it truly is a small island. The women gasped in awe. What a pity, it seems a bit desolate, Barbara remarked. Li Ruo Yin pointed toward the center of the island, saying, I wonder what that little wooden house is for. Indeed, the island appeared rather barren, and as they arrived, they immediately spotted the wooden cabin. Upon entering, they were astonished to find that the cabin was equipped similarly to the captain's quarters. This implied that they could control the Sea King vessel from within this cabin. The thought of potentially residing on this small island in the future filled them with excitement. If only we could acquire some flower seeds or grass seeds. They mused. It would be even better if this cabin could be expanded, Let us construct a swimming pool here. I yearn to have a dog. A few women began to engage in discussion. Suddenly, Lu Ru Yin exclaimed, "How delightful it would be to have a mahjong table." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had never realized that Lu Ru Yin had such an affinity for it. However, he could not deny that the topics being deliberated by the four women stirred his own enthusiasm. Moreover, there was an added advantage. Other individuals might join him on the boat in the future, perhaps even men. Living separately in this manner would also mitigate the possibility of any awkward situations arising. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Chu Fan suddenly recalled that, according to the system's peculiarities, the more Barbara and Lu Ru Yin desired something, the more likely it was to be acquired from the blind box. Consequently, the probability of obtaining items related to this deserted island tonight would be significantly heightened. With this thought, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement, curious about what treasures the blind box would unveil this evening. Chapter 91. The transformation of the ordinary realm after a leisurely stroll around the floating island. The group returned to the deck, their hearts filled with satisfaction. The small island, devoid of significant features, held little allure. Otherwise, they might have lingered longer. Chu Fan felt a sense of contentment, as the floating island required his authorization for entry, thereby providing an additional layer of security. However, the enigmas of this world were numerous, and it remained uncertain whether there existed other unconventional means of access. "My dear, where shall we venture next?" Chu Fan pondered before suggesting, "Let us explore the location marked on the treasure map." They had received this treasure map on the first day, but due to the lack of a propulsion system, reaching it had been impossible. Now, equipped with a radar system and a power engine, they could simply set their destination to the coordinates indicated on the map. Yet, one matter weighed heavily on their minds. A lurking shadow that Chu Fan chose not to mention. The brothers Yi Tian and Yi Fei would undoubtedly seek to create trouble for him. At that moment, his wristband suddenly chimed. Upon activating it, he was greeted by the visage of Fu Jianru from District 3. A memory of the coldly alluring beauty brought a smile to his lips as he opened the communication. "Chu Fan, I hear you have completed your trials?" Fu Jianru inquired. "Indeed, we have concluded them," Chu Fan replied courteously. "Congratulations. However, I must warn you to be cautious of Yi Tian. He is likely already in close proximity to your location, and I am en route to your vicinity as well." Chu Fan furrowed his brow, surprised by Yi Tian's swift movements. "Thank you, the beautiful Fu. I will remain vigilant." Fu Jianru continued, "Do your utmost to avoid him. His strength is currently beyond what you can contend with." Curious, Chu Fan asked, "Just how formidable is Yi Tian?" Previously unaware of the existence of a cultivation system in this world, he now sought clarity on the matter. "He should be comparable to me, having reached the 5th level of the ordinary realm." Confounded, Chu Fan replied, "But didn't Tihi fail to obtain the technique last time? How could he have reached the 5th level?" Fu Junru responded, "Please, he had practiced the technique prior to that. Albeit not of S rank, it was still A rank. So it is entirely reasonable for him to have entered the ordinary realm." She added, "In fact, such situations are quite common, myself included. Otherwise, why do you think so many fear Yi Tian?" Realization dawned on Chu Fan. So, techniques can indeed be exchanged? Precisely, but only within the ordinary realm. Once one ascends to the celestial realm, exchanges are no longer possible. This explains why Yi Tian sought to claim that technique from me. Suddenly reminded of something, Chu Fan hastily inquired, "By the way, what realm is Yi Fei in?" Fu Junru replied, "I'm not entirely sure. He is not on my radar of concern." Ah, how refreshing it is to converse with the formidable Fu. At this moment, a name flashed in Chu Fan's mind, prompting him to swiftly search through his wristband. "Jean, are you there?" "Soon," the person across from him replied. "Brother Chu Fan, congratulations on completing the trial of the windless sea. I heard you even withstood the extreme thunderstorm. Truly remarkable." Chu Fan had indeed sought out the informant, Jean Kula, whose reputation was well-deserved, as he had managed to learn about Chu Fan's recent endeavors in such a brief span of time. "It's nothing much, Brother Jean. I have a small inquiry. Might there be a fee for your intelligence?" Jean Kula responded, "Go ahead and tell me what it is. If it's trivial information, I can share it without charge." Without hesitation, Chu Fan asked. I wish to know about Yi Fei's realm. Jean Kala replied, oh that? No charge for this. I'll tell you directly. Yi Fei also possesses water attribute abilities, which I believe you can discern. As for his realm, the latest information I received yesterday indicated that he has just reached the 3rd level of the ordinary realm. All right, thank you, Brother Jean. After disconnecting the communicator, Chu Fan's expression turned grave. Yi Tian had astonishingly reached the 5th level of the ordinary realm. Although it was an A-grade technique, it was still the 5th level. Furthermore, Yi Fei had also attained the 3rd level of the ordinary realm, indicating that time was of the essence for him. Barbara, Ruyan, what realms are you at now? I am at the 2nd level of the ordinary realm, Lu Ruyan replied calmly. Barbara nodded in agreement. I am also at the 2nd level, just like Ruyan. Chu Fan's face darkened. He had not expected that he would be the one lagging behind. It seemed he needed to accelerate his training. Upon entering the ordinary realm, the Thunder God dominates the sea technique had automatically unlocked 3 skills. Thunder Wedge. This skill marks targets within a 5-meter radius with a thunder seal, lasting for 30 seconds, with a maximum of 5 simultaneous marks. The cooldown for initiating a mark is 40 seconds. Thunder Seal. Positive effect. The marked target, when launching an attack, receives an increase in lightning attribute damage and a 5 boost in reaction speed. Negative effect. The marked target suffers from lightning attribute attacks, reducing their reaction speed by 5. Lightning Activation. A cellular-level discharge function capable of unleashing a high-voltage pulse of 1,000 volts from any part of the body, attacking enemies marked by Thunder Wedge 3 times. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Thunder Instant. Rapidly moves to the location marked by Thunder Wedge at lightning speed, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. After moving, the Thunder Wedge at that location will vanish. Note, each level increase enhances the skill's values. After reviewing the skill descriptions, Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel at the S-grade technique. The skills of the ordinary realm were indeed extraordinary. In summary, the most fundamental of these 3 skills was Thunder Wedge. It could mark allies with lightning to provide buffs, while simultaneously marking enemies to impose debuffs. The activation of the other 2 skills required the cooperation of Thunder Wedge. However, with Thunder Wedge lasting 30 seconds and having a cooldown of 40 seconds, there would be approximately a 10-second gap. Nevertheless, this was the effect at the 1st level of the ordinary realm. With diligent effort to enhance his realm, he should be able to significantly reduce this downtime. The activation of lightning is a purely offensive skill, unleashing a staggering 1,000 volts of high-voltage electricity that few mortals can withstand. With a cooldown period of 1 minute, its true terror lies in its effective application. In summary, while each of these 3 skills may appear rather ordinary when utilized in isolation, their combined usage can yield remarkably unexpected results. Superb feats of destruction are even conceivable. Furthermore, when paired with the joint attack skills of Barbara and Lu Ruyan, Chu Fan suddenly realizes that perhaps Yi Fei's trifecta of mortal realms is not as daunting as it seems. However, all of this necessitates time. Now back upon the ocean, with the assistance of the Sharkmen, the adversary may swiftly detect his presence. Thus, he must race against time. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan once again ascended to the Sky Island. There is no place more conducive to cultivation than here. He retrieved the Thunderwood and ventured once more into the stormy sea, determined to rapidly comprehend these 3 skills. Chapter 92. Li Ruoshi's ambition. Once Lu Ruyan and Barbara had retreated to their respective chambers to commence their cultivation, the Aquaman vessel was left with only the Li sisters. Idly passing the time, Li Ruoshi murmured, "Sister, this cannot continue." Li Ruoyan, taken aback, inquired, "Why do you say that?" With a tone of exasperation, Li Ruoshi replied, "Oh, my dear sister, your naivety is astounding. Although we joined the team last, the gap between us and the others continues to widen. Do you not feel a sense of urgency?" Li Ruoyan fell silent. She was not foolish and understood the situation well. However, she believed that Chu Fan and the others were not of such a nature. Li Ruoshi tapped her sister's head and said, "Even if they are not like that, are you truly content to remain so ordinary?" Unlike her sister, Li Ruoshi had always possessed an indomitable spirit, which was the very reason she chose the path of an artist. Li Ruoyan shook her head, saying, "Never mind. As long as we remain diligent and keep our eyes open, coupled with Rian's presence, your worries will surely not come to pass. Suddenly recalling something, Leroyan stood up and declared, the deck still needs to be cleaned. I shall attend to that, while you check if Chu Fan has any clothes that need washing. With that, she turned and began scrubbing the deck, leaving Liruashi shaking her head in disbelief. Watching her sister's busy figure, a thought began to take root in Liruashi's mind, growing ever stronger. Finally, as if having made a decisive resolution, she sprang to her feet. Oh, my foolish sister, some opportunities, if left untapped, are akin to non-existence. With that, Liruashi stealthily made her way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Chu Fan was fervently absorbing the elemental energy of thunder within the tempestuous seas. He could distinctly feel a purple orb of light hovering in his dantian, enveloped in a shimmering aura of lightning, solidifying further under the intense influence of the surrounding thunder attributes. Is this the hallmark of the 1st level of the mortal realm? Chu Fan mused. It appeared that once this orb fully solidified and birthed a 2nd thunder orb, he would have truly ascended to the 2nd level of the mortal realm. The method for advancement was straightforward. He needed to immerse himself daily in this storm-laden sea, sensing and absorbing the thunder elements into his being. At the current pace, it would take him at least 10 days to completely solidify this 1st thunder pearl. Evidently, the current thunderwood was insufficiently potent. Fortunately, the Thunder God Dominance C technique provided clear guidance, indicating that he needed to find another piece of thunderwood. By merging the two, he could significantly amplify the energy of the stormy sea. With that, his cultivation speed could be accelerated by at least 1/3. However, where could he procure thunderwood? It seemed he would need to consult Jinkala. It is worth noting that upon entering the mortal realm, the environment here no longer exerted any adverse effects on him. Instead, it allowed him to swiftly recover any expended energy. He stood atop the mountain, eyes tightly shut, intently absorbing the essence of his surroundings amidst the rumbling thunder. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, he beheld a violet mark upon a stone 3 meters away, a lightning imprint. Elated, Chu Fan diligently followed the principles of his technique, attempting dozens of times until he finally succeeded in condensing the lightning mark. Then, with a mere thought, his body emitted a flash of lightning that struck the stone directly. Boom! A crisp explosion echoed. The stone was utterly shattered into fragments. The lightning was activated. Indeed, it was worthy of being an S-class divine skill, exhibiting such formidable power even at the 1st level. Chu Fan secretly rejoiced, repeatedly attempting to condense lightning marks around him. 1, 2, 3, 5. At last, after more than 10 attempts, he managed to condense 5 lightning marks simultaneously. Thunder escape, lightning, instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan materialized at one of the lightning marks. Without pausing, he vanished from that spot. When he reappeared, he found himself at the next lightning mark. Thus, through 5 successive movements, the 5 lightning marks enabled him to teleport 5 times in an instant. The speed of lightning approached that of light, and had there been an onlooker present, they would surely question the integrity of their vision. However, such instantaneous movement was indeed quite taxing on stamina and energy. Chu Fan tested his limits. With his current vitality and energy, he could use Thunder Escape 3 times in succession before requiring a minimum of 2 hours of rest to recover. Theoretically, he could teleport 5 times each activation, rendering this ability exceedingly formidable. After several more attempts until he exhausted his stamina, he finally withdrew from the lightning wood. Excellent. If he continued on this path, he would soon reach the 2nd level of the mundane realm. Chu Fan sighed in relief. The results of 2 hours of training were indeed gratifying. He planned to take a brief respite to replenish his strength before resuming his practice. As he pushed open the door of the small wooden cabin, he intended to rest there for a moment. However, the instant he opened the door, he was taken aback. "Oh, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, noticing Liruashi seated inside the cabin. Upon seeing Chu Fan, her face flushed and her heartbeat quickened. "Chu Fan, have you been training again?" Chu Fan nodded indeed. It's imperative to practice. Li Ruoshi smiled. You must be exhausted. Let me massage your shoulders. This left Chu Fan momentarily stunned. What was going on with her? Noticing his hesitation, Li Ruoshi remained unperturbed. After all, she had experienced countless scenes in the entertainment industry. Directors and producers had often subtly signaled their intentions towards her. She understood the dynamics. Resources were never freely given. One had to offer something in return. She was also aware that, as a newcomer, she possessed little in terms of resources. Her only asset was her beauty. However, the sight of those greasy middle-aged men was utterly repulsive to her, which is perhaps why she has yet to take that step forward. This might explain why she has remained an inconspicuous star on the fringes of fame. Chu Fan exuded a distinctly different aura, youthful and handsome. In this world, possessing sufficient strength is essential for survival. Li Ruoshi understood that if she wished to thrive alongside her sister in this realm, even with dignity, that day would inevitably arrive. Since such an outcome is destined, why not choose someone she truly likes? Why linger foolishly? Please take a seat. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, All right, then you can give me a massage. With that, he sat down without hesitation. Li Ruoshi gradually approached and placed her delicate hands on his shoulders. Sensing a subtle fragrance wafting from behind, Chu Fan found it quite delightful and couldn't resist closing his eyes. Your technique is commendable. You're doing wonderfully. Li Ruoshi chuckled, then suddenly declared, Chu Fan, I like you. Upon hearing these words, Chu Fan's entire body jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 93, Ashi, are you serious? Chu Fan was taken aback upon hearing Li Ruoshi's words. He had not anticipated such a statement would come from a girl as demure as a porcelain doll. Ashi, are you truly serious? Sometimes, certain matters are akin to a thin layer of paper. Once pierced, there is no need for embarrassment. At that moment, Li Ruoshi had shed all semblance of shyness, smiling as she inquired, Of course, I'm serious, Brother Chu Fan. Do you like me? Chu Fan burst into hearty laughter. Who was he? A man with aspirations to become a king of the seas. With a smile, he replied to Li Ruoshi, Of course I like you. You are so beautiful and a star. How could I not? Hearing this, Li Ruoshi felt a surge of joy, realizing she had made the right move. Then, Brother Chu Fan, if I speak to you like this, will Barbara and Sister Ru Yin be upset with you? Unlike me, who only feels pity for Gigi. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a softening in his heart. This little green tea had a way of speaking that was charmingly delicate, and it was indeed quite pleasant to listen to. Ruoshi, tell me honestly, does your sister know you're doing this? Li Ruoshi answered earnestly, I fight for my own love. It has nothing to do with my sister. Moreover what? Chu Fan asked with curiosity. Li Ruoshi glanced outside the door, leaned closer to Chu Fan, and whispered, It seems my sister likes you too. She just doesn't dare to admit it. The other night, I even heard her calling your name in her sleep. Whether this was intentional or not, at that moment, Li Ruoshi was almost entirely nestled in Chu Fan's embrace. Her breath warm and fragrant, invigorating Chu Fan's spirit. Sensing the faint scent wafting from her, he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. As Li Ruoshi boldly edged closer, she too caught a whiff of the unique aura emanating from Chu Fan, the distinctive allure of a mature and robust man. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Chu Fan, aware that he was not the kind of man who could remain unperturbed, felt the dormant dragon within him awaken at last, especially with Barbara and Ru Yin being unavailable these days. He wrapped his arms around Li Ruoshi, declaring, You still have time to regret this. With dreamy eyes, Li Ruoshi softly replied, Brother Fan, please cherish me. An hour later, Chu Fan gazed at Li Ruoshi in his arms with a smile. He couldn't help but acknowledge that her figure was truly exquisite. No wonder she was a singer. Her voice was simply enchanting. Tell me, what do you desire? Li Ruoshi quickly responded, Brother Fan, I am not approaching you for any ulterior motives. I genuinely like you. Waving his hand, Chu Fan said, Do not misunderstand. Now that you are with me, you shall not lack what Barbara and the others have. Feel free to ask for anything you wish. Li Ruoshi tightly embraced Chu Fan's broad chest and softly said, I want nothing at all, as long as Brother Fan does not abandon me. In the depths of Chu Fan's heart, A sigh of admiration escaped him. It is often said that beauty can be a source of calamity. Under such circumstances, one must ponder how many men could withstand such allure. Regardless of the sincerity of this sentiment, the emotional value was undeniably overwhelming. Chu Fan was not a rigid man, devoid of romantic sensibilities. He would not let this moment be marred by a lack of charm. Gently caressing Li Ruoxi's silky hair, he murmured, "Do not worry, Ruoxi. I have secretly cherished feelings for you for quite some time. I assure you that I will treat you well. Now, do choose one." With that, Chu Fan produced 3 divine fruits he had previously acquired from his spatial realm, placing them before Li Ruoxi. A spark of fervor ignited in her eyes, for she was well aware of the extraordinary nature of these fruits. Having witnessed the prowess of Lu Ruyan and Barbara, and having basked in the limelight as the center of attention, how could she settle for a mundane existence? "Brother Fan, is it truly permissible for me to choose?" Li Ruoxi asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Chu Fan smiled and replied, "Of course. You are my woman now. What is one fruit to you? Choose freely. Moreover, once you acquire your abilities, you will be able to protect yourself, allowing me to rest easy." This statement held a kernel of truth, for if Li Ruoxi grew stronger, the overall strength of the Sea King would undoubtedly increase. These 3 divine fruits had remained unused for several days, and he was curious about their powers. Li Ruoxi, possessing a keen sense of propriety, recognized that further refusal would seem overly sentimental. At this moment, her cleverness shone through. She embraced Chu Fan, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek, and exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Fan. Having you by my side is a true blessing." After uttering those words, she sat up and gazed at the 3 fruits before her. The fruits varied significantly in appearance, leaving her indecisive. Suddenly, she playfully pouted, "Brother Fan, could you assist me in choosing one?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, finally understanding why there were so many foolish monarchs in ancient times. "All right, allow me to choose for you, dear Ruoxi." He chuckled. "Thank you, Brother Fan." As he glanced at the fruits, he noticed that one was uniquely indented in the center, resembling 2 fruits at first glance. Even more intriguingly, each half displayed a different hue, one purple and the other red, giving the impression of a twin fruit. "This one," Chu Fan declared, lifting the peculiar fruit and placing it in Li Ruoxi's palm. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Li Ruoxi beamed. "It's perfect. I adore what you chose, Brother Fan." With that, she began to savor the fruit, taking delicate bites under Chu Fan's watchful gaze. "Wow, it's so sweet and delicious." Before long, she had consumed the fruit, and Chu Fan sensed an astonishing transformation in her aura. In his eyes, Li Ruoxi had metamorphosed into a radiant idol, brimming with sweetness. Akin to a popular starlet, her beauty and charm left Chu Fan in awe, prompting him to applaud enthusiastically. "Indeed, my dear Sierra has become even more enchanting. By the way, what is the nature of your fruit ability?" Li Ruoxi closed her eyes to sense it, then gradually opened her large eyes. "Brother Fan, it seems my fruit is called the sweet fruit." Chu Fan pondered. "Sweet fruit? The Empress? No wonder it possesses 2 distinct colors." A sense of unease began to stir within Chu Fan. If this fruit truly aligned with his thoughts, its power would be remarkably formidable. Furthermore, the 2 colors symbolized 2 entirely different personalities, one that displayed affection and tenderness towards loved ones, while transforming into a heartless demeanor when confronting foes. At that moment, Li Ruoxi's Sea King attire suddenly transformed. After a dazzling flash of white light, her outfit morphed into a flowing white gown, complemented by a striking crimson cloak. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, extending to her waist, bestowing upon her an alluring charm that was utterly irresistible. She was, without a doubt, breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 94. Li Ruoxi's abilities after a tender exchange. Chu Fan once again entered the Thunderwood to continue his cultivation. Li Ruoxi, filled with excitement, tidied up and descended the stairs. On the deck, Li Ruoyan sat alone at the bow, gazing into the distant sea. "Sister." Upon hearing the voice, Li Ruoyan turned her head. A look of surprise crossed her face as she beheld Li Ruoxi's new appearance. "Ruoxi, what is this outfit?" Li Ruoxi's cheeks flushed with joy as she replied, "Sister, I have awakened my abilities. Li Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. Abilities? You and Chu Fan? Feeling a bit shy, Li Ruoshi nodded and said, Yes, sister. Brother Fan is so gentle. He gave me a divine fruit. You, sigh. Li Ruoyan sighed, uncertain whether to marvel at her sister's boldness or lament her own timidity. My dear sister, deep down you understand that this was bound to happen sooner or later. Since it is destined to occur, why should we not take the initiative? The longer we wait, the more passive we become. If another enchantress appears, our positions will be jeopardized. As she spoke, she clenched her delicate fists, declaring, a woman who lacks determination cannot secure her place. And Brother Fan is truly so gentle. I adore him. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan fell silent. After a moment, she sighed, then make sure to discuss this with Ru Yan. She kindly took us in, and this could be seen as undermining her. Li Ruoshi stuck out her tongue, acknowledging the dilemma. After all, no woman would willingly share her man with another. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared. Warning, an unidentified vessel is rapidly approaching. Please prepare for defense. It was the radar system issuing a warning. The sisters hurried into the observation room to examine the radar screen. They saw 3 light spots swiftly closing in on the Sea King, their speed surpassing that of the vessel itself. This is bad. It seems they are headed our way. Quickly call Chu Fan. Li Ruoshi shook her head. No, Brother Fan just began his cultivation. He doesn't know what's happening yet. Li Ruoyan insisted. Then I will go get Ru Yin and Barbara. You stay here and keep watch. Li Ruoshi nodded. All right, sister, you go. Though she had gained abilities, she lacked combat experience, and it was impossible not to feel anxious. Just as Li Ruoyan departed, several splashes erupted on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, gray figures leapt swiftly from the ocean and landed on the deck. Li Ruoshi gasped in shock. The Sea King was currently moving at full speed, a considerable pace. What on earth were these beings? At that moment, Li Ruoshi finally discerned the appearance of the intruders. Before her stood 12 figures, all cloaked in a grayish-white hue, their features alarmingly peculiar. 2 creatures adorned with long, sinuous tentacles, accompanied by 2 others bearing sharp, pointed snouts, and yet another pair displaying rows of menacing teeth. This was the first time Li Ruoshi had encountered such monstrous beings, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Could these still be humans? Had Li Ruoyan and Barbara been present, they would surely have recognized the foremost duo, their toothy grins reminiscent of the sharkmen they had previously encountered. Ha ha ha! I never expected to find such captivating human maidens here, exclaimed the leader of the sharkmen, his laughter grating on the ears as he appraised the statuesque and alluring Li Ruoshi. The other sharkman behind him mirrored his understanding with a grin. One must admit, human girls are indeed beautiful, far surpassing our own kind, and they are so tender and delightful. Once we tire of them, they can serve as a meal. Gargle, gargle. I claim this one, declared another sharkman. Why should you have her? I deserve my turn this time. The previous encounter hardly compared to this exquisite specimen. Just look at her figure, her face, those legs, truly extraordinary. The two engaged in unabashed commentary, as though Li Ruoshi were merely a dish laid before them. Yet, to the eyes, she appeared to be an innocent and charming young woman. At that moment, from behind the 2 sharkmen, another fisherman with a long, pointed snout spoke up. Boss, didn't Yi Tian mention there are several beauties aboard this ship? Are we really worried about having enough to share? The eyes of the 2 sharkmen brightened at this remark. Clever lad. I knew bringing you along was a wise choice. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. Li Ruoshi gradually regained her composure, but upon overhearing their conversation, her anger flared. How dare these vile creatures harbor intentions toward her and her sisters? And to think they even contemplated cannibalism. What are you? Why have you come aboard our ship? Leave at once. Li Ruoshi demanded, hands on her hips. The 2 leading sharkmen seemed to reach a consensus, and upon hearing her indignant rebuke, they erupted into laughter. Ha ha, this little lady has quite a lovely voice. Come, let's hear you call us brother. Indeed, it was remarkable. Chu Fan had an eye for enjoyment, having such a stunning beauty aboard. And what of it? Today, we are merely here to send him on his way. Their conversation lacked any semblance of discretion, and Li Ruoshi understood every word. Upon realizing they intended to kill Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes turned icy. You dare to harm Brother Fan? You shall all perish. The assemblage of fishmen erupted with laughter at her words. Fair maiden, how do you plan to deal with us? Will you bite us? A surge of murderous intent welled up within Li Ruoxi, as though an innate instinct had been awakened. In that moment, the power of the divine fruit within her surged forth. Though devoid of any martial enhancement, the intrinsic special abilities of the fruit suddenly manifested within Li Ruoxi's mind. She abruptly raised her hands, forming a heart shape before her chest. Oh, beautiful lady, are you making a heart gesture towards me? Nonsense, it's clearly directed at me. How adorable. I absolutely adore this. I feel as if I have fallen in love. Suddenly, more than a dozen mermen collectively transformed into a comical spectacle, their eyes seemingly stretching in disbelief as they gazed upon the charming, explosive girl before them. Meiluo, 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 Meiluo. Like a curse from a demon of the deep sea, Li Ruoxi's voice resonated with an invisible energy, surging directly towards the 12 mermen. Just a moment ago, the mermen were laughing boisterously, but their mirth abruptly ceased. What on earth is happening? Why can't I move my feet? Why are my hands turned to stone? Chapter 95. The battle with the fishmen amidst the tempestuous sea. As a few fishmen boarded the ship, Chu Fan was abruptly awakened by a warning from his wristband. Ceasing his meditation, he hastily exited the stormy waters. Upon reaching the deck from the third floor, he encountered Lu Ruyin and Barbara, who were anxiously following Li Ruoyan. Without a moment to exchange words, the four rushed to Li Ruoyan's side. Ruoyan, are you all right? Just as they were about to assess her condition, they were taken aback. Li Ruoyan's complexion appeared somewhat pale, seemingly exhausted from overexertion. Before her stood 12 uniquely shaped stone figures. Upon seeing Chu Fan, Li Ruoyan's expression softened as she exclaimed, Brother Fan, you've come. I haven't embarrassed you. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her body weakened and she began to fall backward. Chu Fan swiftly stepped forward to catch her in his arms, concern etched on his face. Ruoyan, are you okay? This scene left Lu Ruyin and Barbara momentarily stunned, and they couldn't help but think to themselves, what a schemer. Li Ruoyan shook her head, replying, I'm fine, Brother Fan. I just feel a bit tired. Chu Fan nodded in understanding. You just awakened your abilities and used them so extensively. You must be somewhat drained. Go to the back and rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. Realizing it was not the time to be stubborn, Li Ruoyan nodded and, with some effort, admitted, my power isn't strong enough yet. I can only control them for a minute. Li Ruoyan was taken aback, astonished that her sister, who had been as powerless as she earlier that morning, had suddenly become so formidable, and all of this was bestowed upon her by the man before them. Lu Ruyin and Barbara exchanged glances, but it did not surprise them. Perhaps, in their hearts, they had been prepared for this ever since the Li sisters boarded the ship. Yet they had not anticipated that Li Ruoyan would take the lead. After entrusting Li Ruoyan to Li Ruoyan, Chu Fan turned his attention to the 12 figures on the deck. At this moment, except for their heads, the rest of their bodies had transformed into stone. This indicated that Li Ruoyan's abilities were still insufficient to completely petrify them. Nonetheless, even this level of power was extraordinarily formidable. Excellent. This will be a fine opportunity to test my abilities, Chu Fan thought, swiftly positioning himself among the stone figures. With a focused gaze, he marked 5 of the stone figures with thunderous insignias. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal, and his body was enveloped in violet lightning. Electrify! In an instant, 5 bolts of 1,000-volt lightning struck the 5 marked stone figures. Without a hint of doubt, the 5 stone figures were obliterated into rubble, scattering debris across the deck. Lu Ruyin and the others were momentarily dazzled. What a magnificent technique! Barbara nodded in agreement. With such destructive power, it's no wonder my darling was so exhausted recently. Li Ruoyan clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Brother Fan is amazing. Go, Brother Fan. Lu Ruyin and Barbara exchanged knowing glances, thinking, so very scheming. After completing his task, Chu Fan marked another 5 stone figures. Once again, a bolt of lightning struck, shattering 5 stone statues into fragments. At that moment, only the 2 leading shark men remained on the field. As the minute passed, The two sharkmen gradually regained their former selves. Upon their restoration, they glared furiously at Chu Fan and his companions. "Damn it, brother, what power does this woman possess to ensnare even me? We cannot leave a single one of these people alive," exclaimed one. "Brother, with so many beautiful women here, it would be a pity to kill them all." "Then what do you propose?" "It's simple. Capture them and break their limbs, so we can enjoy them properly." Upon hearing this, the leading sharkman's eyes lit up. "Second brother, I must admit, your plan is rather clever. Let's proceed with it." Chu Fan and the others stared at the two sharkmen as if they were fools. "Have you two finished your little conversation?" The sharkman turned to Chu Fan, sneering. "So you're a Chu Fan?" Chu Fan nodded. "Indeed, that is I. Now tell me, who sent you? Yi Tian or Yi Fei?" The leading sharkman scoffed. "Who sent us is inconsequential. What matters is that we intend to kill you before your woman's eyes, and then enjoy her beside your corpse." "Ha ha ha." At that moment, the other sharkman suddenly reacted. "Wait, Jack, why are all of them shattered?" The one called Jack replied in confusion. "Vance, what do you mean, all shattered?" "Oh my." It finally dawned on him that the 10 brothers he had brought along were now nothing but scattered remnants. How infuriating to lose so many of my brothers at once. Who did this? Who was responsible? Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Apologies, I lost control for a moment." Jack glared fiercely. "You bastard. I will make you pay." With that, the two sharkmen suddenly stepped back, assuming a combat stance. Having previously engaged with sharkmen, Chu Fan was well acquainted with their characteristics. He knew full well that their defensive capabilities were exceptionally robust, yet their mobility was significantly slower in comparison. Conversely, his own lightning attribute was quite the opposite, endowed with remarkable speed and destructive power. From a tactical standpoint, it seemed that Chu Fan's abilities were naturally suited to counter the Sharkman. Recalling his previous encounter with the Sharkman knock, Chu Fan acknowledged that his victory had largely relied on the dragon-slaying, sword-esque suppression of the native creatures. However, the circumstances were entirely different now. He was confident that with his continually evolving strength, he could defeat these Sharkmen outright, without needing to draw